The story begins with a group of men running through the night. When they finally reach their destination, they spot someone wrapped in cloth, sitting quietly beside a bonfire. Believing this to be their target, the leader of the group pulls out a knife and hurls it toward the figure. But when the cloth unravels, it's empty. Before the leader can react, he turns, and there stands a young boy, calmly staring at him. This was the true target all along. The boy is taken aback by the ambush, but he speaks coldly. Since they came to kill him, he now has every reason to kill them instead. The boy picks up an arrow and snaps off a tree branch. The men laugh at him, mocking his choice of weapon. What's a branch going to do? They jeer. Their laughter is cut short in an instant. With one swift strike, the boy smashes a man's head apart using nothing but the branch. Shock spreads through the group. Another man shouts in panic, realizing exactly what the boy is wielding. But before he can finish, the boy brings him down with a deadly blow. The leader watches in horror as, one by one, his men are slaughtered. By the time he gathers his courage, he's the only one left standing. Terrified, he begs for his life. But the boy's response is merciless. If you intend to kill, then you must also be ready to die. With that, the boy swings his branch, ending the leader's life in a single strike. After the carnage, the boy calmly collects his belongings and snuffs out the fire. Just before leaving, he mutters to himself. Compared to what Darien once told him, this human world is unbearably dull. The scene shifts to a solemn meeting of high-ranking priests. They discuss the Forest of Roots, a land saturated with demonic energy. Though the barriers they placed keep the corruption contained, the vast land itself is unusable. Then, their leader proposes a chilling idea. If the forest is uninhabitable, why not use it as a place of exile? Send there the people they wish to eliminate, troublesome individuals they cannot openly deal with. At first the priests are stunned, but the plan quickly takes root. They all agree. The next scene shows a knight holding a trembling woman. He tells her that the seed of darkness has already sprouted within her child. The baby is handed to the priests, who begin chanting. Divine light covers the infant as they pray. The mother cries out his name, Helmet. The Forest of Roots was a place no genius, commander, or mage had ever survived. Every criminal sent there had perished. Only one rule existed. If anyone managed to escape, their sins would be pardoned. And so Helmet awakens in this cursed forest. The air is thick with demonic energy. Hunger and cold gnaw at his tiny body, yet somehow, the boy endures. The mysterious seed inside Helmet shielded him from the forest corruption, granting him a faint energy that kept him alive. 10 long days passed, and against all odds, the boy endured. But on the 10th day, a leopard appeared. It picked Helmet up and carried him away. A decade later, the boy had grown. Now we see Helmet sprinting through the underbrush, chasing a rabbit. With effort, he tackles it to the ground. Beaming with pride, he calls out to the leopard, Ilaga, urging her to see what he accomplished. Ilaga approaches, but instead of praising him, she swiftly kills the rabbit herself. She then asks Helmet if he has grown accustomed to hunting. Helmet admits that, for now, he can only manage to catch rabbits. Afterward, Ilaga tears open the rabbit's body and pulls out a strange glowing object. She explains that it's called a core. Every demonic beast carries one, and consuming it restores energy and extends life. Helmet reaches to claim it, insisting it belongs to him since he made the catch. But before he can touch it, Ilaga strikes him with her tail. Crying out, Helmet protests. He's the one who hunted the rabbit, so the core should be his. Ilaga shakes her head. He cannot eat it. He is not a demonic beast. If he were to swallow a core, he would become one, and then he'd be trapped in the forest forever. Helmet argues that it makes no difference. There's no way out of this forest anyway. But to his shock, Ilaga tells him there is a way out. Helmet freezes, stunned. How could this be possible, when she had always said otherwise? Ilaga admits she once believed escape was impossible, but she learned differently from someone else. Helmet immediately asks who told her. Ilaga replies, a human she once met. The boy's eyes widened. Another human in this forest? But Ilaga warns him not to bother searching. The man is surely dead by now. Helmet presses, asking if she saw his death with her own eyes. Ilaga explains that the human had been a powerful figure once, but age had caught up with him. No human, no matter how strong, can withstand the demonic energy forever. Helmet, she points out, is spared only because of the seed of darkness within him. The last time she saw the man, he was already frail. If he were alive today, he would be nearly 90. Helmet refuses to let go. He demands to know where she met him. Annoyed, Ilaga lashes out with a stick, accusing Helmet of trying to abandon her after all she's done to raise and feed him. She warns that even if Helmet goes, the man might already be gone. Helmet firmly replies that if he finds no one, he'll return. Angered, Ilaga finally tells him, the man lived to the east. She snaps at Helmet to do as he pleases. The moment Helmet hears this, he bolts off without hesitation. Ilaga watches in disbelief. She growls that she doesn't care if he dies, but deep down, she's shaken. Meanwhile, Helmet's heart races with excitement. Another human exists in this cursed forest. He is not alone. Eventually, Helmet arrives at a wooden fence. Without a pause, he leaps over it and lands inside. Beyond it lies a small house. The sight fills him with hope, for only a human could have built such a place. As he explores the area, Helmet suddenly feels. Helmet's face was suddenly forced into the dirt. A man held him down, demanding to know who he was and who had sent him. Struggling, Helmet quickly explained that Ilaga had told him about this place, that she said a human lived here. At the mention of Ilaga's name, the man paused, then released him. He asked what Helmet wanted. The man warned him. If all he came for was to see another human, then he should leave immediately. But Helmet stood his ground. He declared that he came because he wanted to leave the forest. The man introduced himself as Darien. Narrowing his eyes, he asked Helmet if he truly wished to escape. Helmet confirmed it, saying that Alaga told him Darien knew the way out. Darien's expression hardened. He asked why Helmet wanted to leave when the outside world wasn't what he imagined. It isn't peaceful, and it isn't beautiful, Darien said. Helmet asked him what the outside world was like. Darien replied, humans out there don't have claws or fangs. Their bodies are weak, but in exchange, they are cunning, deceitful, and ruthless. They'll ally with you one moment and betray you the next. Darien then questioned Helmet's origins. Were you born in this forest? Helmet told him he had been sent here as a baby. At that, Darien immediately realized the truth. Helmet carried a seed of darkness. He explained that if Helmet wasn't killed when the seed was discovered, it meant he was born into a powerful family. He was a noble, but Helmet didn't understand what that meant. Darien clarified further. It was exactly because of that seed that he was abandoned in the forest. If he ever left, he would be hunted endlessly for it. Then he asked the crucial question, did Helmet still want to leave? Helmet's answer was unwavering, yes. Hearing this, Darien lifted him up. Surprised, Helmet asked what he was doing. Darien told him plainly, if you want to live in a human world, you must first become human. I will make you one. Helmet then asked what he needed to do to escape. Darien explained that he would have to cross the barriers surrounding the forest, but with his current strength, it was impossible. He must forget about it for now. Only when Helmet became stronger would Darien introduce him to the one who could help him get out. Helmet pressed him on how he could grow stronger. Darien's answer was simple, obey his orders. Back at Darien's house, his first command was unexpected. He handed Helmet a broom and told him to sweep the ground. Helmet protested, he didn't want to, but Darien cut him off. All humans do this. If you wish to be human, you must do it too. Helmet frowned and asked how Darien could even live in such a filthy place. Darien shot back, asking if he'd rather continue living in the forest. Reluctantly, Helmet began to sweep. Once he was finished, Darien showed him a bed. Helmet's face lit up with joy. He had never had one before. Excitedly, he asked if he could sleep right away. But Darien shook his head. We still have much to do. He handed Helmet a set of clothes to wear. Darien warned Helmet to take care of the clothes he'd given him. He had crafted them from his own garments, and there weren't many to spare. Soon after, Darien took Helmet outside. He explained that he would teach him which plants could be eaten and how to make them safe. From his bag, Darien pulled out a plant and began to explain. Every living creature in this forest, he said, carried a core. But even after removing a core, the body still contained traces of demonic energy. The only way to cleanse it completely was through water. He demonstrated, washing the plant before handing it to Helmet. To his surprise, it was edible, and not only edible but good. Helmet could hardly believe it. With that lesson done, Darien led him back home. The next day, Helmet grumbled. Darien had sent him to fetch water, insisting it was part of learning to live like a human. Helmet didn't like it, but he obeyed. As he worked, he felt something approaching from behind. Before he could react, the figure pounced. It was Alaga. She demanded to know what he was doing. Helmet told her that Darien had asked him to fetch water. Alaga froze. Helmet never obeyed her commands, and yet he was following Darien's? She asked him why. Helmet answered firmly. Darien promised to make him stronger. Alaga pressed him further. What did he want strength for? Helmet didn't hesitate. He was going to leave the forest because he was not a demonic beast. Her eyes narrowed. Did he really think anything good would happen to him in the human world? Helmet admitted he didn't know what awaited him out there, but he was certain of one thing. If he stayed in the forest, nothing would ever change. With that, he finished his task and walked away, leaving Alaga behind. She watched him go, sadness quietly stirring within her. Back at Darien's home, training had begun. Helmet held a difficult stance while Darien poured the water he had fetched over him. Exhausted, Helmet begged him to stop, but Darien's voice cut like steel. Did Helmet truly want to leave the forest? Hearing this, Helmet clenched his teeth and endured. Darien was impressed. He hadn't expected Helmet to last this long. The seed of darkness played its part, but even beyond that, the boy was clearly gifted. At sunset, Helmet's strength finally gave out. Darien carried him inside and prepared food. At first, Helmet wasn't excited, but once he tasted it, he couldn't stop. The soup was unlike anything he'd ever eaten. He devoured it eagerly. As they ate, Darien suddenly stood. His tone grew serious. Helmet wanted to grow stronger to escape this forest, but he was no demonic beast. He was a human, fragile and limited. For that reason, Darien had decided to teach him how to wield a sword. Darien picked up a wooden blade. Watch closely, he commanded. Helmet's eyes followed every motion as Darien moved with graceful precision. Then, with a single swing, he unleashed such power that Helmet swore he saw a lightning spark from the strike. Darien raised the wooden sword and, with a single strike, shattered a massive boulder into fragments. Helmet stood frozen, stunned beyond belief. He couldn't comprehend the power he had just witnessed. Eyes wide, Helmet asked Darien about the lightning he thought he saw during the swing. Darien explained calmly. What he had seen was Bai's, an invisible source of power only humans could wield. Then he added that the seed of darkness inside Helmet was also another form of power, but different in nature. Helmet's face lit up with excitement. He declared that he wanted to learn how to use it. But before he could celebrate, Darien smacked him on the head. He warned Helmet that his body wasn't ready yet. First, he needed to build a foundation and gain a proper understanding of the sword. Darien's voice grew serious. The path of the sword, he said, was harsh and filled with pain. But if Helmet endured, he would undoubtedly become strong. Without hesitation, Helmet agreed. Training began. Darien instructed him to refine his forms. But Helmet grew impatient and snapped back, insisting that he was doing it correctly. Darien's tone turned sharp. He demanded respect. Instantly, Helmet lowered his voice and corrected himself, asking what exactly was wrong. But Darien didn't give the answer. Instead, he told Helmet to figure out himself. Helmet frowned, frustrated. He admitted that he had no idea. Darien's irritation flared. Must he really explain everything? Helmet shouted back that he should explain because he didn't understand anything. Darien studied him closely. This boy was strange. Despite his lack of patience and his disregard for the process, he learned quickly. Even stranger, the seed of darkness, an entity that usually drove people into madness and violence, had not twisted Helmet at all. Instead, he was calm, logical, and more determined than most adults. Something about him was different. Darien decided to push further. Without warning, he struck Helmet's hand twice with his wooden sword. "Do you understand the problem now?" he asked. Helmet shook his head, saying he didn't understand anything. Darien's voice turned cold. If Helmet didn't try his best to figure it out, there would be no dinner for him. The threat hit hard. Terrified of missing a meal, Helmet begged Darien for time to think. He stood there, replaying the strikes in his mind. Finally, he realized something. The pain from each strike wasn't the same. One was sharper, one was duller. Darien had hit different spots with different speeds, even though the motion looked identical. It dawned on Helmet that there was more to the sword than simply copying the form. Darien looked at him and said. Darien explained that Helmet needed to feel every detail. The tension in his muscles, the tremors in his fingertips, the speed of each strike, the flow, the rhythm, and most importantly, the connection between his mind and the sword. Only when he gained control over these things would he have truly learned something. He told Helmet that each swing had to carry his heart and soul. Without that, he wasn't a swordsman. He was just a woodcutter mindlessly chopping. Helmet listened carefully. After hearing Darien's words, he threw himself back into practice, determined to push forward. Later, when his training was done, Helmet made his way to the river. There, he ran into Alaga. She was startled when she noticed the muscles that had begun to build on his body. Helmet sat down beside the river and asked her a question that had been troubling him. Why did Darien say he was indebted to her? Alaga admitted it was because she had given him special permission to live in her forest. Helmet was stunned. He asked why she allowed Darien to stay when she usually hated having anyone near her territory. Didn't she want to fight him? Alaga's eyes flashed with irritation. She declared that as the ruler of the Central Forest, she would fight anyone who challenged her authority. But then her tone shifted. The real reason she hadn't fought Darien was caution. If she wasted her strength battling him, she risked being finished off by another predator. Helmet immediately realized who she meant. The two-headed serpent of the southern forest, Naho. He asked her if she could defeat Darien in a fair fight without interruptions. Alaga hesitated. She admitted she didn't know. Demonic beasts like her usually released their energy, which made it easy to sense the strength of others. But humans were different. They could hide their power completely. Helmet was shaken by her answer. Did that mean Darien was stronger than her? Alaga quickly corrected him. It wasn't that she couldn't win. It was that she couldn't be certain. And the reason she tolerated Darien's presence was because Naho despised him. Helmet's curiosity grew. Why did Naho hate Darien so much? Alaga explained that Darien had destroyed something Naho had built, a disgusting place. Helmet pressed her for details. Finally, Alaga crouched down and told him to climb on her back. If he wanted to know, she would show him. She carried him deep into the forest until they reached a strange farm. But it wasn't a normal farm. It was a place where humans were being raised like livestock. Helmet's eyes widened in horror. People were forced to labor under harsh conditions. At one point, a man carrying a heavy load stumbled and dropped it. Immediately, he was beaten without mercy. Confused and disturbed, Helmet asked Alaga what the man had done wrong. Alaga replied coldly. Alaga explained that the man was punished simply because he hadn't worked properly. Helmet was stunned by the cruelty of it. As he looked around the farm, his eyes fell on a group of girls. Curious, he asked Alaga why they looked different from him. She told him plainly, they were females while he was male. Then she added something that made his stomach turn. Naho preferred the flesh of women, claiming it was more tender. That was why the men were forced into labor while the women were kept as food. Among the crowd, Alaga pointed to a bald man, the leader of the humans, named Erugo. Helmet watched as Erugo noticed the man being beaten, but instead of helping, he coldly told the others to ignore him and focus on preparing sacrifices for Naho. Then, with a sick grin, Erugo singled out one of the girls. He spared her from the sacrifices, but only on the condition that she served his own desires. Helmet could barely believe it. How could such a vile man be the leader of his people? Alaga admitted she didn't understand it either, but somehow, Erugo had the ability to track down every human who wandered into the forest. If he had found Helmet, she warned he would already be a slave. Helmet turned to her and asked why she saved him, why she hadn't treated him as just another captive. Alaga brushed it off, saying she only spared him to keep Naho's livestock numbers from growing. But Helmet smiled. He knew she was lying. Their conversation ended as Alaga turned to leave. But suddenly, her expression shifted. She sensed a surge of demonic energy. Out of nowhere, Naho struck. The two-headed serpent lunged, but Alaga stood firm, shoving him back. Helmet's heart pounded as the air thickened with Naho's oppressive aura. The serpent hissed, asking if Alaga was raising Helmet. He sneered, telling her to eat the boy while he was still young. After all, males tasted best at that age. If she didn't want to eat him, she could hand him over instead. Alaga retorted coldly, reminding him that he only ate females, so Helmet's flesh wouldn't appeal to him. But Naho shook his head. He admitted he didn't want to eat Helmet at all. His real problem was the boy's scent. When he caught the scent more clearly, he turned his gaze on Helmet and demanded to know how he was connected to Darien. Before Helmet could answer, Ilaga shoved Naho back. Naho raised his head, insisting he meant no harm. He was simply furious about what Darien had done to his farm years ago. Ilaga quickly covered for Helmet, claiming the boy didn't know Darien and was only wearing clothes he had found. Naho's eyes narrowed, but he eventually let it go. He told Helmet he was fortunate. If he truly knew Darien, he would already be dead. At that moment, Ilaga's fury ignited. She unleashed a powerful wave of energy, warning Naho that if he dared lay a hand on Helmet, she would tear him apart. Startled, Naho backed down. He told her there was no need for such hostility, that he had no intention of fighting her. But he made his terms clear. She was never to step into his territory again. With that, he turned and slithered away. Helmet fainted from the crushing fear he felt. When he finally regained consciousness, Ilaga was beside him. She warned him never to step into Naho's territory again and told him to stay close to Darien. Hearing this, Helmet's chest tightened with disappointment. Quietly, he asked her if he could ever become as strong as she and Darien. Ilaga didn't hesitate. Darien was powerful. She admitted she didn't know the full extent of his strength, only that he had reached a level most humans could never touch, no matter how hard they struggled. She told Helmet that if he truly wished to escape this forest, then he had no choice but to keep striving to grow stronger at all costs. With that, she turned to leave, sensing Darien's presence drawing near. Moments later, Darien appeared and told Helmet to follow him home. Helmet's spirits lifted. He was happy, not only to see Darien, but because he realized that two powerful beings now watched over him. The scene shifts. Helmet is writhing in agony, his cries echoing in the night. As he trembled, he remembered a conversation he'd had with Darien. Darien had given him herbs to consume each night before sleep. Curious, Helmet had asked what kind they were. Calmly, Darien told him they were poisonous. Helmet's face twisted with fury, and he was about to shout, but Darien silenced him instantly with a strike of his bise. Then he explained. The herbs were meant to suppress the seed of darkness inside him. Every night, Helmet forced the poison down. Every night, his body burned and screamed in unbearable pain. He could do nothing but endure. Time passed. In the next scene, Helmet trained with his wooden sword. His movements were sharper, his breathing steady. Darien approached, watching closely. He was surprised. Helmet actually seemed to be enjoying the training. Helmet explained that something had changed. His vision had grown clearer, his body lighter. He asked Darien if this was because of the poisonous herbs. Darien answered thoughtfully. Perhaps it was the poison, or perhaps it was the demonic energy in the environment reshaping him. Then he asked if Helmet still felt pain from the herbs. Helmet shook his head. The agony was gone. In fact, each morning, his body felt refreshed. Darien's eyes narrowed. It had been months since Helmet began consuming the poison. His endurance was no longer human. Darien then asked if Helmet remembered the invisible energy he once called Bise. He explained that unless a person reached a certain level of physical foundation, they could never wield it. That was the reason he hadn't taught Helmet before. But now his body was ready. Darien made his decision. It was time. He lifted his wooden sword, and in an instant, it was cloaked in Bise. A crushing pressure filled the air, weighing down on Helmet. Darien looked at him and gave his command. Absorb the energy from the atmosphere. Draw it into your body. Control it. And then channel it into your sword. Darien told Helmet to incarnate the energy to merge with it fully. Then he ordered him to pick up his sword. Keep breathing deeply while you fight, Darien instructed. Only then will you draw the energy into yourself. Without further warning, Darien launched his attack, his sword blazing with Bise. He cautioned Helmet. If he failed to control the flow properly, the energy would tear his body apart. Helmet braced himself. Somehow, he managed to block the first strike. But in the blink of an eye, Darien closed the distance and struck again. Helmet barely dodged, gasping in disbelief. Are you really trying to kill me? He shouted. Darien didn't answer. Helmet steadied his breathing, forcing himself to stay calm. Once composed, he charged forward with his own strike. Darien swatted the attack aside with ease, urging him to feel the energy in the air, to grasp it and command it. Helmet tried, but the pressure overwhelmed him. He was thrown back once more. Darien reassured him. No one ever mastered it on their first attempt. The only way was to continue, day after day, battle after battle. And so they did. Time flowed on. Helmet trained relentlessly, clashing with Darien every day. Little by little, the invisible energy seeped into him. Eventually, he not only felt it, but began to bend it to his will. For years passed, Helmet, no longer a child, swung his wooden sword with precision, cutting down towering trees in the forest as if they were nothing. Darien arrived to observe. He nodded, acknowledging the progress. Helmet had grown more adept at wielding Bise. Hungry for growth, Helmet asked Darien for a duel, hoping to sharpen himself further. But Darien first demanded to see his Bise. Helmet concentrated, and before long, his sword shimmered with energy. Darien's eyes widened. He was astonished. To see someone so young manifest Bise was beyond belief. He had always known Helmet carried the seed of darkness, but his talent, it was extraordinary. Darien couldn't shake the thought. This boy would one day change the world. But whether that change would bring light or plunge it into darkness, he couldn't say. Having witnessed this, Darien knew the time had come. Darien turned to Helmet and declared, "It's time for you to leave." Helmet froze. Shocked, he protested. He wasn't ready. He wasn't strong enough yet, but Darien's tone was firm. If Helmet's seed of darkness continued to grow, he would never pass the divine barrier. He told Helmet to listen carefully. South of the Forest of Roots lay the human world. To reach it, Helmet had to break through the divine barrier itself. But there was hope, a weak point in the barrier. If Helmet could endure the pressure there, he could pass into the outside world. Helmet asked Darien where exactly he could find the barrier. But Darien shook his head. He didn't know the location of the weakened spot, nor had he ever tried to. The only one who knew was Irugo, the man who ruled the human farm. Helmet froze, stunned. He remembered the terror of Naho and couldn't believe that someone like Irugo, so vile, yet so seemingly powerless, held such knowledge. Darien's voice grew heavy. He told Helmet that once he stepped into the human world, he would witness countless things, wonders that would seem exciting, dazzling even. But along with them would come tragedy. No matter how prepared you are, Darien said, tragedy will come. You can't avoid it, and you can't guard against it. And in those moments, when pain and despair overwhelm you, the darkness inside you will whisper. You may even feel the urge to embrace it. Darien placed his hand firmly on Helmet's shoulder. His tone softened into a plea. When that time comes, don't lose yourself. No matter what, don't give in. Helmet stayed silent, absorbing every word. Then, hesitantly, he asked Darien if he himself had no intention of leaving the forest. Darien gave a weak cough before answering. No, I have no interest in the outside world. With that, he told Helmet he was going to rest. But before turning away, he added that he had something for him. Helmet should visit in the morning. Then, with his back to Helmet, he asked to be left alone. Helmet didn't understand, but something in his master's voice felt final. That night, he sat by the riverside, lost in thought. Alaga appeared, greeting him gently. She noticed his heavy expression and asked why he wasn't happy. After all, his lifelong dream was finally within reach. Helmet admitted he felt conflicted. I should be happy, but instead, I feel strange. Alaga listened quietly, then told him that the very fact he felt this way was proof that he was slowly becoming human. Morning came. Helmet and Alaga made their way to Darien's cabin. When Helmet pushed the door open, the sight before him froze him in place. Darien sat cross-legged in a lotus position, a sword and bag placed before him. His eyes were closed, his body still. Helmet's voice cracked as he called out. No response came. His heart sank. He already knew. Darien was gone. Trembling, Helmet approached. His master, the man who had guided him like a father, had passed away. Helmet's chest tightened with grief, but he forced himself to remain standing. He picked up the sword and bag Darien had left behind, clutching them tightly. Looking at Darien one last time, Helmet whispered that he would never forget him. With tears burning in his eyes, he turned and stepped out of the cabin. Alaga was waiting. She wasn't surprised. Helmet learned that Darien had already passed. He asked Alaga if she had known beforehand, and she calmly explained that Darien himself had told her he was nearing the end. Seeing the weight in Helmet's eyes, she reminded him not to dwell in sorrow. Darien's life had simply run its course. She urged him not to carry guilt over his friend's death. To lift his spirits, Alaga handed Helmet a small package. She explained it had come with him when he first entered the forest. Curious, Helmet unwrapped the cloth and found a golden necklace inside. Alaga told him it was made from pure, raw gold, a rare and precious metal, proof that he was likely born into nobility. When he opened the locket, he discovered a note inside, written by Margaret Irene. Her words carried a prayer, wishing light upon his path. Alaga asked if Margaret was the head of his family. Helmet replied that she was probably his mother. Alaga then advised him to seek Margaret out once he returned to the human world. Before he left, she also warned him. Naho was in hibernation, which meant Helmet could pass through his territory unnoticed. The only risk was if a major disturbance occurred, then Naho would awaken. Alaga herself couldn't step into that land, since Naho would sense her immediately. But Helmet reassured her. He said he could handle it on his own. With that, he gathered his bag and started walking. As he left, he told Alaga to live long, and she smiled, asking him to take care of himself. The scene then shifted. Erugo was tending to the farm, moving quietly until he stepped into a room and lit a candle with his magic. But the flame revealed more than he expected. Helmet emerged from hiding, pressing a sword to Erugo's neck. Black magic, a corrupt power that grants strength by twisting human darkness. Many mages resist its call, but some cross forbidden lines to grasp its strength. Erugo was one of them. Consumed by envy, he longed to surpass all others and become the greatest mage alive. Yet, doubting his own natural talent, he chose the path of black magic. To fuel his rise, Erugo fed on human despair, through trafficking, abductions, and suffering. These twisted offerings deepened his power and his corruption. But his crimes did not remain hidden forever. Pursued by another mage, his wicked deeds were exposed to the world. Captured, Erugo was given a choice, death or exile. He chose exile, cast into the Forest of Roots. There, fate led him to Naho. With an agreement forged in shadow, Erugo was allowed to remain in Naho's territory, so long as he continued to provide sacrifices. Using his magic, Erugo gathered all the humans wandering in the forest. To avoid instant death, they surrendered themselves to Naho. And so, the human farm was born. Erugo crowned himself king of this farm, while the rest were reduced to nothing more than livestock. Naho never interfered, as long as the sacrifices kept coming. With his freedom, Erugo's greed and ambition grew once again. The only season that truly worried him was winter. Whenever Naho went into hibernation, waves of demonic beasts attacked the farm, threatening his rule. Even with this constant danger, Erugo still relished his new life. The story then returned to the standoff between Helmet and Erugo. Erugo demanded to know what Helmet wanted. Without hesitation, Helmet ordered him to reveal the way out of the forest. Erugo was stunned at the request and scoffed, calling Helmet a vile brat. He suspected Helmet was Darien's disciple, but Helmet gave him no answer. He simply repeated his demand. Unmoved, Erugo refused. But Helmet pressed his blade closer, slicing a shallow cut across Erugo's neck. He warned him plainly, "Answer or die." Erugo quickly retaliated with words, claiming that if he died, Naho would awaken and Helmet would be slaughtered. He asked Helmet if he could really handle Naho's wrath. Helmet's reply was chilling. It didn't matter. Once Erugo was dead, no one would ever bring him back. The sheer certainty in Helmet's words left Erugo shaken. He urged Helmet not to be reckless, insisting that only he knew the way out of the forest. But Helmet wasn't fooled. Darien had told him before, mages always keep records of their knowledge. Helmet was sure the method he sought would be written somewhere. He had only asked Erugo to save himself the trouble of searching. Realizing Helmet wasn't bluffing, Erugo reluctantly gave in. The scene shifted once more, showing Helmet following Erugo down a long staircase. Erugo broke the silence, asking for Helmet's name. Helmet brushed him off, telling him to mind his own business. As they walked, Erugo explained that the method Helmet wanted had never been tested. It was merely theoretical. Perhaps someone as powerful as Darien could succeed with it, but Helmet, alone and untested, stood little chance. Probing further, Erugo asked what Darien was doing now. Helmet offered no answer. That silence told Erugo everything. Darien was dead. At the bottom of the stairs, Erugo pulled out a book containing the method. Helmet demanded he hand it over. Instead, Erugo smirked and offered Helmet the role of a successor. Helmet dismissed the idea as nonsense, smiling faintly at the audacity. And then Erugo continued. Erugo claimed that everyone on the farm was too weak, but Helmet was different. As Darien's disciple, he believed Helmet alone was worthy to inherit his place. Helmet pressed his sword harder against Erugo's neck, ordering him to stop spouting nonsense. He declared with certainty that he would escape the forest. Reluctantly, Erugo explained where the knowledge came from. Long before he settled in the forest, he had discovered a book inside a mage's hideout. The book spoke of using stealth magic as a means of escape, but the mage who wrote it had failed, never making it out alive. According to its records, at the southern end of the forest lay a massive waterfall. The water, mixed with demonic energy, weakened the divine barrier guarding the forest. Erugo told Helmet this weakened spot might allow passage, but he warned that, even weakened, the divine energy remained incredibly strong. Anyone tainted by the seed of darkness would be crushed instantly if they tried. Hearing this, Helmet lowered his blade. He declared that he would spare Erugo's life. Not because he wanted to, but because of Darien's words. Darien had once told him to value every life, just as Alaga's kindness had saved his own. Even so, Helmet couldn't stand Erugo. Instead of killing him, he struck Erugo in the stomach, knocking him out before tying him up. When Erugo came to, Helmet woke him by pressing on his pressure points. He ordered Erugo not to move and assured him that he would release him later. Furious, Erugo realized his magic had been sealed and called Helmet an arrogant fool, asking if he truly believed he could leave the forest. Helmet simply smiled and repeated that he would make it out alive. Once Helmet left, Erugo's rage boiled over. He forcefully activated his magic, determined to shatter Helmet's confidence. With a mad cry, he screamed Naho's name. The ground quaked violently, and Naho emerged from below. The beast loomed over him, demanding to know why he had been summoned. Erugo revealed Darien's death and informed Naho that Darien's disciple was now inside his territory. Naho was overjoyed, convinced fate had given him the perfect chance to erase everything he despised. With excitement burning, he broke through the wall and charged after Helmet. Watching him go, Erugo grinned wickedly, thrilled to see Helmet hunted down. The scene shifted once again, showing Helmet sprinting through the forest. He wondered if he should have killed Erugo when he had the chance. As he ran, he noticed something strange. The demonic beasts were fleeing beside him, yet not a single one attacked. That's when he understood. They weren't running from him, they were running for something else. An overwhelming, dreadful presence closed in behind him. Helmet pushed himself to run faster, but after a long stretch, he stopped to check how far he'd gotten. To his horror, he realized he was still within Naho's domain. Helmet thought he had put good distance between himself and the farm, but he soon realized he was still deep inside Naho's territory. When he looked up, the air itself was thick with demonic energy, swallowing the entire landscape. Sensing the danger closing in, Helmet gripped his sword and readied himself. Before he could make a move, Naho appeared right before him. The beast greeted him with a twisted welcome, declaring that he had always known Helmet would eventually return to his domain. He warned that leaving would not be so simple. Helmet answered coldly. He would leave, but only after killing Naho. Naho burst out laughing, surprised at Helmet's newfound confidence. Still, he mocked him, saying he could never win. With that, he lunged forward, slamming his massive head in an attack that tore the ground apart in a violent explosion. Helmet narrowly dodged, but the battlefield was swallowed in dust and smoke. From within, Naho's voice rumbled, praising Helmet's quick reflexes. When the haze cleared, Helmet was trapped. Naho had coiled his massive body around him, staring with a monstrous grin as he urged Helmet to keep resisting. The suffocating demonic energy pressed down on Helmet. For a moment, the weight of it almost crushed him, but he steadied his breath, forcing himself to stay calm. He reminded himself an opportunity would come. Naho, gathering power, unleashed a torrent of energy at him. Helmet dodged once more, and at that moment he saw his chance. He rushed forward, even as one of Naho's heads lunged to devour him. At the last second, he leapt aside, using the monster's head as leverage to climb up its body. Helmet knew brute force wouldn't cut through Naho's hide. The layers of demonic energy were far too strong. But he also knew every creature had a weak point. With Bai's in hand, he slashed at Naho's eye. The beast let out a deafening scream, thrashing in agony. Helmet knew the wound wasn't fatal. At best, it bought him precious time. Continuing the fight with what little strength he had left would mean certain death. He turned and ran, while behind him Naho bellowed in rage. But what Helmet saw next chilled him to the core. Naho ripped off his own damaged head and devoured it. Helmet froze in horror, but there was no time. Regenerating himself through the twisted act, Naho lunged at him again. Helmet raised his sword to block, but the overwhelming force sent him flying back. Bruised but alive, Helmet quickly struck his own body, activating his technique to conceal himself. Naho snarled in frustration. Missing his other head, he struggled to pinpoint Helmet's presence. He roared into the shadows, demanding that Helmet reveal himself. And then the scene shifted. Helmet leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. He had known Naho was strong, but the reality of the battle stunned him. It had taken everything just to slash at the monster's eye. The thought that this was all he could manage weighed heavily on him. Using his sword for support, he forced himself to stand, ready to escape. But before he could move, the air thickened. A surge of demonic energy swept through the forest. Naho was spreading his power, using it to sense every living thing nearby. When his gaze locked on a Helmet's hiding spot, a sinister smile spread across his face. "You can't hide from me in this forest," Naho sneered, lunging with his massive head. Helmet clenched his teeth, refusing to give in. "I won't die here," he told himself, raising his blade for one final strike. But then, something unexpected happened. A roar split through the forest. Ilago appeared, stepping between him and the beast. Naho grinned at the sight of her, mocking, "Welcome to my territory." Helmet stood frozen in shock. Ilaga's presence unleashed an overwhelming flood of demonic energy that shook the ground itself. Even Helmet, struggling to remain standing, was stunned by her strength. Ilaga glanced at him and praised his survival. She told him the fight was hers now, urging him to leave. But Helmet, gritting against the crushing pressure of her aura, refused. He wanted to fight beside her. Her response was firm. He had something far more important to accomplish. She reminded him of the freedom he sought and told him to chase it. Her words struck him deeply, leaving him speechless. "Don't waste my effort," she said, eyes locked on Naho. Helmet's frustration burned, but he finally gave in. With a short, bitter thank you, he turned and ran. Ilaga was left to face Naho alone. Naho's eyes narrowed with rage. The audacity of her interference disgusted him. Ilaga, unflinching, told him she was doing what must be done. Her defiance only made him laugh. He mocked her bond with Helmet, sneering that she was nothing more than a filthy cat. With cruel delight, he vowed to kill her and devour Helmet afterward. But Ilaga wasn't shaken. She taunted him instead, asking how he planned to defeat her with only one head left. Naho roared in anger and launched himself at her. The scene shifted. Helmet, now far from Naho's territory, cut down wave after wave of demonic beasts. His blade was soaked in blood, and though exhausted from days of running, he pressed on. Compared to Naho, these creatures were nothing. Pausing in the forest, he thought to himself, without Ilaga and Darien, he would never have survived this place. By the waterfall, Helmet paused, reminding himself of his promise. He had to survive, not just for his own sake, but for Ilaga and Darien. The air here was different. Unlike Naho's domain, the oppressive demonic energy was faint. But then his seed of darkness stirred violently, reacting to something unseen. Helmet quickly covered it with his fist, realizing the source, a divine barrier. If he hadn't acted, the pain would have been unbearable. As he steadied himself, a single feather drifted down into his palm. He looked up, stunned, as a massive bird descended from the skies, landing before him. The creature tilted its head, surprised to find a human child in its territory. "What business do you have here?" it demanded. Helmet's mind raced. He quickly understood. Arugo had directed him to this place, knowing a powerful beast ruled here. The bird introduced itself as Igril, sovereign of the northern forest. Helmet introduced himself as well, recognizing the name. Ilaga had once warned him. Igril was a curious beast, always seeking answers. Igril's sharp gaze studied him. "You carry Naho's scent, and Ilaga's too. Tell me, are you their child?" Helmet stood firm, replying with certainty. "I am of Ilaga's family." That answer shook Igril. A surge of demonic energy exploded from him as he roared. "Ilaga's kin has no place in my territory." But Helmet didn't back down. He admitted he had entered this land on his own, for his own reasons. Intrigued, Igril demanded to know what those reasons were. Helmet met his eyes and said, "What I came here to do, it will matter to you as well." That made Igril pause. "Explain yourself," he pressed. Helmet revealed his intent. He would be the first being to cross the divine barrier. Igril burst into laughter at the claim. "With the seed of darkness inside you, you're no different than us, a beast wrapped in human skin." But Helmet didn't waver. He asked for a chance, insisting he was the only human who dared step into this place and try. Igril dismissed the idea as foolish. Why should he let a human burn against the barrier? Helmet countered, telling him there would always be humans entering the forest, but he was the only one capable of crossing it. That struck something in Igrel. His laughter faded, replaced with curiosity. Very well, he said at last. Show me. Prove you can do what no human has ever done. Igrel sneered, calling Helmet reckless for attempting something so absurd. But Helmet stood his ground. Then you'll be the first demonic beast to witness a human break through the divine barrier, he declared. That caught Igrel's attention. Amused, he accepted Helmet's challenge. He promised to shield him from other beasts while he made his attempt. But then, with a grave tone, he asked Helmet for his final words, something he could pass on to Alaga should Helmet fail. Without hesitation, Helmet replied, "Tell Alaga that I made it out of the forest." Igrel was stunned. He realized Helmet wanted that message delivered no matter the outcome. After a long pause, he agreed. Helmet finally felt a moment of relief. Wasting no more time, he leapt into the waterfall. Diving deep, he wrapped his body with his fist protection. At the bottom, he discovered a hole in the divine barrier. Without hesitation, he swam toward it, determined to push through. I will survive. I will go beyond the forest of roots, he swore to himself. The divine power was merciless. Designed to purify and protect humans, it violently rejected the seed of darkness within him. The barrier's force tore through his body with terrifying speed, shredding his strength and burning his soul. The agony was unlike anything he had ever endured. His mind began to slip, his vision fading. Panic filled him. Was he losing himself? Was he becoming nothing more than a beast? The scene shifts. A group of mercenaries rested near the forest of roots. One of them, a young boy named Finn, asked their leader Tanya why they were wasting time here. Tanya explained calmly that resting now was their only chance at survival. If they pushed forward while exhausted and stumbled upon a beast, they'd all be slaughtered. Finn shuddered at the thought, but grumbled when Tanya ordered him to fetch water. Complaining that it was too dark, he dragged his feet until Tanya lost her patience and kicked him toward the river. As Finn approached the water's edge, a strange feeling crept over him. Peering into the river, he spotted what looked like seaweed. But when he lifted it, his blood froze. It wasn't seaweed at all, it was hair, attached to the limp body of an unconscious Helmet. Finn dropped it in terror and bolted back to the group. "There's a dead body in the river," he cried. The mercenaries burst into laughter, mocking him. They accused Finn of mistaking a branch for a corpse, calling him a coward yet again. But Tanya's eyes narrowed. She ordered Finn to show her this so-called body. Finn pointed nervously toward the riverbank, but Tanya wasn't having it. She kicked him sharply, ordering him to lead the way instead of standing around. As they walked, her voice turned cold. If he was wrong about this, she would kill him herself. When they finally reached the riverside, Finn gestured toward the water. Tanya's eyes narrowed as she spotted a body floating there. Helmet. At first, she thought he was dead, but on closer inspection, she noticed his chest rising faintly. He was still alive. "Help me pull him out," she commanded. Finn froze in horror, but Tanya didn't wait. She grabbed Helmet and dragged him onto the bank. The scene shifts. Helmet opened his eyes, groggy and disoriented. His body was covered in bandages. He didn't know where he was, or if he had truly escaped the forest of roots. A calm voice reached him. Tanya greeted him and assured him he was safe now, among her group. She asked for his name. Helmet introduced himself, but when she pressed him for more, he shook his head. "I don't remember anything else." Her brows lifted. No visible wounds, yet memory loss. She asked if he had struck his head in the river, but Helmet could only shake his head again. Tanya then introduced herself, a rank 3 silver medal mercenary from the Face Mercenary Corps. Helmet was stunned. Another human. For the first time in so long, he wasn't alone. She asked if he knew where he was. He admitted he didn't. Tanya explained that they were in the cave forest. His blank look confirmed it. His amnesia was severe. "Do you remember anything at all?" she pressed. Helmet hesitated, then replied, "Only my name and how to wield a sword." That was enough for Tanya. She smiled, relieved. If that was the case, a skilled doctor might be able to restore the rest. She told Helmet her group would take care of him until then. From this moment on, she said, he was her responsibility. Helmet was taken aback, but deeply grateful. He thanked her sincerely. The next day, he sat resting on a boulder, savoring the peace. He couldn't believe it. He had actually escaped the forest. But his body was wrecked, weaker than it had ever been. Even his eyes was faint, and he noticed it. The seed of darkness was still inside him. His heart sank. No one can know. Not here. Not among humans. He resolved to keep pretending his memories were gone. That would be his shield. Quietly, he pulled out his necklace, staring at it. "I have to find the owner," he murmured. But he knew he couldn't rush. Not now. Slow and careful. That was the only path forward. The scene shifts. The group couldn't help but comment on Helmet's new appearance. One man remarked that he looked like a noble. Too refined, too elegant for a wanderer. Even Finn was stunned, remembering how Helmet had looked like a corpse when he first dragged him from the river. Curious, Finn asked if Helmet was the son of a wealthy man. Helmet simply shook his head. "I don't know." Tanya stepped in, resting a hand on Helmet's shoulder. She told him he looked much better after cleaning up and asked how he was feeling. Finn frowned, annoyed. He muttered that Tanya was only being nice to Helmet because of his looks. That was a mistake. Tanya's fist landed on his face in an instant. She ordered him to stop complaining and help the others instead. Turning back to Helmet, she explained that they'd reach a village in 4 days. Once there, she would take him to see a doctor. Helmet smiled gratefully and thanked her for everything. Tanya patted his head lightly, telling him not to worry, then rallied her men to prepare for departure. Both Helmet and Finn were left surprised by how she treated him. Helmet traveled with the group, moving at a steady pace. Finn, one of the mercenaries, advised him to slow down, reminding him that their carriage moved quickly. It would be hard to keep up in his condition, but Helmet insisted on walking. He wanted to loosen his body. As they moved, he reached out to pet the group's horse. Do you like horses? Finn asked curiously. I'm not sure, Helmet replied, his touch gentle yet awkward. Finn studied him, realizing he wasn't a noble, but he wasn't ordinary either. Helmet called the horse a docile organism, leaving Finn baffled. No one spoke like that, especially not someone his age. As they continued, Helmet's breathing grew heavy. Concerned, Finn urged him to ride in the carriage before he slowed everyone down. But Helmet stubbornly refused. I'll be fine. I won't fall behind. Finn sighed, shaken by his determination. He began to wonder if Helmet really was from noble blood. Meanwhile, Helmet was puzzled over his own weakness. Back in the Forest of Roots, his recovery usually only took a day. Why was his body still so drained? He decided he had no choice but to keep walking, to rebuild his stamina step by step. The scene shifts. Helmet lay on a bed as a doctor examined him carefully. After his inspection, the doctor turned to Tanya. There's nothing wrong with him, he said firmly. The doctor leaned back after his examination, insisting that Helmet's body was unusually strong. So strong that he recovered faster than most people. Tanya frowned, unconvinced. Did you even check him properly? She pressed. The doctor's face darkened with irritation. If you don't trust me, treat him yourself. Her temper flared. He was unconscious for a long time. Give us a proper diagnosis, you quack. The doctor slammed his fist on the table, shouting back. That boy's body recovers faster than anyone I've ever seen. There's nothing wrong with him. Finn raised a hand, asking carefully about Helmet's memory loss. The doctor's reply was blunt. Helmet's memories would return soon. His head is fine, he added sharply, handing the medicine. Now, get out. And you, stop questioning a professional, you idiot. Tanya's face turned red with rage. She hurled insults back at the old man, calling him a senile fossil and nearly swinging at him before her group dragged her away. The scene shifts. Tanya walked alongside Helmet, her anger finally cooling. She asked if he was feeling any better. Helmet nodded, saying the medicine helped ease his breathing. Her mind went back to something he had told her earlier, that he could wield a sword. If his body was this strong, then his training must have been exceptional. You were probably trained by a master, she said thoughtfully. Helmet blinked in surprise. She had guessed correctly. The sword, it just feels familiar the moment I hold it, he admitted. Tanya grinned. Then how about a duel? Maybe it'll jog your memory. Helmet was caught off guard, but she quickly reassured him. He didn't need to feel pressured. She only suggested it as a way to help. Still, Helmet knew her rank. A silver medal mercenary of the 3rd tier, someone highly respected. This was his chance to test himself, to measure the strength he still had left. Tanya brought him to the group's training hall. The men, they were stunned to see her arrive with Helmet. When they learned he'd be dueling Tanya, they couldn't believe it. Go easy on him, they shouted. Don't ruin that pretty face. Their laughter didn't last. Tanya silenced them with her fists, knocking the mockers to the ground in an instant. She then handed Helmet a wooden sword. With a smile, she explained the rules. The duel would end the moment one of them hit the ground. Give me everything you've got, she said. And don't forget, I'm the vice captain of this group. Don't underestimate me. Helmet gripped the sword, fully aware his body wasn't at its peak. His bise was gone, his strength barely recovering. Beating her head on was impossible. He would need to rely on something else. Helmet steadied his grip, planning to counter her with precision rather than brute force. He took a deep breath and slipped into position, his stance sharp enough to draw murmurs from the squad watching. He lunged forward, spotting an opening at Tanya's left waist. His blade cut toward it, but Tanya easily deflected the strike. Helmet's eyes narrowed. Her strength was on another level. A head-on fight was impossible. Tanya countered, her wooden sword slicing toward him. Helmet leapt aside, narrowly dodging. Before he could recover, she closed the gap and drove her boot into his stomach, sending him stumbling back. Frustration boiled inside him. His body wasn't moving the way he wanted. It felt sluggish, restrained. While his thoughts spun, Tanya was already on him again. You're thinking too much, she said, pressing forward. Her attacks rained down with unrelenting force. Helmet managed to block, his blade catching hers again and again, but the pressure kept building. Each clash pushed him closer to the edge. Then she shoved hard, her sword slamming against his guard. Helmet lost his footing and hit the ground, skidding across the floor. The men watching broke into whispers, surprised at how fierce the duel had become. Helmet climbed back to his feet, retrieving his weapon. But after a moment, he lowered it. I lost. The look in his eyes told the truth. Frustration, disbelief. How could it end so one-sided? Tanya's technique was full of openings, her style less refined than Darienne's. And yet, she overwhelmed him with ease. You fought well, Tanya said, her tone steady. Helmet clenched his jaw, stronger than he expected. Suddenly, Darienne's words echoed in his mind. Never underestimate humans. He had brushed it off before, but now, standing beaten by a rank 3 swordsman, he finally understood. A man approached, placing a hand on his shoulder. Don't be discouraged. Tanya is one of the most skilled fighters in our corps. Others chimed in, praising Helmet's effort, even joking he was better than Finn. Helmet turned to the man who first spoke. Who are you? The man smiled. Fien, captain of the Face Mercenary Corps. Rank 2, gold medal. Helmet froze in shock. Fien continued, congratulating him. You passed our entrance exam. Helmet blinked, stunned. Entrance exam? The captain explained. They didn't want him wandering aimlessly with no memory, so they tested him before accepting him. Entry into the Face Mercenary Corps wasn't easy, and the group had been observing his every move since before he even entered the village. Finally, it all made sense, why only Tanya and Finn had approached him. Helmet exhaled slowly. He didn't resent the test. He knew well enough they could have abandoned him at any point. And now, Fien was openly impressed, especially with the fact that Helmet hadn't. Fien chuckled, noting one more thing. He appreciated that Helmet hadn't tried hitting on his sister Tanya. Then he grew serious, pulling out a folded sheet of paper and handing it over. This is a deed, he explained. It grants you the status of a rank 4 mercenary. We've also prepared a temporary identity card for you. Make sure to register officially at the Mercenary Guild when you get the chance. Helmet stared at the documents, hardly believing it. Soon after, Fien asked his men to properly introduce themselves. One by one, the rank 3s stepped forward, sharing their names. Even Finn reintroduced himself, clarifying that he was a rank 4 bronze mercenary. Helmet felt a strange warmth stir inside him. Allies. Real allies. But Darien's warning echoed in the back of his mind. Never trust humans too much. Helmet wasn't sure which feeling to follow. He asked Fien how long he was expected to stay with the squad. Quietly, he admitted that once his memories returned, he might choose to leave. Fien accepted this. You can walk away whenever you like, he said, but not in the middle of a mission. If you're with us, you finish the job. Helmet nodded. That was fair. More than fair. Better to be with them than to wander alone without direction. Maybe, just maybe, he could find clues about his origins. And above all, he wanted to know what it felt like to truly have companions. The scene shifts. Inside a meeting hall, a stern man argued with Fien. He objected to having another rank 4 mercenary included in their mission. The task isn't suited for someone of that level, he snapped. I already allowed you to bring Finn along. That's enough. Fien remained calm. Helmet is more capable than you think. I wouldn't bring him along without reason. Trust me on this, Miles. The man, Miles, studied him carefully. Fien's reputation with the Face Mercenary Corps was solid, and he had dealt with him long enough to know he didn't lie about matters like this. After a moment, he relented. Fine, bring him. But he'll only earn a third of a normal rank 4's pay. Fien inclined his head. Agreed. Miles added one final detail. Another group, the Taliek Mercenary Squad, would also be joining the mission. Finn acknowledged it without hesitation, telling him not to worry. We depart tomorrow at 7 a.m., Miles concluded before leaving. Once the door shut, Tanya praised her brother's sharp negotiation. Fien turned back to his squad, briefing them on their task. The mission was to escort a large convoy. He reassured Helmet and Finn that they weren't expected to fight unless absolutely necessary. Only if things turned dire. Tanya stepped up, her voice firm. She ordered the rank 3s to prepare thoroughly. They all knew convoy escorts were never as simple as they sounded. Before dismissing the squad, Fien reminded them that no one could predict the strength of potential ambushers. Uter leaned toward Helmet, offering a quiet warning. If anyone from the Taliek squad insulted him, he should just ignore it. Their two groups had a poor history. Maros added that the Taliek squad disliked them because the Face Mercenary Corps carried a stronger reputation. Helmet listened, filing the information away. With that, Finn ended the briefing, ordering everyone to rest. The scene shifts. Late that night, Helmet stood alone in the training hall, his sword in hand. His mind replayed the duel with Tanya, gnawing at him. He had been using his body's weakness as an excuse, but deep down he knew the truth. He had lost because Tanya was faster. Her defenses had openings, yet he couldn't break through. Too weak, he muttered. He couldn't blame a lack of buys, nor the state of his body. The fault was his. If he wanted to stand stronger, he had to start from the basics. With a sharp motion, he unsheathed his sword and began training beneath the moonlight. The scene shifts again. Morning arrived, and the convoy mission began. Fien's voice carried authority as he reminded everyone to stay alert. Their clients had paid dearly for protection, and it was their duty to keep them safe. Among the march, Finn groaned, clutching his stomach. He muttered about overeating before the journey, then turned to Helmet with a smirk. Hey, weakling, holding up okay? Life's about to get harder starting today. Helmet met his gaze with a serious look. He understood now. Finn was mocking him because of the way he had fallen before. I can endure this mission, Helmet replied firmly. Finn blinked, caught off guard by the tone. He gave an awkward laugh, tapping Helmet on the shoulder. Relax. I was just joking. Helmet ignored him, pressing forward with steady steps. Not long after, they rendezvoused with Miles. He presented his cargo and explained the arrangement. The Face Mercenary Corps would guard the rear. While Miles spoke with Finn, the Taliek squad arrived. The tension was immediate. One of their members caught Finn glaring and barked out. What are you looking at, scrawny? Can't even swing a sword properly, can you? Finn bristled, but before he could respond, the man's attention shifted to Helmet. He squinted, then burst out laughing. And what's this? A girl tagging along? You two better keep up with us. Helmet tilted his head slightly. He didn't understand why the man was looking down on them. Was this an attempt to size them up? He remembered, whether human or beast, it was the same. Everyone compared their strength against others. Quietly, he wondered, was this loudmouth truly the leader of the Taliek squad? Helmet quickly dismissed the thought of the loud man being the Taliek squad's leader. His strength didn't match the role. Still, he kept his eyes on him as the mission went on. Days later, the same man stuck out his leg, tripping Finn on purpose. Finn hit the ground hard, his patience finally snapping. You've been at this since the mission started, Finn growled, a crooked smile tugging at his lips. How long are you planning to keep harassing me? The man feigned innocence, claiming it was a mistake. Then, with a mocking grin, he added, if you're upset, hit me. Finn froze. The man's size, and the presence of his comrades, sent a chill down his spine. He lowered his head, biting back his anger. Helmet stepped forward, helping Finn to his feet. The man sneered, turning his taunts toward Helmet. You really do look like a girl. Next time I'll bring you flowers. Helmet ignored him completely, focusing only on steadying Finn and guiding him back to their squad. The man's smirk faltered. His friend whispered that Helmet had been ignoring him since the start. Another warned that constant harassment might not be wise. Too many eyes were on them. The man scoffed. Helmet and Finn are just rank 4s. I'm a rank 3 who only dropped to rank 4 because of my hand. One hand is all I need to deal with them. But his friend wasn't convinced. You were demoted because you got drunk and acted like an idiot. Enraged, the man clamped his hand around his friend's neck, choking him until he begged for mercy. When he finally released him, his eyes gleamed with hatred. He blamed his brother, a rank 2 mercenary, for humiliating him and forcing him down to rank 4. The thought festered like poison, and the more Helmet ignored him, the deeper his anger grew. I'll kill him, the man muttered with a wicked grin. He turned to his companions. Help me with something. Back with the face mercenary corps, Finn complained bitterly about the harassment he'd endured for 3 straight days. What puzzled him most was Caleb, the supposed leader of the Taliek squad. Why was someone of his stature wasting time with rank 4s? Finn was sure Caleb had been a rank 3 mercenary. Something didn't add up. With a huff, he picked up his bucket. I'm gonna fetch water, he told Helmet. His voice hardened. And if Caleb or his men try anything, I won't hold back. The group had heard him again. With those words, he walked away. The scene shifts. Finn arrives at the stream. Frustration weighed on him. Fetching water shouldn't be this exhausting. Yet here he was. Determined, he decided to collect enough for the entire squad. As he crouched by the stream, someone's presence loomed behind him. Turning around, Finn froze. It was Caleb and his gang. His heart sank at the sight of them. Caleb stepped forward with a mocking smile, saying he just wanted to have a nice talk. Moments later, Caleb had Finn pinned beneath his boot. He leaned closer and asked if Finn had ever bathed with Helmet. The question stunned Finn. Outraged, he spat back, calling Caleb a bastard, insisting that Helmet was a man. Caleb silenced him, sneering that he would find out for himself. At Caleb's signal, one of his men dragged Helmet forward. To Caleb's surprise, Helmet hadn't resisted. He came willingly, though he already sensed something was off. Watching Caleb torment Finn didn't surprise him. To Helmet, it only confirmed what he already knew. Even humans fought for dominance, no different from the demonic beasts of the forest. Maybe these were the very kinds of people Darien had warned him never to trust. Caleb's expression twisted with malice. He ordered his men to strip Helmet. Helmet steadied himself. He couldn't use his buys yet, but that didn't shake his resolve. He knew these men were only ranked 4 mercenaries, far weaker than Tanya. His plan was clear: take out the weakest first. The gang surrounded him, launching their attack all at once. But before a single blow could land, one of the mercenaries collapsed to the ground, knocked out cold. Shock rippled through the group. The one who had struck him wasn't Helmet. It was Tanya. Both Caleb and Helmet stared in disbelief. Tanya's voice cut through the tension as she demanded to know why Caleb's group was harassing her squad. Feigning innocence, Caleb claimed he was just having a conversation with the boys. Tanya's eyes narrowed. She had clearly heard him order his men to strip Helmet. Caleb brushed it off with a smirk, saying it was something men did to build their bonds, something a woman like her wouldn't understand. Tanya's tone sharpened. She told him to think before he spoke, then ordered Helmet to help Finn back up. Without hesitation, she dismissed Caleb and his gang as nothing but rank 4s. Offended, Caleb quickly corrected her. He wasn't ranked 4th. He was originally a rank 3. Tanya cut him off coldly. She didn't care about his past. Right now, he is ranked 4th. Caleb's jaw tightened at the insult. She stepped forward, her voice firm as steel. She warned Caleb and his gang never to lay a hand on her mercenaries again. Then, with a chilling glare, she promised that if there was a next time, things wouldn't end so peacefully. Caleb's confidence faltered. With no choice, he ordered his men to leave with him. As the tension faded, Finn approached Tanya, tears spilling from his eyes. Tanya stopped him immediately, telling him to hold it in. These kinds of fights, she explained, would happen often. Inside, though, she felt disappointed. Her mercenaries were still naive. Among rank 4s, it was an unspoken rule not to interfere. The only reason she stepped in was to keep them from breaking down too early. The scene shifts. Night falls. Helmet is alone, training in the dark. His strikes cut through trees one after another until the area lay in ruins. At last, he stopped, realizing his body had finally recovered. He wasn't surprised. Ever since the mission started, he had been focused solely on healing. Still, his buys had not returned. He remembered Darien's words. Buys is like water, and your body is the dish that holds it. Without a strong dish, the water is wasted. There was no point in forcing his buys now. He had to strengthen his body first. The next morning, Fien gathered the squad. His tone was serious. He warned them that once they entered the next region, demonic beasts would appear in greater numbers. No one was allowed to wander off alone. He ordered Helmet and Finn to stick close to a rank 3, even for something as simple as fetching water. Finn's eyes widened in shock. Helmet, on the other hand, realized his days of training alone were over. Deep down, he could only hope his buys would return before the seed of darkness inside him spun out of control. Later, Finn leaned closer to Helmet, whispering nervously. He asked if Helmet had ever seen a demonic beast. Byrne and Sean had already filled Finn's head with terrifying stories, and the thought of facing them left him trembling. Trying to sound brave, Finn said he was only sharing this because knowledge was power, but Helmet could see the fear written all over him. Calmly, Helmet explained that demonic beasts came in countless shapes, no two looking the same. That small detail eased Finn's nerves. Curious, he asked how Helmet could remember something like that with his amnesia. Helmet admitted he wasn't recalling anything. He was simply making an assumption. The scene shifts again. Two men are talking. One of them grumbles about his faulty water bottle, irritated at how useless it's become. His companion just laughs, telling him to throw it away and get a new one, teasing him for always wasting money on pointless things. The man snaps back, saying if he had money, he wouldn't even be taking on long-distance missions like this. His friend waves it off, reassuring him that nothing bad is going to happen. The mercenary laughed as he reminded his friend that they were being paid a fortune just to escort cargo. All they had to do was finish the mission, then they could celebrate with drinks. He promised that once they returned, he'd treat him to the best dark beer in town. But before he could finish his words, his head was severed clean off. His friend froze in terror, unable to process what had just happened. When he looked up, his nightmare became real. A demonic beast stood before him, chewing on his friend's head. The camp erupted in shock. A demonic beast had appeared right in their midst, and no one knew how it had gotten so close. Still chewing, the beast glared down at them as though mocking their fear. The surviving man's fear turned into rage, and he charged recklessly at the monster. Another mercenary tried to pull him back, but it was already too late. The beast struck, killing him instantly. The creature let out a chilling laugh at the horror painted on the mercenaries' faces. None of them could comprehend how such a beast had slipped past their defenses. Finn clenched his fists. This was their fault. They had grown complacent, too sure of their numbers. He had never imagined a beast would dare to attack when so many mercenaries were gathered together. The monster grabbed a corpse and hurled it high into the air. Before it even hit the ground, smaller beasts leapt up and devoured it mid-flight. That's when the truth set in. The enemy wasn't alone. The mercenaries quickly shifted into formation, preparing for battle. Helmet watched the gruesome sight from the carriage. His thoughts churned. Was this the fate waiting for all humans? Then Tanya's sharp voice cut through the chaos. She ordered Finn and Helmet to crawl onto the carriage. Finn's panic spiked at the command. Without hesitation, he shoved Helmet towards safety. Helmet bristled in frustration. His eyes was still gone. He knew there were far more beasts lurking, hidden from sight. If anyone slipped up, they'd all be slaughtered. Still, Finn shoved him again, forcing him under the carriage. From beneath the cover, Helmet locked eyes on the leader of the beasts. It wasn't as powerful as Naho or Alaga, but its strength was undeniable. Among the mercenaries, only the rank 2s had the ability to stand against it. Helpless, Helmet clenched his fists, wishing he could do more. The mercenaries braced themselves. The moment the beast released its demonic energy, the battle erupted. Finn leapt high, his eyes surging as he unleashed an attack. The beast cloaked its arm in demonic energy and blocked the strike with ease. Sean's eyes widened, off-filling him as he witnessed his captain's power. But Maros snapped him back to reality, warning him not to get distracted. The smaller beasts were closing in fast. Sean smirked, reminding Maros that he was a rank 3 mercenary. With that, he swung his sword, cutting through the beasts that swarmed around him. Fien warned Helmet to always be wary of those who carried the seed of darkness. No one could predict when such people would suddenly turn into demonic beasts. The word struck Helmet deeply. Was that how others saw him? As a monster waiting to emerge? Darien's voice echoed in his memory. He had once told Helmet that those with the seed of darkness were destined to die fighting humans. The thought left Helmet unsettled. Would it also be his fate? Would he one day lose himself and stand as an enemy to mankind? He now understood why Darien had trained him so strictly in the use of buys. It was a way to suppress the darkness within. Helmet resolved to hide his abilities whenever he was surrounded by people. If anyone connected his power to the seed of darkness, his life would be in danger. Meanwhile, Fien found joy in watching Helmet and Finn's determination. Their effort reminded him of his own days as a rank 4. Tanya, however, gave a quieter observation. Finn had been improving since the last incident, though he still had a long road ahead. Later, Finn recoiled at the sight of a demonic beast's corpse. As he raised his weapon to cut into it, Helmet's instinct screamed something was wrong. He quickly told Finn to stop. Finn misunderstood, smirking as if Helmet was just frightened. He reminded Helmet that he was in charge of cooking, insisting all meat was the same to him. The moment he said it, the beast sprang back to life and clamped its clawed hand around Finn's neck. Helmet didn't hesitate. In a flash, his sword sliced through the beast, splitting it clean in two. Finn collapsed, horrified at how close he'd come to death. After a shaky breath, he pulled himself together and thanked Helmet for saving him. He asked if Helmet was all right. Helmet nodded, though his focus lingered on his blade. Something was different. The sensation he felt when killing the beast wasn't like training. It was as though a barrier inside him had shattered. Could it be had his buys returned? The other mercenaries rushed over, congratulating him. Sean clapped him on the back, praising him for the kill, and joking that he was nothing like Finn. Annoyed, Finn shot back, saying he'd repay Helmet by giving him extra soup. Sean burst out laughing, shocked that Finn thought his life was only worth a bowl of soup. Byrne piled on, mocking Finn even further as the group teased each other. But Tanya didn't join their laughter. Her eyes stayed fixed on Helmet. When the beast had grabbed Finn, she had been ready to intervene, until she noticed something. Helmet's sword had released a faint glimmer of buys, and she couldn't shake the feeling that her eyes hadn't deceived her. Tanya wondered if her eyes had deceived her. She couldn't explain what she saw, and the thought gnawed at her. Later that day, Helmet sat alone in the forest, circulating his buys. After some time, his eyes opened, certainty filled him. His power had returned. The moment he instinctively swung his sword against the beast, something inside him had unlocked. Relief washed over him. Finn's blunder had, in a strange way, helped him reclaim his buys. Still, he understood it wasn't fully restored yet. He would need 3 days of circulation before it reached its peak again. Determined, He continued channeling the flow of energy through his body. But before he could push further, Fien appeared, calling him back. The squad needed to decide their night watch order. The scene shifts. Fien addressed his team. They would stand guard in pairs, split into 3 shifts. Helmet would watch first with Tanya. Finn and Maros would cover the second, while Sean and Byrne took the last. Since Uter was still injured, he was excused from duty. Byrne groaned in disappointment, wishing he were injured as well. With a grin, Uter offered to give him a scratch across the face, which drew laughter from the group. Once the orders were set, everyone moved into position. During Helmet's shift, his heightened senses picked up faint traces, the energy of the demonic beast that had escaped earlier. His fists pulsed as if sharpening his awareness, letting him feel everything around them. Tanya broke the silence, asking if he wasn't tired. Helmet simply told her he was fine. She seemed surprised, reminding him that tomorrow's journey would be long. She then ordered him to wake the next team and get some rest. Helmet agreed, though he already knew the truth. Demonic beasts were only waiting for the moment the squad lowered their guard. Until then, he would use every chance to refine his buys. On his way to wake the next group, Helmet crossed paths with Caleb. A sly grin spread across Caleb's face. Seeing Helmet alone, he believed this was finally his chance. Helmet slipped quietly into the forest, unsheathing his sword to test his buys. Each swing told him more. His recovery was accelerating. By tomorrow, his strength will be fully restored. But then he felt something. A presence. At first, he thought it was another beast. Yet there was no trace of demonic energy. No, this was human. From the shadows, Caleb emerged with a mocking grin. He greeted Helmet, calling him a brat, and asked what he was doing wandering alone. With feigned concern, he told Helmet he should always move with others. Caleb smirked, saying the forest was dangerous and Helmet shouldn't be out here alone. When his eyes landed on Helmet's sword, he assumed Helmet was simply playing with it. With false cheer, he offered to join in. Helmet dismissed him immediately, saying he wasn't interested. The rejection lit a spark of anger in Caleb. To him, Helmet didn't understand his place. Tanya wouldn't be here to save him this time. With a sneer, he accused Helmet of having a bad habit of looking down on others, asking if no one in his squad had tried to fix that attitude. Caleb decided this was the perfect chance to teach him a lesson. He promised to break Helmet's arms and legs, claiming the pain would make him better, even if it killed him. Helmet calmly asked if Caleb had truly come into the forest just to beat him up. The question caught Caleb off guard. He had expected fear, but instead he saw none. Helmet's mind turned. His squad mates always looked out for each other. So why was Caleb different? To Helmet, Caleb resembled a demonic beast more than a man. With a firm tone, he called Caleb what he was, a rank 4 mercenary, and told him to live like a human, not a beast. That insult burned. Caleb snapped, thinking Helmet was mocking him. Tearing off his cast, he snarled that humans grew stronger by trampling the weak. Now that his hand was healed, he would prove it. He lunged at Helmet, vowing to rip out his eyes and crush them. But his strike never landed. Helmet caught his arm with ease, forcing him down to his knees. Caleb's eyes widened. He couldn't believe Helmet had stopped him so effortlessly. Helmet's grip tightened, pushing him lower. Terror crept across Caleb's face as he stammered, demanding to know what kind of trick this was. Helmet's gaze darkened. He told Caleb he was even dumber than a demonic beast, warning him to pick a better opponent if he wanted to fight for hierarchy. With a cold, condescending tone, he told Caleb to know his place. His grip crushed down harder, making Caleb scream in pain. Caleb refused to accept defeat. Forcing himself free, he roared that he would never beg for mercy. Unsheathing his sword, he charged again. Helmet didn't even bother to draw his blade. He blocked every strike with the sheath alone, frustrating Caleb further. Fury twisted Caleb's face. To him, Helmet's composure was arrogance. Helmet's patience finally broke. He drew his sword in a single motion. A surge of buys exploded from the blade, its energy making Caleb freeze in horror. Before he could react, Helmet's sword slashed across his thighs. Caleb collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Helmet hadn't planned to use his vis. He had only drawn it in the jolt of excitement from regaining it. He knew he couldn't let Caleb escape. If Caleb ran, the truth about Helmet's power might spread. A dark thought crossed Helmet's mind. Should he kill Caleb? A voice answered before Helmet chose. The seed of darkness spoke inside his head, urging him to kill. The seed spread slowly, pressing at his thoughts. Helmet felt the intrusion and reacted. He wrapped his body in the dark energy for a moment, then placed his hand over his chest and drew that energy away, stripping the clouded influence from his mind. He repeated the motion until the voice receded and the seed's pull loosened. When Helmet opened his eyes, Caleb had fled. The scene cuts to Caleb crawling through the underbrush, still screaming. He had not expected Helmet to wield this. He had not expected such strength from someone of rank 4. Crawling toward camp was his only hope. But before he reached it, a demonic beast in the forest intercepted him and tore him apart. Helmet heard the final screams, followed the sound, and found a demonic beast holding Caleb's corpse. Helmet identified it as the same beast that had slipped away that morning. The beast regarded him and continued feeding. Helmet approached and told the creature, plainly, that Caleb belonged to him. The beast hesitated, then dropped the body. Helmet drew his sword and coated the blade in buys. The beast backed away and began to scream. Helmet noticed the beast's reaction matched its assessment of his strength. It was not an ordinary creature. He ordered it to take Caleb's body and run, threatening death if it disobeyed. Lights, other mercenaries, moved closer through the trees. Cornered, the beast obeyed and fled with the corpse. Helmet sheathed his sword. He had the power back, but the seed had shown itself again. He put the thought of killing the beast aside for now and moved to consider what to do next. Helmet struggled to think of how to explain what had happened. When word spread, Max, the vice captain of the Taliek mercenaries, was stunned to hear that Caleb was dead. Helmet explained calmly. Caleb had followed him into the forest to bully him, but a demonic beast killed him. The captain of the Taliek mercenaries lowered his head, grief etched across his face. His younger brother was gone. Max, still shaken, muttered that he couldn't believe Caleb had died over something so foolish. He turned to Helmet and offered an apology for the trouble Caleb had caused. But Tanya's eyes narrowed. To her, a mere verbal apology wasn't enough. She demanded to know why no one in the Taliek squad had stopped Caleb, even though they all knew about his behavior. The captain bristled with anger. He snapped at Tanya, warning her to watch her mouth when speaking about his brother. Unmoved, Tanya fired back. If their squad had kept Caleb in check, he wouldn't have met such an end. The captain stepped forward, furious, telling Tanya not to insult his man. Before the clash escalated, Miles stepped between the two groups. His tone was sharp. This was no time for blame. They needed solutions, not arguments. He declared that the Taliek squad would take responsibility for the incident. He warned Tanya and her team to watch their words. Then he made a decision. Caleb's commission would be given to Helmet. Both sides accepted, though the air was thick with tension. Miles looked at them all with disappointment. He hadn't realized how fractured the mercenaries truly were. Still, he promised to devise a plan to deal with the beast safely. His warning was clear. 3 lives had already been lost. Everyone needed to stay alert. The mercenaries returned to their posts. The scene shifts. Tanya smacked Helmet on the head. He winced, complaining that her punch hurt. She exploded at him. Why hadn't he called her to watch his back? Why had he gone into the forest alone? Her voice cracked as she admitted how terrified she had been when she learned he was missing. But her anger faded as quickly as it came. She realized she, too, had been careless. She should have kept a closer eye on him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she told him never to wander the forest alone again. Helmet blinked, caught off guard. He apologized quietly. Deep down, he felt something stir. Only one other person had ever cared for him this way, Darien. He had forgotten what warmth felt like, what kinship meant. Tanya rested her hand gently on his head, repeating her plea for him to be more careful. For the first time in a long while, Helmet felt human again. The mercenaries advanced cautiously. Fien reminded his squad of what happened to Caleb just the day before. Ambushed and killed by a demonic beast. He warned everyone to stay sharp and conserve their strength. It wasn't long before Helmet and his teammates came under attack again. The beasts pressed hardest against the face mercenaries, while the Taliek squad was left untouched. Fien couldn't understand it. Why were the creatures targeting only them? If this continued, his squad would collapse from exhaustion. Fighting nonstop for 2 days was draining them dry. Helmet, however, was less concerned with the swarm and more focused on the bigger picture. His eyes locked on the distant figure of the demonic beast leader. It wasn't joining the fight. Instead, it sent its underlings forward in steady waves. Helmet realized the truth. The leader was slowly wearing them down. When the battle ended, the face squad patched their wounds. Sean muttered to Uter that if things kept up, everyone would end up injured. Uter snapped back, telling him not to joke. But Sean grinned, teasing him for being too slow. How could he keep letting the beast bite him? Uter bristled, insisting he didn't get bitten on purpose. Their bickering drew a faint smile, but Finn's gaze darkened as he studied the battered state of his team. Tanya reported the injuries. Uter, Maros, and Sean had all been hurt. She admitted she hadn't expected the beast to attack without pause. Fien told her they should be grateful no one had died. He pointed out that Helmet and Finn were proving more useful than he'd thought. Helmet's sword skills gave Finn cover, and Finn's survival instinct made him skilled at dodging. Tanya hesitated. She wanted to tell her brother what she had seen. Helmet's sword flashing with Vis, but before she could speak, Fien cut her off. He couldn't understand why the beasts were fixated solely on their squad. The Taliek mercenaries hadn't fought a single battle that day. Tanya muttered that the Taliek squad wouldn't lift a finger to help. Not after the argument a few days earlier. All they could do was stay vigilant. Fien nodded, promising that they'd all make it out of the forest alive. That night, the scene shifts. Miles sat across from Paul, the captain of the Taliek squad. He suspected Paul already knew the truth. The demonic beast leader was strategizing, plotting a way to wipe out the convoy. Miles warned that the face mercenaries couldn't hold on much longer. It wouldn't take much before the beasts overwhelmed them. He pressed Paul to step in and provide support. Miles argued that Paul's squad should help the face mercenaries, since the Taliek squad had more people. But Paul's expression darkened. He disagreed completely. With a cold sneer, Paul told Miles that the face mercenaries would soon be crushed under the beasts anyway. Better to aim for efficiency than waste energy on safety. Miles frowned, not understanding his meaning. Paul explained without hesitation. The Taliek squad and the merchants should leave the forest quickly while the face squad stayed behind to draw the beasts away. He reminded Miles that most of the important cargo was under Taliek squad's protection. The words made Miles bristle. He asked Paul if he had no morals. Paul only smiled. Morals and trust were fine ideals, he said, but survival mattered more. The demonic beast leader was wearing them down, waiting for the moment to slaughter everyone. Could Miles afford to cover the losses of the goods and the lives at stake? If not, then he needed to think smart. Paul pressed him further. If Miles had a better plan, he would follow. Otherwise, this was the only alternative. The choice, he said, was Miles's to make. Cold sweat ran down Miles's back. He couldn't answer. The next day, the face squad pushed forward cautiously. Tanya's eyes narrowed. The beasts weren't giving them a break. Ambushes came one after another, and her teammates, along with the horses, were being pushed to their limits. What made her angrier was the Tailiek squad. They hadn't lifted a finger to help. They only sat back, watching every move the face mercenaries made. Fien shared her concern. If the battles continued, their squad would collapse. Then Tanya spotted something strange. The Tailiek squad suddenly sped up their carriage. A heartbeat later, they broke into a full sprint. Tanya shouted after them, but her calls went unanswered. Fien's eyes went wide with realization. The Tailiek squad was using them as bait. The demonic beasts were locked on the face mercenaries, giving Paul's men a clear path to escape. Before the face squad could react, the beasts closed in, surrounding them. Fien's face hardened with anger at the betrayal. Helmet's thoughts turned grim. Surrounded, exhausted, and abandoned, the squad was facing its end. They could never catch up to the Tailiek squad now. He couldn't believe they had been sacrificed so shamelessly. His mind turned to one possibility. Should he reveal his true power to try and save them? The moment the demonic beasts closed in, Fien barked at his squad to hold formation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the monsters lunged. The mercenaries, already drained from battle, struggled just to hold their ground. Fien unleashed his buys to join the fight, while blades clashed and claws tore. Amid the chaos, Helmet's thoughts drifted. If he revealed his true strength, would they start questioning who he really was? Maros, on the other hand, was almost thrilled. To him, dying here would mean the end of a mercenary's journey, an honorable finish. But Sean snapped at him. Die here, and it's worthless, he said, raising his sword high. If I die, it'll be a noble death. Maros froze. Never once had he heard a mercenary speak like that. Tanya, glancing around, couldn't believe her comrades were throwing words back and forth in a moment like this. Helmet stood in silence, torn by questions. Was he really the same as these humans? Or something else entirely? But he shoved those doubts aside. None of it mattered anymore. Pressing a hand to his chest, he knew only one thing. He wouldn't let anyone from the squad die today. For the first time, he chose to trust. He coated his sword with buys, his voice cutting through the battlefield. What you're about to see, this stays a secret. The squad froze. Tanya's eyes widened. Even Fien stared in disbelief. Helmet had the ability to wield a vis. Before they could even process it, Helmet launched himself into the fray. Spinning midair, his blade carved through beast after beast, tearing them apart with lethal precision. Maros and Sean could only watch, stunned. He landed lightly, crushing one monster beneath his boots, and without hesitation, finished it off. The remaining beasts recoiled in terror. Some tried to flee, but Helmet gave them no chance. His strikes were merciless, cutting them down one after another. The last beast trembled, paralyzed by fear, until Helmet's blade cleaved its head clean off. Silence fell. Helmet slid his sword back into its sheath. The mercenaries stood rooted in shock. He had single-handedly destroyed them all. But Helmet wasn't celebrating. His gaze swept the field. The leader of the beasts was gone. It had abandoned its own kind to save itself. Finn, still reeling, demanded, "Helmet, how were you able to do that?" Helmet's reply was calm. "My body has recovered." Tanya's thoughts echoed louder than her words. She had been right about him all along. Finn could hardly believe it. They had been fighting alongside someone this powerful all along. Fien, on the other hand, was stunned. Even as a rank 2, he had never seen such overwhelming buys. The thought that Helmet could wield it so naturally, and at such a young age, was almost unreal. "Where'd you learn swordsmanship like that?" Fien asked. Helmet hesitated. He trusted these mercenaries, but some truths were better left unspoken. He couldn't reveal anything about the Forest of Roots. "I lived with my mentor in a forest," he finally said. "It's the only life I remember." Fien's shoulders sank. He assumed Helmet's memories still hadn't fully returned. Helmet shifted the topic. "The demonic beasts are gone. What's our next move?" Fien's eyes hardened. "We leave this forest. Then, we deal with the traitors." The squad immediately voiced their anger. The betrayal still burned in their hearts. "We'll kill the Tailiek squad," one of them spat. "And Miles too." Turning to Helmet, Fien asked, "What about you? What do you want?" Helmet's tone was steady. "I'll decide after we're out of here. But I still expect payment for the mission." Finn blinked in disbelief. "Payment? You're seriously worried about money right now?" He barely finished the sentence before Tanya's fist slammed into him. Fien cut in before tempers could flare again. "Fine, we'll keep to that. For now, we traced the Tailiek squad's tracks." By the next day, the Face squad was back on the move. Their rest had restored their strength, and spirits were high. Tanya crouched, pressing her palm to the ground, searching for signs of movement. At first, she thought they'd already be closing in on the Tailiek squad, but strangely, there were no vibrations, no sound at all. Could they have already reached the edge of the forest? She wondered. Fien considered it carefully. The Tailiek squad and the merchants will rest at the first village beyond the forest. That's where we'll find them. Sean's face lit up at the thought. Revenge finally felt within reach. Byrne grinned as well, imagining the shock on the traitors' faces when they realized the Face squad was still alive. But Finn, quieter than the rest, raised a question that no one wanted to think about. What about the mission? What's left of it? Sean paused, realizing the truth. "We don't have cargo anymore." Byrne scowled, remembering. The Tailiek squad took everything. All that's left is the food carriage. As the group debated, Helmet suddenly lifted his head. He had picked up a sound the others hadn't noticed. Tanya's eyes flicked to him. "Helmet, do you sense something?" Sean frowned, confused. "Sense? What's she talking about?" Sean looked around, confused. "Talking about what?" "I don't sense anything." Helmet's reply was calm, but firm. "There's demonic energy ahead. The Tailiek squad, they're in the middle of a fight." Sean's face lit up instantly. "Really? How far?" "An hour's march at our pace," Helmet answered. Fien's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was hearing. To sense something at that distance. Just how strong was Helmet? What level of power do you really have? He asked. Helmet brushed it off. What matters is speed. If we delay, the Taliek squad won't last long. Sean scoffed. Why should we rush to save traitors? Before the mood soured, Morrow stepped in. Because we still need to get paid. Fien seized that logic. Exactly. Our mission comes first. We finish the work, then deal with Taliek's betrayal. Tanya smirked, throwing in a jab to lift their spirits. That's why we're better than those selfish Taliek bastards. The squad's energy steadied, their morale restored. With a commanding tone, Finn ordered move out. The scene shifted. The Taliek squad was already deep in battle. Hold your ground, Paul shouted, cutting down a beast as it lunged at him. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. Why had the beast chased them even a full day after splitting from the face mercenaries? Then the leader appeared. Its massive form loomed over him, crushing the air with sheer presence. Paul's stomach dropped. Why were they so relentless? Why hadn't the beast been satisfied with the face squad? The leader's massive fist came crashing down. Paul barely managed to dodge, the ground shattering where he'd stood. One thing became clear. If he stayed, he'd die. He slipped closer to Max, whispering urgently. If this keeps up, we're finished. We can handle the minions, but that giant ape, no chance. We have to run. Paul's voice lowered. Think about it. The face squad's probably dead already. If we escape, there won't be any witnesses. No one to blame us. Max's lips curved into a smile. The logic was cruel, but perfect. Their reputation would remain untarnished, if no one survived to tell the truth. Without hesitation, he barked orders. Fall back. Run. The squad froze, confused. His words made no sense. But before they could question him, Max and Paul had already bolted. From inside a carriage, Miles stared through the window, his face pale. Shock hit him like a wave as he watched them abandon their own men. And just as the beast slammed into the carriage, Miles realized the bitter truth. Miles finally understood. He had made a terrible mistake by trusting the Taliek squad. As the demonic beast leader smashed apart his carriage, regret swallowed him whole. He should never have abandoned the face mercenaries. The giant ape-like monster reached into the wreckage, plucking up a merchant with a twisted smile. Miles froze, terror spreading through him. That smile meant death. He knew his end was close. But before the beast could devour its prey, a voice cut across the chaos. Put him down. The creature looked up and saw Helmet rushing forward, his blade blazing with bise. Helmet swung. The giant raised its massive hand to block, the clash sending a shockwave through the field. With one forceful strike, Helmet drove the beast back, shielding the carriage. His eyes locked on the monster. I said drop him. For the first time, the leader hesitated. The look on Helmet's face made it falter. With a grunt, it hurled the merchant toward him, eager to rid itself of that piercing gaze. Earlier, before Helmet left, Fien had stopped him. Check the situation first. Something about the Taliek squad feels wrong. They might hold out if they stick together, but betrayal runs deep with them. Don't forget, the merchants could be victims too. Helmet had agreed. And now, seeing the devastation before him, he realized Fien had been right. If he had come any later, the merchants would already be dead. Helmet launched himself in the carriage, sword flashing once more. His bise surged, restored, sharpened, and unyielding. The giant monkey roared, meeting him head-on. Its demonic energy clashed against his strikes, summoning waves of power. Then, with an enraged howl, it called its minions. Helmet barely flinched. He cut them down in a blur, tearing through the swarm until the ground was painted with their remains. The leader howled again, furious at the slaughter. This was no ordinary beast. Since leaving the Forest of Roots, Helmet had never faced one this strong. But he felt no fear. He was certain he could win. His bise intensified. He rushed in, blade aiming straight for the beast's face. The giant caught the strike with both hands, muscles straining as Helmet pressed forward with unrelenting force. For the first time, the monster panicked. The edge of death crept over it. Desperate, it released a surge of demonic energy, blasting Helmet back. Helmet steadied himself, astonished. The beast's aura was rising, stronger by the second. Then he saw it. The corpses of the fallen minions glowing faintly. The monster was feeding, absorbing their energy. Still, Helmet's focus never wavered. The true danger wasn't the beast's growth. It was the fact that the Face Squad would arrive soon. And if they stepped into this battle, they'd be in grave danger. Helmet made up his mind. It was time to end this fight for good. The giant monkey's body pulsed with power, glowing brighter as it absorbed every shred of demonic energy around it. Then it lunged, a blur of violence. Helmet vaulted high into the air, dodging the strike. Mid-flight, he countered with a heavy swing, but the beast swatted it aside with ease. Its arrogant stare burned into him, as if mocking his effort. Landing back on the ground, Helmet clenched his grip. His usual strength wasn't enough. He poured even more bise into his blade and charged again. This time, the beast's eyes widened. It braced, locking blades with him, straining against his force. Helmet's surprise grew. Not only had it blocked him, it was moving faster now. The transformation had sharpened its speed and hardened its claws. One misstep, and they could cut him apart. He understood what had to be done. To end this, he would need a single decisive strike. Steel clashed against claw as the two traded blow after blow, shockwaves tearing through the battlefield. In one exchange, Helmet managed to push the beast back, only to glance down and see his clothes ripped open. A flicker of annoyance crossed him. This was my only set. Guess I'll need new clothes in the next village. The monster roared in fury at his indifference. Its body began to shine with a blinding glow, energy swelling violently. Its eyes gleamed, and from its chest, a sickly green eye opened. The beast swelled larger, more grotesque than before. But Helmet didn't flinch. The beast launched itself high, descending like a mountain of rage. Helmet's gaze sharpened. He recognized the pattern. That leap, that form, it was familiar. A faint smile touched his lips. So it's copying Naho's technique. His stance shifted, his eyes exploding outward in a wave of pressure. You're still far weaker than Naho. With that, he surged upward, blade flashing. His strike cleaved through the beast, tearing its massive body apart midair. The fight was over. The Face squad arrived just as the dust settled. Finn rushed forward. Helmet, are you all right? Fien's eyes widened at the sight of the corpse. You defeated it? Alone? Helmet nodded simply. Yes. By the time I got here, the mercenaries were already dead. Fien's expression darkened as his gaze swept over the battlefield. The broken formation of the Taliek squad told the story clearly. Their betrayal, their lack of unity, it had cost them their lives. He realized then, Fien studied the battlefield closely. The truth was clear. The Taliek mercenaries hadn't stood a chance without a captain to lead them. Their collapse was inevitable. But what truly weighed on him was betrayal. Paul and Max had abandoned their own comrades. Even for mercenaries, such treachery cut deep. Tanya shook her head in disbelief. They didn't have even a shred of loyalty. While the squad searched the wreckage, Maros called out. He had found someone. Beneath a pile of rubble, Miles lay unconscious. Fien rushed over, stunned. Nearly everyone was dead, yet somehow their client had survived. Without hesitation, he ordered, search the area. See if anyone else is alive. Quickly, we need to leave this cursed territory. Once they were clear, the mercenaries laid Miles down and revived him. Slowly, his eyes opened. For a moment, Miles thought he had crossed into the afterlife. And the first face he saw was Fien's. Tears welled instantly. Fien, forgive me, he sobbed. I never wanted to leave you. Paul forced me. I'm so sorry. Relief softened his face. To him, this apology was his last act before death. But Fien shook his head firmly. Stop panicking. We're not dead. Miles froze. His eyes darted around. The Face squad surrounded him. His confusion deepened. He could have sworn the giant monkey had killed him. He asked, voice trembling, where is it? The beast. It's gone, Fien said flatly. You can forget about death for now. Helmet stood nearby, quietly noting that Fien hadn't mentioned who had slain the monster. He respected that choice. The secret remained safe. Miles, overwhelmed, began thanking God for sparing his life. But Fien cut into his prayers. Enough. We need to talk about compensation. The word alone snapped Miles back to reality. He was alive after all. Finn handed him a paper. Miles scanned it, and his jaw dropped. 80%. Yes, Fien replied evenly. 80. You betrayed us, left us to die, and we saved you. Be grateful it isn't more. I'm being fair because you suffered losses too. Miles tried to argue, pleading, please 70. I still need to compensate the families of the dead. But Fien's expression didn't soften. That's not my concern. Settle it yourself. Take the offer or walk away. If you refuse, we'll keep the goods you plan to deliver. Miles' stomach sank. The weight of Finn's words hit him like a hammer. Miles quickly realized there was no winning against Fien. He swallowed his pride and accepted the offer. With the deal settled, Fien shifted the conversation. Now tell me, what exactly are we transporting? Miles' expression hardened. His voice dropped low. If word spreads about these goods, the Butin Merchant Association will be destroyed. Fien didn't flinch. Then we'll make sure nothing leaks. That's our job. But Miles shook his head. Fear etched into his face. You don't understand. If they discover what you're carrying, none of you will be safe. He hesitated. Do you still want to know? Fien's tone sharpened, irritation breaking through. This is something you should have explained before hiring us. Cornered, Miles nodded grimly. Fine. We're transporting these goods to a mage. Grand Mage Anti-All. Morrow staggered back in shock. What? Those belong to him. Fien's eyes widened. Even he struggled to believe it. A man of Anti-All stature, relying on a merchant guild and a mercenary squad to deliver goods through beast territory? It made no sense. Why wouldn't Anti-All hire a swordsman family? Finn pressed. Miles' answer was heavy. Because these goods come from a place mages cannot enter. The Temple of Lumen. The words froze the squad in place. Miles went on, his voice trembling. The temple's influence stretches farther than you can imagine. 1,000 years ago, they destroyed the Demon King. Once, they were the shield against corruption. But now, they are corrupt. They hide behind divine authority, gathering sacrifices, feeding their power, and forcing kingdoms to submit in exchange for their so-called blessings. He clenched his fists. And despite their reach, there's one man they cannot control. Anti-All. The temple has always coveted powerful mages like him. In their endless scheming, he managed to seize one of their relics. For research, the squad stared in silence as Miles revealed the weight of their mission. If the temple discovers we're moving one of their items, the Butin Association will be erased. Every single person involved wiped out. Fien's jaw tightened. So that's the truth. Miles lowered his gaze, his voice cracking. We never wanted this mission. But Anti-All once saved our leader's life. This is the price of that debt. Helmet, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. This Anti-All, he's that well-known. Maros turned to him, eyes sharp. Everyone knows him. Maros nodded firmly. Everyone knows Anti-All. A few years back, the divine barrier was nearly destroyed because of him. Helmet's eyes narrowed. Destroyed? By a mage. Maros explained. The temple had raised a massive barrier around one of the great cities, built to keep demonic beasts out. At first, it worked perfectly, but there was a flaw. It could also detect the mana of mages. That meant the temple could track, expose, and control them. The beasts were kept away, but the cost was freedom. Enraged, the mages rose in defiance. And at the heart of it stood Anti-All. With his power, he nearly shattered the temple's so-called divine shield. Helmet was stunned, to shake a barrier created by the temple itself. The strength required was unimaginable. His thoughts turned inward. The temple hadn't been able to erase his seed of darkness either, only cast him into the forest of roots. What if magic, not divine power, could remove it? But so far, no magic had ever impressed him. The only mage he'd seen fight was Irugo, and Irugo had been nothing special. Still, Helmet found himself hoping that Anti-All truly was in a different league. By the time the mercenaries left Beast territory, the sun was already sinking. Fien called for camp to be made. Later that evening, he approached Helmet with something in his hand. "I want to speak with you." He held out a pill. Helmet eyed it curiously. "What is this?" "It's a recovery pill," Fien explained. "Swordsmen use it when their buys or stamina is drained. Very expensive, but effective. I'm not even sure it will work on you, since your body heals unnaturally fast." Helmet took the pill and swallowed it. Almost instantly, warmth spread through his body. His strength returned in waves. "Well?" Fien asked. Helmet nodded. "It works. I feel stronger." He paused, narrowing his gaze. "But why give me something so valuable?" Fien met his eyes. "Because you saved us. Without you, my team, and our client would already be dead. This is my thanks." Helmet tilted his head slightly. He hadn't expected gratitude. Fien went on. "Honestly, the pill isn't enough, but that's all I have to offer. So instead, I'll give you my word. If you ever need me, I'll be there." Helmet lifted his hand, cutting him off. "You don't owe me. I help because you're my comrades. I can trust you." Fien froze, then broke into a smile. He clasped Helmet's hand tightly. "Then we're brothers." The next morning, the journey pressed on. Miles sat quietly in his carriage until something outside caught his eye. He leaned forward, staring through the window, then suddenly called out, "Stop the carriage." The mercenaries looked at him in confusion. Fien frowned. "What's the matter?" Miles pointed ahead. "We're here." Puzzled, Fien pulled out the map. At first, he doubted it, but then his eyes widened. Miles was right. They had reached the marked location. Still, confusion lingered. There was no village, no settlement in sight. How could Anti-All expect to receive goods in the middle of nowhere? Miles stepped down from the carriage. "This isn't a village," he said calmly. "We're going to Anti-All's home." The squad froze. Tanya's voice broke the silence. "Wait, this is Anti-All's hideout." Miles didn't answer directly. Instead, he drew a pendant from his robes, a polished stone glowing with a faint blue light. He lifted it carefully. "You'll understand soon enough." He approached a massive tree, holding the pendant close. The gem flared, light rippling across its surface. Then, before their stunned eyes, the tree began to shift. Bark split open, twisting into a radiant gateway that pulled them in. The mercenaries and Miles were swallowed whole. Fien's jaw tightened. Impossible. We're leaping through space. He had heard whispers of such magic, but never thought it real. Helmet moved closer, his voice low. "How can you be sure this isn't just an illusion?" "The temperature," Fien said firmly. "It's dropping too fast. No illusion can do this. We're not just seeing it. We're moving to another place entirely." When they stepped out of the portal, Tanya gasped. Ahead of them, a tower stretched high into the air, and in front of it stood a robed figure. An old man in flowing blue robes, staff in hand, raised a hand in greeting. "Thank you, Miles," he said, voice calm but heavy with power. "You brought what I requested." Anti-All. His staff drifted toward one of the carriages, tapping it lightly. His eyes narrowed. I sensed lingering traces of human life. "Tell me, were there casualties on your journey here?" Miles bowed his head. "Yes, many were slain by demonic beasts. Only a third of the group survived to reach your tower." Anti-All's expression darkened as he studied the carriage more closely. "There's demonic energy clinging to it. Is this from the beast's corpses?" Miles nodded. "It is. We processed the bodies along the way. I was hoping to sell them to you." For a moment, Anti-All considered, staff tapping gently against the ground. Then he gave a slight nod. "Very well. I'll take them." Anti-All named his price without hesitation. 150,000 marks. For the goods and the corpses. The mercenaries froze. Finn's mouth fell open. 150,000? The number was beyond anything he had imagined. Yuta muttered under his breath, stunned. So the rumors were true. Archmages sit on mountains of wealth. But this is another level entirely. Anti-All gave no further explanation. "Unload everything," he instructed Miles. "The items. The bodies. Keep the carriages. I have no need for them." Helmet studied him in silence. His instincts screamed the truth. Anti-All's power was immeasurable, far beyond Erugo, who suddenly seemed laughably weak by comparison. And yet, what unsettled him most was that Anti-All concealed it perfectly. Not a single trace of mana leaked, even as Helmet stared directly at him. Then Anti-All turned. His gaze met Helmet's. For the first time, his calm expression shifted. His eyes narrowed. Mages can glimpse the truth now and then. At my level, the truths buried deepest are laid bare. Helmet stiffened. He knew exactly what Anti-All was referring to. The seed of darkness. "Shut your mouth," Helmet warned sharply. Anti-All's lips curved ever so slightly. Such confidence. But must you truly keep it hidden? He raised his staff. Power flared. Helmet's hand flew to his sword. In an instant, a barrier of mana expanded, enclosing only the two of them. Outside, the face squad shouted for Helmet, their voices muffled, unable to reach him. The inside and the outside are completely cut off, Antiol said, his tone measured. Your secret is safe. None of them will ever know. I swear it. As he spoke, glowing chains burst from his staff and wrapped around his body. Helmet blinked. Chains. A mana oath, Antiol explained. If I break it, my mana drains away. A mage's life withers without mana. In this, I am bound. His eyes sharpened. You are a special boy. Ask me anything. Helmet's breath steadied. Antiol was unlike Arugo. Disciplined, deliberate, and willing to restrain himself. For the first time, trust stirred in him. He looked Antiol in the eye. Then I'll ask something important. Antiol's expression grew serious. You want to know about the Seed of Darkness? Helmet did not flinch. Can it be removed? Silence hung heavy between them. Finally, Antiol spoke, his voice low but absolute. No, it cannot. The Seed of Darkness is tied to your very life. To tear it away is to kill you. Antiol's voice carried a heavy truth. The seed of a demon usually takes root in infants destined to die. It revives them, yes, but only to chain them as hosts until the day they finally collapse. He looked Helmet directly in the eyes. That seed inside you, it is no different from your heart. Remove it, and you die. The words hit hard. Helmet lowered his gaze. He had hoped. No, he had believed that an archmage would know the answer. But even Antiol had no way. I'm not a god, Antiol said firmly. Even for me, this is the first time I've seen someone bend their seed to their own will. Helmet frowned, confused. What do you mean? Antiol explained. Normally, the seed constantly demands demonic energy. Resists too strongly, and the mind is eaten away. The host either goes insane or succumbs, becoming a twisted beast themselves. He leaned closer, studying Helmet intently. But your case is different. You've suppressed it with another force, Viscount. Antiol's tone sharpened, tinged with awe. To master Bise alone demands exceptional talent. Yet somehow, you balance both, drawing just enough demonic energy to keep from losing control, while still training your body and mind. That balance should be impossible. And still you achieved it. Helmet blinked. He hadn't expected such intensity in Antiol's gaze. Antiol continued, almost to himself. Even the temple priests would struggle to notice your seed. The only reason I did was because it stirred under the dense demonic presence in my tower. Had I not been paying close attention, I never would have sensed it. Helmet took note. Avoid areas of thick demonic energy. Antiol's expression grew darker. But know this, you do not have a bright future. If you can avoid the temple's gaze, you may grow powerful, yes. But in the end, you will be consumed, as all seed bearers are. And when that day comes, your sword will burn the world. Countless lives will fall by your hand. Helmet's grip tightened on his blade. That will never happen. I am human. For a moment, Antiol was silent. Then, laughter broke from him, deep and genuine. Human, you say? Perhaps. And perhaps that is enough. For humans can change their fate. Antiol's gaze lingered on Helmet. You interest me greatly. But know this. If you ever fail to overcome your seed, I will stop you myself. He tapped his staff as the mana barrier began to dissolve. Still, should you reach a realm beyond my own, even darkness itself will bow to your will. The scene shifted. Fien handed Helmet a heavy pouch filled with gold. 3/4 of the payment, he said. Forgive me for not giving more. I need to reward the others for their efforts too. Then he reached into the carriage and pulled out another bag. I found this while checking the luggage. No one claimed it, so I assumed it must be yours. Helmet's eyes widened. Inside was everything he had once carried from the Forest of Roots. He thought it was lost long ago. You found it. Fien smiled faintly. I meant to give it back earlier, but with everything that happened, I completely forgot. Don't thank me. If anything, my squad owes you far more. I wish you a safe journey. Not long after, Finn approached eagerly. Helmet, since the mission's over, come with us to our headquarters. You'll see so many incredible things there. Helmet's face softened, but his answer was firm. I won't be going with you. Finn's shoulders sank. At least just once come see it. Before Helmet could reply, Tanya smacked Finn on the head. Enough. Don't bother him. She turned to Helmet. Your temporary certificate is still valid. But know this, it only goes as high as rank 3. Nothing beyond that. Helmet nodded. Rank 3 is enough. Tanya tilted her head, smiling gently. So, what you're chasing is more important than your memories. Helmet met her eyes and gave a silent nod. Her smile brightened. Then, take care of yourself. Helmet picked up his bag. Thank you for everything. The mercenary smiled as they wished him well. Tears welled in Finn's eyes. Promise you'll visit us someday. Helmet gave the faintest of grins. Your meals were good. The words caught Finn off guard. He stopped crying, hurriedly wiping his face. Tanya folded her arms. Pull yourself together. He's not dying. Finally, Fien stepped forward. Remember, Helmet, our doors are always open. Come to us whenever you need. He promised Helmet that no matter what, he would keep his word. With farewells exchanged, Helmet turned and walked away. Each step weighed on him, the same heaviness he felt when Darien fell and when he had to leave Alaga behind. He knew this path as a mercenary would always place him against demonic beasts, and every battle only fed the seed of darkness inside him. That seed would keep growing, drinking in the corruption of each monster he faced. He never expected it to sprout here, in the forest. If it had fully taken root, he wasn't sure what he would have become. Antiol's predictions haunted him. Could he resist them? The answer became clear. He had only one choice. To break his fate, he had to grow stronger. Strong enough to crush the darkness within. The scene shifts. Paul and Max sat in the tavern, drinks in hand. Regret weighed heavy on Paul. He admitted to Max that if he had known the mission's danger, he never would have taken his brother along. Max cut him short. what's done is done. The past couldn't be changed. Instead, Max pushed for a way forward. Their mercenary group needed rebuilding. With the face mercenaries gone, there would be little competition. They just had to find capable fighters to join them. But mid-conversation, Max's gaze drifted toward the window. His expression changed. He urged Paul to look. Paul turned and froze. Outside stood the face mercenaries. Paul couldn't process it. How were they alive? How did they survive? Max didn't waste time on questions. He urged Paul to stop thinking and hide immediately. Their whispers caught Finn's ear. He turned back, uneasy, asking Tanya why he suddenly felt something off. She asked why he stopped, but Finn brushed it off, unsettled by a strange feeling. The group moved on unaware. Meanwhile, Paul and Max hid under their table, holding their breath as the face mercenaries passed. Relief didn't last long. Max knew they were in serious trouble. Later, the two relocated to regroup. Max speculated the face mercenaries must have discovered the beast's weakness and somehow defeated them. Paul growled. They should have dealt with the mercenaries themselves when they had the chance. But Max had no answer. If the face mercenaries reported them to the guild, both he and Paul would become fugitives. The weight of it hit him hard. He never thought a rank 2 mercenary like himself would ever have to live like this. Paul, however, hadn't given up. They were still ranked second. He turned to Max, eyes firm, and ordered him to follow. Confused, Max asked what Paul intended to do. Paul's reply came sharp and certain. Paul's answer was cold. It was better to live as thieves than starve as useless mercenaries. The scene shifts again, this time to another tavern. Drunken voices filled the air. A group of men laughed loudly, boasting about how they roughed people up. Across from them sat Helmet, silent, his eyes fixed on the necklace he had brought out of the forest of roots. He hoped it might hold a clue, some sign of what path he should take. Since leaving the group, Helmet had wandered through countless villages, aimless. The vastness of the world pressed on him, and he knew he would need work if he was to keep moving forward. Opening his bag, he checked the money Fien had given him. Inside were 2 small sacks of gold, one left behind by Darien, the other gifted to him by Finn. Helmet blinked in surprise. Fien had given him more than Darien ever did. As he sorted through his things, his hand brushed against a folded letter. Curiosity struck. Was it from Fien? Slowly, he opened it, but the handwriting told him otherwise. It was Darien's. The letter began with finality. Darien wrote that if Helmet was reading these words, then his own life had already ended. He admitted he had worried about Helmet, knowing the outside world would not be easy for him after the life he had lived. But he told Helmet not to blame himself. Being different was not his fault. Darien gave him direction. If Helmet found himself wandering without purpose, he was to go to a city called Baden. There, he would find Greta Academy, a place where children his age studied. Both nobles and commoners walked its halls, and no one would pry into his past. But he couldn't enter on his own. Darien instructed him to seek out a man named Eden Kudrow. If Helmet showed Eden the sword Darien had given him, Eden would recognize him as Darien's disciple. The two had sworn an oath to each other, and Eden would help. Darien's warning was clear. The human world was far more dangerous and terrifying than Helmet imagined. Strength alone would not be enough to solve everything. But he reassured Helmet. If he had survived the brutal training, he could survive anything. Finally, Darien urged him to take care of himself. Helmet stared at the shaky handwriting, realizing how little strength Darien had left when writing it. Quietly, he thanked him for the letter, for thinking of him even at the very end. But as the words sank in, Helmet's thoughts tangled in confusion. Helmet felt a strange sense of relief after reading Darien's letter. At least now, he had some direction. Carefully tucking the letter back into his bag, he was interrupted by the arrival of the waiter carrying his meal. "That'll be 15 marks, the man said. Helmet pulled out a gold coin and placed it on the table. The waiter's eyes widened. His jaw dropped before he shouted in disbelief. "This is worth 1,000 marks." The drunken men nearby turned at once, surprised by what they overheard. Helmet calmly told the waiter to also use the coin to cover his lodging for the night. When the waiter hurried away, Helmet began counting his remaining coins. To his shock, the money Fien had given him amounted to 90,000 marks. With enough funds secured, Helmet decided to stay at the tavern for the night and leave in the morning. As he organized his belongings, the leader of the rowdy drinkers swaggered over. His eyes gleamed with greed. "You've got quite a lot of money," he sneered, his men glaring behind him. With a smirk, he demanded, "Buy us some drinks. Hand over 20,000 marks." Helmet shook his head. He couldn't understand why the man was acting so foolishly. Annoyed, the leader shoved Helmet's plate aside. "Don't you dare talk back to me," Helmet calmly asked. "Who are you supposed to be?" The question only fueled the man's anger. He swung his fist at Helmet, but Helmet stopped it effortlessly, gripping his hand mid-strike. "Leave me alone," Helmet said evenly. The leader froze, stunned by Helmet's strength. One of his underlings, enraged, charged forward. Helmet dodged swiftly and countered with a single devastating punch, shattering the man's face. The gang fell silent, horrified by what they just witnessed. The leader's voice shook as he demanded, "Who are you?" Helmet's answer was sharp. "I'm a mercenary." With that, he grabbed his table and smashed it directly into the man's face, sending him crashing to the ground. "Get out of my sight," Helmet ordered. The gang scrambled to help their leader up. He spat blood and glared back at Helmet. "You'll regret this. Watch your back at night. One stab is all it takes." With those words, he staggered out, his men supporting him. The tavern went quiet. Helmet sat back, realizing that people like Caleb existed everywhere. The waiter hurried over, face pale. "You should leave town right away," he warned. Helmet glanced at him. "What?" The waiter leaned in, voice low. "Those men, they're part of the Black Hawk. Thieves who rule the underworld. They'll kill anyone if there's money to be made. Helmet was taken aback. Black Hawk, a name he'd never heard, but their reach was dangerous. Without hesitation, he decided, if they were coming for him, then he would fight them head on. Helmet knew what his next step had to be. Helmet thought it over. If he fought inside, his room would be wrecked beyond use. Better to take the fight somewhere else. The waiter, still shaken, pleaded with him. Run while you can. I'll refund your lodging fee. Helmet asked calmly, will they come back? Yes, the waiter admitted. Helmet stood, his decision made. Then tell them, I went into the forest out back. His voice was steady, almost curious. He wanted to test himself against humans, see how they compare to the beasts he had faced. The waiter stared in disbelief as Helmet walked toward the door. Keep my room ready. I'll need it when I return, Helmet added before stepping outside. The scene cuts to the gang. One of the underlings approached their leader, unease written in his tone. Boss, do you really want to go up against him? The leader's eyes burned with anger. He disrespected us. Pride is everything in our line of work. But he's strong, the underling warned. And he's a mercenary. The leader scowled. What? You want to run away now? Before the subordinate could respond, another member rushed in with news. Boss, I found where he went. Speak, the leader snapped. He ran into the forest, the man reported. Must have been too scared to stay and face us. The leader burst out laughing. That fool, running into the forest, is the worst mistake he could make. The underling grinned with confidence. We know every inch of that place. Tracking him down will be easy. Their equipment clattered as the Black Hawks strapped on their gear and gathered around their leader. With a cruel smile, he gave the order, let's show him that Black Hawk is more terrifying than anything in this world. The scene shifts. In the forest, Helmet perched silently in a tree, watching over the fake campsite he had set up as bait. From above, he reflected. Some humans were no different from demonic beasts, preying on others. Yet there were also humans who risked everything to protect. The contrast unsettled him. Humans were far more complicated than he had imagined. Darien's words echoed in his mind. Not every problem could be solved with strength alone. Helmet understood the meaning now. Yet in his heart, he still couldn't see any other way. For him, strength was the only answer. As the Blackhawks closed in, Helmet readied his bow. Stepping into view, he revealed himself to the gang. Their eyes widened at the sight. Helmet's thoughts hardened. Humans who acted like beasts needed to be treated like beasts. Helmet's eyes turned cold. You try to ambush me, he said flatly. For that, you die. The forest echoed with chaos as he cut down the Black Hawk members one after another. When the dust settled, their bodies lay scattered, and Helmet turned away, heading toward the forest's edge. On the way out, a thought weighed on him. So weak, he couldn't believe the Black Hawks were this powerless. Leaping from branch to branch at high speed, he compared them to Tanya. She was far stronger, proof that humans varied in strength just as much as beasts did. Helmet realized he needed to face more humans to truly understand how powerful they could be. With that in mind, he decided to return to the inn and rest. But mid-run, his chest tightened. Pain tore through him. His body froze in midair before crashing hard to the ground. Tremors racked his body as he struggled to breathe. What's happening? His seed of darkness was raging inside him. But why? It should only react to demonic energy. There were no beasts here. The answer hit him like a hammer. He had killed humans. And though humans lacked demonic energy, the act itself had fed the darkness within him. Helmet's mind raced. He tried to suppress the surge with his buys, but it was no use. The seed of darkness only grew stronger. His situation had spiraled into something far worse. Now that he had killed Black Hawk members, the rest of their organization would come hunting for him, which meant more killing, which meant feeding the seed even further. He clenched his fists. Foolish. I was foolish to think I could fight humans the same way I fought beasts. From here on, he would need to avoid the Black Hawks at all costs, while finding a way to suppress his seed. And so, he made a choice. He would head to Badan. The scene shifts. A heavily guarded building looms in view. Inside, a man kneels before his superior, delivering grim news. They're all dead, he reports. But if we keep tracking them, we'll uncover their location. The superior's face darkened, clearly displeased. Then keep chasing them. Don't stop. Yes, sir. Before more could be said, another subordinate entered the chamber, bowing quickly. Anton, the guests have arrived. Anton turned toward the door as their mysterious visitors stepped in. When the guests stepped in, Anton's eyes widened. He had been told 2 rank 2 mercenaries were seeking to join their group, but he never expected them to be Paul and Max. With a sharp grin, Anton welcomed them. 2 skilled men, like you want to join us? That's good news. But his tone shifted quickly. Still, we have issues of our own. I can't let you in without conditions. Paul and Max exchanged a tense glance. Paul leaned forward, his voice steady. What do you mean by that? Anton casually twirled a knife between his fingers. I'm not questioning your skills, he said smoothly. But our group, we're not like regular mercenaries. We deal in business others might call illegal. With a flick of his wrist, Anton hurled the knife. It landed dead center in the dummy across the room. His message was clear. I don't need mercenaries whose sense of justice interferes with our work. Paul's eyes narrowed. He understood. This was intimidation, a test. Anton continued, so, I have a job for you. Complete it, and you'll prove your loyalty. He slid a paper across the table. It won't be difficult for mercenaries of your level. Paul picked it up, scanning the details. 5 members of the Black Hawk had gone missing after clashing with a mercenary named Helmet. Their bodies were later found in a forest near a nearby village. Each one killed with a single blow, without a trace of weapons. Max's jaw dropped. 5 men taken out by one person with no weapon. Anton's gaze hardened. Yes, black hair black eyes, around 15 years old. He fights with the strength of a rank 3 mercenary. The name lingered in the air. Helmet. Max clenched his fists. You want us to kill him? Anton smiled, sharp and satisfied. Do this, and you'll officially be one of us. Complete it, and you'll be trusted with greater missions. You'll be well taken care of. His eyes locked onto theirs. Fail, and you'll regret it. Paul, after a long pause, asked the only question left. Where is he now? Anton replied. The last sighting was in the neighboring village. The incident happened just last night. He couldn't have gone far. The scene shifts. Helmet has already moved on, arriving in another town. He walks calmly toward the front of Guild. Helmet never thought he would have to take another request so soon. But if he wanted to move freely without drawing suspicion, he needed one. He pushed open the door of the Guild building. Inside, mercenaries crowded the hall, scanning the boards for jobs. Helmet walked straight to the counter, where a receptionist greeted him with a cheerful smile. Welcome, little boy. What brings you here? She asked. Helmet slid his identification papers across the desk. I'm looking for a request. The receptionist's eyes widened. Rank 3, and part of the face mercenary group. She looked at him, stunned. Helmet's tone was flat. Is there a problem? Quickly shaking her head, she replied, No, not at all. It's just rare to see someone so young at rank 3. She leaned forward. What kind of request are you looking for? The reward doesn't matter, Helmet replied. I need a mission I can complete on my way to Badan. Her expression brightened. Ah, perfect. Badan is a metropolis, so we get endless escort and transport requests heading that way. She rifled through a stack of papers and pulled one out. Here, she said, handing it to him. An escort request from a noble lady. The reward is 800 marks. It's a very good opportunity. Helmet nodded. What's the condition? The receptionist smiled knowingly. The mercenary has to be her type. Helmet blinked. Of all things he expected, this was not it. What kind of ridiculous requirement is that? The scene shifts. Helmet stepped into a clothing store, the receptionist's words echoing in his head. Image is everything when dealing with a noble, she had said. Even if you're strong, even if you're famous, your appearance must be proper. Fortunately, your face alone already qualifies you. That's why I suggested this mission. Just get some decent clothes and come back. I'll have the request ready for you. Helmet glanced around the shop before approaching a blonde shopkeeper. I need good clothes. The man's eyes lit up, clearly delighted. You've come to the right place. I have just the thing for you. He hurried off, then returned holding up a gleaming black set of overalls. Crafted by the most famous artisan in all of Badan. The materials used are of the highest quality, top of the line. The shopkeeper proudly held up the shiny black overalls. With these, even a demonic beast would look like a noble. Helmet stared silently. He had never heard clothes described in such a strange way. The man, noticing his lack of reaction, quickly pressed on. The fabric is so light, you won't even feel on your body. Helmet cut him off. What's the price? The shopkeeper checked the tag. 2,000 marks. Helmet's eyes widened. The escort mission reward was only 800. Was it worth it? Maybe I should have taken a different request. The scene shifts. Back at the guild, the receptionist froze when she saw Helmet return in his new attire. Her jaw dropped. You look completely different, she gasped, giving him a playful tap. Honey, you're really handsome. Helmet blinked. My name isn't Honey. It's Helmet. She chuckled, covering her mouth. No. I called you Honey because you're so cute. Helmet didn't know how to respond, so he stayed quiet. The receptionist leaned closer. I've already sent your information to the noble lady. You've got a strong chance of being chosen. Not many mercenaries match her taste, and being from the Face mercenary group only increases your chances. Just then, the guild doors swung open. A man entered, and the receptionist's eyes widened. She immediately greeted him. Welcome. You're from the house of Sharing Jin, aren't you? The man gave a nod. I am. I came to see the mercenary who accepted our request. His gaze shifted to Helmet, sizing him up. Is this the one? The man studied Helmet's tall frame and firm posture, then gave a satisfied nod. Good. He'll do. Turning to Helmet, he said, follow me. Helmet glanced back at the receptionist. She waved warmly. Come again, honey. Helmet bowed his head slightly in thanks before stepping outside with the man. But unseen to them, a figure lurked in the branches of a nearby tree, eyes locked on Helmet. As soon as Helmet passed, the figure vanished into the shadows. On the road, the man finally introduced himself. My name is Gilton, he said. I serve as the steward of House Sharing Jen. Gilton walked beside Helmet, introducing himself properly. I'm the butler of the Sharing Jen family. Tell me, have you heard anything of it? Helmet shook his head. I've never heard of this. Gilton nodded. The Marquis is a man of great standing. When you meet him or his household, act with caution. He studied Helmet. Have you ever escorted anyone before? I've made a transportation request, Helmet replied simply. There isn't much difference, Gilton explained. Only this time, instead of guarding an item, you protect a person. If things grow difficult, follow the orders of the knights. Once the mission is complete, you'll be rewarded with more than the listed payment. Helmet accepted the advice without hesitation. Gilton raised a brow, surprised at how quickly Helmet agreed. Good. Remember, silence is a virtue in escort missions. Use it well. When they reached their destination, Helmet paused. Before him stood a grand, elegant building. He was struck by the sheer beauty of it. This, Gilton said, is the inn where the Marquis' daughter resides. Helmet couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the highborn. A knight greeted them at the entrance. Welcome back, Gilton. His gaze shifted to Helmet. This mercenary looks young. Gilton replied smoothly. He's been verified by the guild. He is more than fit for the task. If there's anything he doesn't know, you can guide him. The knight extended his hand. Kedrick. Helmet shook it. Helmet. Gilton then asked, where's the young miss? In the cafeteria, Kedrick answered. It It would be best if you met her now. The scene shifts. Inside the cafeteria, a young lady sat across from Man. Her attention was fixed solely on him. "I can't eat this food," she said with a pout. "The chefs at my manor cook far better meals. You must come to my estate and try it, Lord Araya." Her eyes lingered on him, soft and filled with longing. At that moment, Helmet and Gilton entered. Gilton bowed slightly. Lady Genia, her expression soured at the sight of him, though she quickly masked it and asked, "What is it?" Gilton gestured toward Helmet. "This is the mercenary I have chosen for your escort." Genia's gaze swept over Helmet, cold and dismissive. "I have no interest in mercenaries. Whatever decision you make, I won't interfere." Without another glance at Helmet, she turned back to Araya, her gaze warm, her voice gentle, preparing to speak to him again. Genia leaned forward, ready to speak again, but Araya cut her off. "I need to rest before the journey begins." Her eyes widened. "What would be better if you ate more?" He ignored her, rising from his seat and heading toward the exit. As he passed, Helmet's eyes followed him. Something felt off. A strange presence clung to Araya, one Helmet couldn't place. He kept staring even as Araya walked away. Genia quickly stood, her composure cracking. "I'll return to my room," she told Gilton hastily before hurrying after Araya. When she was gone, Helmet asked Gilton, "Is Araya one of the guards?" Gilton shook his head. "No, he's Lady Genia's guest, a well-known student of Greta Academy. My lady recognized him by chance and insisted he travel with us." Helmet's brow furrowed. "Is Lady Genia also a student there?" "Not yet," Gilton explained. "She plans to take the entrance exam. That's why we're heading to Badan." Helmet was caught off guard. Genia and her entourage were traveling to the same destination as him. Gilton checked the time. "We leave in 2 hours. Go to the stable and prepare a horse. Once you're ready, wait near the first carriage. If you need anything, Kedrick will help you. I still have matters to arrange." Helmet nodded. "Understood. Thank you." The scene shifts. Helmet now rode a white horse, clearly irritated. The animal was restless, tossing its head and stamping its hooves. At the stable, it had caused endless trouble, forcing the owner to apologize. "Forgive it," the man had said. "This one likes to show off." Helmet thought back to the face mercenary horses, calm, obedient, and loyal. Compared to them, this creature was a nuisance. As he guided the horse beside a carriage, a voice rang out. "Araya, ride with me." Helmet turned. Of course, it was Genia. With a grim expression, Araya strode toward her carriage. And as he passed Helmet once again, the truth clicked. So that's what it was. Helmet could feel it now. Araya's body was wrapped in mana. He wasn't just any student. He was a mage. The scene shifts. The convoy wound its way through a forest path. Helmet rode silently, his thoughts circling back to Araya. Finally, it made sense why that presence had felt so strange from start. From the moment Helmet first laid eyes on Araya, something about him felt strange. He still couldn't figure out what kind of magic Araya had cast on himself, or why he would even need to. The mystery gnawed at him, and Helmet resolved to keep a close watch. Inside the carriage, Genia leaned toward Araya, her voice filled with admiration. "Is it true you're the top student of the magic faculty?" "Yes," Araya answered plainly. Genia's face lit up. Of course, she thought. No test could trouble him. Smiling brightly, she admitted, "I'm nervous about the entrance exam. I don't even know how to prepare properly." Without changing expression, Araya replied, "If you prepared enough, you'll do fine." But Genia, caught up in her fangirl fantasy, pressed on. "I studied hard, but I'm still nervous." "Then once we arrive at Badan, review your work," Araya said flatly. "I'll need someone to teach me," Genia countered quickly. "Greta Academy encourages individual learning," Araya replied. "You should get used to studying alone." With mock tears glistening in her eyes, Genia pouted. "I can't worry about that until I pass the exam. I can't send bad news home." Araya saw through her act. He knew she was angling for him to tutor her. "I'll introduce you to a proper tutor who specializes in the entrance exams," he said calmly. Her jaw dropped. "W, what about you?" she asked shyly. "Couldn't you be my tutor?" "It would be difficult," Araya answered. "Why? It's a new semester. I need to prepare as well." His tone left no room for argument. Ending the conversation, Araya added, "This journey will be tiring. You should rest." Realizing she was pushing too hard, Genia forced herself to smile and agreed. "All right, I'll rest." The scene shifts. From his horse, Helmet had been listening closely to their conversation, hoping to learn something useful. But the longer he listened, the more irritated he became. None of it mattered to him. He had wasted his time. With a sigh, he thought, only Finn would bother with something this pointless. He urged his horse forward, moving away from the carriage. The scene shifts again. Inside a dark hideout, members of the Black Hawk gathered. "Boss," one of Anton's subordinates reported, "we've tracked Helmet. We can catch him if we move quickly. He's traveling with a group that has only a few knights and mercenaries." Anton's eyes narrowed in surprise. Anton quickly realized that Helmet must be serving under a noble, otherwise he wouldn't be traveling with knights. The thought unsettled him. He didn't like that a noble was involved with Helmet. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to eliminate Helmet alone. Paul raised an eyebrow, surprised at the extent Anton was willing to go just for a single mercenary. "You're really persistent, aren't you?" he remarked. Anton only laughed at the comment. "Persistent? No, I just prefer to be careful." His tone grew darker as he leaned closer. "The Blackhawk way is simple. Tear your enemies apart, piece by piece, until nothing remains. If you want to join us, you'll need that same philosophy." Paul smirked. "I like the way you think." The scene shifts. Helmet and his group arrive at a small, modest inn. Genia frowned at the sight. "This place? Can't you find us somewhere better, Gilton?" Gilton shook his head. There's no other around here. We'll have to make do for one night. Just then, the village chief approached to welcome them warmly. Gilton bowed, slightly in gratitude. Thank you for letting us stay. We'll make sure you're rewarded later. The chief's face lit up at those words. This may be simple, but it belongs to our village. Rest well. Later, Helmet trained alone in the forest nearby. After pushing himself for a while, he paused, breathing heavily. He could feel it. His buys had improved greatly, his strength far beyond what it once was. And yet, something still felt blocked within him. His body hadn't had enough time to fully train, to refine both muscle and buys. He wondered if Greta Academy would give him that opportunity. Maybe there, he'd finally uncover a clue about his seed of darkness. As those thoughts lingered, a strange feeling washed over him. Someone was watching. Helmet snapped his gaze upward, only to see the clear sky above. Still, he was certain, eyes were on him. He noticed an owl perched nearby. At that moment, the scene cuts. Araya dismissed his skill, eyes of an eagle. He was taken aback. Helmet had sensed him. If he had stayed longer, he would have been discovered. Impossible, no ordinary human could detect that kind of magic. Araya narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He had seen countless mercenaries in his life, yet never one capable of seeing through a spell. Araya found it strange. Helmet was already at rank 3 despite his age. A remarkable feat, but something told him Helmet had the potential to go even higher. As he pondered this, a loud knock interrupted his thoughts. Genia stood outside his door, calling out for him. Araya stayed silent, hoping she would leave. Instead, she started pounding on the door like a madwoman. I know you're awake. Open up. Before she could cause more trouble, her maids rushed over and pulled her back. Young lady, you must be in bed before 9 to rejuvenate your skin. Your father gave strict orders. Genia struggled in their grip, insisting she only wanted a quick word with Araya. But the maids were relentless. When they noticed she was wearing makeup, their jaws nearly dropped. How bold, they muttered, dragging her away. Inside, Araya sighed with relief. At least the maids had spared him from her antics. The next morning, the group continued their journey. By midday, they stopped to rest, as it was nearly mealtime. One knight spotted a spring nearby and suggested they pause there. Kedrick dismounted to inspect it. Gilton was doubtful. A spring? In the middle of a forest. Kedrick smiled. This isn't just any spring. Travelers heading to Badan often stop here to rest. He dipped his hand in and tasted the water. Clean and refreshing. Almost like good booze. Relieved, Gilton ordered the group to eat there. At once, the maids began setting out a variety of lavish dishes. The knights looked on in shock. Fresh salad, roasted meat, and delicacies, right in the middle of the wilderness. Meanwhile, all they were given was bread and jerky. One knight muttered under his breath, convinced they'd be stuck there all day if the nobles insisted on eating through everything they brought. Resentment filled the men. Their low status was plain as day. Helmet quietly chewed on his bread, wishing Finn were there to cook something better. When he drank from the spring, however, he paused. Something about the water felt off. Poison? He looked around. Everyone else was drinking without issue. Was he imagining things? As he stared at his cup, a knight beside him yawned. I think I'll take a nap. Not long after, once the meal ended, Gilton suggested they prepare to move out. But as soon as he spoke, a wave of fatigue hit him. His gaze shifted toward Genia's carriage. Gilton walked over to Genia's carriage and called out, "We're leaving soon." But there was no response. Concerned, he opened the door, only to find her lying motionless inside. His heart sank, but as he looked closer, relief washed over him. She wasn't hurt. She was just sleeping. In her sleep, Genia mumbled nonsense, drooling slightly as she muttered about spending a night with Araya. Gilton let out a shaky breath, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. But the moment he did, a wave of dizziness hit him. His vision blurred. The maids and knights nearby began swaying on their feet, their bodies giving out one after another. Gilton called desperately for Kedrick, only to find him already unconscious on the ground. Panic struck. He had no idea what was happening. Moments later, he too collapsed. One by one, the entire group fell into slumber. Everyone except Helmet. Helmet immediately poured out his cup of water. As he did, shadows stirred. From the trees and bushes, members of the Blackhawk revealed themselves. Paul clicked his tongue. Sleeping potion in the water? What a stupid move. The man responsible defended himself quickly. It had to be done. We couldn't risk killing nobles in a fight. Besides, this potion leaves no trace. But then his eyes widened. Helmet was still standing. What the? How is he awake? Paul's face darkened as he recognized him. You? I've heard about you. Weren't you with the face mercenaries? His expression twisted. So, you're the one who killed our men. Helmet stiffened, equally shocked. That face was familiar. Paul, the rank 2 mercenary from Taliek squad. Memories surged back. The demon monkey, his squad slaughtered, and Paul, the coward, running away while his comrades were devoured. His grip tightened on his sword. Traitors, Helmet spat. Max bristled with rage. What did you just say? He lunged forward, but Paul raised a hand, stopping him. Calm down. Paul ordered, though his voice carried venom. His gaze locked on Helmet. Watch your mouth. You're nothing more than prey. Around him, the Blackhawk members began closing in, forming a circle. Paul drew his sword with a twisted grin. Let's begin the hunt. Helmet placed his hand on his weapon, eyes darting, calculating. The numbers weren't in his favor. But before Paul could make his move, a flash of energy streaked toward him. A surge of magic slammed against his blade as he barely managed to block. Staggering, his eyes widened. A mage! Helmet didn't flinch. He already knew who it was. From the shadows, Araya emerged, mana swirling fiercely around his body. His voice rang out, sharp and commanding. Drop your sword and leave. Paul's face twisted in frustration. All that money spent on an untraceable potion, and still, Araya had ruined everything. The potion hadn't worked on everyone. Helmet, too, was surprised to find Araya still awake. He studied him carefully, curiosity in his eyes. Araya scowled. What are you staring at, you bastard crow? Keep your eyes on the enemy in front of you. Helmet turned his attention back to Paul, who was seething with frustration. He pressed his blade to the throat of the man who had poisoned the spring. What went wrong? The man trembled. I didn't know there was a mage among them. With a snarl, Paul slammed his sword hilt against the man's skull, knocking him down. Excuses, he spat. I was a fool to expect competence from the Blackhawk. I'll deal with this myself. Clean up the mess when I'm done. He then sneered at Helmet. You dingy-looking brat. Let's have a little talk. Without warning, he lunged, sword raised high, fury burning in his eyes. I'll kill you. Helmet met the strike with ease, parrying Paul's blade. The sharp clang of steel rang out. Paul's eyes widened at the force of Helmet's block. Not bad. His strikes came heavier, faster, each swing driving Helmet deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Max stepped forward toward Araya. Stay still, and I'll grant you a painless death. Araya smirked. A mage who stays still is already dead. Mana flared around him as he unleashed his magic. The scene cuts back to Paul and Helmet. Their blades clashed again and again, sparks flying with each impact. With sheer strength, Paul forced Helmet further back, laughing as he pressed the assault. What happened to your confidence? Where's that arrogance now? Helmet ignored his taunts. His mind focused on one thing, luck. Facing two rank 2 mercenaries and the rest of Blackhawk would have been near impossible. But with Araya awake, his odds had shifted. Still, Paul wasn't done. Blue energy erupted around his body as he activated his buys. With a roar, he launched a devastating strike. The blast crashed into Helmet, engulfing him in a violent explosion. Smoke and dust swirled around the impact zone. Paul scoffed, lowering his blade. Pathetic. So weak. Where's that arrogance now? But then, from within the haze, a voice rang out. Our fight is just getting started. Paul froze. As the dust cleared, Helmet stepped forward, completely unscathed. An ominous aura flared around Helmet, his energy spilling into the forest. He looked straight at Paul. Thanks for following me here. Paul scowled. What? Are you insane? I've got you cornered. Don't twist the situation. Helmet's blade shimmered as he coated it with buys. You're not even worthy to face me. Paul's eyes widened. You can control this? Rage twisted his face as he enveloped his own sword and energy. Bastard. A rank 4 trash like you thinks he can fight me. A rank 2 mercenary? With a furious shout, he charged. Helmet slipped aside with ease, dodging the strike. By the time Paul turned, Helmet's figure in front of him blurred into nothing but an afterimage. Realization struck too late. Helmet was already above him. A crushing blow descended, fueled by concentrated buys. Paul raised his sword, but he was too slow. The attack slammed him into the ground, blood spraying from his mouth. His scream echoed through the trees. Helmet landed lightly, sword in hand. Paul struggled, his body trembling as he forced himself up. Ow, how can you use so much vis? Helmet answered with the flat of his blade, striking Paul across the head. That's none of your business. Leave. Take the rest of the Blackhawk and get out. I'll let you live. Turning his back, Helmet started to walk away. But Paul's laugh rang out, sharp and broken. You want me to beg? You want me to grovel? Never. Kill me. I'd rather die than suffer humiliation. Helmet stopped, his voice calm but heavy. You were already humiliated. The moment you abandoned your comrades, you lost everything. Paul's eyes widened. The words cut deeper than any blade. Helmet walked away, leaving him writhing on the ground. Paul's laughter twisted into madness, echoing in the dark woods. As Helmet moved deeper into the forest, a thought struck him. Araya, he remembered the mage was still facing the other Blackhawk members. He hoped he'd manage to hold his ground. The scene shifted. Several Blackhawk mercenaries lay sprawled in the dirt, their bodies broken. Max and a few others clutched their wounds, barely able to move. Max glared up at Araya. What are you? Stones floated around the mage, spinning under his command. What am I? He replied coldly. A mage. One Blackhawk roared in anger, charging recklessly. Without hesitation, Araya sent a boulder crashing down, silencing him instantly. His gaze returned to Max, whatever your mission was. I'm not interested. Araya's voice cut through the battlefield. You interfered in my business. For that, I'll destroy you. He raised his hand, mana flaring, and another Blackhawk mercenary crumpled under the weight of his spell. Max snarled. Arrogant bastard. He snatched up his spear, coating it in buys, and charged forward. Araya's gaze was cold, pretending to be strong. I'll shatter that facade. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a massive wave of magic. Max's eyes went wide. The sheer scale of it was overwhelming. Blocking it was impossible. The blast hurled him across the ground, smashing him against a boulder with a sickening thud. The other Blackhawk members scrambled to his side. Araya's voice was sharp and commanding. You're coming to Badan with me. Stay where you are. At his words, a radiant circle of light formed around them. The mercenaries froze in shock. Restraint magic, one of them shouted. Run before it binds us. Panic erupted. The men scattered in all directions. But Araya was faster. More rings of light appeared, snapping shut on those closest to him. One after another, mercenaries were trapped, dragged down by glowing restraints. Still, some slipped away into the forest. Araya's jaw tightened. He didn't like letting prey escape, but capturing Max was enough. He turned back toward the boulder where Max had fallen, only to find it empty. The scene shifted. Max crouched behind another boulder, his breath ragged, his body battered. He struggled to process what had just happened. Helmet. He's the one Blackhawk is after? And he's traveling with a mage like that? The thought made his chest tighten. He tried to piece together where it all went wrong, but his mind was in chaos. Then suddenly he felt it. A presence close by. Max ducked lower, peering out cautiously, only to see Helmet walking through the trees, unharmed. His eyes widened in disbelief. How? He should be injured, unless... The realization hit him like a blade. Paul he lost. To a rank 4 mercenary? Impossible. Helmet stopped mid-step, his sharp senses catching Max's presence behind a rock. But instead of striking, he simply let it be, silently surprised to see. Later, Araya explained the situation to Gilton, telling him that Helmet had helped fight off the Blackhawk. I don't know why he didn't fall asleep like the rest of us, he admitted. Helmet answered calmly. Medicine and potions don't affect me. Gilton's eyes widened. He recalled stories of rare individuals with natural immunities to such things. Nodding with respect, he turned to Helmet. You've done us a great service. I'll make sure you're paid more than what was promised. Just then, Genia came running, her gaze fixed solely on Araya. With stars in her eyes, she grabbed his hand tightly. It must be fate that you saved me. Please let me repay this debt. Marry me. Araya pulled his hand away, his tone flat. I'm already betrothed. When I graduate from the academy, I'll marry her. The words shattered Genia's world. She froze, her expression hollow. Kedrick and Gilton exchanged uneasy glances, both stunned. Kedrick felt embarrassed for her. Moments later, Genia broke down in tears, her cries echoing. Gilton rushed to her side, begging her not to cry in public as he tried to calm her down. Once her outburst ended, Kedrick quickly ordered the group to move out. The journey to Badan passed without further incident. As the city's gates came into view, Gilton shaded his eyes against the sun. We made it without any more trouble, he said with relief. The group buzzed with excitement. Finally, they had arrived. Helmet dismounted, his gaze fixed on Badan's towering gates. But before he could step forward, Gilton stopped him. The noble walked up to him. Helmet, thank you. I'll give you a strong recommendation at the Mercenary Guild. He reached into his pocket, producing a pouch heavy with coins. 10,000 marks. Not your fee, just a token of our gratitude. Helmet accepted it with a nod. Thank you. As he looked around, he noticed Araya preparing to leave. Slinging his bag over his shoulder, Helmet stepped into his path. Araya frowned. Why are you standing in front of me? Helmet gave a small nod. Thank you. You've helped me in more ways than you realize. Araya blinked, caught off guard. But to keep up his tough act, he looked away and ignored the words. Helmet didn't press further. After giving his thanks, he turned toward the city. Step by step, he walked through the gates of Badan, eyes wide at the unfamiliar sights that stretched before him. Badan was unlike anything Helmet had ever seen. The city stretched endlessly, larger than any village he'd visited, with crowds of people flooding the streets. The sheer difference between a village and a city left him stunned. After wandering for some time, he finally reached the grand gates of Greta Academy. Finding the place hadn't been easy. The city size was overwhelming. Stepping onto Academy grounds, Helmet's eyes widened. Towering buildings rose all around him, their scale unlike anything he'd known. Students in uniform walked past, chatting and smiling, their laughter echoing in the halls. The sights were impressive, but Helmet had no time to admire them. His focus was clear. He needed to find a man named Eden Kudrow. Spotting a receptionist at the front desk, Helmet approached. But the woman didn't look up. Her eyes remained glued to the book in front of her. With a sharp thud, Helmet slammed his hand against the desk. The sudden noise startled her, making her yelp. After composing herself, she looked up. W, what do you want? I'm looking for Eden Kudrow, Helmet replied. Her eyes widened at the name. Do you mean Sir Eden Kudrow? The swordsmanship instructor? Yes, Helmet nodded. I'm an acquaintance of his. Can I meet him? She studied him for a moment before asking, Your name? Helmet. The scene shifted. The receptionist led him through the wide hallways until they reached a door. Pulling out a glowing blue card, she pressed it against the surface. A magic circle lit up, spreading across the frame. Wait here a moment, she said. Helmet's eyes flickered with surprise. Watching her casually use magic left him curious, and even more curious about the man he was about to meet. Darien wouldn't mention someone ordinary, he thought. The door creaked open slowly. The receptionist stepped aside and gestured. You may go in. Helmet entered. Inside stood a man with jet black hair. Eden Kudrow. His gaze was sharp, his presence overwhelming. I've never heard of you before, Eden said flatly. State your business. Helmet froze for a moment. He could feel it instantly. Eden was powerful. Not at Darien's level, no. But without a doubt, the strongest human he had encountered so far. Strong enough, Helmet thought, to rival a rank 1 mercenary. Eden frowned, noticing the silence. Why are you staring at me? Speak. Eden's voice cut through the silence. Explain yourself. Why are you here? The words pulled Helmet back to the moment. Without answering, he gripped the hilt of his sword and drew it from its sheath. Eden's eyes narrowed. What are you doing? Helmet held the blade forward. I expected you to recognize this. At first, Eden frowned. The sword looked simple, even crude. But as his gaze lingered, his expression shifted. Its balance, its resilience, there was no mistaking it. This wasn't just any weapon. Recognition struck. This sword, it belonged to Darien Depert. Helmet's eyes widened slightly. Darien had been right. Eden did know it. Eden stepped closer, his voice tight. Is Darien still alive? Helmet's answer was calm, but heavy. No, he passed away recently. The weight of the words hit Eden hard. His body trembled as disbelief gripped him. Darien dead? For a moment, The room felt colder. Slowly, he forced himself to accept it. 20 years had passed since Darien vanished, and now, the final truth had reached him. Taking a steady breath, Eden spoke again. Darien once saved my life. I swore on my name and my family's honor that I'd repay that debt. Seeing you with his sword, you must be his last apprentice. He looked Helmet in the eye. Why have you come here? Helmet answered firmly. I want to enroll in the academy. Eden's brows rose in surprise. So that was Darien's wish, that I become this boy's guardian. What's your age? Eden asked. Helmet hesitated. I don't know. Eden froze. You mean you've lived all this time without knowing how old you are? Helmet tried to calculate. Maybe 14 or 15. Eden studied his physique and shook his head. Not 14. You're likely 15. That means you can't join as a freshman. You'll have to enter as a transfer student. He reached for a book on his desk, ready to explain the process. But before he could begin, Helmet asked, do I really need to take the exam? Eden stopped, then let out a faint chuckle. Of course. The apprentice of the divine swordsman wouldn't need to prove himself in the swordsmanship exam. No, he said finally. You don't. He could transfer immediately if he revealed the truth. He was Darien's apprentice, the disciple of the divine swordsman himself. When he told Eden this, Eden froze. The name alone carried more weight than any proof. Helmet gripped his sword tighter. Even here, in the human world, Darien's influence still guided him. From the very first time in the Forest of Roots, Darien had been by his side. The thought filled him with gratitude. But then, Helmet paused. Something didn't add up. Darien was in the Forest of Roots, yet Eden had said Darien vanished 20 years ago. If even Darien's closest allies knew nothing of his whereabouts, then how had he ended up there? Helmet's mind raced. Darien hadn't gone to that place willingly. Someone had forced him there and covered it up. And if those same people learned he was Darien's last apprentice, they wouldn't hesitate to send him back into the Forest of Roots, no matter what power lay in his seed of darkness. When Eden urged him to reveal his identity, Helmet shook his head. I can't. No one can know I'm Darien's disciple. Eden stared, stunned. Why? Why hide something like that? Helmet looked away. I can't tell you everything yet. If anyone finds out, my life won't be safe. The words hit Eden hard. His shock turned to anger. Who would dare target Darien's apprentice? Tell me, who are they? Helmet's voice stayed calm. I'll explain when the time is right. Please just wait. Eden slowly let out a breath, regaining his composure. He nodded. All right, I'll trust you. I know you and Darien carry burdens that can't be shared. But remember, Darien entrusted you to me. Whenever you need help, I'll be there. Then his tone shifted. For now, focus on the transfer exam. I'll handle the documents. But before that, Eden's hand tightened into a fist as he walked forward, his displeasure still visible. I need to test your strength. He led Helmet into a secluded chamber. This is my personal training ground. I know you're strong. After all, your master is the divine swordsman. But strength alone isn't enough. I need to see your true ability. Eden dragged out a massive wooden log and set it before him. Show me, he said. Eden pointed at the wooden rack. Not with your blade. Use one of those practice swords. Helmet nodded, set his weapon aside, and grabbed a wooden sword. He gave a few quick swings, testing its weight. It felt natural in his hands. The log before him was no ordinary wood. A white birch, denser and tougher than most. Even leaving a dent on it would be impressive for someone his age. But Eden had already seen enough to know Helmet wasn't ordinary. As soon as Helmet settled into his stance, his energy flared. Vibes flowed through him. Eden's eyes widened. Already? At his age? He couldn't believe it. Before the thought was complete, Helmet's wooden blade sliced forward. A sharp crack echoed through the room. The birch split clean in half. Eden's jaw nearly dropped. Not only had Helmet managed it, he had channeled Bise so perfectly that the log was cleaved in one strike. The young man standing before him was every bit the apprentice of Darien. You'll have no problem with the practical exam, Eden said firmly. What you just showed me is more than enough. Helmet glanced at him. Then, can I really enter the academy? Eden nodded. You can. With power like yours, passing will be easy. And if you're this strong, I'd wager you're sharp in other ways too. But Eden's confidence wavered only moments later. The scene shifted. He sat trembling, clutching Helmet's written test results. His hands nearly shook the paper apart. 4. In almost every subject, Helmet had scored only 4 points. It was so bad Eden thought even blind guessing would have earned higher marks. This can't be real, Eden muttered. How could someone so gifted in combat be this hopeless with studies? The real exam was just 10 days away. At this rate, Helmet wouldn't even be allowed through the gates. Eden rubbed his temples. You can't enroll with scores like these. And even if I wanted to help, it's impossible. There's no time to hire a private tutor. And faculty like me, we're forbidden from training applicants in secret. If anyone finds out, it could cause problems for both of us. Helmet leaned forward. Then, what should I do? Isn't there any way? Eden sighed heavily. Normally, academy students take on that role, tutoring newcomers before the exam. But with the date so close, the best of them are already taken. I don't know what else to do. The room fell into silence. Helmet lowered his gaze, thinking. Then, a voice from memory surfaced. Gilton's words about Araya. Gilton's words came back to him. Araya, the academy's genius. Eden, Helmet asked suddenly. Do you know someone named Araya? Eden raised a brow. Of course. Araya's a prodigy. He entered with the highest honors, the first in academy history to score a perfect mark across every subject. Helmet didn't really understand what being an honor student meant, but he understood one thing clearly. Araya was smart. Smarter than anyone else he could ask. He didn't want to trouble him, but with no other options, the decision was made. I'll ask Araya to tutor me. Eden blinked. What? Him? His disbelief was written in his voice. Yes, Araya is skilled enough, but how do you plan to convince him? How do you even know him? Before Eden could finish, Helmet was already gone. The scene shifted. Araya stood before Helmet, staring him down. You came to me for this. He scoffed. I never agreed to see you again. And now you're here, begging me to teach you. His voice sharpened. I despise teaching fools, especially muscle-headed swordsmen like you. Empty brains, swinging sharp steel. That's all you are. Helmet, stay calm. I only want to pass the exam. Nothing more. Everyone says you're the best tutor. That's why I came to you. Araya turned away. I don't care. Find someone else. I have no intention of wasting my time on you. He stepped toward the door, hand reaching for the handle. Wait, Helmet's voice cut through. I'll pay you. Araya froze mid-step. Slowly, he glanced back. Pay me? You're trying to buy my intelligence with money. His lips curled. Then tell me. How much are you offering? Helmet didn't hesitate. How much do you want? That reply lit irritation in Araya's eyes. 100,000 marks. All of it. Up front. Done. The single word stopped him cold. Araya's expression faltered. He turned fully, disbelief clear. You're serious? You'd actually hand over 100,000 marks just to study under me? Helmet met his gaze. We start tomorrow. Araya narrowed his eyes. You do understand what you're saying, don't you? 100,000 marks. Helmet nodded without hesitation. He had 90,000 from his time with the Face Mercenaries, and another 10,000 from his most recent mission. It was enough. There isn't much time left, Helmet said firmly. We start tomorrow. For once, Araya was speechless. He had only thrown out that outrageous price to chase Helmet away, never imagining he'd actually agree. Fine, Araya muttered. But if you can't produce the money, don't bother showing up. Meet me at my dorm tomorrow morning. And know this, if you're not serious, I'll cancel everything on the spot. With that, he spun on his heel and vanished inside. Inside the dorm, a boy sat reading, an odd creature perched atop his head. He looked up as Araya entered, but said nothing. Later, as Helmet turned to leave, the boy's gaze followed him. He tilted his head, surprised. So Araya actually has a friend? And such an unusual one at that. The next morning, the sun rose over the academy grounds. Helmet returned, just as promised. Araya was already waiting outside. He raised a brow, half expecting Helmet to back out. You actually came. Do you have money? Helmet reached into his pocket and pulled out a heavy bag. Exactly 100,000 marks. He handed it over without hesitation. Araya held the bag, stunned. He had never intended for this deal to become real. He tried to shake off the unease. Listen closely. I've never tutored anyone before. If you fail, don't expect a refund. That doesn't matter, Helmet replied without flinching. The answer threw Araya off. He had expected fear, maybe regret. Instead, all he saw was unwavering resolve. For the first time, he felt a twinge of guilt. He had demanded such a ridiculous sum out of pride. But this boy was actually serious. With a long breath, Araya finally gave in. Fine, I'll teach you. He motioned toward the door. Wait here. I need to grab something. Though he wasn't excited about the task, Araya figured tutoring couldn't be that difficult. The scene shifted. Helmet and Araya sat together in the academy's vast library. Scrolls and books surrounded them. As Araya began explaining, his sharp eyes locked on Helmet. He studied the boy closely, as if trying to read more than just his answers. It didn't take long for Araya to realize the truth. Helmet was far more troublesome than he expected. Teaching him was nothing like tutoring a normal student. Everything about this boy was unusual, yet the more he observed, the more baffled he became. Helmet's ability to absorb new information was incredible, sharper even than the top students of the magic department. His focus was unshakable, his memory flawless. Tell me, Araya asked suddenly, narrowing his eyes, have you been living in a forest your whole life? Helmet stiffened. The words struck him like a blade. How could Araya guess so accurately? At that moment, he was certain this wasn't just any image. Araya saw too much. He would have to be careful around him. Why would you ask that? Helmet said cautiously. Because your focus is unmatched, Araya replied bluntly. Your memory, your concentration, they're extraordinary. But then, he slammed his fist against the table, startling Helmet. Why don't you know the most basic ethics, or even the simplest common knowledge? Helmet looked down, unable to answer. Araya shoved a paper toward him. Look at this. One of my test questions. What would you do if someone tried to pick a fight with you? And what do you write? Threaten them with my father's authority. His voice rose with disbelief. Who in their right mind writes something like that? Helmet stayed silent. We don't have time to waste, Araya snapped. We'll rush through the other subjects, then focus entirely on your ethics. And listen carefully. 100,000 marks is no small sum. You've paid for it, so failure is not an option. His tone sharpened. You're being taught by the academy's top student. That means you will enroll. No excuses. Helmet blinked at him, confused. He realized Araya wasn't doing this for the money. He was doing it for his own pride. Helmet couldn't decide if that made him more reliable or simply insane. Night fell, but the two of them were still in the library, surrounded by stacks of books and scattered notes. Next question, Araya said, leaning back. Suppose a classmate steals something from you. What's the proper response? I want the most wholesome, most ethical solution. Helmet rested his chin in his hand, thinking deeply. Violence wasn't the answer. He was sure of that. Slowly, he looked up. I've got it. Araya's eyes narrowed. Let's hear it. Helmet replied with certainty. The best answer, Helmet said with confidence, is to steal it back quietly. Araya's face twitched. For a moment, he couldn't even form words. Finally, he let out a sharp breath. You idiot. That's wrong. Helmet frowned. Why? I didn't fight. I avoided conflict. I solved the problem quietly. Araya pressed a hand to his forehead. Unbelievable. You actually think that's correct. Of course you do. You think like a swordsman. But listen, if you steal it back, your classmates learn nothing. They'll just do it again. The right way is to confront them, make them understand what they've done, and let them repent. Forgive the person, but not the sin. That is justice. That's the Academy's way. Helmut blinked, confused. The logic felt twisted and overly complicated. But if this was how humans lived, then he had no choice but to learn. He couldn't ignore it. If he wanted to walk the path Darien spoke of, he had to adapt, even if it meant learning these things far too late. The lesson pressed on. What if someone assaults you? Araya asked, testing him again. I'd kill them. Helmut replied without hesitation. Araya slammed the table. No, you get a security guard to deal with it, you idiot. His voice echoed through the library, drawing glares from nearby students. Days passed. Their lessons stretched late into the night, until finally, exam day arrived. Students streamed out of the library. The test finished at last. Outside, Araya waited near the steps. Behind a nearby bush, two girls peeked out, whispering excitedly. Look, it's Lord Araya, one of them gushed. Why is he at the examination center? He's still as handsome as ever. The other sighed dreamily. Do you think maybe he was waiting for someone? Of course. He's probably here for that lucky person he's been tutoring all week. Just then, Helmut stepped out of the library. He walked straight toward Araya. Araya raised a brow. Already done? HM. So, the Academy decided to hold the exam in the library. Helmut shrugged. Probably because it's quiet. Araya's jaw tightened. That was rhetorical, you idiot. He sighed. Anyway, I left my books inside because of all the time I wasted tutoring you. I had to wait until you finished. He looked Helmut in the eye. So, how did you do? Helmut gave a firm nod. Araya smirked faintly. He was certain that. Araya folded his arms. You won't have any trouble with the practical exam. Our tutorials end here. He walked past Helmut, his steps sharp and deliberate. Good luck, he added without looking back. Helmut bowed his head. Thank you. Araya stopped, turned, and met his gaze. Don't thank me. You paid for my service. Just work hard. With that, he left. Helmut watched him go, gratitude still weighing on his chest. Araya might not accept it, but Helmut knew he owed him. With the written exam behind him, Helmut turned his focus to the practical. He made his way to the hall, where the transfer candidates for the swordsmanship department gathered. As soon as he entered, an instructor told him to wait until his name was called, then follow to his assigned group. Helmut scanned the hall. So many new entrants, each waiting anxiously for their turn. He sat quietly, slipping into thought. What should I do once this is over? Eden had advised him to rest after the exam, but it had been too long since his last real training. I'll train instead. His thoughts were broken when someone waved a hand in front of his face. Hey, what are you thinking about? The boy asked with a wide grin. Helmut blinked. I'm Savit Lugel. The boy continued, offering a handshake. Second son of the Rugel family. And you are? Helmut hesitated, uncertain. Savit's sudden friendliness fell off. He was sure this boy had some reason for approaching him. When Helmut didn't reply, Savit tilted his head. Oh, I see. You're quiet because of Academy regulations, right? Don't worry. We're not students yet. Those rules don't apply to us. Helmut frowned. Academy regulations? He had never even heard of such a thing. He narrowed his eyes at Savit. Why did you come to me? Savit raised his hands, still smiling. Relax. I just want to make friends with the other transfers, that's all. But the truth was, Savit had noticed Helmut with Araya. Anyone close to the Academy's genius was worth knowing. In his mind, Helmut had to be a low-ranking noble. Befriending him could be useful. Finally, Helmut spoke. Helmut. Savit froze, then laughed lightly. Helmut? That's unusual. What about your family name? Which house do you belong to? The word family struck Helmut unexpectedly. Savit leaned closer. Come on, it'll be good to know. Savit chuckled. It's good to know each other before enrollment. After all, we'll need to get along with everyone. Helmut thought about the family name carved inside his pendant, Margaret Irene. But because he'd been sent to the Forest of Roots, he knew better than to speak it aloud. I don't have a family name, Helmut said flatly. Savit froze, his eyes widening. What? Then you're a commoner? Yes. Laughter burst out of Savit. He threw his head back, mocking. Unbelievable. I actually offered my hand to a commoner. His smile twisted into disgust. And why are you sitting there like you're confident? Do you not understand your place? One of Savit's friends leaned in. Why would a commoner even try to enroll in the Academy? Savit smirked. Because he's a bastard with no shame. Probably never learned it, even in his precious tutorials. His eyes narrowed on Helmut. Tell me, how did a lowly brat like you manage to get tutored by Araya? Before Helmut could reply, a shadow loomed behind Savit. A massive man placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Savit stiffened. His friends went pale. The man's voice was calm, but iron lay beneath it. Keep your voice down. Some students still haven't taken their exams. His grip tightened just enough to make Savit flinch. Remember this. It's forbidden to discriminate inside the Academy. Don't judge others by class or gender. He released Savit and stepped back. Applicant 15, be careful with your words. Then he turned to the rest of the hall. In 5 minutes, we'll begin the examination briefing. Sit down. Savit brushed his shoulder angrily, as though wiping away the man's touch. He waited for his friends to follow, but not before pausing beside Helmut. With a sneer, he hissed, if you're a commoner, keep your head down. Stop hanging around people above your class. You're only confusing them. Helmut didn't react. He simply ignored the insult and sat quietly. The scene shifted. An instructor stood before the gathered applicants. You all worked hard on the written exam, he said firmly. Now comes the practical. This test will be taken in groups, and each group will face 2 separate trials. As the words sank in, Helmut's sharp eyes scanned the hall, and he noticed something odd. Helmut suddenly noticed it, The other applicant stares. Cold, judging, the same way Savitt had looked at him. It dawned on him that the human world was no different from the Forest of Roots. Monsters and humans alike lived under hierarchies. The only difference was the measure of power. In the forest, strength ruled. Here was family, status, and name. Is family more important than strength in this world? Helmet wondered. Either way, if he wanted to survive in the academy, he had to learn what mattered most. Next group, step inside. Helmet rose when his turn came. The instructor led him to a chamber where a towering blackwood tree stood firmly planted. You'll cut this tree, the instructor explained. He lifted a wooden sword from the rack and offered it to Helmet. Any swordsmanship you like is allowed. You may also use this. Helmet accepted the weapon. You have 5 minutes. Fail to cut it within that time, and you'll be disqualified. Begin when ready. Helmet studied the tree, pressing his palm against its surface. The wood was tough, but not enough to withstand his power. This test was far too simple. He gripped the sword, let bise surge through his body, and with a single decisive strike. Crack! The blackwood split clean in two. The instructor staggered back in shock. Even he needed several blows to cut blackwood, yet this boy had done it in one effortless swing. Helmet lowered the blade calmly. Is the examination over? The instructor snapped back to his senses. Why, yes. You've passed the first stage. The scene shifted. Savitt lounged with his friends, smirking as they whispered about the test. But the moment Helmet stepped out, Savitt's face twisted with annoyance. Ew, did they give you rottenwood instead of blackwood? His voice dripped with mockery. I'll report this to the supervisor. Helmet didn't bother replying. What nonsense is he spouting now? Before he could think further, the instructor stepped forward. The next stage will now begin, he announced. Sparring. Each of you will duel one-on-one for 8 minutes. You may use your swordsmanship freely. The instructors will observe every match. Final acceptance will be decided after careful evaluation, the instructor concluded. As he spoke, Savitt's eyes stayed locked on Helmet. Your opponents will be chosen at random, the instructor continued. Remember, acceptance depends not on victory, but on the skill you display. Show us your best. Savitt grinned. Unfair, he muttered to his friends. Whoever gets matched with Helmet gets an automatic pass. Helmet's gaze snapped toward him, sharp and cold. Savitt flinched, then sneered when he realized Helmet had heard. Helmet clenched his fists. This fool, he doesn't know his place. Should I shut him up here and now? Savitt leaned forward with a smug smile. What's wrong? If you got a problem, hit me. Go on, try. His voice was dripping with provocation. Helmet's jaw tightened. He wondered if Savitt would finally leave him alone if he did. His fist trembled with restrained anger. But then the instructor's voice rang out. Helmet, Andro, step forward. Both Helmet and Savitt froze. The second name was called again. Andro. From the crowd, another applicant rose. Helmet and Andro walked toward the front as Savitt muttered under his breath. TCH, lucky. I would have crushed that commoner. His friend chuckled. Andro's the lucky one. Imagine facing nobody in your first duel. Helmet stopped mid-step and glared over his shoulder. He didn't speak, but his eyes alone silenced them. Not now, he thought. There would be other chances to deal with him. The scene shifted. Helmet and Andro entered a separate chamber. At the center was a raised stage for dueling. Several instructors waited as judges. One of them greeted them warmly. Welcome to the second stage. Helmet blinked. He recognized the man. Eden, the instructor who had escorted them, bowed slightly. I brought the first pair for evaluation. As he spoke, Andro's eyes stayed fixed on Helmet, studying him closely. Helmet frowned, confused by the scrutiny. Another judge turned to Eden. Is this the one you recommended? Yes, Eden confirmed. Helmet, but I won't be part of his evaluation, since I'm the one who referred to him. It falls to the rest of you to judge. The judge's brows lifted. You recommended an applicant? He hadn't expected that. The judge's eyes narrowed. This is your first time recommending anyone, Eden. Is this boy really that special? Eden folded his arms. You'll understand once you see him fight. The instructor who had escorted Helmet and Andro stepped forward. The duel will last 8 minutes in total, divided into 2 rounds of 4 minutes each. The match ends if one applicant can no longer wield his sword or continue. Remember, victory isn't the goal. Show us your best. With that, he retreated and raised his hand. Begin. Andro inhaled deeply, settling into his stance. He had heard the whispers. Helmet was a commoner. He gripped his wooden sword tightly, telling himself not to underestimate him. Yes, he cut the blackwood tree, but without formal training, a commoner like him can't match me. But then Helmet moved. Andro's eyes widened. Helmet had vanished. The next instant, his back slammed against the ground. The judges blinked in disbelief. Eden's lips curved into a confident smile. Helmet stood calmly over Andro, the tip of his wooden blade pressed against his opponent's face. Is it over? He asked. The referee hurried between them, raising a hand. The duel is finished. Andro cannot continue. Andro's body trembled as reality sank in. He didn't understand. He hadn't even seen the attack. Rage burned in his chest. How could he, a trained swordsman from a noble house, lose so utterly to a commoner? One of the female judges leaned forward. Incredible. His sword is fast and carries frightening weight. For someone his age to wield swordsmanship like this. Another instructor shook his head. The difference in talent is too extreme. They're the same age, yet the gap is unbridgeable. How are we supposed to measure their skills fairly? The referee hesitated, clearly torn. Eden, though, watched in quiet awe. He had always known Helmet was strong, but he hadn't expected this level of precision and mastery. Helmet calmly stepped back, raising his sword again. He remembered, the duel had 2 rounds. One was already over. Only one remained. The female judge leaned forward, eyes fixed on him. The female judge hesitated. Helmet's skill was undeniable, but Andrew's ability couldn't be measured at all. The other instructor nodded in agreement. It's true. At this rate, we'll never know Andrew's true level. Eden stepped forward. Helmet, he called out, do something different. Spar with him as though you're teaching. Helmet blinked. Teaching? Yes. Eden replied firmly. Teach him the way you were taught. Helmet's eyes widened slightly as memory stirred. He remembered Darien, the endless sparring, the sharp corrections, the way each mistake became a lesson. Slowly, he lowered his guard and nodded. I understand. Eden then turned to Andrew. Forget your status. Forget your family name. Sparring against someone beyond your level will benefit you greatly. You're not lacking compared to others your age, so show us what you can really do. Andrew took a breath, straightened, and nodded. Understood. He raised his wooden blade and looked at Helmet. I apologize for looking down on you. This time, I won't be defeated so easily. Then he charged. Helmet deflected the strike effortlessly. Faster. If you move that wide, blocking you is too easy. Andrew's eyes widened. He had swung with all his strength, yet Helmet brushed it aside like nothing. Before he could recover, Helmet's blade tapped sharply against his hands. Your balance is off, Helmet said calmly. Don't push all your weight forward. You lose control of your center. Andrew gritted his teeth. Being corrected mid-duel was infuriating. He rushed in recklessly. Helmet slipped aside, his movements fluid. Don't attack head-on. It limits your options. Watch your sides. He struck lightly across Andrew's back. See? You've lost your footing again. If you can't block, create distance instead of swinging wildly. Andrew stumbled, frustration in his eyes. Helmet pointed his sword at him. Get up. And this time, don't swing aimlessly. From the judge's table, Eden watched closely. His expression softened, a flicker of memory rising in his mind. Years ago, Eden lay broken on the ground, blood soaking his body. A demonic beast towered over him, its claws stretching down to end his life. He couldn't move. He couldn't fight. But even as death loomed, a small smile tugged at his lips, his sword clutched tightly in his hand. Then, just before the beast could strike, an explosion of radiant light split the darkness. Light flashed, and the beast was sliced apart. The one who struck it down called Eden a brat, warning him that lying around like that would only get him killed. Eden froze in disbelief. Standing before him was none other than the legendary swordsman, Darien. Darien told him to get up, and as Eden watched Helmet training Andrew, he suddenly realized Helmet was just like Darien. With a faint smile, Eden knew Darien had returned. The scene shifted. The instructors gathered, discussing this year's applicants. One of them remarked how varied the skill levels were, while the female instructor shared her high expectations for a particular candidate. She wondered aloud just how strong he might grow. Later, Eden glanced at Helmet's picture and told the woman confidently, he'll soar. A week passed. Helmet wandered the streets of Badan, clearly searching for something. After some time, he finally reached his destination, the Mercenary Guild. Inside, a cheerful boy greeted him warmly. Are you here to submit a request? Helmet shook his head. No, I'll come and take one. The boy blinked in surprise. You're a mercenary? He eyed Helmet's refined clothes and assumed he must be from a noble family. Curious, he asked which mercenary corps Helmet belonged to. Without hesitation, Helmet pulled out a paper and handed it over. Face Mercenary Corps. I've been here before. The boy checked the records and quickly apologized. My mistake. I'm still new here. Please, tell me what kind of request you're looking for. I'll find the best one I can. At that moment, Helmet remembered a scene with Eden. Back then, Eden had slammed his hand on the table after hearing how much Helmet had paid Araya. 100,000 marks? Eden nearly shouted. He instantly knew Araya had scammed him. That's way too much. Where did you even get that kind of money? Don't tell me you borrowed it from someone, he said between bites of steak. Helmet calmly replied, I earned it. Saved up while working as a mercenary. Relieved, Eden leaned back but pressed on. Do you still have some left? Helmet shook his head. That was everything. My whole savings. Eden sighed, realizing just how much Helmet still had to learn. Eden decided it was time to teach Helmet about money. He reminded him that for now, he was under his care and didn't need to worry too much about finances. But Eden warned him, money wasn't something one could always count on having. With a firm tone, he told Helmet, you never know when you'll need it. A person who can't earn for themselves ends up living no better than a beast. Those words struck deep. Helmet realized that if he wanted to stand on his own, he needed to learn how to make money. Eden then gave him some freedom. You've got a month before the academy starts. Do whatever you like with that time. Helmet didn't hesitate. Then I'll take on a few requests. Eden quickly set boundaries. No dangerous missions, and nothing long-term. Keeping that in mind, Helmet returned to the guild and told the boy at the desk, I want a request that takes place within Badan. The boy climbed up on his desk, flipping through stacks of papers. Helmet added, it has to be something I can finish before the month ends, and with a good reward. The boy blinked at the oddly precise request, but began searching. After a while, he pulled out one mission that seemed to fit. Looking at the details, he frowned. The location's unusual. Are you sure you still want it? Where is it? Helmet asked. The boy handed him the paper. Helmet's eyes widened. The request was located inside the academy itself. The notice reported rumors of a ghost appearing at night. It was said to wander through different areas, though no one had ever clearly seen what it looked like. There was no solid proof of its existence, but concerned students had filed a request to avoid any possible dangers. The task was simple. Uncover the identity of this so-called ghost, and if it truly existed, eliminate it. Helmet accepted. More than the reward, he wanted to use this as an opportunity to get familiar with the academy grounds. Still, a thought lingered. This request felt different from the others he had taken. Had he made a mistake? Lost in thought, Helmet suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned and asked sharply, "Who are you?" The boy standing there pointed at him with a grin. "You must be Araya's pupil." Helmet instantly recognized him. It was the same boy who had been there when he was negotiating with Araya. And now, he looked genuinely surprised to see Helmet again. The boy suddenly mentioned that Helmet had transferred into their academy. Confused, Helmet asked him to explain what he meant. With excitement, the boy revealed that Helmet was the very first person Araya had ever spent time with. To everyone, that was shocking news, because Araya was the idol of the magic department. Their relationship had quickly become a hot topic among students. Helmet was taken aback. He then asked, "Are you a mage like Araya?" The boy nodded. "Yes, but a little different from her." As soon as he said this, a magic circle formed in front of him. Helmet stared in awe. The light radiating from the spell was unlike anything he had seen before. From the circle, a creature burst forth, letting out a sharp cry of Latine. Helmet's eyes widened. He thought the boy had summoned a demon. The creature darted toward him at a frightening speed, and Helmet braced himself, clenching his fist and swinging. But to his shock, his punch passed straight through it. The creature slipped out of his hand and glared at him, clearly annoyed that Helmet had tried to strike it. Helmet froze in disbelief. "Why did my attack land?" The boy burst into laughter. "You're the first person to ever try punching Latine." The creature, Latine, circled around Helmet, poking and prodding at him curiously. Helmet asked what it was. The boy explained, "Latine is a spirit of light." Latine stuck out its tongue in clear dislike, making Helmet frown. The boy continued, "He's mischievous, but harmless. Still, if he wanted to attack you, you wouldn't be able to block it. Spirits don't have physical bodies. You can't stop them with brute force." He then added, "Only a handful of mages can control spirits. I'm one of them." The boy introduced himself. "Name's Sion. I'm the only elemental mage at the academy." But while Sion spoke, Helmet kept his eyes fixed on Latine. Something inside him told him he could catch it. Sion noticed the silence and grew uneasy. "Say something already. You're making this awkward." Helmet finally looked up. He found Sion to be an interesting, almost playful person, but he had other matters to handle. "It was good to meet you," Helmet said, turning away. Helmet explained that he was in the middle of completing a request and needed to move on. Sion's eyes lit up. "A request? Wait, you're a mercenary?" He quickly put the pieces together. There was only one request tied to the academy. "Don't tell me. You're here to investigate the academy's ghost?" Helmet was caught off guard. "How does he know about this?" Sion grinned. "I know plenty about it. In fact, I've always been interested in the case. Why don't I help you out?" The scene shifted, and soon Helmet and Sion were standing before an eerie, abandoned building. "That's where the ghost was last spotted," Sion explained. Even Latine seemed uneasy, trembling at the sight of the gloomy structure. Sion added, "It's actually just a regular building for the swordsmanship department. But ever since rumors of the ghost began, the place empties out completely at night." The two entered, their footsteps echoing as they explored. In the distance, a shadowy figure appeared in the hallway. As they moved closer, it darted away. Helmet asked quietly, "Are ghosts really that frightening?" Sion shook his head. "Not necessarily. They're only dangerous if they're malicious spirits tainted by black magic. If that were the case, the professors would have intervened the moment they sensed it. This one isn't a threat." Helmet let out a breath of relief. "Then we should cover more ground by splitting up." Sion froze. "What? You can't be serious." "In this place," Helmet replied calmly, "it'll be more efficient." Sion immediately refused. "No way. We're sticking together." They continued forward, Sion breaking the silence with a question. "So, what do you do if you actually find it?" Helmet didn't hesitate. "Eliminate it." Just then, the mysterious figure appeared again down the hall before slipping out of sight. The boys pressed on, eventually entering a dusty room. Sion muttered that maybe the ghost had already moved on to another building. But Helmet wasn't ready to give up. He kept searching, though frustration soon set in. There were no signs of anything unusual. Turning to Sion, he asked, "Any ideas?" But Sion wasn't listening. He was crouched down, studying something on the ground with unusual focus. Helmet walked over. "Did you find something important?" Sion quickly shook his head. "No, nothing." Sion suggested they check the next classroom. As the two stepped out, he casually asked Helmet how much time he had left to complete the mission. 10 days, Helmet replied. But then he noticed Sion had stopped in his tracks, trembling. "What's wrong?" Helmet asked. Sion's voice shook. "Look ahead." Helmet turned, and there it was. A strange figure walking toward them. His hand instinctively went to his sword. This must be the ghost. The figure drew closer, and Sion gasped as its face became visible. Slowly, the figure pulled back its hood, revealing Araya. Both Helmet and Sion froze. "What are you two doing here?" Araya asked calmly. Helmet quickly handed over his request paper. "I'm here to fulfill a mission." Sion added, "He's investigating the Academy's ghost. I came along to help." Araya scanned the paper and raised an eyebrow. 3,000 marks? For this? He looked at Helmet with disbelief. "You threw 100,000 marks at me so easily, yet you're wasting your time on something like this? Why bother? You're already accepted into the Academy. You should be at home resting." Helmet answered simply, "I took the mission because I had time to spare." Sion frowned. "That explains why we're here. But why are you here, Araya?" "I also received a request," Araya replied. Sion's jaw dropped. "Wait, you're a mercenary too?" Annoyed, Araya smacked Sion's hand away. "No, this came directly from the Academy." Sion rubbed his hand, wincing. "Man, you got some grip strength." Then, still curious, he asked, "So, the Academy must be offering you a huge reward, right?" Araya shot him a sharp look. "You don't need to know the reward. I accepted because I'm curious about the case, nothing more." Helmet's mind raced. The academy itself issued a separate request to Araya. Does that mean the situation is more serious than it looks? Excited, Sion quickly proposed. Then why don't you join us? If the three of us work together, it'll save time. When Sion suggested they all search together, both Helmet and Araya turned sharp glares on him. He instantly regretted speaking up. With an awkward laugh, he backtracked. Forget I said that. We can keep searching separately. But Araya surprised him. No, it'll be better if we work together. Sion's face lit up. Finally, someone who saw things his way. He quickly asked Helmet, what about you? Are you fine with it? Helmet gave a short nod. I don't mind. The scene shifted, and the three of them gathered inside a dim room. Araya raised his hand, casting a spell of illusion. The glowing construct formed into a map, revealing the structure of the building. He spoke calmly. According to reports, the ghost has appeared in several places. The lecture hall, the swordsmanship training ground, the professor's lounge, the gym, and the sparring grounds. Right now, we're in the lecture hall. Then he pointed something out. All these locations have one thing in common. Sion immediately caught on. They're all in the swordsmanship department. Exactly, Araya confirmed. And for reasons unknown, the ghost hasn't shown itself in the magic department. Helmet asked, could it have been created by another mage? Sion shook his head. Impossible. Someone would have heard the incantations unless silent casting was used. Araya added, and a high-ranked mage capable of silent spells wouldn't waste their time pulling such a childish trick. No, this isn't man-made. The more logical conclusion is that the ghost is avoiding mages altogether. Sion's eyes widened as the idea clicked. Of course, it must be avoiding us because it's weak against spells. Helmet spoke up, voice steady. Then it's lingering in the swordsmanship department because physical attacks can't harm it. Both Sion and Araya turned to him, surprised. How do you know that? Araya asked. Helmet blinked, confused by their reaction. To him, it was simple. He had already heard about this. When Helmet had first mentioned the request to Eden recalled an old story. Over tea, he told Helmet about a brave student who once confronted the ghost. The boy had charged in, weapon drawn, but his strike passed straight through, doing nothing. Back in the present, Sion shuddered. So, we really are chasing a ghost. Helmet smiled faintly as he watched them both think hard on what to do next. For the first time, he felt like he was being treated as an equal. Back in the forest, his words had always been dismissed or met with scolding. But here, his opinion actually mattered. Back in the forest, conversations with the face mercenaries had never been like this. Helmet would speak, but no one ever tried to piece things together as a group. Darien would usually scold him, and the mercenaries only shared their own bits of knowledge without ever combining them. But now, working with Araya and Sion, Helmet realized something new. When people put their knowledge together, they found answers they could never reach alone. So this is what it means to truly communicate. Araya broke the silence. If physical attacks don't work on the ghost, what about using this? You're always skilled with it. Helmet was taken aback by the suggestion, but slowly unsheathed his sword. A faint stream of byes shimmered along the blade. If I meet the ghost again, I'll test it out, he said firmly. Sion, however, flinched at the sight of Helmet drawing his weapon. I can't think straight anymore, he muttered, backing away. We should just check the other buildings in the swordsmanship department tomorrow. I'm exhausted. He stretched, then stood. I'll get some rest. You two be careful. With that, he left the room. Helmet turned his gaze to Araya. Any ideas? Araya asked. Yes, Helmet replied. He had already pieced it together. The ghost wasn't physical. It avoided mages, and it loved causing mischief. That left only one possibility. It's a spirit, Helmet said. Just like Latine. Araya's eyes gleamed with approval. Good. You've learned well. With a snap of his fingers, he added, but I'm not an elemental mage. Detecting spirits isn't my specialty. Then what do we do? Helmet asked. Araya glanced out the window and smirked. We already have a skilled elemental mage. The scene shifted. Sion was suddenly sprinting somewhere. Helmet and Araya followed after him, racing through the academy grounds. While running, Helmet called out, Where's he going? He's chasing the spirit, Araya replied calmly. He should be able to sense it. Helmet frowned. So quickly? Something didn't add up. He replayed the events in his mind. Araya had agreed to join them without much resistance, had asked him specifically about using byes, and now, Sion was already chasing. Helmet looked at him sharply. You knew from the start the ghost was a spirit, didn't you? Araya chuckled. I needed Sion to move. That was the only way. Helmet grit his teeth, but kept running. Soon, they burst out of the building. Araya suddenly stopped in his tracks. Helmet slowed, confused. Why are you stopping? Helmet pressed him. Why did you stop? We need to catch up to Sion. Araya shook his head. No, we only need to know which direction he's gone. He dropped to one knee, pressing his hand firmly against the ground. A faint glow spread from his palm as he whispered the name of his spell. Search. Immediately, glowing footprints began to form, leading a clear trail. They head toward the swordsmanship training ground, Araya said as he stood, brushing off his hand. Then, with a sly smile, he added, but Sion won't be able to pinpoint the spirit's exact location, which means we'll need to find it before he does. Something about Araya's tone unsettled Helmet. The scene shifted. Araya snapped his fingers, breaking the lock to the training ground. As they stepped inside, he explained, not just anyone is allowed in here. The students of the swordsmanship department take their ranks seriously. That's why their training grounds are divided by grade and level. If the spirit is hiding anywhere, it'll be in one of the higher grade rooms, the ones rarely used except by scholarship students. But when Araya turned to check, Helmet wasn't even listening. He was deep in thought. What's on your mind? Araya asked. Helmet remembered Eden's estate and the private training ground no one else could access. His feet moved on their own, carrying him to the door of Eden's personal space. Araya blinked in surprise. Wait, this is Eden's training ground. No one else uses it, Helmet said firmly, reaching for the door. That makes it the perfect place to hide. And if it helps complete the request, Eden will understand. He pushed the door open. The moment they stepped inside, Araya paused, a faint smile spreading across his face. I can feel it, a power like Sion's. The spirit's here. Helmet turned to him sharply. Did you really get this request from the Academy? Araya didn't answer right away. He simply smiled as if amused. At last, he admitted, there's something I don't like. The Academy has only one elemental mage. That's unacceptable. Helmet narrowed his eyes. You're planning to capture the spirit. For research, aren't you? Araya's smile didn't fade. If I do, it'll still count as fulfilling my request. Helping me helps you too. As soon as Araya finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. A quiet hum spread through the room. He had cast a spell called Silence. All traces of my presence are gone now, Araya explained. This way, the spirit won't sense me. He lowered himself to the ground and looked up at Helmet. You'll be the bait. Helmet frowned. And if I refuse? Araya's smirk didn't waver. Then remember, you still owe me for the exam. Before Helmet could reply, something strange began seeping through the walls. A thick, unnatural substance slid into the training ground, carrying an ominous aura. Helmet stiffened, sensing it immediately. Araya noticed his silence. What's wrong? Why'd you stop talking? He looked closer and froze. Standing right in front of Helmet was a spirit. Helmet's voice was steady. The Academy's ghost, it's finally come out. Araya's eyes gleamed with excitement. Perfect. Then I'll be the first to greet it. He rushed forward, snapping his fingers again. Walls. Magical barriers erupted around them, striking toward the spirit. But the entity weaved effortlessly between them, avoiding every strike. Annoyed, Araya raised his hands, casting a massive spell. This one seals the area. The spirit can't escape now. A shimmering dome enclosed the training ground. I can't move while maintaining this. Weaken it for me, Helmet, but don't kill it. If the spirit dies, this'll get messy. Meanwhile, the spirit turned, trying to flee, but the barrier kept it contained. Helmet unsheathed his sword. He knew normal attacks would be useless. Only Bai's could harm it. Channeling his energy, he charged forward. The spirit's mouth opened wide, lunging to swallow him whole. But Helmet's blade cut through its form, glowing with Bai's. For the first time, the spirit recoiled, staggered. Helmet's eyes widened. It worked. He steadied himself, wondering if the strike had weakened it enough. But before he could relax, the spirit rose again, shimmering violently as if preparing a counterattack. Helmet smiled faintly. Good, it's still strong. Taking his stance once more, he poured even more Bai's into his sword. In an instant, both he and the spirit launched themselves at each other. But just as they were about to clash, a radiant golden light erupted, forming a barrier between them. Helmet stumbled back in shock. The spirit halted too, glaring through the light. And then, another figure appeared within the brilliance, transformed into a different form. It was Sion. Sion, now in a different form, turned to Helmet. What are you doing? Helmet froze, startled by Sion's sudden appearance. You're provoking it, Sion said firmly. That spirit, you don't understand. It's the spirit of darkness. It's extremely self-conscious. If we want to subdue it, we have to be delicate. He gestured toward the glowing barrier. Right now, I've trapped it in a curtain of light. But neither Latine nor I can hold it for long. Helmet looked again at the spirit. Its agitation was obvious. It wasn't just fighting. It seemed genuinely upset. Araya cut in. Then tell us what to do. How do we capture it? Sion spun around, eyes wide. Capture it? Don't tell me you're planning to experiment on such a cute spirit. Even Araya was thrown by the sudden shift in Sion's tone. That's not my goal, he said quickly. But if you'd worked with me in the past, we wouldn't even be in this situation. You're the only elemental mage in the Academy. You know how rare that is. Sion's expression hardened. And I refused because your experiments are terrifying. Spirits aren't test subjects. The tension crackled between them, but then Sion turned serious again. Listen, if the spirit escapes, it'll vanish into hiding. And that would be dangerous. We can't lose it. Araya, keep your sealing spell active. Helmet, you need to hold it down, but don't strike it. Give me time to calm it. Helmet nodded without hesitation. I'll try. He leapt through the curtain of light, charging directly at the spirit. Not sure how long I can last without fighting back. Helmet called out. The spirit let out a piercing shriek. Dark tentacles burst from its body, ripping through the light curtain as it lashed out. The whips came crashing toward Helmet. He reacted instantly, blade flashing. His vis-infused sword sliced cleanly through the tendrils. But even as they fell, the spirit regenerated them, launching wave after wave of attacks. Helmet gritted his teeth. So fast, but not faster than me. He kept cutting, his blade dancing in arcs of light. Sion watched, hands trembling as he hastened his spell work. Helmet was buying him precious time. But then the spirit shifted. Its tentacles twisted together, spiraling into a massive drill of darkness. With a roar, it hurled the weapon forward. Helmet's eyes widened. That could kill me if I take it head on. He launched himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. As he twisted mid-jump, he realized something chilling. It knows I won't kill it. It's toying with me. Helmet soared through the air, Bai's surging down his blade. He was ready to unleash an attack, so powerful it would terrify the spirit into submission. But just as he moved, Sion's voice cut through the battlefield. Helmet, don't release that much Bai's on it. The hesitation cost him. In that instant, the spirit lunged, slamming into him before he could react. The force hurled Helmet across the room, his body crashing hard against the wall. Sorry, Sion called out, but you don't understand. The spirit's already weakened. If you'd struck it with that, it might have been fatal. Helmet staggered to his feet, stunned. Weakened? How can something this strong still radiate so much energy? Sion stepped forward, a glowing magic circle spinning before him. You've done enough. I'll handle it from here. The spirit seemed to realize the danger, thrashing wildly against the seal Araya had placed around the room. The walls shuddered under each strike, and even Araya trembled from the strain of maintaining it. It's trying to break out. Araya shouted. Sion, hurry. Sion's eyes narrowed. It fears my magic, that's why it's desperate. Unable to break the seal, the spirit turned its focus on the boys. With sudden speed, it rushed directly at Araya. Sion's heart stopped. Helmet moved instantly, vaulting forward to shield Araya. If I don't take this fight seriously, he'll die. He unleashed a fierce surge of buys through his blade, swinging at the spirit. But it twisted away at the last moment, darting behind him and setting its sights on Araya again. Terrified, Araya conjured a barrier of shimmering energy, but the spirit only grinned. Its body dissolved into black wisps, splitting apart and reforming behind the barrier. What? Araya gasped. It's escaping. Sion yelled. Helmet sprinted forward, cutting off its path. Leaping high, he charged his sword with an overwhelming amount of buys. The spirit froze, trembling. It could sense death in that strike. Helmet's voice rang out midair. Sion, do what you have to do. Then he dove, blade aimed straight for the spirit. The entity shook violently, unable to move, waiting for the end. But just before his sword connected, Helmet halted his swing in midair. The blade hovered inches from the spirit, the air thick with raw energy. The spirit quivered, staring at him in terror. And Sion commended Helmet for stopping his strike. At once, several glowing magic circles appeared around him as he stepped toward the trembling spirit. Bright light poured out his spell. You need to return to your normal state, Sion said firmly. The circles flared, releasing a blinding wave of light. Helmet and Araya shielded their eyes, stunned by the sheer force of Sion's magic. When the dust finally cleared, Sion stood holding something in his hands. It was the same spirit, but now it had shrunk into a small, harmless form. Only an elemental mage can handle spirits, Sion explained calmly. Araya exhaled in relief. The threat was over. The scene shifted to the mercenary guild, where Sion presented the captured spirit of darkness to the receptionist. The man's eyes went wide. So this was the ghost that terrified the academy's students. He leaned closer, curious. But why would a spirit even appear inside the academy? Sion's face lit up at the question. There are many possibilities. The natural balance of the earth could have been disrupted, or there may have been faint traces of darkness in the area. He launched into his explanation, but then shook his head. Still, the chances of that are very low. The real point is, well, no need to focus too much on why it appeared. He added, almost smugly, besides, Helmet never could have subdued it without my help. Araya groaned and rapped him lightly on the head. Enough. The receptionist doesn't need your lecture. Once their business was handled, the three stepped outside. Sion frowned. Strange. Why didn't they give us the reward immediately? We literally showed them the spirit as proof. Araya crossed his arms, irritated. Were you not listening? The receptionist clearly said Helmet has to wait 3 days while they confirm the ghost won't return. Still, Sion muttered, it doesn't feel right. Why are you so hung up on the reward anyway? Araya shot back. Helmet's the one getting paid. Sion smiled warmly. I'm just worried about our friend. Helmet blinked. Friend? Sion nodded without hesitation. Of course. We have a mutual bond now. We were destined to become friends. Helmet didn't know what to say. He had never considered their relationship in such a way. Sion stretched out his hand toward him. Take care of me, Helmet. Helmet was caught off guard by the words. It reminded him of the bond he once shared with Finn. Back then, he already found his first true friend. And now, seeing another chance to build new friendships, he couldn't help but feel a sense of joy. Helmet clasped Sion's hand without hesitation. Sion then turned to Araya, urging him to join in as well. But Araya only frowned at the sight of the two shaking hands. With irritation, he called them fools and stormed ahead, leaving the group behind. Unbothered, Sion nudged Helmet, joking that their wealthy friend should at least treat them to a meal. But Araya dismissed the idea instantly. He told Sion he had no interest in their nonsense, reminding him they had no time to waste. There was still a mess waiting for them to clean up. At that moment, Sion remembered the training ground they had wrecked. The scene shifts. Helmet is holding an admission letter, reading carefully. It stated he was to stay on the 3rd floor, room 301. Confused by the instructions, Helmet asked Eden for help. Eden explained that room 301 was his assigned dorm, and that every student at the academy was required to live there. He asked Helmet if he was ready for the start of the term. Helmet nodded. He was prepared. Eden told him the entrance ceremony was scheduled for the next day and suggested he check out his dorm beforehand. The scene changes again. Helmet arrives at the academy and is startled by how noisy the place has become. Just days earlier, the grounds were quiet, almost solemn. As he looked around, a student called out, telling everyone with dorm assignments to come forward and sort out their luggage with him. Realizing this was important, Helmet walked over and handed the student his letter. The boy greeted Helmet warmly, but when he noticed the room number on the letter, his cheerful expression turned heavy. The focus shifts once more to a student's room. Inside, a figure muttered about being exhausted, wondering if they had overworked themselves. They admitted they never cared about making friends in the first place. This student was Araya. He placed a ring on the table, muttering about how the past few days had been nothing but bothersome. Sitting down on the bed, he sighed, blaming most of his troubles on Helmet. While Araya brooded, Helmet climbed the stairs toward his assigned dorm. Step by step, he finally reached room 301. Back in his room, Araya loosened his hair, his frustration spilling out. He complained that ever since meeting Helmet, his life had only spiraled further out of control. Araya mutters that once the term begins, he doesn't want to see Helmet again. While those thoughts circled in his head, Helmet reached the door of his assigned dorm. He slid the key into the lock and turned it slowly. What he didn't know was that inside, Araya was already in her pajamas. And at that moment, the truth was revealed. Araya wasn't a boy at all. She was a girl. The scene shifts to a dim alley. Max stood there like a man unhinged, glaring at two trembling men. Brandishing a short sword, he threatened them, declaring that the Black Hawk was no joke. One of the men, terrified, stammered that security in Badan was too strict. Max clicked his tongue, clearly irritated. Just then, a hand tapped his shoulder. A voice calmly told him to kill them. The voice belonged to Paul. He reminded Max that as members of the Black Hawk, they had to follow the organization's rules. But Max, nearly consumed by madness, seemed far too excited by the thought of killing. After all, he remembered, commanders were allowed to execute those who disobeyed. Max raised his blade, ready to strike. But before he could act, a chilling voice echoed through the alley. The voice demanded to know who they intended to kill. Both Max and Paul froze where they stood, dread washing over them. The mysterious figure mocked them for harassing innocent people, reminding them of their failure to take down even a single child. He said tracking them had been simple. Then, without warning, a man clad in black appeared right behind them. He told Max and Paul that those who claimed to be Black Hawk members were nothing but failures, men who had already destroyed their own lives. Paul, enraged, lashed out with his sword. But to his horror, the blade passed straight through the man's body. Before Max could process what happened, a spray of blood hit his face. He blinked rapidly, trying to see, and when his vision cleared, Paul's headless body hit the ground. Max's entire body shook with terror. He staggered backward, swinging his sword wildly, shouting for the man to stop hiding. He demanded the stranger show himself. At that moment, a black smoke curled above him. Before Max could take a single step, the man appeared behind him, cold steel pressed against his neck. "You're the one hiding," the man whispered. And in an instant, Max's head was severed. The two men who had been threatened earlier looked on in horror, trembling as they realized what had just happened. The man in black sneered. He couldn't believe Max and Paul dared to use the Black Hawk's name after failing their mission. Still, he admitted it was impressive they'd survived as long as they had. Then, his expression twisted into something darker. He suddenly remembered. There was a question he wanted to ask them. A sinister smile spread across his face. He asked the other men if they would give him the answers he needed. The two men screamed and backed away. Helmet enters his new room. He stopped at the doorway and took it in. The place was smaller than the room he'd had in Eden's mansion. It wasn't much, but it was better than the woods. As he surveyed the sparse space, Helmet ran through the steps that led him here, leaving the forest of roots, joining the face mercenaries, then earning a place at Greta Academy. He clenched his fist. This was the beginning. From here, he would build his strength. A shadow in the corner caught his eye. Helmet took a fighting stance and went for his sword, only to realize he hadn't brought it. He readied himself to fight with his hands. He turned toward the shadow. Araya sprang forward, magic crackling at her fingertips. She stopped when she saw Helmet. "Are you my roommate?" Helmet asked. Araya held her ground. "How did you get into my room?" she demanded. "I nearly blasted you. I was assigned to room 301, Helmet said. "Impossible," Araya snapped. She looked around and found two beds. She tightened the robe around her and stepped toward the door. "Where are you going?" Helmet asked. "You don't need to know," she said. "Don't touch anything." She spun back, voice low. "If you touch anything, I'll blow you up. Stay in this room and don't go anywhere." Helmet stood there, unsure what to say. He had no idea why Araya reacted like this. Scene change. An office appears on screen. Inside, a middle-aged man sat drinking tea. That man was Liam Weiss, the dean of Greta Academy. He sat back with his tea when the door slammed open. "Araya," he blurted, spilling his drink as she stormed in, shouting his name. "What's going on?" she demanded. Liam blinked in confusion. "You'll have to explain yourself." Araya stepped closer, voice sharp. "Why did you assign me a roommate? You promised me a private room. As the top achiever in the magic department." The dean froze. Of course, she must have already found out. He hadn't expected it so soon. "I apologize," Liam said. "I should have told you earlier. But the academy has fewer rooms during renovations. Please try to understand." "That's not an excuse," Araya snapped. "You know why I need privacy. If Helmet discovers I'm a girl, what then?" Liam leaned back, thinking, "You're nearly as strong as an archmage. No swordsman could uncover your secret. You only need to be cautious." "I won't take that risk," she shot back. "My enemy is too dangerous." "I understand," Liam replied. "But giving you special treatment when rooms are scarce would be blatant favoritism. That's why I assigned you someone familiar." "Familiar?" Araya repeated, stunned. "Yes, Helmet. You've tutored him. You spent time with him." Her eyes widened. "Tutored him because he paid me. We barely know each other." She tugged at her hair in frustration. "We don't even meet often." But even as she spoke, memories of her encounters with Helmet surfaced. From the very first day they met, their paths had been tangled. "This is for your own good," Liam said firmly. "As dean, and as your guardian here, I want you to learn how to build connections. Manage with Helmet for just one semester. If you do, I'll return to your private room." The offer stunned her. Araya finally left, and the office grew quiet again. Liam exhaled deeply, wondering if she had actually believed him. The scene shifted back to the dorms. Araya walked in, removed her robe, and Araya entered the room, her expression dark. Helmet glanced at her and said, "Looks like things didn't go your way." She shot him a glare. "You must be pleased with yourself, clever boy. Tell me, do you really want to share a room with me?" Helmet tilted his head. "I'm here because it's necessary. Nothing more. I've always had a private room." Araya snapped. "As the top student in the magic department, I earned that right. And now, I'm forced to share space? Unbelievable. I'm not happy about this. Not all. I could just teleport you to class instead." Helmet shook his head. Eden wouldn't allow it, and the school would find out eventually. "I'm very particular," Araya warned. "Living with me won't be easy. Are you sure you want to stay here?" Helmet didn't hesitate. "I'd rather share a room with you. I know you better than anyone else. That makes me the best option for you too." Her eyes widened at his certainty. Helmet went on, "I've actually spoken to you. That's more than I can say for the swordsmanship students. Living here is far better than being stuck with a bunch of muscleheads who spend all day lifting weights." Araya froze, suddenly flustered. She regretted ever helping him pass his exam. Days later, carriages rolled into the academy gates. Helma hopped down from one of them with a bag slung over his shoulder. Most of his belongings were already in the room. As he climbed the stairs, he guessed Araya had already set the rules. When he entered the dorm, he asked, "So, how are we dividing the room?" Araya gestured around. "You're already looking at it." Helmet blinked. A thick curtain stretched across the room, splitting it in two. Araya stepped forward and tugged the fabric. "This side is mine. You have more space, so don't complain. The curtain is marked with a warning spell. Don't cross it. I'll also be adding a soundproofing spell, so keep quiet at night." Then, she faced him with a serious look. "Now for the ground rules. First, always take a bath and keep the restroom clean," Araya finished firmly. "Never bring anyone into the room, especially from the magic department. If you need me, call my name." Helmet nodded without complaint. "Good. Do whatever you want, just stay out of my way." With that, Araya turned toward her side of the room. Before she disappeared behind the curtain, Helmet said quietly, "I hope we can get along." The scene shifted. A group of nobles gathered, voices hushed but sharp. "So, Helmet actually got into the academy," one boy sneered. "Of course," another replied. "He's being backed by Eden." That caught a third boy off guard. "No wonder. He's probably gone delusional, thinking a noble's support makes him special." The boy turned to Savitt. "I'll deal with him once I get my chance." Savitt smirked. "No need to rush. Tomorrow's class will be the perfect time to remind him of the difference between commoners and nobles. We'll make an example of him." The scene changed again. Helmet stepped out of his room in his new academy uniform. He was surprised. It felt loose, easy to move in. He'd expected something stiff and restrictive. As he adjusted his sleeves, Araya's words echoed in his mind. At the start of the semester, you won't have much to do in class. He decided he'd use his free time to train in one of the private rooms after class. While he was lost in thought, a trembling voice called his name. "Helmet." He turned to see Sion staring at him nervously. "Did you just come out of room 301? "Yes," Helmet replied, puzzled. "Is there a problem?" Sion hesitated. "Wait, are you saying you're sharing a room with Araya?" "That's right," Helmet said simply. Sion's jaw dropped. "That makes no sense. She's the top student in the magic department. She's supposed to have a private room. Unless," he eyed Helmet up and down. "Don't tell me she agreed, because she likes good-looking guys like you." Helmet didn't respond, still confused. As they walked down the stairs, Sion leaned closer. "You're gonna have a tough semester. Trust me. Oh, and one more thing. The swordsmanship department is having their first class today. Don't stir up trouble. And whatever you do, stay away from the crazy dog." "Crazy dog?" Helmet asked. "The department has a dog?" Sion nearly tripped over the step. "That's not what I meant. It's a nickname. The top second-year student. His name is Aska. He's put down everyone who's ever challenged him. One guy even dropped out after Aska ripped off his ear. Since then, no one dares Aska ever again." Helmet was stunned. "Wait, students can actually do things like that?" Sion shook his head. "Of course not. But Aska only got a suspension. His talent keeps him protected." He patted Helmet's shoulder. "Just your best in class. I'm in room 307. Come by anytime if living with Araya becomes unbearable." With that, Sion walked off. The next scene opened on the academy's training field. Students crowded around until an instructor arrived and barked. 4 rows. "Line up." Everyone scrambled into formation. Helmet copied the others, unsure what to do. The instructor scanned the lines. "Did you enjoy your vacation? Good. Now forget it. Since it's the first class of the semester, we'll begin with basic physical training. Vacation is no excuse to grow lazy. 20 laps, start running." The students groaned but obeyed. As they jogged, complaints filled the air. 20 laps? On the first day, Helmet, however, thought the opposite. Only 20? That's barely a warm-up. Among the runners was a boy who already despised Helmet. He scowled at the idea of running next to a commoner, and worse, one who still looked graceful while doing it. His lips curled into a smirk. He stretched out his foot, ready to trip Helmet and send him face first into the dirt. But Helmet lightly skipped over it without breaking stride. The boy blinked. No way. That should have worked. He tried again, and again. Each time, Helmet avoided it with effortless hops. Now the boy was fuming. Arrogant commoner. He lashed out with more force this time. Helmet's eyes narrowed. The instant the foot came close, he struck it aside with a sharp kick. The boy yelped, lost his balance, and tumbled to the ground. The instructor shouted, "Why are you lying on the floor?" Grimacing, the boy got up. I twisted my foot." Helmet turned his head and glared at him. The boy clenched his fists, burning with humiliation. How dare a commoner glare at me? The idea of a commoner glaring at him burned in Aaron's chest. After a while, the instructor called out, "Short break. Rest up. I'll need a volunteer to help me carry supplies." One boy quickly raised his hand. and the instructor left with him. The moment he was gone, Aaron, the same boy who had tried to trip Helmet, strode over. Helmet eyed him calmly. Something wrong. Aaron lunged to grab him, but Helmet easily sidestepped. Why'd you trip me? Aaron hissed. You tried to trip me first, Helmet replied without hesitation. Aaron's face twisted. You dare talk back? Keep it up, and you'll regret it. He leaned closer, his voice low. This academy can't protect you. Know your place, commoner. Before Helmet could respond, Savitt called out lazily. Enough, Aaron. Don't waste your breath. Save it for sparring. Pay him back then. Aaron backed off with a glare. I'll deal with you later, he muttered before walking away. Helmet frowned. So proud of a status he never earned. How do weaklings like him even rise to the top? He clenched his fist, energy surging through his body. For a moment, he considered finishing Savitt and his lackeys right here. But before he could act, another voice cut in. Did I just hear someone talking about commoners? A boy with striking blue hair stepped forward, smiling. Were you talking about me? Aaron blinked in confusion. Who the hell are you? The boy chuckled. You don't know me? Ah, you must be a transfer. That explains it. He shrugged. But don't worry. I don't know you either. With a relaxed grin, he stepped right up to Aaron. Still, I heard you mention a commoner. So tell me, do you have a problem with me? Savitt scowled, anger flaring. Why are the swordsmanship commoners so full of themselves? He spat. I've had enough of you already. The boy's smile widened. Perfect. I don't like putting up with nonsense either. He leaned in until his face was inches from Savitt's. And the good news? I don't have to put up with you. Savitt's fist trembled. He was ready to strike. But one of his friends quickly grabbed his arm. Don't. That's... He whispered the boy's identity. Savitt froze, eyes widening in shock. Slowly, he turned back toward the blue-haired boy and said, Was right. Commoners really do look out for each other. Savitt froze, realization hitting him. This boy, he's Aska? His face darkened, but instead of fighting, he turned and walked away. Helmet's mind raced. The name sounded familiar. Then it hit him. Sion's warning. Stay away from the crazy dog. So this was him, the top student of the department. The scene shifted. The instructor returned, carrying bundles of wooden swords. Line up. I'll call you one by one. Take a sword when your name is called. His gaze landed on Aska. And you, why are you late? Aska replied casually. I was getting advice from Instructor Patricia. I lost track of time while we were talking. The instructor raised a brow. Patricia's off today. What? Aska blinked, caught off guard. Pathetic lie, the instructor barked. If you're gonna make excuses, at least try harder. 30 laps now. Aska's eyes widened. 30? That's excessive. He stopped himself, then quickly added, no complaints. Helmet watched quietly. From the way the instructor treated him, it was clear Aska had a notorious reputation. And judging from his attitude, it wasn't undeserved. The instructor turned back to the students. Once you get your swords, begin personal training. I'll be watching. Don't slack off. One by one, names were called. Later, Helmet trained steadily, his sword swinging sharp and precise, leaving no gaps. The instructor glanced over, eyebrows raised in surprise. This boy had skill. But he said nothing and shifted his attention to the others. Helmet continued, though a thought nagged at him. Something's missing, but what? Maybe I'll figure it out in time. Just then, Aska strolled over. Not even a thank you, he asked with a grin. I stopped you from getting into trouble. Helmet didn't pause. I never asked for your help. Aska blinked, then chuckled. Most would have fawned over him, but not this one. With a sly smile, Aska extended his hand. Relax. I'm a commoner too. Let's get along. Helmet's eyes narrowed. There was something off about that hand. Energy. Buys. Aska was hiding it under his skin. Helmet didn't move. He didn't take it. Aska's grin faltered for a moment. You sensed it? Interesting. Has sharp instincts. Aska admitted with a grin. Then he leaned closer, resting a hand on Helmet's shoulder. Here's a warning, he said quietly. Don't get clingy. Just because we're both commoners doesn't mean we need to get along. I can't stand people who rely on me. Helmet blinked, stunned. Does he really think I cling to him? Aska walked past, tossing over his shoulder. Keep your distance. We don't need to be too close. The scene shifted back to Helmet's dorm. He sat on his bed and glanced at Araya. Do I look like someone who's easy to bully? She looked at him puzzled. No. Why? Helmet sighed. Because it feels like everyone's been challenging me lately. Brushing her teeth, Araya replied. Then you must have had a rough first day. They're just fools clinging to their so-called status. Prove yourself, they'll shut up. Helmet remembered Eden's words. He told me never to pick a fight first. That depends on how you handle it, Araya said. If you can push them into making the first move, you'll have justification. Honestly, it'd be best if you face several at once. Crush them all together. Any other way? Helmet asked. The proper way, she explained, is during sparring lessons. You'll have to wait for those to begin. Helmet tilted his head, surprised. Araya studied him for a moment. There was something different about him now. Helmet noticed her stare. What? Is something wrong? You've changed, she said. The you I knew before would have already beaten him up. Looks like you actually learned something from my ethics class. Helmet gave a small nod. She was right. Tell me, he asked, can a top student punish anyone who offends them? Araya froze. That question makes no sense. Helmet exhaled. There's just one student I can't figure out. The scene cut to a hallway. Savitt and his friends walked by, coming face to face with Aska. Neither backed down, their eyes locking in a tense glare. As they passed, Savitt muttered, You must be happy to have found a fellow commoner, Savitt sneered. His lips curled into a grin. Don't worry, Aska. Soon enough, I'll tame you. From a mad dog to an obedient dog. Your grades won't protect you forever. Aska suddenly smacked one of Savitt's lackeys on the head. The boy flared up. Why the hell did you hit me? Aska flashed a mischievous smile. Sorry, guess I got too excited. My hand moved on its own. Then his eyes locked on Savitt. If you want, I can make you my obedient dog right now. At Greta Academy, status was officially meaningless in learning. But centuries of tradition couldn't be erased so easily. Nobles still looked down on commoners, still bullied them whenever they pleased. The only exception was Aska, the top student, infamous as the Academy's mad dog. None of the nobles dared to provoke him. None but Savitt. Aska leaned forward with a chilling grin. Come on, Savitt. Let's see what you've got. I've heard the stories, Savitt shot back. Everything you did last year. But tell me, are you too scared to fight me now? Aska's eyes narrowed. Savitt smirked. I know you've been keeping quiet since your suspension. Another one might cause trouble for you. He stepped in close, face to face. Go ahead, punch me. If you cross the line, I'll crush you with my skills. That's a promise. Aska's fist tightened. His anger boiled. Savitt had him cornered. If Aska struck first, the instructors would brand him the aggressor again. Savitt turned to his friends. See? The mad dog's gone tame. They burst into laughter. Aska's smile twisted, rage boiling over. He surged forward, ready to smash Savitt's face. Crack! Both boys dropped, clutching their heads in pain. Standing over them was Instructor Patricia, wooden sword in hand. You too, she barked. Why are you acting like thugs on school grounds? You've got guts, trying to start a group fight here. Aska snarled, pointing at Savitt. He started it, and it's not a group fight. I'm alone. Patricia's sword came down again with a thud, this time squarely on Aska's head. Ask on the head once more. Quiet, Patricia snapped. You can't solve every problem with your fists. Aska grit his teeth, glaring up at her. Why am I the only one getting hit? Patricia turned to Savitt. And you know better. Don't judge a student by status. In this academy, skill is the only measure that matters. Savitt stiffened. She'd heard everything. I'll remember that, he muttered. Good. Now the next class is about to begin. Get moving. Then she pointed at Aska. You, with me. What? What? Aska asked wide-eyed. Just follow. Savitt straightened his uniform and motioned for his friends to leave with him. Once they were gone, Patricia let out a long breath. Then, smack, she slapped Aska's back with her palm. Gah! Aska yelped. What was that for? Idiot, Patricia shot back. Try to stir up trouble again? You just finished a suspension. Did you learn nothing? Aska looked away. You only escaped with suspension because you're the top second year. But next time, don't count on me to save you. Her tone softened slightly. I know it's hard, putting up with Noble's arrogance. But patience. Your efforts will be acknowledged as the year goes on. Don't waste opportunities over petty clashes. Aska clenched his jaw. Deep down, he knew she was right. By the way, Patricia added, Helmet made it through his first class without issue. Helmet? Who's that? Aska asked blankly. A commoner. Like you. Be decent to him. You're in the same situation. You'll get along. As soon as the name left her lips, Aska remembered the boy from earlier. You've met him, haven't you? Patricia asked. Aska smirked, walking ahead. Not interested in getting along with anyone. He'll survive just fine, that rude bastard. The scene shifted again. Students lined up neatly in a classroom. Patricia slammed her wooden sword on the desk. Settle down. Class is starting. Roll call. Anyone absent? One boy raised his hand. Instructor, Helmet isn't here. This boy was one of. The instructor called on a boy named Jerome, asking if he had told Helmet where the class would be held. Jerome confidently replied that he had. Wanting to clear things up, Instructor Patricia asked one of the students to fetch Helmet. But before anyone could move, Jerome volunteered and went himself. A few minutes later, Jerome returned with Helmet in tow. Instructor Patricia immediately asked Helmet why he was late. Helmet explained that he hadn't known the assembly spot had been changed. Patricia pressed further, asking if he had been properly informed about the new location. Before Helmet could answer, Jerome quickly spoke up, claiming he had told Helmet everything. Patricia cut him off sharply. She wasn't asking Jerome. She repeated the question to Helmet. At that moment, Helmet realized what was happening. He looked at Jerome, who stared back with a cold glare. The rest of the class chuckled at Helmet's situation. Noticing their reaction, Patricia began to suspect the truth, that Helmet had never been told about the change at all. She gently told him he could answer honestly. But instead of defending himself, Helmet lowered his head and said he must have misheard the message. He apologized for being late. Patricia was stunned. She couldn't understand why Helmet would take the blame. Aska, watching from the side, grew irritated. He couldn't believe Helmet wouldn't stand up for himself. Jerome, however, smirked with satisfaction, convinced Helmet was simply afraid of him. Patricia then handed down a punishment. Helmet was to run 10 laps around the field after class to hold everyone up. Helmet quietly moved to stand next to Aska, who only grew more annoyed. To him, Helmet looked no different than any other ordinary student. Determined not to waste more time, Patricia began a lesson. She pulled a ball from a box filled with them and explained the exercise. The class would be working on endurance, a skill she said was vital to the stability of swordsmanship. Each student would receive an almond ball. The challenge was to balance on the tip of their sword and keep it steady. Anyone who managed to last 30 minutes without dropping the ball would be allowed to leave. After laying out the rules, Patricia asked Helmet to help her distribute the balls. From a stage, Helmet passed them down. Aska watched closely, irritation boiling inside him. He couldn't reconcile this side of Helmet with the impression he had when they first met. Back then, Helmet had seemed unyielding, fearless. Now, to Aska, he looked like nothing more than a coward bowing his head to authority. As Aska received his ball, he told himself firmly he was not like Helmet. Aska clenched his sword, assuring himself that unlike Helmet, he would never bow his head to a noble, even if it cost him his life. Meanwhile, Helmet was finishing up distributing the balls. Only one remained, and it was for Jerome. Without hesitation, Helmet adjusted his stance and hurled the ball forward with frightening force. Jerome's eyes widened as the ball tore through the air. It slammed into his stomach, knocking the breath out of him and crushing his abdomen. Patricia and Asuka froze in shock as Jerome collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Helmet calmly apologized, saying Jerome had been too far away. The class stood in stunned silence. Asuka, watching, couldn't believe what just happened. In his mind, Helmet wasn't just reckless, he might actually be dangerous. The scene shifted. Somewhere else, the sound of wood clashing echoed. A lone figure was training with a wooden sword. It was Savitt. At the same time, Jerome stood in front of a mirror, lifting his shirt to reveal a dark bruise spreading across his stomach. His face twisted with anger. It would take time to heal, and he hated the thought that a commoner had dared to hurt him. Savitt, noticing Jerome's frustration, brushed it off, telling him he was overreacting. But Jerome snapped back, insisting the ball felt like a stone and challenging Savitt to take a throw from Helmet himself. His anger only grew as he ranted about the commoners in their department acting above their station. Aaron chimed in, saying it was expected for Asuka to be defiant, but he couldn't understand why Helmet was also stepping out of line. He sneered that these commoners were beginning to forget their place. Savitt calmly wiped the sweat from his body with a towel, tossed it aside, and told them both to stop being so hot-headed. He advised them to be polite to Helmet and Asuka the next time they met. Jerome and Aaron froze, stunned by his words. Then Savitt picked up his wooden sword again, shifting into position. But his friends erupted in disbelief, yelling at him. They couldn't comprehend why he would suggest such a thing. They argued that there was no way they could get along with lowborns. Savitt's gaze sharpened. He called them fools. Both boys fell silent, startled by his bluntness. Savitt clarified. He never asked them to befriend the commoners. Dark energy seemed to pulse around him as he added coldly. You won't be seeing Helmet and Asuka much longer. So treat them well while you still can. His words left Jerome and Aaron rattled. Jerome, trying to steady himself, demanded to know Savitt's plan. Savitt only smiled, refusing to explain. With a swift motion, he swung his sword through the air, ending the conversation. The scene shifted again. Helmet's door suddenly swung open. Sion barged in with a grin on his face. He told Helmet he had heard about the trouble earlier and had come to visit. Sion had rushed to see Helmet, eager to know why he had gotten into trouble only 2 days after transferring into the academy. But instead of gloom, Sion was greeted by Helmet's bright smile. Helmet admitted it was unfortunate he ended up in that situation, but his cheerful demeanor shocked Sion. He couldn't understand why Helmet wasn't upset. As Helmet radiated positivity, Sion turned to Araya, asking if something was wrong with him. Annoyed by Sion's presence, Araya demanded he explain why he had barged into the room. With a grin, Sion rested his hand on Helmet's shoulder and teased her, saying she was being mean. He confidently declared he was only there to see Helmet, and told her to stop making such a fuss. Araya snapped back that she had never allowed him in, but Sion quickly countered, reminding her Helmet also lived there, and Helmet had welcomed him. Without missing a beat, Sion began interrogating Araya, questioning why she had suddenly accepted a roommate after living alone for so long. He even suggested she chose Helmet simply because of his looks. That was the last straw. Irritated, Araya snatched up her pillows and hurled them at the boys, shouting for them to get out. One struck Helmet squarely in the face, while Sion managed to dodge and slip out of the room unscathed. Outside, Sion laughed it off, telling Helmet that Araya was too antisocial and impossible to read. He apologized for dragging Helmet out with him, but when he glanced at Helmet again, he was stunned. The same radiant smile was still there. Sion frowned, telling Helmet to drop the expression because it didn't suit him. As they walked down the hallway, Sion asked if something good had happened. Helmet answered confidently. He felt proud of himself. He explained that while throwing a ball hard wouldn't stop his bullies completely, he was proud that he had handled things without crossing the line. No one was seriously hurt. Sion blinked in confusion. He couldn't understand what Helmet had to be proud of. With a sigh, he warned him not to end up like Asuka. Helmet reassured him that he had no intention of acting recklessly. Doing so would only bring embarrassment to Eden. Hearing that, Sion felt relieved. But Helmet wasn't done. He told Sion that while he wouldn't lash out blindly, he also wouldn't just stand there and be bullied. He would prove himself with skill. He would make it clear during their sparring classes. Sion was taken aback by the resolve in his words. He quickly shifted the subject, asking Helmet if he had any plans for the weekend. Sion invited Helmet to join him downtown, but Helmet shook his head. He explained that he was heading to Eden's mansion to eat and talk with him. Hearing this, Sion's mood sank. He didn't know how to respond. Then, as if struck by inspiration, a smile spread across his face. He quickly asked Helmet if he could tag along to Eden's mansion. Helmet was caught off guard. He asked why Sion wanted to come along in the first place. Sion laughed, saying it was only natural for one friend to visit another. He explained that smooth personal relationships were important and insisted Eden would surely be happy if Helmet brought a friend. Helmet thought about it for a moment. Sion's reasoning sounded convincing. After some hesitation, Helmet agreed. Sion's eyes lit up with excitement. As he walked away, he reminded Helmet to wait for him over the weekend. He didn't want Helmet leaving without him. Helmet watched him go, quietly wondering if he had just made the right decision. Night soon fell. In another part of the city, a heavily guarded building stood under the moonlight. A man in a long coat that hid his face entered. This was the branch manager. His subordinate greeted him respectfully and handed him a stack of request letters received that day. The manager sat down and began to sift through them. One in particular caught his attention, a request written by a young master from the academy. His face tightened in annoyance. He muttered that these spoiled nobles had no idea how the real world worked. Still, since payment had been made, the request had to be fulfilled. Removing his hood, the man revealed himself to be Anton. He frowned as he explained to his subordinate that lately, people have been extorting money while impersonating the Blackhawks. Their group's reputation was crumbling, reduced to little more than local thugs in the eyes of many. Anton hated it. People no longer took them seriously. Determined to regain control, Anton said he would personally review the requests, choosing only the important ones. He dismissed his subordinate, but just as the man turned to leave, Anton stopped him. Holding up one particular letter, Anton asked if the name on it was familiar. The subordinate, Chromo, studied it carefully but shook his head. He admitted he didn't recognize it and asked if something was wrong. Anton's instincts told him something was off. He ordered Chromo to proceed with the first request as planned, but to set this one aside for now. He then instructed Chromo to dig deeper, run a background check on the name in the letter, and report back directly to him. Chromo accepted Anton's order without question. After he left the office, Anton sat back and stared at the name on the letter. Something about it gnawed at him. He was sure he'd seen it before. The name was Helmet. Anton's expression darkened. He couldn't shake the bad feeling curling in his chest. He had forgotten. Helmet was the one who had slaughtered most of his men. The Weekend King. As usual, the academy emptied as students went downtown for their outings. With most of them gone, the once bustling halls fell eerily quiet. Helmet stood, waiting for Sion, glancing around at the stillness. The silence surprised him. Moments later, Sion appeared with a bag slung over his shoulder. "You're not packing anything?" Sion asked, puzzled. Helmet simply said he was fine. Sion blinked in disbelief. They were going to be gone for almost 2 days, yet Helmet was traveling with nothing. Helmet was equally surprised by Sion's reaction. He had long been used to traveling light. It was how he survived in the forest of roots. That habit hadn't left him. As they boarded the carriage, Sion asked if Araya was still in the room. Helmet nodded. Sion leaned back, explaining he rarely saw Araya outside the dorms, except occasionally downtown. He revealed that since arriving at the academy, she had never visited her home. Even though his own home was far away, he made sure to visit at least once every 3 months. He wondered aloud if Araya ever went home during breaks. With an awkward smile, Sion quickly added that Helmet shouldn't misunderstand him. He insisted he wasn't stalking Araya. He only knew these details because she was his rival, not because he was interested in chasing her. Helmet stared at him, unsure how to respond to such a strange explanation. His eyes turned cold as he asked if Sion wanted him to ask Araya about her family directly. Sion's face went pale. He realized he'd gone too far and hurriedly told Helmet not to do anything. The scene shifted. In the city market, Aska was savoring a skewer of roasted meat. The open air felt freeing after the suffocating academy. He strolled through the stalls, thinking about the nobles who kept trying to test him, even though they couldn't best him in a fight. He couldn't understand their obsession with pride. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if there was something wrong with his own way of handling things, but he quickly brushed the thought aside. He told himself he would rather die than bow to a noble. Aska's thoughts drifted to Helmet. He couldn't make sense of him. At times, Helmet seemed willing to grovel, yet other times he stood boldly against nobles. Aska wondered if Helmet's strength was simply his ability to endure. The more he thought about it, the less he despised Helmet. In fact, he felt a spark of pride remembering the moment Jerome writhed on the floor after taking that hit. The memory of Jerome choking and rolling in pain amused him greatly. For that alone, Aska decided Helmet deserved a chance. Not friendship, just someone worth exchanging a few words with. Lost in thought, Aska walked through the busy streets until something made him stop. A strange feeling crept over him. He turned slightly, scanning his surroundings. Shadows shifted. From different corners, several figures watched him, their presence subtle but deliberate. He continued walking, pretending not to notice, but the men eventually closed in, herding him into a narrow alley. By the time Aska realized it, they had surrounded him. Still chewing the last bite of his meat skewer, Aska asked bluntly who had sent them. He knew this wasn't random. Looking around, it was obvious they had guided him here on purpose. With a cold smirk, he told them he already knew the answer. His hand instinctively reached for his sword, but his heart sank. He had left it at the forge for repairs. Even so, Aska didn't flinch. He taunted them, saying they shouldn't interfere in childish quarrels, mocking their families for having so much free time to waste. The men ignored him and drew their weapons. For the first time, Aska's confidence wavered. He hadn't expected them to come fully armed. Thinking fast, he suddenly raised his hand and waved as though greeting someone behind them. The men froze, startled, and whipped their heads around. In their minds, an instructor radiating power must have appeared. But no one was there. In that instant, Aska closed the distance. Before they could react, he drove the wooden skewer straight into one man's shoulder. The victim cried out in pain as his comrade swung a sword toward Aska. Using the stabbed man's body as leverage, Aska vaulted upward, avoiding the strike. He landed on the ground in a sprint, bolting forward at full speed. The men gaped at his swiftness, then quickly regrouped and gave chase. But Aska's escape was short-lived. Ahead, more men stepped out from hidden corners, blocking every exit. Aska skidded to a halt, eyes narrowing. Escape was impossible. He clenched his fists. If he couldn't run, then he would fight. Meanwhile, at Eden's mansion, the atmosphere couldn't have been more different. The maid placed dish after dish in front of Helmet and Sion. Eden thanked. At Eden's mansion, the maid served a lavish spread before Helmet and Sion. Eden turned to Sion, thanking him for joining them and asking if he enjoyed the food. With a polite expression, Sion placed a hand on his chest and praised the dishes. He complimented the flavor and even admired the beauty of the mansion itself. Eden, pleased by the courtesy, told him to drop the formality and simply call him instructor. Helmet sat quietly, puzzled. He had never seen Sion act so proper. Eden, however, was delighted. He was glad Helmet had finally brought home what he considered a normal friend. He had always assumed Helmet was antisocial, but seeing this gave him a good impression. Helmet, on the other hand, didn't understand why people's attitudes could change so suddenly. He decided not to ask about it, at least not now. Sion leaned toward Helmet, smirking, and asked if he wanted to visit downtown. Helmet refused, explaining he needed to train. But before he could continue, Eden cut him off, smiling as he told Sion to take Helmet into the city and show him around. Later, as the two left the mansion, Helmet found himself second-guessing his decision to let Sion tag along. Still, he reminded himself Darien would want him to experience student life this way. Sion studied him for a moment, then asked if things had been difficult. He assumed Helmet must hate leaving such a grand mansion only to live in the academy's run-down dorms. He even called Helmet amazing for putting up with such a moody roommate. Helmet calmly explained that Araya didn't bother him at all. That annoyed Sion. He summoned his spirit, Latine, and launched into a rant. He complained that Araya tormented him constantly, waking him at dawn for her research, forcing him to summon more spirits than ever before. Helmet only pointed out that this had made Sion better at summoning. Hearing that, Sion nearly cried. He thanked Helmet for acknowledging his efforts and insisted that Araya clearly listened to him. Then, almost desperately, he asked Helmet to help convince her to go easier on him. Before Helmet could reply, someone stumbled out of the darkness beside them. It was Asuka, battered, exhausted, but still standing. Sion screamed at the sudden appearance and pressed closer to Helmet. Even in the dim light, Helmet recognized him instantly. Asuka managed to grin and asked Helmet for a hand. The moment he spoke, shadows shifted. Men stepped out from the darkness, closing in. Sion's eyes widened. He demanded to know who they were. Helmet's sharp gaze caught the Finns fastening their cloaks. His expression hardened. These men were from the Black Hawk. Asuka, glaring at them, spat in annoyance. Asuka growled that the Black Hawk had ambushed him when he was unarmed. Sion's jaw dropped. An academy student, attacked in the middle of Badan? He told Asuka he had made far too many enemies. The men advanced, surrounding them. Helmet calmly stepped forward, sword in hand. He announced that he had a question for them. Sion and Asuka both froze, startled. Neither expected Helmet to stand his ground like this. Sion couldn't fathom why Helmet would even bother speaking to men he didn't know. But Helmet knew exactly who they were. The Black Hawk, mercenaries who would do anything for money. He was sure Asuka hadn't done anything serious enough to attract their attention. That could only mean one thing. Someone had hired them to go after him. And Helmet had his own history with the Black Hawk. Not long ago, he had killed several of their members. He knew they had his name and that they were hunting him. Still, he hadn't expected them to strike so soon after his enrollment at the academy. If anything, this encounter could give him answers. As he steadied his stance, one of the grunts glanced at their leader, asking what to do. The leader's voice was cold. They couldn't just kill Asuka, they would also need to deal with the witnesses. He gave the order, start with the one holding the sword. The words had barely left his mouth when Helmet moved. In a blur, he closed the distance, appearing right beneath the first man's arm. Before the mercenary could react, Helmet's blade flashed, slicing clean through his hand. The man shrieked in agony. Helmet didn't pause. He pivoted to the next opponent, kicking his leg upward and sending the man's sword flying out his grip. As the weapon spun through the air, its blade caught glimpses of the battle, Helmet's reflection cutting across it as he pressed his assault. In one swift motion, Helmet struck down the disarmed man. Two others charged at him at once. One, a long-haired fighter, tried to strike from behind. Helmet ducked, twisting out of reach, then slashed across his body as he fell. Before the dying man even hit the ground, his comrade lunged at Helmet. At that exact moment, the sword Helmet had kicked into the air came spiraling back down. Helmet snapped his leg upward, punting it toward the attacker. The blade drove straight into the man's chest. His eyes widened in shock as he dropped his weapon and collapsed lifelessly. Sion and Asuka could only stand frozen, their eyes wide. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Helmet, standing calmly amid the fallen members of the Black Hawk, looked nothing like the boy they thought they knew. Helmet's cold gaze swept across the fallen men. Asuka stood frozen. He couldn't comprehend what he had just witnessed. Helmet had taken them all down without even tapping into that power. Why then did someone as skilled bow his head to nobles? Helmet calmly slid his sword back into its sheath, then pressed a hand to his chest, checking the seed of darkness within him. To his relief, it remained stable. Just as he expected, the seed didn't stir as long as he avoided killing. Sion finally broke the silence, pointing out that Helmet had ended the fight before he even had a chance to step in. He asked who the attackers were. Helmet replied flatly. They were Black Hawk mercenaries, a group that dealt with people for money. As he spoke, one of the wounded men tried to reach for his weapon. Without hesitation, Helmet stepped forward and crushed the man's hand under his boot. The man screamed. Asuka then demanded answers. He wanted the mercenaries to reveal who had sent them. But deep down, he already had a good idea. Helmet shook his head. He told Asuka that these men wouldn't talk so easily. They were trained for this. Still, he added darkly, he also had his own question for them. With a terrifying expression, he told Asuka that the men would eventually say what he wanted to hear, after he cut off a few of their fingers. Both Asuka and Sion recoiled in shock. Asuka couldn't believe Helmet would even consider such a thing. Sion was horrified. He argued that torture wasn't allowed, even for academy students. It wouldn't count as self-defense. It would only condemn Helmet. Determined to prevent that, Sion said he would fetch the guards. They could handle the interrogation properly. But before he could move, Asuka stopped him. He warned that the guards might dismiss the matter altogether, simply because a noble had targeted a commoner. Sion snapped back, saying Asuka was wrong. In Badan, attacking an academy student was a serious crime, no matter their status. He called Asuka foolish for worrying about such things and told him it was that mindset that earned him so many enemies. Pointing at Helmet, Sion sternly warned him not to harm the prisoners further. Then he ran off to get the guards. Helmet stood silently until Sion was gone. Then his eyes narrowed. He moved toward the leader of the mercenaries, his presence radiating menace. Leaning close, he demanded to know what the man knew about him. The leader only looked confused, irritated by the question. He didn't understand what Helmet was talking about. Helmet's expression darkened. That reaction told him everything. This man truly had no idea who he... The scene shifts back to the school grounds. Inside, a woman opens her door and greets Asuka warmly. She says she already heard what happened to him and advises him to head back to his hostel to rest. She adds that the principal wants to see him tomorrow morning. Noticing his wounds, the woman asks if she should call the nurse. Asuka shakes it off, insisting he's fine. On the way to their dorms, Sion turns to him and says it would be better if he went to the nurse. Asuka scoffs at the idea, saying he plans to do nothing but sleep it off at the infirmary. He thanks Sion for the first aid earlier and reassures him that a night's rest will be enough. Sion, however, is taken aback. He tells Asuka he isn't made of steel. His wounds could reopen at any time. Sion insists he should get treated, but Asuka brushes it off with a smile, explaining that healing magic costs a fortune and he's flat broke. That's when Sion reveals there might be a way for him to get healed without paying a single coin. Helmet and Asuka are both stunned by the claim. The scene cuts to another door opening. This time, it's Araya. She's surprised to find Helmet and the boys standing there. Sion flashes a smile, glad she's still awake, but Araya doesn't hide her irritation. She warns him that unless he explains himself properly, she'll blast him away with wind magic. Sion quickly steps in, saying he needs a favor. Asuka, seeing the infamous Araya for the first time, blurts out that she looks like a girl. Araya snaps back, calling him a name and demanding to know who this stranger is. Asuka bristles, ready to fire back, but Sion holds him back. Instead, Sion explains that Asuka is badly injured. He remembers Araya practicing healing magic earlier and asks for her help. But Araya refuses, saying she won't heal a rude stranger barging in at midnight. Sion glances at Helmet, and immediately, Helmet begs her to reconsider. Araya pauses, surprised to hear him pleading, and finally agrees to help. Sion flashes Helmet a discreet thumbs up. Araya invites them inside, but makes it clear healing magic doesn't come cheap. They'll have to give her something in return. Then, with a sly smile, she points straight at Helmet and calls out his name. Helmet freezes, stunned. He asks why she wants something from him in particular. Araya made it clear that the only reason she let them in was because Helmet begged her. Turning to him, she demanded to know what he was willing to do for her in exchange for healing Asuka. Helmet frowned, clearly irritated that she was pushing him, but replied that he would do anything within his power to help her. Hearing this, Araya smiled faintly, an ominous aura radiating from her. She warned Helmet not to forget his words. In that instant, Helmet realized he'd made a mistake. Then, turning her attention to Asuka, she insulted him again and ordered him to sit closer so she could get the healing over with. Asuka bristled at the insult and looked ready to argue, but he held back as she began her spell. While Araya worked, Helmet silently regretted how carelessly he'd answered her earlier. After some time, the glow of Araya's magic faded. The treatment was complete. Asuka's hand looked as good as new. Noticing the strange look on his face, Araya asked him to speak his mind. Caught off guard, Asuka hesitated. He glanced at Helmet, then finally stood and muttered that Helmet was a pretty boy, adding that he was quite capable. Without another word, he announced he was leaving and walked straight out. Araya scowled at his abruptness. She muttered that he was nothing but a socially awkward brat, leaving without even giving proper thanks. She questioned if it had even been worth healing him in the first place. Sion stepped in, explaining that Asuka was the top student in his department. Helping him now could mean gaining his favor later. But Araya dismissed the idea. In her eyes, someone like Asuka could never be tamed. He wasn't the type to be kept on a leash. Sion frowned with concern, but still insisted that lending him a hand had been the right choice. Helmet, however, interjected, saying he didn't need favors or help from anyone. Sion's expression soured at the remark. He couldn't understand why Helmet was trying to ruin the moment. Sternly, he warned Helmet never to take relationships for granted. Strength was good, he admitted, but relying only on yourself would never be enough. Preparation and allies mattered. Helmet was taken aback by Sion's words. Sion, meanwhile, reminded Araya that she too needed to change. Sion sighed deeply, exasperated. He wondered why he was surrounded by such difficult, antisocial people. But Araya shot back without hesitation, saying she never asked him to be her friend. In fact, she never accepted him as one in the first place. Sion bristled at her remark, accusing her of being cruel. He reminded her that he had been helping with her spirit research all this time. But Araya countered quickly, saying he benefited from the research just as much as she did. As Sion and Araya continued their back and forth, Helmet quietly reflected on Sion's earlier words about relationships. For the first time, he began to consider just how important they might actually be. The scene then shifts to the principal's office. The boys sit across from Liam, reporting everything that happened. The ambush on Asuka, and how the attackers nearly killed both Helmet and Sion. Without lifting his eyes from the desk, Liam informs them that the criminals have escaped from prison. The boys are stunned. Asuka slams his hand down on the table and demands an explanation. Calmly, Liam tells him that he has every right to be angry. He explains that the escape happened with the help of a prison guard. Sion immediately presses him. asking what the academy plans to do about it. He argues that student lives shouldn't be threatened without consequences. Liam assures them he isn't planning to let it slide. He says the academy is already interrogating the entire swordsmanship department and promises to update them when there's progress. Asuka scoffs at the response. He doesn't believe the real culprits will ever be caught. Later, as the boys walk down the hallway, Asuka mutters that he should have listened to Helmet and tortured those men instead. He can't accept that 4 prisoners managed to slip out of Badan prison so easily. Sion urges him to calm down, reminding him that the school hasn't abandoned the investigation. He insists the truth will come out in time. Asuka, however, shakes his head. Patience isn't in his nature. Helmet suddenly cuts in, telling Asuka that he's free to fight whoever he wants, but he should never drag him into it. Asuka stops, surprised at the cold remark. He can't understand why Helmet is acting like none of this matters. He warns Helmet that once the nobles are done with him, they'll come for Helmet next. Helmet, unbothered, replies that Asuka should focus on handling his own problems. If trouble comes his way, he'll deal with it himself. Asuka stares at him, almost hurt. He asks if Helmet is trying to play the model student now. Helmet shoots back with a reminder. He already told Asuka not to act like they're friends just because they're both commoners. Sion cuts in, frustrated. He tells them both to stop being rude to each other. Then, with a sigh, he excuses himself, saying he has to head to class. He adds that maybe, by the next time the principal calls him in, this whole matter will already be solved. But Asuka mutters that he doubts it. Once Sion leaves, Helmet moves ahead. Asuka follows and asks him what his next plan is. Helmet answers simply, he needs to train. He admits he hasn't been keeping up with it for various reasons. Asuka was surprised. He never thought of Helmet as the hardworking type. Still, he followed closely behind as Helmet continued walking. Helmet suddenly stopped, turned, and asked why Asuka was tailing him. Asuka smirked and denied it, saying they just happened to be heading in the same direction. He waved for Helmet to keep going. As they moved forward, Asuka casually remarked that Helmet was quite skilled. Then he asked if it didn't bother him when people judged him for his status. Helmet shot him a sharp glare, more irritated by the constant chatter than the question itself. He bluntly said he had no intention of acting like Asuka. Asuka chuckled at the response. He told Helmet it didn't matter anymore since he, too, was now being targeted. Then he added, almost teasingly, that Helmet shouldn't have struck Jerome with that ball. He advised Helmet not to think he could overpower nobles with strength alone. After all, even he, top of his department, still had to endure their harassment. Helmet countered immediately, saying people probably harassed Asuka because of his awful personality. That stung. Asuka's smile faded, but he pressed on, insisting that Helmet focus on his advice. Helmet dismissed it, saying he had no interest in picking pointless fights. He reminded Asuka that he'd been told to get along with his classmates. Just then, Helmet stopped in front of a door. As he tried opening it, Asuka burst out laughing, calling him a good boy for listening to his parents. Helmet turned, his expression dark and cold. He warned Asuka that he wasn't nearly kind enough to sit back and let anyone act up in front of him. If Asuka crossed the line, he'd deal with him directly. For a moment, Asuka froze, genuinely shaken by the look in Helmet's eyes. But he quickly composed himself and muttered that he understood. The door opened, and Helmet stepped into a massive training room filled with equipment. Asuka's eyes widened. This wasn't the shared training center. This was something far better. Helmet explained that the room belonged to Eden and that Eden had given him permission to use it freely. Asuka was shocked. He couldn't believe Helmet had such a space all to himself. Immediately, he asked if they could share the room. Helmet shoved him back out and refused, saying he was getting in the way of training. With that, he told Asuka to leave and slammed the door shut. Asuka stood there, feeling stung by Helmet's coldness. The scene then shifts. Aaron steps into another room, looking confused. Inside, Jerome is waiting. Inside the room, Jerome immediately asked Aaron if he had told the instructors anything. Aaron shook his head. He explained that the instructors had bombarded him with questions, but he hadn't said a word. Still, he suspected that Asuka must have dropped their names. Jerome dismissed his worry, saying the academy had no way of reaching the Blackhawk. With noble backing, they could simply make excuses and walk away. Turning sharply, Jerome demanded that Savitt explain himself. He accused him of putting them in this mess. Savitt's hands trembled. He couldn't believe that members of the Blackhawk had failed against a single boy. In his eyes, the failure was because those men were peasants as well. Nervously biting his nails, Savitt thought through his options. He knew the academy wouldn't stop digging and that the truth couldn't stay buried forever. So he made himself a promise. He would ruin Helmet and Asuka until they were forced to leave the academy on their own. One way or another, he would get what he wanted. The scene then shifts to the training grounds, where instructor Patricia addresses the students. She announces that sparring classes will begin next week. Helmet blinks in surprise. He hadn't expected them to start so soon. But his surprise quickly shifts to excitement. Finally, a chance to stand up to his bullies. He also knows the risks. Once he crushes Savitt and his friends, punishment from the academy will be inevitable. But Helmet doesn't care. To him, it's worth it. Better to take the punishment than continue this cycle of torment. As he thinks, Helmet recalls Asuka's words. Sparring alone won't solve everything. Even as the top student, Asuka still gets harassed. The truth of that statement weighs on him. But Helmet decides he'll find a solution after trying his way first. Patricia snaps everyone back to attention, slamming her wooden sword against the floor. She orders the students to stop whispering and reminds them of an important matter before sparring begins. A pop quiz tomorrow. She stresses that the quiz will directly affect their grades and urges them to review their textbooks thoroughly. Helmet stiffens. A textbook? He hasn't received anything like that. The scene cuts again, Helmet is now speaking with Araya. He admits that he doesn't have a textbook. Araya stares at him in disbelief. She can't believe he's gone this long without one. Thinking it over, she assumes he must have forgotten about it with everything else he's been dealing with. Then she asks him directly. Helmet admitted that no one had told him about the textbooks. When Araya pressed, he mentioned Eden, but then suddenly remembered. Eden had told him to buy them. The memory hit him. Eden had reminded him right before the day he planned to visit his mansion with Sion. Helmet had meant to stop for the books after that trip. But with everything that happened that day, he completely forgot. Realizing this, Helmet muttered that someone had, in fact, mentioned it. Araya sighed and advised him to request a pass from the academy. She explained that all he had to do was tell them he needed to buy textbooks, and they would easily grant permission to leave. Helmet shook his head, saying that wasn't the problem. He wasn't worried about leaving. He simply had no money to buy them. That left Araya stunned. She remembered clearly that Helmet had received a reward from his last mission. She asked about it, suspecting he might have a spending problem. Her suspicion grew when she recalled the day he casually handed her 100,000 marks without a second thought. She demanded to know what he really wanted from her. Helmet finally confessed. He had handed the entire commission over to Eden. To him, it was safer to let Eden keep his money. But now, with no way to visit Eden's house, he was stuck. So he asked Araya directly if she knew of any quick way to make money. He admitted that she was far more knowledgeable than him and that he trusted her guidance. Araya blinked, caught off guard by his honesty. Then she told him to stop beating around the bush. If he needed money, he should just say so. She could lend it to him. Confused, Helmet asked her what it meant to lend. She explained simply. She'd give him money now, and he'd pay her back later. Without hesitation, Helmet agreed. He promised he'd repay her by the weekend. Araya stared at him in surprise, taken aback by how quickly he accepted the deal. Then she asked him to wait a moment. She needed to get ready. Helmet frowned, confused. Why would she need to come with him? He told her he could buy the textbooks himself. But Araya refused. She said there was no way she'd let him waste her money on useless books. Since she was free anyway, she might as well come along. The truth, however, was that Araya was worried. Araya didn't want Helmet returning to the dorm looking as beaten up as Asuka usually did. She decided it was safer to stay close to him. The scene shifts to the marketplace. Helmet, Araya, Sion, and Asuka walk together through the busy streets. Asuka stretches his arms wide, grinning. He says he can finally breathe outside the academy. Sion raises an eyebrow, pointing out that it hasn't even been that long since Asuka last came out. Araya, meanwhile, silently questions how she got dragged into this mess. Earlier, when she and Helmet had stepped out of the dorm, Sion had quickly tagged along, saying he wanted to buy a book. But in truth, he only followed because he expected something entertaining to happen. Asuka, on the other hand, claimed he was joining because he knew more about their textbooks since he was from the same department. But really, he just wanted an excuse to leave the academy. Annoyed, Araya muttered to Helmet that nuisances had latched onto them. Helmet agreed, admitting he hadn't expected this either. Soon, they arrive at a fancy bookshop filled with shelves upon shelves of volumes. Shoppers browse through the aisles, flipping through books of every kind. Helmet takes it all in. It's his first time in a place like this. Sion inhales deeply, smiling as he says he loves the smell of new books. Asuka stares at him, speechless, unsure how to respond to something so odd. Araya ignores the exchange and leads them straight to the swordsmanship section. She asks Helmet if he knows the titles he needs. Helmet lists them off. Intermediate public sword skills, basic buys operations, and advanced ethics. Without hesitation, Araya pulls the books from the shelf and hands them over, then asks if he needs anything else. Helmet shakes his head. Looking at the covers, he realizes most of the material is basic knowledge he already understands. He can't see why he even needs these textbooks at all. That's when Asuka walks up, holding a book in his hand. He urges Helmet to buy it. Helmet frowns, pointing out it isn't even a textbook. Asuka smirks and explains that Instructor Patricia has a nasty habit. She never uses direct questions from the textbooks. Instead, she mixes in advanced concepts from higher years or throws in vocabulary most students haven't learned. He reveals that he's already reading material meant for fourth-year students and insists the book he's holding is the most reliable for preparing against her tricks. Helmet and Araya exchange a look, both surprised that Asuka could actually say something so clever. Noticing their stares, Asuka snaps at them, demanding to know why they're looking at him like that. Araya quips that even a dog, if it spends 3 years in a village school, will eventually start reciting poems. Araya finished sharply. She added that Asuka's sudden burst of wisdom had left her speechless. Asuka clicked his tongue, clearly irritated. He reminded her that he was the top student in his class. While he was boasting, Sion stepped over and asked if Araya would pay for his book too. Araya shot him down immediately, telling him not to waste his time. He'd have to pay for it himself. Meanwhile, Helmet handed his textbooks to the shop attendant. With a cheerful smile, she told him the total, 2,000 marks. Helmet froze at the price. That much. He quickly realized that Araya had lent him far more money than he actually needed. As Helmet was still processing this, Asuka leaned toward Araya, asking why she was even wearing a coat inside the shop. She snapped at him to stop talking to her. The attendant returned Helmet's books, thanking him warmly for shopping. Then she looked directly at Araya and called her by name. Araya's reaction was instant. She pulled her coat up to cover her face and hurried out. On their way back to the academy, Asuka teased her relentlessly. He told her that being famous wasn't so bad and pointed out that the shop attendant was clearly her fan. He even suggested she should have signed an autograph. Araya hissed at him to shut up, warning that he was only drawing more attention to them. Asuka laughed at her flustered reaction. He called her weird for acting surprised about her own fame. reminding her that she'd entered the academy with historic scores no one had ever achieved before. While the banter carried on, Helmut silently watched their interactions. For a moment, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He wondered if this was the kind of relationship Sion had meant, the kind that made life at the academy bearable. Once they returned to the dorms, Araya let out a sigh and told Helmut she was exhausted. She regretted spending so much energy on the outing. As they walked through the hallway, Helmut turned to her and asked if she even used textbooks herself. Araya shot him a sharp look, saying she wasn't the type to forget such things. Helmut clarified that wasn't what he meant. He explained that she already seemed to know so much on her own. He wondered if textbooks were actually useful to her. Araya paused, caught off guard by the question. Then she answered seriously. Textbooks, she explained, were valuable because they allowed people to solidify and structure the knowledge they already had. She told Helmut he was undeniably talented, but warned him not to limit himself only to the world he could already see. If he did, he'd eventually fall short. Helmut was taken aback by her words. Pointing her finger at him, Araya added one last warning, not to get cocky. She told him to take care of his books, because if he lost them, she wouldn't help him again. Helmut nodded and promised to look after them. But sadly, that promise wouldn't last long. The next day, Helmut opened his locker only to find it empty. All of his books were gone. Nearby, Aska was fuming. His textbooks had been stolen too. He couldn't believe the nobles would stoop so low as to raid lockers. Turning to Helmut, Aska asked if his stuff had also been taken. Helmut didn't answer with words. Instead, he clenched his fist and crushed the locker door. That was all Aska needed to see. He instantly understood. Helmut was furious. The bullies had finally crossed the line. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where an instructor addresses the students. He announces that today, they'll be having a sparring session. He explains that duel partners must agree mutually before starting. No buys is allowed. He encourages the class to spar with friends, as well as people they've never fought before, promising they'll gain valuable experience either way. Once pairs are chosen, the duels will begin. Immediately, Aska strides up to Savit and calls his name. Savit raises an eyebrow, asking if there's a problem. Aska glares back. He says Savit must find him annoying and offers him the chance to fight. Then he taunts him, asking if he plans to run away instead. Savit smirks, replying that he's already paired with Aaron. If Aska wants a match, he'll have to find someone else. But Aska reminds him of the instructor's words. It's better to spar with different partners for new experiences. Savit sneers and tells Aska to quit pretending to care about what the instructor said. He suggests Aska should just spar with the commoner he's always hanging around. Aska smiles, finally seeing the bigger picture. Savit and Aaron clearly wanted to target both him and Helmut together. Noticing the look in Aska's eyes, Savit glanced toward Aaron. Aaron gave a small nod. Savit prepared to bait Aska further, but before he could, Helmut stepped forward. Helmut cut straight in, saying he'd join Aska's side. He declared he didn't mind fighting all three of them at once. The outcome would still be the same. With a sharp edge in his voice, Helmut added that ganging up on people was the noble specialty of the week. Savit's smirk vanished, his temper flaring. But before he could lash out, Aaron placed a hand on his shoulder and stopped him. With a confident look, Aaron said he'd handle Helmut. He insisted that Helmut was just bluffing, and if he was truly confident, he should prove it by fighting him directly. The scene shifts again, flashing back to an earlier event. Back in the locker room, Savit and his friends were huddled together. He told them that ransacking Helmut and Aska's lockers would guarantee a reaction. They'd be provoked into demanding a spar. Jerome's eyes widened. He warned Savit that they couldn't possibly win against Aska. Did he want them beaten to death? Savit waved them off and told him to calm down. His plan was simple. They would use buys during the spar. Jerome and Aaron both stiffened to the words. Jerome quickly reminded him that buys was strictly forbidden, but Savit brushed it aside. If they got caught, they could just claim it was self-defense. At worst, they'd face light discipline. Meanwhile, Helmut and Aska would end up crippled, hands or legs ruined, forcing them out of the swordsmanship department for good. Jerome stared in disbelief. The plan had gone far beyond anything reasonable. He opened his mouth to protest, but Aaron spoke first. Coldly, he told Savit that he'd join the plan. Jerome's head whipped toward him, shocked. Aaron told him not to interfere if he wasn't going to help. He said he'd go along with Savit's scheme as long as Helmut was his opponent. With a grim look, Aaron declared he owed Helmut payback for what he'd done. Savit grinned, thrilled by the support. He couldn't wait to humiliate Helmut and Aska in front of everyone. Jerome, however, grew even more uneasy. Soon after, the spars began. The first match was Aska against Savit. Aska took his stance, his glare fixed firmly on his opponent. Savit grinned at the sight, excited that Aska was already worked up. He wanted Aska to charge recklessly. It would be easier to crush him and shove him back into the place where commoners belong. But then something strange happened. The other students stopped their matches, watching closely. Savit looked around, uneasy. Why wasn't Aska attacking? Why was he just staring at him like that? Jerome sighed quietly. He wasn't surprised. Savit didn't understand Aska at all. Everyone in the department knew the truth. Once Aska held a sword, he turned into a hound. He'd lock his eyes on his target, wait for the perfect moment, and then strike with ruthless precision. Jerome had known all along that Savit's plan was doomed, but some small part of him had still hoped. Now, Savit's nerves were starting to crack, and in that instant, Aska made his move. He closed the distance between them in a flash. The moment Savit saw him that close, he realized the truth. Aska was about to strike his lower right. Savit braced himself, ready to block. But instead of the expected attack, Aska's blade came crashing down from above, slamming into his shoulder. Savit froze. That power. He had never felt anything so overwhelming. In an instant, Asuka's sword forced his face into the ground. The nobles watching, Jerome included, understood immediately Savitt was finished. Flat on the ground, Savitt heard Asuka's voice. Calm, taunting. He thanked Savitt for being such easy prey, saying it made beating him all the more satisfying. Savitt trembled as the realization sank in. His collarbone was broken. The humiliation burned. How could a mere commoner trick him like this? Fighting the pain, he forced himself to rise. Determined, Savitt prepared to unleash his last resort, his buys. But before he could act, Asuka's sword smashed into his back, sending him reeling. A second strike silenced his attempt to cry out, hitting his mouth with brutal precision. Staggering, Savitt barely had time to regain balance before another flurry of blows rained down. Each strike landed mercilessly, giving him no opening to channel his power. Fear crept in. He wanted to surrender. But before the words could leave his lips, Asuka's sword buried into his stomach, driving the air out of him. Savitt nearly vomited from the impact. Asuka's grin widened. He mocked Savitt, telling him he had a long way to go. With a cruel edge in his voice, he demanded Savitt show the same persistence he once used to bully others. Then he made it clear. Every time Savitt uttered the word surrender, the beating would double. At that moment, Savitt realized the truth. He had picked a fight with the wrong man. Meanwhile, in another training ground, Helmut and Eren faced each other. Eren smirked, asking if Helmut was worried about his commoner friend. Helmut's glare shut him down instantly. He told Eren to worry about himself instead. Back to the arena, Savitt was tossed around like a rag doll. Asuka's sword slammed him into the ground again and again. When Savitt struggled to rise, Asuka barked at him to stand immediately. He warned there would be no mercy, not even for someone lying broken on the floor. Savitt's mind spun in disbelief. A proud swordsman of the Rugal family. Losing to a commoner? Impossible. But when he looked around for help, he found none. His classmates weren't moving, weren't calling the instructor. They just stood there, staring. And in their eyes, not pity, not concern, only disdain. Savitt's chest tightened as he realized. His fall from grace wasn't just a defeat. It was a disgrace. Savitt couldn't understand why his classmates looked at him with such disdain. That gaze, he thought, should be directed at Asuka, not him. Gripping his sword tightly, Savitt forced himself to his feet. He steadied his stance, trying to compose himself. Asuka, watching, couldn't figure out what Savitt was attempting. But Savitt had already made up his mind. If Asuka disappeared, those piercing stares would vanish too. Summoning his buys, Savitt charged. His blade cut through the air, but Asuka easily evaded, leaping behind him. In one swift move, Asuka unleashed his own buys, striking Savitt's back with a crushing blow. A scream tore from Savitt's throat. He dropped to his knees, yet a strange smile spread across his face. Asuka's voice cut through the silence. He reminded Savitt that he was the one who broke the rules first, making anything Asuka did fair in return. Without hesitation, Asuka lunged forward, aiming to smash Savitt's head into the ground with his sword. Seeing the danger, Jerome panicked and shouted for Asuka to stop. But Asuka ignored him. Just as the sword was about to strike, the instructor intervened. His blade intercepted, diverting Asuka's attack, which slammed into the floor with devastating force. Asuka froze, stunned to see his instructor standing there. The instructor declared the duel over. He ordered Savitt to seek medical attention and report to his office afterward. Then he turned to Asuka and told him to follow immediately. Confused and frustrated, Asuka protested. He argued that Savitt was the one who had broken the rules, that if Savitt's strike had landed, he would be the one in the clinic. But the instructor cut him off sharply. He said Asuka's blatant disrespect for his opponent was already a violation. Enough excuses. The man's anger was clear. He admitted he couldn't understand why instructor Patricia always covered for Asuka. Those words hit Asuka hard, and his expression fell. The instructor called on another student to escort Savitt to the nurse, then turned back to Asuka. He told him that after everything he had been through, there was no reason for him to act this way. Before he could continue, Jerome stepped in. The instructor frowned, reminding Jerome that he was speaking to Asuka. But Jerome's words shifted the air in the room. He insisted they needed to stop Helmut and Eren. Both the instructor and Asuka turned in surprise at the mention of their names. The story then rewinds, taking us back to the days before sparring class. In a hallway, Jerome confronted Eren. He demanded to know why Eren hadn't stopped Savitt's reckless scheme. He warned him that Savitt's foolish plan against Asuka could never succeed, and breaking the rules would never go unpunished. Eren smirked and asked if Jerome was really that close to Savitt. Jerome frowned, confused by the question. Eren told him to take a good look around. He said plainly Savitt was finished. Jerome's eyes widened in shock. Jerome froze at Eren's words, struggling to take them in. He pressed Eren for an explanation. Calmly, Eren revealed the truth. Savitt had avoided punishment only because no solid proof tied him to the crime. Still, everyone knew the truth. Savitt had hired men to attack Asuka. Eren explained that for nobles, using the Black Hawk was a disgrace, no matter who the target was. Since most of the swordsmanship students were nobles, none of them saw Savitt's actions as clever. To them, he had already lost their respect and the influence he once held. With a faint smile, Eren told Jerome that their situation would improve if Asuka fought Savitt and forced him out of the academy. Without Savitt, there would be no leader left to interrogate them. Jerome was stunned. He hadn't imagined Eren had his own hidden agenda. But Eren didn't hold back. He declared that he intended to crush Helmut personally. His plan was simple. If both Savitt and Helmut were expelled, it would only strengthen their position. He promised Jerome he would make Helmut crawl, without relying on tricks. As Eren drew his sword, that same smile lingered. Deep down, he hoped Savitt wouldn't resent him for this betrayal. After all, Aaron thought this was simply how nobles had survived through generations. Suddenly, Helmet stepped forward and asked Aaron if he had been the one to steal the books from his locker. Aaron laughed it off, saying no one else could have pulled it off besides him. Realizing how foolish the question sounded, Helmet lowered his blade into a stance. Aaron's smile widened. To him, the stance looked sloppy, full of weaknesses. Was Helmet bluffing? Without hesitation, Aaron prepared to strike, deciding to go for Helmet's legs. But before he could even move, Helmet had already closed the distance. Shocked, Aaron swung his sword in defense. Their blades clashed. Yet in that very instant, Helmet shattered Aaron's weapon. Aaron's eyes went wide in disbelief. He knew he had swung, yet somehow his sword was broken. As he stared at the shattered blade, Helmet's strike came down toward his throat. The force dropped Aaron to the ground, choking and writhing as he struggled to breathe. Helmet stepped closer, crouched down, and with a chilling presence, prepared to repeat the very same question he had once asked Aaron on a first day of class. Helmet leaned in closer and asked Aaron if he truly believed his noble title could protect him once he stepped outside the academy. His gaze darkened as he told Aaron that with his last strike, he could have snapped his neck in an instant. Then came the chilling question. Could noble privileges save him in the afterlife? Aaron's body trembled. Tears streamed down his face as the horrifying truth sank in. Helmet wasn't just another student. He wasn't even human in Aaron's eyes. He was a monster that Aaron never should have crossed. Unable to speak with his damaged throat, Aaron could only watch as Helmet pressed his boot against his hand, crushing it. The pain was unbearable. Aaron tried to scream, but no sound came out. Helmet stood over him, his presence radiating something sinister. The seed of darkness within him glowed as he reached out with one hand, lifting Jerome with ease. He raised his sword, ready to smash it down on Jerome's face. But before the blade could fall, the instructor and Jerome rushed into the training center. The instructor's voice cut through the tension, declaring the duel over and ordering Helmet to drop his sword. Helmet slowly turned his head toward him, glaring. The aura around him was so overwhelming that both the instructor and the watching students froze in their tracks. At last, Helmet snapped back to his senses. Realizing he still had Aaron in his grasp, he quickly released him. Aaron collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Helmet glanced back at his instructor, who was still unsettled by the aura he had just witnessed. The man quickly steadied himself and ordered Jerome to treat Aaron's wounds, then take him straight to the nurse's office. After that, he told Helmet to follow him. The scene shifted to the instructor's office. Sitting across from them, he said he would give them a chance to explain themselves. They could say whatever was on their minds. Helmet and Asuka remained silent. Seeing this, the instructor smirked faintly and told them it was the right choice. They weren't in any position to defend themselves. Still, he admitted he wasn't surprised by Asuka's behavior. What disappointed him was Helmet. He had expected more. Helmet finally spoke, insisting that he had not broken any of the duel's rules. The instructor raised his eyebrows at that, clearly taken aback. He explained that he had checked Aaron's condition before coming to the office. With visible frustration, the instructor revealed what he found. Aaron's windpipe had been torn, and every bone in his right hand was shattered. If Aaron hadn't been given immediate first aid, he would have suffocated. Though his vocal cords would heal, he might never again be able to wield a sword with his right hand. Asuka couldn't hold back and burst out, saying he didn't understand why they were being scolded. He insisted that Savitt and his friends got exactly what they deserved. After all, they had tried to kill him by hiring the Blackhawk. The instructor's response was swift. He smacked Asuka on the head. He reminded him that he hadn't asked for his opinion. Then, turning serious, he told Asuka that even if the duel's rules hadn't been broken, the fight had gone far beyond what was acceptable. Helmet then spoke up, saying he couldn't understand why he was being reprimanded. To him, Aaron was weak. A weakling who had still managed to humiliate both him and Asuka. Hearing Helmet call him his friend left Asuka stunned, but also strangely relieved. He admitted Helmet was right. Helmet then fixed his gaze on the instructor and said he had simply forced Aaron to understand his place. Asuka added that Savitt and his friends had stolen from their lockers and taken their textbooks. The instructor ignored Asuka and instead pressed Helmet with a sharp question. Would he use duels as an excuse to crush anyone he disliked? If so, he said, Helmet didn't deserve to be at the academy. Such a mindset went against everything the swordsmanship department stood for. Helmet clenched his fists, anger rising. He shot back, asking if nobles were free to steal, insult, and bully commoners. The instructor replied that he was not taking anyone's side. But to Helmet, that so-called neutrality was the real problem. Because the instructor refused to take a stand, the cycle of abuse continued. He told him he had solved a problem the instructor failed to address, and asked if that wasn't still in line with the ideals of the department. The instructor decided enough was enough. In one swift motion, he drew his sword and slashed the air. The strike tore clean through the ceiling above them, leaving Helmet stunned. Stop dodging the point, the instructor said firmly. You didn't bring justice. You simply used your strength to oppress the weak. He slid his blade back into its sheath, then asked Helmet if it would be fair for him to strike him down as punishment for his defiance. He went on, explaining that nobles and commoners would always exist, just as the strong and the weak would. But a noble should never despise a commoner for their status, and the strong had no right to trample the weak. What Helmet had done was no different from the arrogance of nobles who looked down on commoners. Helmet was shaken by the words. Asuka stayed silent, watching as his companion was scolded. Finally, Helmet asked the question directly. If his actions were wrong, then what would have been the right course to take? The instructor was taken aback by Helmet's question. He could see that Helmet was speaking with genuine sincerity. Turning his back to them, he admitted something unexpected. Both he and the academy bore responsibility for the bullying. He apologized to Helmet for failing to step in sooner. He laid his sword down and told the boys that the academy's purpose was not domination, but equality. Looking them in the eye, he reminded them that nobles and commoners were meant to stand as equals. If they held on to that truth, he said, one day they would discover the right answers for themselves. No matter what had happened, the instructor reassured them they were still excellent students. But as punishment, he would forbid them from dueling. The only exception was that they could still face each other if they wished. Asuka was relieved, even happy to hear that. Helmet, however, felt the opposite, like yet another problem had just been piled on him. Then, without warning, the instructor handed them a stack of papers. The boys froze in confusion. Irritated, the instructor demanded to know why they looked so surprised. Dueling restrictions alone weren't enough. He ordered them to write 50 apology letters each. Both Helmet and Asuka were stunned. Asuka quickly protested, saying they still had class to attend. But the instructor cut him off, telling them to finish before the theory lecture and return immediately afterward. They were to stop complaining, because in his eyes, this was already a light punishment. By nightfall, Asuka sat staring at his swollen hand. He could barely feel it anymore and cursed the instructor, calling him evil. He couldn't believe they had really finished all 50 letters. Helmet glanced down at his own hand, equally swollen. But unlike Asuka, he wasn't focused on the punishment. He didn't regret teaching Eren a lesson. What troubled him was that he had lost control of himself. For such a small matter, he had completely broken his composure. That was what unsettled him most. Noticing his distracted look, Asuka asked if Helmet was feeling down and if his hand hurt as badly as he did. Helmet shook his head and said what truly bothered him was that he had missed training. Asuka nearly fell over at that response. He told Helmet he was relentless. How could he even think of training after spending all day writing apology letters? Helmet replied that Asuka wasn't bad himself, considering how little he trained. That only annoyed Asuka further. He snapped back, saying he had never once seen Helmet training. Every time he looked, Helmet was always locked away in his private room. As they walked on, Asuka finally asked if he could also use the private training room. Helmet immediately refused. Asuka reminded Helmet that he had called him a friend, but Helmet ignored him and kept walking. From a window above, the instructor watched the two boys leave. Something about Helmet lingered in his mind. He knew Helmet was gifted, but the aura he had displayed against Eren, it felt unnatural, almost like demonic energy. He quickly dismissed the thought, convincing himself that Helmet was different from Asuka. At least Helmet listened. He hoped the boy would keep learning without straying from the right path. Then his eyes drifted upward. The gaping hole in the ceiling reminded him of his earlier outburst. Repairs would come directly out of his paycheck, and the thought left him frustrated. The scene shifted. Inside a dimly lit building, the men who had tried to kill Asuka knelt before their leader, Anton. His voice cut through the silence as he scolded them. Because of their failure, he had lost his spy in Badan. The men bowed their heads and apologized. One of them spoke up, insisting that the defeat was not simple. They had encountered someone far stronger than the average second-year student. Their leader added that the boy they faced was on par with a rank 2 mercenary. Before he could continue, Anton silenced him. He said he hadn't gathered them to point out mistakes, but to commend their survival. Escaping Badan alive after facing Helmet was worthy of praise. The men looked at each other, startled by his words. Anton then instructed his assistant, Chromo, to share new information. Chromo bowed, produced a sheet of paper, and asked if among their opponents they had seen a black-haired boy, pale-skinned, with noble-like features. The men froze in shock. The description was perfect. They quickly admitted that yes, that was the boy who had defeated them single-handedly. Chromo confirmed their suspicions. His name was Helmet. He explained that Helmet was once part of the Face Mercenary Corps, infamous for killing 5 of their men with nothing but a tree branch. After the massacre, he had gone into hiding, and since then they had been hunting him down. The men were stunned. To hear that this terrifying figure was now a student at the academy left even their leader reeling. He could hardly believe his group had clashed with the very man responsible for the slaughter. Anton leaned back and recalled the story. Helmet had once slaughtered 5 men with nothing but a tree branch. He admitted that hiding in Badan had been a clever move. The city was a place where outside information was scarce, making it the perfect cover. Still, Anton warned his men that it would be unwise to provoke Helmet while he remained there. He believed Helmet still carried a grudge, and sooner or later, he would come for them. The leader of the group paled at those words. Hesitantly, he asked Anton what their next move should be. Anton gave him a simple answer. Their new mission was to deliver a report to the higher-ups. Once the task was done, he would even grant them a vacation. But he urged them to finish the job quickly. Relieved, the man placed a hand over his chest and promised he wouldn't fail again. With that, he and his men departed. The moment they were gone, Anton turned to Chromo. His smile was cold as he said, "A wounded dog can still cause trouble if left alive. Once their mission is complete, eliminate the entire group." Chromo bowed his head, accepting the order without hesitation. Anton's grin widened as he added that soon, they might have the chance to meet someone very interesting. The scene shifted. Helmet quietly opened the door to his room, peeking inside to see if Araya was asleep. The darkness reassured him, and he carefully stepped in. But before he reached his bed, a voice cut through the silence. "You're late," Araya said. Helmet froze, startled. He asked why she was still awake. With a soft laugh, she replied that his attempt to sneak in like a cat had been so amusing it woke her up. Helmet apologized for disturbing her, but Araya quickly shifted the topic. She told him she had heard about everything that happened. She even praised him, saying it was smart of him to finally knock some sense into his bullies. Helmet sat down on his bed and admitted that his victory came at a cost. Because of it, he had been forced to write countless apology letters, leaving him no time to train. Araya blinked in surprise. She asked why he sounded so down when he had gotten exactly what he wanted. Helmet fell silent for a moment. Gathering himself, he apologized again, this time for losing the textbooks. He promised that next time, he wouldn't ask for help. Her eyes widened at his words. She stood up abruptly and pulled back her curtains, as if ready to scold him. But when she turned toward him, she held herself back. Araya couldn't believe how naive Helmet was being. To her, it was ridiculous that he felt guilty over losing a few textbooks. She explained that when she refused to help him replace them, she never imagined they'd actually be stolen. That loss didn't matter at all. Helmet was caught off guard. He hadn't expected her to shrug it off so easily. She went on to tell him he only needed to repay her for the books. Helmet nodded, agreeing. With a serious tone, he thanked her. Flustered, Araya quickly closed her curtain and buried her face into her pillow, cheeks burning as she replayed his words. The scene shifted. Helmet stood before his private training room, puzzled as the door refused to open. He was sure the key was correct. Had it broken? While he struggled with it, a voice called out behind him, asking if he was Helmet. He turned to find an elderly man who looked like a janitor. The man explained that the private instructor training rooms were closed for cleaning that day. Surprised Helmet hadn't heard, he suggested that Helmet use the shared training grounds instead. Helmet agreed. It would be his first time training in the same space as the other students, and he wondered what it might be like. The moment he stepped inside, silence fell. Every student stopped mid-practice, eyes fixed on him. This was the first time they had seen Helmet enter their space. A week had passed since the duel, and the department had shifted. Students who once kept their distance now approached him, offering compliments. They admitted they never liked Savid either. Helmet listened, but deep down, he knew these weren't the bonds the instructor had spoken about. To him, it was obvious. The nobles were putting on a show, treating him as their equal only because they feared him. He couldn't understand what value there was in being their equal at all. Just as he prepared to begin training, a voice called his name. Helmet turned, and a messenger told him instructor Eden was looking for him. Helmet sighed heavily. Once again, training would have to wait. When Helmet entered Eden's office, he found the instructor seated at his desk, writing. Helmet asked why he had been summoned. Eden set his pen aside and said he'd heard about the sparring incident. Helmet wasn't surprised to be summoned by Eden. He had expected it. Most likely, Eden would complain about his behavior, just like Instructor Allen had. If he spoke carelessly, it might only make things worse. So instead, Helmet decided to show repentance. Bowing his head slightly, he apologized for the trouble he caused. He admitted that he had beaten Eren only to prove who was stronger. He told Eden that Allen had already scolded him harshly, and now he understood he was at fault as well. Helmet promised to be more careful from here on. Eden paused mid-sentence in his writing. For a moment, he just stared at Helmet, puzzled. He hadn't called him in to scold him, but since Helmet had taken the initiative to apologize, he felt obligated to respond. He leaned back and told Helmet that if he truly felt remorse, then everything was fine. There was no need to dwell on guilt. Soon, he said, the bullies would face their punishment. Helmet's eyes widened at that. Eden frowned, confused by the reaction, and asked if Allen hadn't told him already. Helmet shook his head. Folding his arms, Eden explained. The two who had tormented him would be expelled. Jerome, one of them, had already confessed everything to Allen, about Savitt and Eren, about hiring the Black Hawk. Eden stressed that such a crime was unforgivable, even for nobles. Helmet was stunned. Eden noticed the look on his face and gave him a small smile. He explained that Allen was an idealist, which was why his scolding had been so fierce. But, Eden continued, it was also the duty of a swordsman to stand against injustice. He urged Helmet to learn where the line was, to know his limits. Surely, he said, this incident had taught him what those limits were. Helmet nodded silently. He couldn't deny Eden was right. Eden's expression softened, and a bright smile spread across his face. He admitted that when he was younger, he too had caused plenty of trouble. Situations like this, he said, were nothing unusual in the department. The important thing was to avoid suspension. Then, leaning forward, Eden invited Helmet to his mansion for the holidays. He didn't need to bring the whole academy, just a few school friends. Helmet froze at the thought. The people he surrounded himself with were far from ordinary. He muttered that it might not be such a good idea. Still, the misunderstanding between them had been cleared up. Helmet wondered if he should ask Eden about something else. Helmet was about to leave Eden's office when Eden stopped him. He explained that he had prepared new textbooks. Since Helmet's bullies had destroyed the old ones to cover up their theft, he placed 2 fresh sets on the table. Helmet blinked in surprise. 2 sets? He asked why Eden had gotten more than one. Eden explained simply. Aska's textbooks had been stolen too. Helmet was to give the other set to him. Helmet didn't understand why he had to do it personally. He thought of asking for a reason, but changed his mind after catching the smile on Eden's face. He knew there was no point in questioning it. This was Eden's way of nudging him toward friendship. The scene shifted. Sion and Aska were seated together when Helmet arrived. Sion waved cheerfully the moment he saw him. Helmet raised an eyebrow. You're everywhere, he said as he walked up. Sion laughed and replied that he was simply sociable. Helmet placed a stack of books on the table in front of Aska. These are yours. Aska's eyes widened. He had been worrying about how to replace them, and now they were right in front of him. Grinning, he said Helmet was surprisingly loyal. But Helmet quickly explained the truth. It was Eden who had bought the books. That left Aska stunned. He muttered that nobles had it easy, amazed that Eden could buy 2 expensive sets without hesitation. Before Helmet could answer, Sion leaned in, interrupting. He said he had something important to share and that Helmet had arrived at just the right time. Smiling, he asked if Helmet was free that weekend. Helmet frowned, unsure what Sion was getting at. The scene shifted again. This time, they were inside a lively pub. Sion's grin widened as he told them Badan City was full of delicacies perfect for academy students spending weekends outside. Among them, the Griffin pub on Idorphin Street was the best of all. Helmet and Asuka exchanged surprised looks at his enthusiasm. Noticing neither of them was drinking, Sion pushed cups toward them. He said it was time to celebrate. The recent incident had ended in justice. Then, with a sly smile, he told Helmet that Asuka had promised to pay for everything. Asuka almost choked. He shouted that he had never said anything like that. Sion brushed it off, saying he'd help by covering half. Then, with a mischievous spark, he added that they should invite Araya to join their celebration. He already knew that. Sion chuckled, saying Araya would never step foot in a place like this. He added that he was surprised Helmet hadn't managed to convince her. Helmet lowered his gaze to his cup. Her words echoed in his head. Araya had told him it was already annoying enough to deal with Sion, and the idea of hanging out with Asuka made her head spin. She had firmly told him never to suggest such a thing again. Feeling a pang of guilt, Helmet took a sip of his beer. The bitterness hit him instantly, and he wondered how anyone could enjoy such a drink. While he stared at the cup, Sion and Asuka were busy scanning the menu and placing their order. Sion leaned over with a grin and told Helmet that he was the current star of the swordsmanship department. Helmet shook his head, denying it, but Asuka disagreed. He said Helmet was just being modest. The nobles weren't treating him with respect out of admiration. They were groveling because they were terrified. Once, they'd looked down on him for being a commoner. But now, after crippling one of their own, they no longer dared. Asuka told him he could finally relax, now that the trouble was over. Helmet let out a small sigh and said quietly that he'd try. Sion noticed the heaviness in his tone. He asked if something was bothering him. Helmet admitted he was just curious about something. With a serious look, he asked both of them why they hung out with him at all, since it was so easy for people to hate him. The question caught them off guard. Asuka frowned, saying it was a strange thing to ask. Sion took a long drink, set his cup down, and with his cheeks flushed, answered honestly. He became Helmet's friend because he thought life would be more interesting around him. Asuka burst out laughing. He couldn't believe Sion had stuck by Helmet for such a shallow reason. Turning to him, he asked if he was treating him the same way. Sion smirked and said Asuka was no fun at all. That immediately irritated Asuka. He snapped that Sion was starting to piss him off. Sion leaned back and teased him further, saying he was just following Helmet around like a puppy. Asuka bristled. He shot back that he stuck with Helmet because he liked strong, capable people. Then he added that Helmet's only flaw was how he looked down on others. Helmet quickly corrected him. He said he didn't look down on people. He simply despised those who didn't know their place. Asuka blinked, taken aback by the bluntness. Slowly, he asked Helmet why he was so. Asuka could tell Helmet was being distant with him. He knew his first impression hadn't been the best, but he didn't understand why Helmet kept treating him so coldly. He reminded Helmet of how they fought side by side against the Black Hawks, and how he even helped him carry his books. As far as I see it, Asuka said, we should already be close. Trying to get answers, Asuka tapped Sion on the shoulder and asked him to explain Helmet's attitude. But Sion didn't move. Both Asuka and Helmet froze in surprise. Sion wasn't responding at all. Then, out of nowhere, Sion's face flushed red, and he began rambling nonsense. Asuka burst out laughing. He couldn't believe it. Sion was drunk after just one cup of beer. What a lightweight, Asuka chuckled. And here he is, saying he'll empty his wallet. Amused, Asuka decided he'd just drink every time things didn't go his way. Helmet, on the other hand, couldn't figure out what was going on. He took another sip from his glass, only to realize this drink wasn't for him either. The scene shifts. Asuka slaps Sion awake. The boys drag him outside, trying to haul him back to the dorm. Asuka muttered that Sion was long gone. He couldn't understand why someone who passed out after a single cup even bothered coming to a pub. While Asuka struggled to wake him, Helmet heard girls screaming nearby. He turned, expecting trouble, but instead saw them laughing. A group of girls had circled around someone. Pushing his gaze through the crowd, Helmet spotted a white robe. His eyes widened. He recognized that figure immediately. The scene shifts again. In a library, Araya was searching the shelves for a specific book. She was sure it should be there, but after checking twice, she wondered if she had left it in her room. Eventually, she gave up. She'd already read it before, and buying a copy from the city bookstore would be easier anyway. While holding another book, she recalled Helmet's invitation. He had asked her to join him and the others for an outing over the weekend. Thinking about it now, she realized she should have said yes. Back in Badan City, the person in the white robe was revealed. It was Araya. A crowd of girls surrounded her, showering her with attention she didn't want. With cheerful smiles, they pleaded with her to join them. At the bookstore, Araya quickly regretted coming along. She told one of the girls she could buy a book by herself and asked her to step aside. But the girl, still smiling brightly, insisted she only wanted to share a cup of tea with her. Araya sighed inwardly. No matter what she said, her words weren't reaching them. For a moment, she wished she could simply blow them all away with wind magic. Just as she wondered how to escape, she spotted Helmet standing across the street. He gave her a small wave. Araya seized the chance, finally a way out. She pushed past the girls and walked straight toward him. Helmet blinked in surprise as Araya came right up to him, resting her hand on his shoulder. Facing the girls, she apologized, claiming she already had plans with Helmet. She told them their interruption was ruining her meeting. Helmet froze. He had no idea what she was talking about. Asuka was equally shocked, reminding Araya that she had turned down their invitation earlier. What are you doing here then? He asked. Araya shot him a glare. Calling him a tactless fool, she snapped at him to shut up. The girls gasped at her words. One of them stepped forward, saying Araya shouldn't lower herself to spend time with Helmet and his friends. Another added that her reputation would suffer if she associated with people beneath her, especially barbaric swordsmen. Asuka and Sion stiffened the moment they heard those words. Before the tension could settle, another girl quickly told her friend Mina to stop. She explained she recognized Asuka's striking blue hair, that he was none other than the infamous Mad Dog of the swordsmanship department. As soon as she said it, Asuka's eyes darkened. With a chilling edge in his voice, he dared them to keep insulting him. Sion, drunk and barely steady, muttered that he wasn't even part of the swordsmanship department. The girls didn't recognize him at all, but Asuka's gaze only grew sharper. He ordered them to leave, warning that he'd bite if they stayed. The girls, frightened by the look in his eyes, scattered in a hurry. Once they were gone, Helmet turned to Araya and asked why she had come. Instead of answering, she smacked him. She couldn't bring herself to admit she had come just to see them. Helmet, holding his cheek, was left completely confused. Araya turned to Helmet and told him he reeked of liquor, demanding he keep his distance. Asuka blinked in disbelief. He couldn't understand why she was acting like a completely different person. He reminded her that she was the one who had asked for their help in the first place. But Araya denied it. She snapped that she didn't need their help at all, that she was simply furious Helmet had let her suffer. Helmet, caught off guard, explained he hadn't realized she needed him. He had thought someone like her could handle the situation easily. Araya cut him off, saying he didn't need to say anything more. Then her attention shifted. She noticed Sion lying on the ground. She demanded to know what had happened. Asuka told her to let it be, explaining that Sion had been muttering and asking for something over and over. Without hesitation, Araya guessed what it was. She told him to check his pocket. Asuka scowled at her tone, irritated at being ordered around, but still reached into Sion's pocket. Pulling out a vial, he held it up. Araya quickly explained. It was an antidote potion, something magic department students always carried. She instructed Asuka to give it to Sion, assuring him it would wake him up. Grumbling, Asuka followed her lead. He couldn't believe Sion never mentioned this before downing alcohol. But as soon as Sion drank it, his eyes cleared. Blinking awake, he was stunned to see Araya in front of him, smiling brightly. With potions still dripping from his lips, he asked if she had come because she was worried about them. He told her she never should have turned them away so coldly, that she needed to be honest with herself. Asuka rolled his eyes. Did that potion even work? He's talking more nonsense than before. Araya regretted ever giving it to him. Meanwhile, Sion was beaming, thrilled the group was finally together. He suggested they head to a nearby dessert shop he claimed was amazing. Asuka immediately shut him down, insisting he needed to go back to his dorm. Right after those words, Sion collapsed back into sleep. Araya rubbed her forehead, unable to believe her classmate could be this foolish. Helmet glanced at her and, without warning, asked if she could come with him to Eden's mansion tomorrow. Araya froze, stunned. She asked if he planned to invite Sion and Asuka as well. But Helmet shook his head. He told her he was only inviting her because Eden might want to meet her. Helmet explained to Araya that if he invited the others, she wouldn't come. He told her he was asking only because he owed her more than he could say. Araya asked what time they'd leave. Helmet suggested early in the morning. He didn't want to risk running into Sion. Just then, Sion stirred, rising to his feet. What are you two whispering about? Are you bad-mouthing me? He demanded. Araya told him that if he was awake enough to complain, he should go straight to his room. She reminded him that the midterms were right around the corner. Sion groaned, telling her to quit nagging. Are you my mother or something? He asked. Araya snapped at him not to say such awful things. Helmet didn't fully grasp the nuances of their exchange, but he could sense something. The distance between him and Araya felt smaller than before. The scene shifts. Helmet now found himself staring at Araya, whose expression was terrifying. With fierce determination, she told him their goal was simple: crush Sion and Asuka. They had to win, no matter what. Her plans, she declared, were flawless. And if they failed, the blame would fall on him. She ordered him to work hard and return victorious. Helmet had no idea how to respond. He couldn't make sense of what had just happened. The scene shifts again, flashing back to a few hours earlier, before Araya's intensity had shaken him. Helmet entered a room and found Araya holding a stack of books. He was surprised to see her there, having expected her to be in the library. She explained she had just come to collect some books and was on her way back. Then she asked about his midterm preparations. Helmet replied that he was working on them. His tone, however, made her pause. She asked if something was wrong. Helmet admitted he wasn't worried about the practical exam. Then it's the theory exam, isn't it? She guessed. With a nod, Helmet confessed he had barely passed the transfer exam. He wasn't strong in liberal arts subjects. Curious, Araya asked which classes he was taking. Helmet told her, one on the history of the continent and another on understanding magic. Araya was taken aback. She knew those subjects would be miserable for him. Helmet explained that transfer students didn't have the freedom to choose. Araya told him the academy's system allowed students to select their liberal arts courses based on their grades. But for transfers like Helmet, it was different and far less forgiving. Araya explained that the academy had no plans to change its unfair system or introduce reforms. Still, she urged Helmet to aim for the top of the class. Helmet asked if it would be enough to simply focus on excelling in his practical exam. But Araya shook her head. That strategy wouldn't work. She asked if he'd even bothered to research how grades were assigned. She told him to listen carefully. In the swordsmanship department, students were given absolute evaluations until their third year. Duels weren't the only measure. Those only checked skill growth and determined rank. Rank 1 through 4 were considered grade 1. Ranks 5 through 11 were given grade 2. Even if Helmet scored 150 points with his skill, the system would cap it at 100. And even as the top student, there would always be 3 others sharing the same score. That was why, she explained, liberal arts would be the real deciding factor. Helmut muttered that he could just take the top spot from his 4th year onward. But Araya leaned in and asked if he'd be fine watching Asuka strut around after claiming first place. The thought made Helmut tense. He couldn't stand the idea of seeing such a sight. Their conversation fell into silence. Finally, Araya said she could help him if he promised to grant her one wish in return. Helmut replied that he could at least follow her to the library. The scene shifts. Helmut and Araya walk together into the library. Instead of stopping at the crowded study area, Araya led him deeper inside, toward a quiet hallway. Helmut asked where they were going. She told him they were heading to one of the library's private reading rooms, available only to students on the dean's list. Helmut was surprised. He reminded her that she used to have her own private dorm too. You really do have a lot of private rooms, he said. But Araya told him those privileges were gone, and it was because of him. She explained that she only got those private spaces because of the trouble she faced in public. Unlocking the door, she told him this room would be available to him only once, and he had to make the most of it until the midterms. When the two of them stepped inside, both froze. Sion and Asuka were already there. Helmut and Araya were shocked, while Sion greeted them with a cheerful smile. Welcome to the reading room, Araya, he said. Araya immediately demanded to know why they were there. Sion explained that Asuka was the top student in the swordsmanship department, and he himself was... Sion proudly announced that he was the second-ranked student in the magic department. Since Asuka was the top of the swordsmanship department, the two of them were entitled to use the private room. He asked Araya if there was any problem with that. Araya narrowed her eyes and demanded to know why he was with Asuka in the first place. Asuka stiffened at the question. He explained quickly that since they were from different departments, they weren't bothering each other by studying together. But Araya wasn't convinced. Something about it felt suspicious. Sion sat back down and, with a casual wave, suggested Araya and Helmut go use another room instead. He explained that he and Asuka were trying to focus. Helmut was stunned. Leaning close to Araya, he whispered that something was off. Sion normally stuck to them like glue, not pushed them away. Araya ignored him. Instead, she smiled sweetly at the boys. She said they would leave, since the last thing they wanted was to interfere with their studies. Sion grinned at her words. You really get me, Araya, he said, but her tone shifted. She announced she had a better idea. Sion froze. With an unsettling aura surrounding her, Araya suggested Sion follow her to the next room. She explained that Helmut and Asuka could study together without distractions, while she and Sion could make things more efficient by sticking with their own departments. Her logic was flawless, too flawless. Sion stared at her in shock. Is there a problem with my idea? Araya asked coldly. She reminded him that he had always wanted to study with her. Then, with a terrifying look, she pressed further. Was there some reason he didn't want to? Was he hiding something from her and Helmut? Both Sion and Asuka stiffened. They realized she had caught them. Finally, Asuka spoke up. He admitted he had asked Sion to tutor him. The reason? He was afraid Helmut might steal his top spot. Araya blinked in surprise. She told Asuka he was overestimating Helmut. But Asuka shot back that she was talking nonsense. He revealed that Helmut had been only a single mark behind him on the last quiz, despite not even having his textbooks yet. Araya calmly pointed out that she had helped Helmut prepare for that test. Asuka shot to his feet, pointing at her furiously. Then you're the problem, he shouted. He explained that while it was natural for him and Helmut to tie in the practical exams, he had been counting on theory to secure his lead. But with Araya supporting Helmut, he wasn't so sure anymore. That was why Asuka admitted he had turned to Sion. He couldn't afford to lose his position. Araya was left stunned by his reasoning. She told him he was worrying for nothing. Asuka, wide-eyed, asked if she really wasn't going to. Araya thought Asuka's question was ridiculous. With a look of disbelief, she told him she would, of course, help Helmut. That answer only irritated Asuka further. He wondered if Araya was deliberately testing his patience. She pressed him, asking why he needed Sion's help in the first place. After all, Asuka was the top of the swordsmanship department, while Sion held second place in the magic department. Sion bristled at her words. He snapped that when it came to magic liberal arts, he far outclassed Asuka. Then, with a smirk, he suggested turning the situation into a competition. He proposed a bet to see whether Helmut or Asuka would take first place. Araya dismissed the idea, saying there was no point, because Helmut would definitely win. Sion took offense, calling her rude. He insisted she accept the bet if she was so confident. The loser, he declared, would have to run 100 laps around the field without using magic. To provoke her further, he sneered, asking if someone as great as her was too afraid to agree. Annoyed, Araya finally gave in. Asuka leaned towards Sion and whispered, asking why he was so sure they'd win. Sion grinned and revealed he had a plan. Araya only smiled back at his arrogance, then accepted the bet outright. The scene shifts back to the present. Araya, shouting at Helmut, had completely forgotten about the one wish he was supposed to owe her. She told him his grades didn't matter anymore. Her pride was worth more than that. He wasn't going to get a break until he finished an entire chapter. She ordered him to open his book immediately. At the same table, Sion and Asuka exchanged glances. Neither could understand why Araya and Helmut were still in the same room as them. They had expected the pair to move next door. The scene shifts again. Heavy rain poured down over the academy. Sion stood by the window, surprised by the intensity of the downpour. But he wasn't the only one surprised. Araya, staring at Helmut's practice results, was completely shocked. She immediately realized she might be in trouble. She had expected him to show some progress, but the results were far beyond what she anticipated. Asuka, spotting her expression, couldn't resist mocking her. He found it hilarious that even the great Araya looked disappointed. Araya found herself cornered. There was no backing out of the bet now. She pulled out Helmet's papers and began reviewing them. His objective answers were solid, but his descriptive ones left her furious. She held up one question. Differentiate between a normal mage and a dark mage, and explain the harm caused by dark mages. Helmet's written answer? Dark mages are evil creatures, and you should avoid running into them. Araya stared at him in disbelief. Where would someone even find a dark mage? And do you actually think this is a proper descriptive answer? Helmet, confused, defended himself. He thought his response was honest and straightforward. After all, she had told him to write his thoughts. That only made her angrier. I wanted your thoughts based on theory. Who would ever believe you wrote this from experience? Helmet's next words shocked her. He calmly said he had actually faced a dark mage. Of course, Araya assumed he was lying. At a loss for what to say, she lowered her head and rubbed her temples. Sion and Asuka rushed over, eager to see what Helmet had written to make her so mad. When Sion glanced at the essay, he chuckled. It was obvious. Helmet had never taken an essay exam before. For transfer students, tests were almost always objective. Asuka skimmed the paper and was stunned. The questions revealed Helmet was taking the Understanding Magic course. He demanded to know why Helmet would choose such a difficult subject. Sion answered for him. Transfer students didn't get to choose their liberal arts classes. Asuka was floored. He couldn't believe Helmet had been forced into such a nightmare subject. Shaking his head, he told Helmet to just give up on the bet this semester. Even with Araya teaching him, there was no way he could pass. The sharp crack of Araya's palm hitting the table cut through the air. Her eyes burned with fury. How dare you suggest he give up? She snapped. My student will not lose to someone like you. Asuka froze. Her expression was so intense, he couldn't even muster anger in return. Turning back to Helmet, Araya declared they would start over from scratch. She was going to teach him how to write descriptive answers properly, but Helmet hesitated. He reminded her that he still needed time to train. Araya couldn't believe Helmet was daring to talk back. She told him plainly. He wasn't leaving the library until he got his answers right. The two groups carried on with their studies. At one point, Asuka and Sion brought snacks to share, disrupting the atmosphere. Araya was visibly annoyed that they were disturbing her class, but eventually, everyone ate together and continued studying. Later that night, Helmet realized Asuka and Sion still hadn't returned to the library. Don't worry about them, Araya said calmly. They've probably gone to bed because they're full, but they made a grave mistake. They'll regret being complacent. Helmet thanked her for staying by his side. That caught Araya off guard. She brushed it off, telling him to work harder. After all, she wasn't about to run 100 laps. Helmet, curious, asked if she could really manage to keep her first-place position. Araya scoffed at the question. To her, the idea of anyone surpassing her was laughable. But Helmet pressed on. Why, he asked, was she so obsessed with being number one? The question stunned her. She shut her book and said it was a secret. Every human has one they'd rather keep hidden. Helmet didn't push further. He knew better than anyone what it meant to carry a secret. And deep inside, he thought of the danger. The day Araya might become an archmage and discover the seed of darkness within him. Deciding to let it go, he shifted back to studying. Araya asked if there were any principles he still didn't understand. I'm stuck on irregular magic receptors, he admitted. Araya moved closer, sitting down beside him. Pushing her hair back, she revealed her face. Helmet froze. He hadn't realized how striking she looked up close. As she patiently explained the concept, Helmet found himself staring. Not at the notes, but at her. The soft, feminine details of her face distracted him completely. Then Araya glanced up and caught him. Their eyes locked, and the silence between them grew heavy. Is something wrong with you? She asked sharply. I don't like repeating myself. Helmet panicked and apologized. Seeing how distracted he was, Araya concluded he needed a break. Take a moment, she told him. Thank you, Helmet said, rubbing his face. I really need it. Maybe I've been studying too much. I think I'm seeing things. Araya stood, picking up her book. She turned her back to him, then playfully tapped him with it. Araya quickly lifted her book to cover her face. The truth was, she was blushing. Getting that close to Helmet had flustered her more than she'd admit. The next day, the scene shifted to the shared training grounds. A boy approached Helmet, asking about the bet he had made with Asuka. Helmet was surprised. You know about that? He asked. The boy nodded. He explained that a duel to decide the department's top student was a huge deal, especially with Araya involved. Word had spread fast. Even students from other departments knew about it. Smiling, the boy told Helmet he believed he would win. Helmet tilted his head. Why do you think that? Because you act more like a top student than Asuka ever has, the boy replied. This boy was Andro, the same one Helmet had defeated during the transfer exam. The two of them often compared stances during training, and Andro was one of the rare classmates Helmet actually talked to. Helmet admitted to him that he was struggling with the written exam, but reassured Andro he would still give his all to win. Andro grinned, saying he mostly just wanted to see Asuka lose for once. No one in the class liked how Asuka always acted as though the rules didn't apply to him. But then a shadow loomed. Asuka had been standing right beside them, staring with a chilling intensity. Helmet noticed first, but couldn't bring himself to warn Andro. Don't blame me for your incompetence. Asuka's voice cut in, sharp and cold. Andro froze in shock at the sound of it. He tried to stammer out an explanation, but Asuka shoved him aside without hesitation, turning his attention to Helmet. Asuka asked if he had heard the news about today's class. Helmet admitted he hadn't. All he knew was that it was supposed to be sparring practice. Asuka explained that they would actually be sparring against the first years. For Helmet, this was the first time hearing about it. Asuka speculated that it was just an event to stir up competition and motivate students before the midterms. but Asuka hated the idea. What he wanted most was a chance to duel Helmet directly. Andro, regaining his composure, chimed in to explain that they would have another official spar against the first years after the written exams. He added that the first-year class had some incredible swordsmen. Asuka sneered. To him, that information was useless. He shot Andro a glare and asked if he really believed a bunch of first years could defeat him. Andro faltered. Then, cautiously, he admitted there was one girl among them who stood in a league of her own. Asuka was stunned. A girl in the swordsmanship department? He found it hard to believe. The department was grueling, sweat, pain, and endless drills. Why would a girl willingly choose it? Andro explained that this girl wasn't just talented, she was beautiful too. Asuka groaned, hoping he wouldn't end up sparring against her. He didn't want to be forced into beating her mercilessly. While the others talked, Helmet quietly wondered what the first-year students would be like. The scene shifted. A girl was shown in her room, carefully polishing her sword. Moments later, the first years stepped into the sparring hall. The second-year students immediately noticed how disciplined and confident they carried themselves. A red-haired boy muttered to his friends that he too had looked just like them when he first entered the academy. Andro leaned toward Helmet and whispered, "She's here, the girl I told you about." Right then, the girl passed by. Andro and the others stared, captivated. Her beauty was striking, but more than that, she radiated the refined aura of a noble. The red-haired boy whispered that she looked familiar. Then, as if on cue, he and his friend turned to Helmet. The resemblance was undeniable. One of them asked bluntly if Helmet had a hidden family. Helmet froze. He didn't understand what they were talking about. But then, a thought struck him. Could this girl be connected to his lost family? The boy pressed again, asking if their assumption was correct. Helmet quickly denied it. During the first years, one arrogant student muttered that Helmet and the others looked like commoners. His friends tried to hush him, warning that the second years were their seniors. But he only laughed. The idea of calling a lowly commoner his senior was absurd to him. He sneered that if commoners were the top students, the second years must be weak. He and his friend began openly mocking them, even in front of Asuka, the infamous Mad Dog. One of them snickered that at least the commoners looked decent. The other burst out laughing, saying the second years must rank themselves by looks instead of strength. Asuka's classmates went pale. They had no idea how he would react to such insults. But Asuka only laughed. His grin was twisted, his tone chilling. "The poor fools," he said darkly. "They really have no idea how terrifying this world can be. Today, they've knocked on the gates of hell, and they'll find out what's waiting inside." The first years fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. The room grew tense as soon as the announcement was made. Everyone knew right then, the first years were in trouble. Both classes stood opposite each other on the stage, waiting. Instructor Patricia stepped forward, taking charge of the session. She explained the rules clearly. The first years would spar against the second years. When their names were called, they would step up. Patricia reminded the juniors to learn from their seniors, and told the seniors to guide their juniors without arrogance. With that, she pulled out her list and called the first name. Charlotte stepped forward. The second years immediately perked up, amused that Charlotte would be the first to fight. Helmet, among them, felt a strange connection. Because of their shared origins, he believed they might resemble each other. He wanted to confirm it, but for now, he stayed silent. Next, Patricia called, "Asuka." The second year froze. He hadn't expected his name. His classmates were even more shocked, especially the red-haired boy, who groaned about their department losing another girl to Asuka's brutality. The chatter annoyed Asuka. "Shut it," he snapped at them, before turning to Patricia. "Instructor, are you sure on the right choice?" Patricia didn't hesitate. To her, it only made sense for the strongest students to face each other. Asuka gave a dry laugh. "You know what kind of person I am? Are you sure it's smart to put me against a girl?" The first years, confused, didn't understand what made him so dangerous. One of them even mocked, saying he must be afraid of losing to a girl. That jab struck a nerve. Seeing his temper rising, Patricia quickly ordered him onto the platform. With a scowl, Asuka grabbed his wooden sword and climbed up. Charlotte met his gaze. "Don't hold back just because I'm a girl," she said firmly. "Ridiculous," Asuka scoffed. "Just don't cry when you get hit." Before the spar began, Patricia turned to Helmet. "You'll fight next against Jeffrey." The moment Jeffrey's name was called, the second years all turned to look at him. To their surprise, the boy looked nothing like a weak first year. Broad-shouldered and steady, his presence carried the weight of a seasoned fighter. Helmet studied him closely, wondering if Jeffrey was already at their level. But his thoughts were cut short as Patricia gave the command. "Asuka, Charlotte, begin." At once, Charlotte raised her wooden sword and took her stance. Asuka tightened his grip, ready for the clash. Asuka lowered into his stance, mirroring Charlotte. The sight caught him off guard. "Why did you even join the swordsmanship department?" he asked, curious. Charlotte hadn't expected such a question. "To become stronger," she answered plainly. She admitted she had heard plenty about him, then firmly added, "So don't hold back just because I'm a girl." Asuka smirked. "Fine, I'll grant your wish." The next moment, the Mad Dog lunged forward, his strikes crashing down like hammers. Charlotte blocked what she could, but his relentless blows kept driving her back, leaving her no room to breathe. From the sidelines, the first-year nobles who had mocked Asuka earlier stood frozen. Their strongest student was being overwhelmed with ease. Charlotte's hands trembled from the force of each impact. The rumors about Asuka, she realized, hadn't even scratched the surface. "The weight behind your strikes, it's insane," she admitted. But Asuka wasn't flattered. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he said flatly, "I'm not even warmed up yet. Let's see how long you can last. Stay sharp." Charlotte steadied herself, raising her blade again with renewed focus. "Then I won't be an easy opponent anymore." Asuka's reputation was well earned. a second year of Greta Academy. His quick sword was infamous, so fast and unpredictable that even his classmates struggled to follow it. His technique and mastery of sword arts had secured his place at the very top of his department. He unleashed that quick sword now, but to his surprise, Charlotte met his strikes head on. Blow after blow, she blocked and held her ground. For the first time, Asuka faltered in thought. He hadn't gone all out, but he hadn't expected her to keep up at all. Her focus was remarkable. From her movements, he could tell she had mastered her basics thoroughly. Amused, he shifted his grip and closed the gap. Suddenly, he was right in front of her. His blade cut toward her face in a swift arc. Charlotte's instincts kicked in. She ducked, the strike grazing past her. She immediately leapt back, putting distance between them again. Asuka paused, momentarily taken aback. Charlotte steadied herself, blade raised, preparing to strike. Yet she didn't move. Asuka narrowed his eyes, puzzled. Was she telling him she wouldn't fall for his tricks? He closed the distance in an instant and swung down hard. Charlotte blocked, but the sheer force drove her backward. Asuka pressed in, irritation flashing across his face. Do you want this to end in a draw? He sneered, shoving her back with his blade. I hate arrogant brats. And I hate people who don't respect themselves even more. His voice grew harsher as he advanced. You gave up before the fight even started. Afraid to lose, aren't you? A noble shouldn't think like that. Are you not ashamed to believe you'll be defeated by a commoner? The words cut deeper than his strikes. The arena fell silent as Asuka's accusations rang out. Even Helmet and the second years were taken aback. This was the mad dog, yet what he said sounded painfully true. Asuka, I just wanted to learn, Charlotte admitted quietly. Then she smiled. But thank you. You made me realize my mistake. This duel, it was the right choice. She shifted her stance, her sword lowering into a new, more disciplined posture. Give me another chance. Asuka noticed the difference immediately. Her form had changed, though he dismissed it with a scoff. A new stance won't save you. He charged, leaping high before crashing down with a crushing strike. Charlotte braced herself and blocked, her arms shaking but holding. In that brief moment, as his body hovered midair, she countered with a sudden thrust aimed at his head. Asuka twisted sharply, barely avoiding the blow as it cut through the space where his face had been. Landing hard, he retaliated without pause, his sword slashing toward her. Charlotte evaded by retreating, narrowly avoiding the strike. Steel clashed again and again as the two traded blow after blow, their swords colliding at terrifying speed. Each strike echoed across the stage, neither willing to give ground. And then, Charlotte made her move. Charlotte struck, aiming to pierce through Asuka, but the mad dog slipped away, dodging cleanly. He reset his stance, blade flashing as he countered with a sharp slash. Charlotte ducked low, darting beneath him. Asuka's eyes widened. She had gotten underneath him. Charlotte spun, driving her sword toward his legs, certain this would decide the match. But in the instant before impact, she realized her mistake. He wasn't there. Asuka had leapt, anticipating her move. From above, his voice cut down coldly. Tense your shoulders. This next one will hurt. Charlotte barely had time to look up before he came crashing down. His legs pressed against her shoulders, forcing her down, and his blade slid neatly against her neck. Pinned, she froze. As expected, you're good, Asuka said calmly from above her. But your only problem, he smirked, is that your opponent is me. The first years erupted in disbelief. Their top student defeated. Patricia, smiling, raised her hand. Winner of the first duel, Asuka. Still seated on her, the mad dog glanced down. I'll admit, you surprised me. After that stance change, you nearly caught up to me. But in the end, your lack of experience costs you. Once you master your techniques fully, you'll be terrifyingly strong. Charlotte heard his words, but another thought pressed harder on her mind. Can you get off me already? You're heavy. Asuka blinked, startled. He had completely forgotten he was still sitting on her. Embarrassed. He jumped off and muttered an apology. Don't worry about it, Charlotte replied, smiling softly. You're a lot nicer than I expected. The audience, however, wasn't so forgiving. Some of the first years booed loudly. Hey, mad dog, comfortable finning down a girl like that? Pervert. Asuka's temper flared instantly. Say that again. If you've got the guts, come fight me right now. While he barked at the hecklers, Charlotte scanned the crowd and spotted Helmet. She gave him a nod and a smile. He returned it with a firm nod of his own. As she stepped down, Patricia called out the next pairing. Helmet, Jeffrey, prepare yourselves. On her way past, Jeffrey stopped her cold with a sharp remark. You've embarrassed us. Losing to a lowly commoner. You've buried the reputation of the first years. Charlotte's eyes narrowed, her glare cutting into him. Fix your mindset, Jeffrey. Otherwise, you'll lose too. Talent and effort don't care whether someone's a noble or a commoner. Her words stung. Jeffrey rose, his expression hardening, and strode toward the stage. Jeffrey stepped forward, a confident smile on his face. I'll prove Charlotte wrong, he declared. The scene shifted. Memories of training with Andro flashed in Helmet's mind. Back then, Andro had posed a strange question. Helmet, what's more important, strength or technique? Which matters most in swordsmanship? Helmet had been caught off guard. After thinking it over, he answered honestly. Strength. Techniques exist to complement raw power. Andro shook his head. That's where we differ. I was never blessed with strength. No matter how skilled I become, I can't win against someone born with natural talent. Life is unfair like that. Helmet frowned. You think too much about pointless things. Those words had stung Andro. He wanted sympathy, but Helmet gave none. You've never thought about it, have you? Andro pressed. Of course. He wasn't surprised when Helmet shook his head. Among all the second years, Helmet's strength and technique were unmatched. He didn't need to wrestle with such doubts. So Andro asked one last thing. What would you do if you faced someone stronger than you in pure strength? Helmet hadn't answered then, but now, standing across from Jeffrey, the question returned. The classroom grew tense as both students climbed onto the stage. Jeffrey's massive frame towered over Helmet, his sheer size casting a shadow. I'm glad I get to fight you, Jeffrey said with a grin. Helmet nodded calmly. The feeling's mutual. Jeffrey studied him with disbelief. Was this really the commoner from the rumors? To him, Helmet didn't look nearly strong enough to nearly kill someone. Compared to Asuka, Jeffrey believed this boy was nothing. Helmet, however, read the look in Jeffrey's eyes instantly. Arrogance. The disdain. To Jeffrey, the world was beneath his feet. Before they began, Patricia's voice cut through the silence. Helmet, don't cross the line. That warning made Asuka chuckle. He nudged the red-haired boy beside him. Weird, isn't it? Hearing someone else get the warning usually reserved for me. The red-haired student smirked. Maybe you should take that advice yourself and treat your peers better. The mad dog scoffed. Please, the only thing I'll treat you to is a beating. After that, I'll think about the rest. On stage, both fighters signaled their readiness. Patricia raised her hand. Begin. Jeffrey lunged immediately, swinging his sword down at Helmet. Helmet readied himself as Jeffrey's massive blade came crashing down. But just before it struck, a sharp instinct warned him. Danger. He stepped back in an instant, narrowly dodging the strike. The sword slammed into the stage with explosive force, sending debris flying. Even Asuka and the red-haired boy felt the pressure ripple through the room. Helmet, however, remained calm. He wasn't surprised at all. Jeffrey smirked. Good judgment. If you'd blocked that, our wooden swords would have snapped in half. His grin widened. But don't think I'll let this match end with you just dodging. Helmet noted his strength. It was real. But strength alone meant little to him. He had fought countless opponents who relied on raw power. He was sick of it. Jeffrey charged again, launching a flurry of heavy strikes. Each swing carved through the air with frightening force. But Helmet weaved and slipped past them with ease. Frustrated, Jeffrey swung even harder, a massive arc aimed to crush him. Helmet ducked under, sliding to the opposite side without breaking a sweat. Stop dodging and fight me. Jeffrey roared, rushing once more. Helmet thought it was a waste of time. No matter how powerful an attack, it meant nothing if it never landed. And truthfully, he had no intention of laying a hand on Jeffrey. He had promised Eden he'd stay out of unnecessary trouble. But Jeffrey's stamina showed no signs of breaking. If this dragged on, it would only be a nuisance. Helmet decided it was time to end it. The audience, however, didn't understand. From their view, it looked like he was mocking Jeffrey, refusing to take the fight seriously. Even Asuka frowned, unsure of Helmet's plan. At last, Jeffrey paused, panting, his chest rising and falling. He realized the truth. So that's it. You're trying to wear me down. He chuckled bitterly. Never thought I'd learn something from a commoner. Straightening, his tone hardened with contempt. But don't forget, our starting lines aren't the same. I was born with this body. I was given the best education. You? A commoner who couldn't even afford a proper sword? You don't belong on this stage. His glare sharpened. That's why you're dodging, isn't it? Because deep down, you know you can't beat me. Helmet's eyes narrowed. Instead of anger, disappointment settled over him. Jeffrey's words revealed more than arrogance. They showed weakness. Helmet almost laughed. Was Jeffrey really trying to provoke him with something so shallow? He could see it clearly now. The giant wasn't trying to fight smart. He just didn't want the match dragged out. Then Jeffrey spoke again, his words like venom. Your swordsmanship shows it. You must have had a terrible teacher. That was the mistake. Helmet's eyes hardened instantly. The fool had just dug his own grave. Patricia's voice rang out, sharp with anger. Jeffrey, watch your manners. She turned to Helmet. Don't listen to him. Focus on the duel. If you fight with emotions, life will only get harder. But Helmet's gaze was already dead cold. He exhaled slowly. You've made it impossible for me to play along. In the blink of an eye, he moved. The distance between them vanished, and Jeffrey barely had time to react. Panicked, the giant swung wildly, but Helmet slipped past and struck his knee. Jeffrey staggered, stunned. Why aim for his legs? Before the thought could form, Helmet was already behind him. Another strike, again to the knee. Jeffrey whipped around, laughing. That's it? Those weak little taps? You'll never even scratch me. But mid-laugh, his face twisted. Something was wrong. His right leg buckled, crashing to the ground. What? He gasped. Helmet raised his sword. His voice was calm, almost bored. No matter how much you train your body, there's always a point that breaks under repeated blows. Jeffrey froze in disbelief. Helmet stepped closer. Add this to your experiences. Losing to a commoner. The insult cut deep. Jeffrey roared, forcing himself up. It's not over. He charged, swinging with everything he had. Helmet dropped low, sliding between his legs. With a flick of his sword, he hooked Jeffrey's ankles and tripped him forward. The giant hit the stage face first hard. He scrambled up quickly, desperate, but before he could swing again, Helmet's blade struck true. With one clean motion, he knocked the sword from Jeffrey's hands. The weapon clattered across the stage. Jeffrey's eyes widened in horror. No, this can't be happening. I lost. To you. Helmet lowered his blade. His tone was even, cutting sharper than steel. I can't teach you much. I'm just a transfer student. But here's one lesson. Instead of wasting your breath insulting teachers, work on fixing yourself. The atmosphere shifted when Helmet spoke. Patricia sensed it immediately. Something was wrong. She raised her voice quickly. Helmet, stop. The duel is already over. Don't do anything reckless. But her warning came too late. Helmet's blade whipped across, striking Jeffrey hard on the neck. The giant collapsed unconscious. Gasps echoed across the room. The first years froze in shock, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Patricia clenched her fists. She knew she had lost control of the moment. With no other choice, she announced, winner of the second duel. Helmet. The matches continued. On the stage, the red-haired boy, Benjamin, faced his opponent. With a confident grin, he won handily. Looking down at the defeated first year, he said with smugness, I'm simply better than you. Patricia's sharp glare cut him down instantly. Benjamin, show respect. Her expression was terrifying enough to silence the entire room. Benjamin flinched under her gaze, quickly bowing. And my apologies, instructor. He helped his opponent to his feet without hesitation. By the end of class, the results were undeniable. The second years had claimed victory in every duel. The gap between seniors and juniors was clear, and the first years could only bow their heads in respect. The scene shifted. Charlotte stood at a basin, washing her face. Helmet lingered nearby, watching silently. She looked up, their eyes meeting. He didn't speak, just stared with that same unreadable intensity. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Charlotte forced a greeting. Hello, senior. Helmet gave a brief nod. Hello, but inside his thoughts churned. He wanted to ask her about the name engraved on his pendant, Margaret Irene. He longed for answers, but the risk was too high. If he revealed anything about his family, he would expose himself. He hesitated. Could he really trust her? If she knew about the seed of darkness within him, she'd surely turn to the temple. Even Eden would betray him if that secret ever came to light. He stared harder, lost in thought. Charlotte's hands trembled as she noticed his strange expression. The memory of his ruthless duel against Jeffrey flashed in her mind. Had she offended him somehow? Is there something you want to say? She asked cautiously. Her voice snapped him out of his thoughts. No, Helmet said flatly. Then, after a pause, he added, I saw your skills in the match. You're good. Charlotte blinked, surprised, before smiling softly. Helmet, you're talented too. The word caught him off guard. She knew his name. Helmet narrowed his eyes. Why do you know my name? Charlotte chuckled softly. Everyone in the swordsmanship department knows your name. It's not exactly a secret. He frowned. That kind of reputation wasn't something he wanted. Then Charlotte's tone shifted. One day, I'd like to duel you myself. Helmet blinked, caught off guard. He didn't know how to respond. Sensing his silence, Charlotte added quickly. Only when you're free, of course. Don't feel pressured. Helmet gave a short nod. I don't mind. Her smile brightened. Good. Then I'll be looking forward to it. A gentle breeze swept past as she spoke, making the moment feel strangely still. Helmet found himself staring at her, struck by her beauty. But before he could think further, a hand clamped onto his shoulder. It was Aska. What are you doing here? He asked bluntly. His gaze shifted to Charlotte. Do you know this guy? Charlotte answered with an easy smile. We just ran into each other. She glanced back at Helmet. I can't wait for our duel, senior. With that, she turned and walked away, her steps light, her expression smug. Aska's eyes lingered on her retreating figure before snapping back to Helmet. So, you like talking to Charlotte, huh? Helmet shoved his hand away. You've got the wrong idea. Stop clinging to me. Without waiting for a reply, he walked off. Annoyed, Aska followed. Why is it so cold? Don't tell me I was right about her. Helmet didn't even turn his head. No, I'm not like you. That hit a nerve. Aska's temper flared. What's wrong with being me? Helmet ignored him completely. The scene shifted. Helmet sat in his room, books spread open as he studied. But as he worked, he paused, realizing he was stuck on a problem. Araya, he called. She looked up from the book she was reading. Yes. Before he could ask, his senses prickled. Ever since enduring Darien's brutal training, Helmet had honed them to a razor's edge. And now, they screamed danger. Something wasn't right. He stiffened. What's wrong? Araya calmly closed her book. I have a question for you. Helmet tensed. Go ahead. Her eyes narrowed. Is it true that a first-year girl asked you out on a date? Helmet spat the water he had been drinking, choking in shock. Seeing his reaction, Araya's suspicion sharpened. So if it is true, it's not. Helmet barked. That never happened. But Araya shook her head. The rumor's already all over campus. And I heard the girl is very pretty. Tell me, are you happy with your good fortune? Helmet frowned. So, are you angry about the rumor? Araya's eyes narrowed. Angry? No. He leaned back, sighing. The rumor isn't true. Charlotte only asked if we could duel when I'm free, nothing more. I could lie to others, but not to you. Araya studied him for a moment, then reopened her book. Fine, I'll trust your words. I shouldn't have wasted my time listening to something so ridiculous in the first place. But before Helmet could relax, she spoke again. Since you're my roommate, and the closest person to me, I should warn you. Your guard is too low. She pointed directly at him. Never trust the words of any girl who approaches you. Most of them are only trying to get closer to me. Helmet blinked, stunned. You're being dramatic. I'm not. Araya shot back firmly. I know I'm right. You've seen the people who hover around me. Some of them are obsessed, stalkers. And some are clever enough to disguise themselves, even sneaking into the dorms dressed as boys. A trickster like that could fool you easily. Helmet finally understood her angle. So, you're saying I should stay away from Charlotte? Araya's eyes widened slightly. That's not what I said. I only gave you an example. The choice is yours. Helmet exhaled, unimpressed. Then why not just say it directly? Tell me Charlotte's suspicions. It's not like I care if I never see her again. That answer caught Araya off guard. She looked away quickly. Do whatever you want. Just remember this. If a girl approaches you out of nowhere, doubt her. Girls will stab you in the back faster than anyone else, especially because you're a commoner. Helmet didn't argue. He simply listened, faintly amused. It was reassuring, in a way. Araya hadn't changed. What he didn't realize, though, was how blind he was to his own appeal. Helmet was far more attractive than he gave himself credit for. enough to catch the attention of plenty of girls. The scene shifted. Sion stood outside a restaurant, staring at the closed sign on the door. His expression twisted into pure despair before he dropped to his knees. No, he screamed dramatically. But this problem had started long before. Elsewhere, Araya sat reading a paper. Her eyes scanned the page carefully. Araya sat with a stern look, the paper in her hands. Helmet, Asuka, and Sion quietly watched her as she read through it. Once finished, she glanced up and told Helmet his answers were finally starting to look decent. A wave of relief washed over him, while Sion and Asuka cheered for his progress. Asuka praised Helmet, saying his brutal lessons were finally producing results. But Araya didn't share their excitement. She looked at Asuka and questioned why he was so thrilled, reminding him that Helmet was still their rival. Pointing at Helmet, she made it clear his answers weren't perfect yet. She urged him to keep pushing, reminding him his real goal was to become the top student. Right now, he was only at the starting line. Asuka tried to lighten things up, asking Araya to let Helmet enjoy his small victory. Then Sion broke into the conversation, his smile wide as he called everyone's attention. He announced that he had something special planned for them in honor of their hard work before the midterms. The group was surprised, especially Asuka, who thought the idea came out of nowhere. But Sion explained that no late-night study session was complete without late-night snacks. He invited them all to join him at a famous Waffle House. Asuka was baffled. He asked how Sion could possibly manage to study when he was always sneaking off to eat. Sion brushed it off, saying no one could survive without bread, and promised they'd regret missing out. He teased them with details. Freshly baked waffles topped with sweet strawberry cream. Just a thought made Araya's mouth water, and she admitted she wouldn't mind going. Asuka hesitated, wondering if it was smart to go out so late and questioning whether any restaurants would even be open. But Sion reminded him that the nightlife in Badan City never slept. Most restaurants stayed open late just for students like them. Helmet was shocked to hear that. The scene shifted back to the present. Sion was on the ground, crushed. The event he had planned had completely fallen apart. He had dreamed of a fun group outing, and now it was gone. Araya calmly told him he could always go eat alone next time. But with tears streaming down his face, Sion confessed he couldn't bear doing something that lonely. Trying to salvage the night, Araya asked if he wanted to return to the dorm or try another restaurant. Wiping his eyes, Sion decided going back would be a waste. Instead, he insisted they head to a different spot nearby. Araya helped Sion back to his feet and told him to lead the way. Sion was caught off guard. He couldn't believe Araya wasn't protesting the sudden change of plans. He asked if she was really fine with it. The scene shifted to a restaurant. Inside, Asuka scanned the menu, only to freeze in shock at the price of sandwiches. Sion looked at him in disbelief, asking why he was acting broke and whether he didn't receive financial support. That's when Asuka revealed his family only covered his tuition. Sion was stunned. He hadn't expected things to be that bad. He asked why Asuka wasn't receiving a scholarship for being the top student. Then, just to get under his skin, Sion teased him about always bragging about his scholarship. Asuka took the bait immediately. He snapped back, declaring he'd show Sion exactly why he was a scholarship student. The two scuffled, Asuka yanking on Sion's hair, while the others looked on. Meanwhile, Araya shifted the topic, commenting that the restaurant was much cleaner than she had expected. Sion explained that it had to be spotless since most of the clientele were nobles. Any contamination could shut the place down instantly. Curious, he asked why Araya was always so fixated on cleanliness. She brushed him off, saying it was a ridiculous question. Mages, she explained, are sensitive to the tiniest particles, since even a speck of dust could ruin their experiments. She declared that Sion was the odd one out. Annoyed, Sion fired back, saying spirit magic was just as delicate. But Araya countered, claiming it was the spirits themselves who were overly sensitive. Their back and forth carried on, filling the table with sharp exchanges. Amid the bickering, Asuka turned to Helmet and asked if he had placed his order yet. Just then, a waiter arrived and set a plate down in front of Sion. He explained Sion's food had come first because it was a simple meal. Curious, Sion asked the others what they had ordered. Asuka casually replied that he had also chosen a basic option. Before the conversation could continue, the waiter placed Helmet's order on the table. The entire group froze. The sandwich in front of him was massive, far larger than anyone expected. The waiter introduced it as the Greta Swordsmanship Department Special. Everyone gawked at the sight, even Helmet himself. Asuka burst out laughing, demanding to know why Helmet would order something so ridiculous. He teased him, asking if he planned to carry the giant sandwich back to the dorm. Helmet quickly explained he'd only ordered it because it was labeled as a department special. Araya stared in disbelief, questioning whether the swordsmanship department had stomachs 5 times larger than normal. Sion chuckled and explained that the special was nothing more than a marketing trick to attract customers. Then, eyeing the enormous meal, he turned back to Helmet and asked if he... Sion leaned in toward Helmet and suggested they share the giant sandwich. Helmet agreed without hesitation. Just as the group was chatting, 2 familiar figures walked up to their table. It was Charlotte, her smile radiant, with Jeffrey standing beside her. Charlotte greeted her seniors warmly. Helmet greeted her back, though he couldn't recall Jeffrey's name. So he simply referred to him as the brutally strong guy. Jeffrey blinked in surprise before correcting him, introducing himself properly. Charlotte's eyes widened when she noticed Helmet had ordered the department special. She revealed that she and Jeffrey had also come to eat the very same thing. Asuka raised an eyebrow, shocked to see Charlotte arriving with Jeffrey. Charlotte quickly explained that Jeffrey wanted to place a bet on the massive sandwich. That stunned Asuka even more. He demanded to know why someone as towering as Jeffrey would gamble over food with a girl. He asked if Jeffrey didn't feel embarrassed by it. Charlotte frowned at the remark, snapping back to ask if Asuka was looking down on her. Confused, Asuka didn't get what she meant. But Charlotte made her point clear. She was a student of the swordsmanship department too, and students in her field ate just as much as they trained. She then turned to Helmet, asking for his thoughts. The question caught him off guard. When he noticed Sion about to cut the sandwich in half, he quickly smacked Sion's hand away, then sided with Charlotte's argument. Sion groaned in annoyance. Charlotte asked if she could join them at the table. But before she could settle in, Araya suddenly rose from her seat and walked over to her. The boys froze, unsure of what Araya was planning. Charlotte grew tense as Araya stopped in front of her, staring intently. Then Araya asked a sharp question. Do you know me? The entire table went silent. Helmet and the others exchanged confused looks, unable to guess what Araya was thinking. While everyone's attention was fixed on her, Sion quietly began cutting into the sandwich with his knife. The scene shifted, this time to the testing room, where instructors were observing a duel between Helmet and Charlotte. Helmet drove his wooden sword forward, forcing Charlotte back. He pressed his attack, stretching out his blade as he rushed in. But at the last second, Charlotte ducked, dodging his strike, and countered with an upward slash aimed at him. As her blade neared his face, Helmet reacted swiftly, kicking it clean out of her hand. Charlotte froze in shock, staring at her empty grip. Defeated, she clutched at her hand and admitted her loss. Instructor Patricia turned to Eden, silently asking for his opinion. With a nod from him, she commended the two students for their duel and told them to wait while the instructors deliberated on their grades. Helmet lowered his sword, accepted the instruction, and stepped back. Before leaving the room, he glanced at Charlotte, recalling their strange encounter at the restaurant. And with that, the scene drifted back once more to that very moment in the restaurant, when Araya had asked Charlotte if she recognized her. Charlotte blinked at Araya's question, surprised by it. She thought it was obvious. Of course, everyone knew the top student of the magic department. With a polite smile, she told Araya it was an honor to meet her. Araya didn't expect that response. Without another word, she turned back and returned to her seat. Helmet sat in confusion, wondering why Araya had even gotten up to introduce herself. Meanwhile, Charlotte felt her cheeks grow warm. She couldn't understand why she was acting so strangely. Watching this unfold, Sion smirked and muttered that none of them would ever get a girlfriend if they kept hanging around Araya. Asuka bristled instantly, clearly irritated by the jab. Helmet glanced upward and caught sight of Araya staring at him. But the moment their eyes met, she quickly looked away. That was all it took. Helmet understood her unspoken warning. He realized Araya was right. Charlotte might be trying to use him as a way to get closer to her. From that moment on, he decided to stay cautious. The scene shifted back to the test room. Helmet thought carefully about the situation. Even though Charlotte bore a resemblance to him, there was no solid evidence linking them as family. Revealing too much would only be reckless. He decided it was better to keep his distance. Yes, uncovering his heritage mattered, but even more important was becoming stronger. Strength was what he needed to break through every obstacle in his path. The next scene opened with Asuka resting in a private room, muttering to himself. He was busy reassuring himself that he wouldn't be suspended for the rest of the semester. Just then, Helmet walked in and casually asked what would happen if he didn't get suspended. Asuka practically jumped out of his skin at the sound of his voice. He snapped, telling Helmet to at least make some noise before entering. After calming down, Asuka waved it off and told him to sit. He asked Helmet about his duel with Charlotte. Since Helmet had returned late, Asuka assumed the fight must have been tough. But Helmet shot him a cool, almost condescending look. He said the duel had ended quickly, and the real reason for his delay was the instructors scolding him for finishing it too fast. That smug look annoyed Asuka. He grumbled that Helmet was starting to act just like Araya. Still, his calm demeanor told Helmet that Asuka's own match had gone well. Without wasting time, Asuka urged Helmet to start studying. He reminded him that he couldn't afford to slack off, especially not when Araya had such high expectations for him. The moment he said it, Araya's voice came from behind, agreeing with him. Asuka jumped in fright, spinning around. He had no idea how she always managed to sneak up like that, and accused the two of trying to scare him. Ignoring him, Araya turned to Helmet and asked if his next subject was understanding of magic. Helmet nodded in confirmation. Araya set a textbook down and told Helmet she wanted to run one final check. Helmet hesitated. He thought it might not be smart for them to study together, especially since she still had her own exam. But Araya shook her head. She explained she'd already finished her test, and now her focus was on helping him. Before the session could begin, Asuka cut in, asking Araya about Sion. She frowned, not understanding why he would bring that up. She told him Sion was probably buried in his own studies. But Asuka just scoffed, claiming Sion had no sense of responsibility at all. While the two went back and forth, Helmet's mind started to wander. Araya noticed immediately. She told him to stop spacing out and get his textbook. Snapping back, Helmet quickly reached for his book. Still, she could tell something was bothering him. She asked him directly what was wrong. After a pause, Helmet asked if she really hated the idea of running 100 laps around the field. Araya admitted she despised it. Losing a bet was one of the things she hated most, and that was why she wanted their revision to be perfect. She reminded him that if he became the top student, it wasn't a bad deal for him either. Asuka leaned forward with a confident grin. He told Helmet to work hard, warning that beating him in the theory exam wouldn't be easy. Araya's patience snapped. She turned to Asuka and told him to leave, saying he was just getting in the way. That irritated him. He demanded to know if she thought she'd rented out the room. Araya calmly told him that she wasn't about to reveal her strategy to her rival before the battle. Asuka shot back that if she didn't like it, she and Helmet could leave instead. Helmet sat frozen, unsure what to do as the two of them continued bickering. Finally, Araya warned Asuka to walk out on his own before she threw him out. Asuka just smirked, told her to do her best, and finally left. Helmet sighed, realizing he'd never get any proper training done as long as those two were arguing. With the distraction gone, Araya handed Helmet a test. He focused hard and carefully answered each question. When she read through his work, she gave a small nod of approval. Helmet exhaled in relief, glad she was satisfied with his progress. The scene then shifted to a hall filled with students, all seated for their exam. The instructor at the front announced they had 2 hours to complete the test before giving them the order to begin. Helmet wasted no time diving in, but as he moved through the questions, something unusual caught his eye. One question asked him to explain what he would do if he accidentally acquired forbidden dark powers. One particular question on the exam unsettled Helmet. It asked what he would do if he ever gained forbidden dark powers, knowing that losing those powers would cost him his life. The scene then shifted. Helmet returned to the private reading room, only to find Araya already waiting there. She asked how his exam had gone. Surprised to see her, Helmet admitted it went well. The questions had been almost exactly as she had predicted. Still, he couldn't shake one strange question from his mind. Curious, Araya asked him to share it. Helmet explained, recounting the unusual scenario. She nodded, saying the instructor for that subject had a habit of throwing in questions like that. As long as his answer was reasonable, he wouldn't lose any points. But when she asked what he had written, Helmet's face turned grim. He admitted he would accept the dark power and find a way to control it. Araya froze at his expression, but quickly composed herself. She told him his answer wasn't bad. Instructor Luxon wouldn't dislike it. Still, Helmet wanted to know how she would have answered. Araya explained that the expected answer, the one most nobles would write, was to seek help at the temple, since dark powers fell under their jurisdiction. But she wasn't like the others. Calmly, she told him she would have written the same answer he did. She was willing to make the temple her enemy. Helmet was stunned. He asked if she truly meant that. Araya didn't flinch. She explained that the Temple of Lumen was merciless when it came to dark powers. If she voluntarily confessed, they would execute her without hesitation. That's why the smarter path was to find a solution alone. She shifted the topic, congratulating Helmet on his exam performance. In her view, he had a strong chance of topping the class. But then her tone grew stern. She warned him never to discuss dark powers outside of the academy. Inside, such debates were tolerated. Outside, anyone who spoke of it would be reported immediately. Helmet didn't need the warning. He already knew. The scene then shifted to Greta Academy's Central Plaza, where crowds of students gathered before a massive bulletin board. The results of the exams had been posted publicly, designed to fuel the flames of competition. At Greta Academy, results were always posted publicly in the Central Plaza. It was a system designed to ignite the pride of nobles, who valued their reputations above all else. And it worked flawlessly. When Helmet arrived, he noticed that the results for the magic department had already been released. His first instinct was to look for Araya's name. Sure enough, it was right at the top. She had taken first place with a flawless 100. In second came Sion with a 93.2. Helmet wasn't surprised. He had expected nothing less from Araya. Still, he couldn't help but feel bad for Sion. He knew how hard his friend had studied. But this wasn't the first time Sion had lost to her, and Helmet assumed he would accept the result. Turning around, Helmet noticed his friends staring at the board in shock. Sion's face was twisted in disbelief. He couldn't process how Araya had managed a perfect score. Araya herself appeared behind him, casually asking why it was so strange for her to achieve one. Sion spun around and demanded to know what trick she had used. He argued that the subject understanding of spirit had only been introduced this semester, and as an elemental mage, he should have had the clear advantage. Araya simply rested a hand on his shoulder. With a sharp, condescending tone, she told him that 3 months was more than enough time for her to master a single academy subject. That cut deep. Sion snapped. He couldn't believe she had outperformed him in his own field. Around him, several girls swarmed Araya, showering her with praise for her perfect score. Sion stood in silence, drowning in humiliation. He realized he had chosen the wrong rival. Shaking off the sting, he shifted his focus back to the bet. He reminded Araya that things weren't over. They still had to see who came out on top in their wager. Turning back to the board, his eyes widened. At the top of the next list was Helmet, with a score of 98. Asuka followed closely behind in second, with 97. Sion's hope collapsed completely. Meanwhile, Helmet stared at the board, stunned. He could hardly believe his effort had paid off. Araya noticed his dazed look and congratulated him warmly. He smiled back, thanking her. Just then, Asuka arrived at the plaza. His eyes darted to the board, and he froze. He had lost, by a single point. 1. Araya turned to him, asking why he wasn't furious. To her surprise, Asuka admitted he just felt sad. Losing to Helmet stung, but he wasn't crushed by it. Then, with fierce determination, he pointed at Helmet. He promised that next time, he would win on his own strength, without relying on anyone else. As Asuka was talking with Helmet, Sion suddenly grabbed him by the collar and accused him of being a traitor. He shouted that Asuka must have lost on purpose just to see him suffer the punishment. Annoyed, Asuka shook him off, denying it flatly. He reminded Sion that the bet had been his idea in the first place, and now he had no choice but to honor it. Dropping to his knees, Sion turned desperately to Helmet and Araya. He pleaded with them, insisting that 100 laps around the field would kill him. He begged them to cut it down. Helmet, unimpressed, told him that no human would die from running 100 laps. That only made Sion bristle more. He snapped back that unlike Helmet, he was just a normal human. Switching tactics, he turned to Araya. He reminded her that she was a mage too, with terrible stamina and beg her to have mercy. 50 laps instead of 100. To his horror, Araya only smiled, amused by his desperation. Leaning close to his ear, she whispered that they weren't nearly close enough for her to show him any kindness. Then, with a sly look, she brought up his late-night snacking habits, pointing out that the full 100 laps would be perfect for getting him back in shape. Sion's face fell. Realizing his fate was sealed, he collapsed to the ground and wept. That night, the punishment began. Sion staggered around the field, cursing his friends as he forced himself to keep running. Helmut stood by, making sure he didn't give up. The scene shifted to the second-year students practicing swordsmanship. Benjamin gathered his classmates and made an announcement. They would have a camping class next week, held in the forest. Helmut and the others were caught off guard. Andro admitted he had never been camping before and asked Benjamin if he had ever done it himself. Benjamin was astonished. He quickly realized Andro's sheltered life as a noble explained everything. According to Benjamin, camping wasn't difficult at all. The real problem was finding a place to relieve yourself. With a straight face, he explained the risks: stepping on someone else's mess, or worse, getting in your hands while digging a pit. Andro and Aska recoiled in disgust, their faces twisting at the thought. Benjamin kept going, warning them to bring proper shovels to avoid trouble. Then he added another tip: never stick your head out of your sleeping bag at night, unless you want to be swarmed by mosquitoes. Aska narrowed his eyes, starting to think Benjamin was just trying to scare them. Aska narrowed his eyes, suspecting Benjamin was just trying to scare them. Then he remembered, Helmut used to be a mercenary. Turning to him, he asked if camping was really that frightening. Helmut raised a brow at the question and asked if Aska had never camped before. The mad dog explained that he had, but only while traveling to and from Badan City. He had never experienced camping deep in the mountains. Helmut reassured him there was nothing to worry about. Mosquitoes could be handled with incense, and as for the poo problem, it was easy enough to spot and avoid. But instead of easing his nerves, Aska grew more irritated. He complained that Helmut was just making him feel worse by pointing out the obvious. Still, he admitted it was best to be well prepared. He then suggested they head to the market over the weekend to stock up on supplies, asking Helmut to come along. Helmut agreed. The scene shifted to a bustling market. Once there, Aska quickly realized he had no idea what they were supposed to buy. Standing beside them was Sion. Irritated, Aska demanded to know why he had tagged along. Sion just grinned, saying he naturally followed them like air. Helmut cut in, asking if Sion had recovered from the punishment run. At that, sweat broke out on Sion's forehead. He claimed he had used high-quality healing magic and fully recovered after resting for a few days. But Helmut knew the truth. On the night of the bet, Sion had pulled a trick, summoning his spirit of darkness to shape-shift into him and finish the laps. In reality, Sion had only completed 50. Helmut hadn't exposed him, though. He thought the stunt was impressive enough to let slide. Shaking off the memory, Aska said their first priority should be finding insect repellent. The boys headed toward a shop selling scented candles. Aska explained that the candles would drive the bugs away. Helmut agreed, adding that it was especially useful while eating in the forest. He reminded Aska to choose candles that weren't too strong, since the smell might ruin their meals. Then Helmut mentioned another necessity, a good lamp. He explained that the hills grew pitch dark at night, but he cautioned against buying one that was too bright, since that could attract predators. Instead, it needed to shine just enough to light the path ahead. Aska listened carefully, weighing his advice. Aska was stunned by how detailed Helmut's knowledge was. He couldn't believe his friend was so meticulous about preparations. Helmut explained that buying the right lamp was important. You didn't want to deal with unexpected trouble in the mountains. While Aska understood, he raised another concern. If the lamp tipped over while they slept, it could cause a bushfire. At that, Sion pulled out a scroll and handed it over with a grin. He explained that it was a bushfire extinguishing magic scroll. Once activated, it created a vacuum that would immediately snuff out any flames. Aska's eyes widened in surprise. He didn't know such a thing even existed. Then, in classic Aska fashion, he muttered that the scroll could easily be used to kill someone. The mood shifted instantly. Sion frowned, telling him that normal people didn't think of such things. He made it clear he had no interest in being tied to murder and asked Aska not to drag him into it. The two moved on to browse more items. Soon, Sion excitedly pointed out a small grill that could be used to cook vegetables. He boasted about how portable it was. Aska, forgetting the purpose of the trip, stared at it, wondering if he should actually buy one. Helmut watched silently, realizing his friend was preparing for a picnic, not a camping class. Deciding to handle things himself, Helmut told Aska he was going to look for gloves. Aska waved him off distractedly, telling him to go ahead. As Helmut walked through the stalls, a thought hit him. The camping class would be held outside the city. That meant he couldn't afford to lower his guard, not with the Blackhawks still out there. He doubted they would attack in a place crowded with academy instructors and students, but caution was always better. After all, Aska himself had been attacked once. Still, Helmut was tired of living under that shadow. He decided that once he became stronger, he would confront the organization directly and end things on his own terms. Lost in thought, he wandered until something caught his eye. A man stood nearby, spinning sugar into a strange, fluffy treat with a machine. He called out to passersby, asking them to buy the unique dessert of Badan. A curious girl stepped forward and purchased one. Helmut froze, staring. The thing looked like a cloud on a stick. He had never seen anything like it before. It was his first time encountering cotton candy. The girl noticed his curiosity and approached him. With a cheerful smile, she explained that cotton candy was made by melting sugar and pulling the thin strands of melted sugar onto a stick. The girl told Helmut that sometimes technology can be even more fascinating than magic. Her words caught him off guard. The blonde girl with striking red eyes leaned closer and asked if he remembered her from their magic theory class. Helmut shook his head. He didn't recognize her at all. Curious, he asked who she was. The girl seemed surprised, but not completely shocked. She explained that they were classmates, though she had already guessed Helmut wouldn't know her. After all, he always kept to himself and showed little interest in others. Finally, she introduced herself as Teresa and admitted openly that she was interested in him. She asked if he could spare her some of his time. At that moment, Araya's warning flashed in Helmut's mind. She had told him before that girls who approached him out of nowhere were only trying to use him as a bridge to get closer to her. Remembering those words, Helmut turned away. He told Teresa he wasn't alone and needed to leave. Teresa, confused by his coldness, begged him to wait. But Helmut cut her off, saying if she truly wanted something, she should speak to Araya instead. That shocked her. Only then did Teresa realize what Araya had warned him about. Most people clung to Helmut just to reach her, but Teresa swore her interest was only in him. She reached out her hand, wanted to touch him, when suddenly, Araya appeared right in front of her. Helmut froze at the sight of the mage. Araya looked straight at him and demanded to know what he was doing in the marketplace. Before he could answer, Teresa greeted her warmly, admitting she hadn't expected to meet her here. Araya's eyes narrowed at Teresa, the top student of the third-year class. Pulling back her hood, she told Teresa she hadn't expected this either. Teresa smiled and explained she had only wanted to talk with her roommate. But Araya's tone stayed sharp as she asked whether Teresa had business with her. When Araya lowered her hood, her face carried a striking, almost masculine charm. Teresa's cheeks flushed as she forgot her words and stammered. After regaining a bit of composure, she said she wanted to talk to Araya directly. Araya ignored her. Instead, she grabbed Helmut by his clothes and ordered him to come with her. Teresa was stunned by the way Araya dragged him forward. As they walked, Araya glanced at Helmut and questioned if he really didn't take her seriously. She couldn't understand why he was still entertaining Teresa after her warning. Helmut quickly explained. He had tried to turn Teresa away. Helmut explained that the only reason he had listened to Teresa was because he didn't want to be disrespectful toward his seniors. Hearing that, Araya sighed. She realized her friend had taken his lessons in ethics a little too seriously. She advised him to speak up whenever something didn't sit right with him, reminding him that his silence often ended up causing her unnecessary trouble. Helmut calmly replied that if she found it stressful, she could have simply ignored him. That only made Araya more irritated. She told him they would finish this conversation later, then suddenly shifted the topic, asking about Aska and Sion. Helmut blinked in surprise. He asked how she even knew the boys were in the marketplace. Araya explained that Helmut would never willingly come here on his own, which made it obvious that he had company. Helmut admitted he wasn't sure where the boys were, so Araya decided they would look around together. This confused Helmut. If she found the situation troublesome, why was she staying by his side instead of walking away? He couldn't make sense of her reasoning. Eventually, the two found Aska and Sion, who had clearly been shopping without restraint. Both of them were weighed down with a mountain of unnecessary supplies. That night, the group headed back toward the academy. Aska walked with a grin, proudly telling Helmut that they were now fully prepared for camping. Sion, however, frowned. He pointed out that Aska might have gone overboard and asked how exactly he planned to fit everything onto his horse. With an easy smile, Aska replied that he'd just borrow space from the other students. Sion, frustrated, teased him by asking if this reckless shopping habit was the reason he was always broke. Aska quickly denied it, insisting he didn't have a problem. Soon, the two were caught up in a heated argument. Watching them, Helmut couldn't help but smile. But his smile faded when he suddenly felt something strange. His instincts flared, and he quickly turned around. There was nothing, just empty benches behind him. Seeing no one there, Helmut returned to his friends and continued walking. Still, his senses stayed sharp. Helmut was always on guard, no matter where he was. But this time, even he didn't see what was coming. The moment he stepped forward, a figure emerged. A man appeared, sitting casually on one of the benches. His red hair glowed faintly beneath the night sky, and a grotesque mask covered his face. Helmut, who could sense almost anything, had no idea that his life as an academy student was about to reach its end. Shifting to Anton and his assistant. Both were kneeling before a heavy door. Inside, a voice demanded to know who was there. Anton introduced himself nervously as the branch manager. The sound of footsteps grew closer, and Anton's heart tightened with unease. When the manager raised his head, there was nothing before him. But before Anton or Chromo could react, the figure appeared inside the office without warning. Anton's eyes widened. It was the same man who had been watching Helmut from the bench. The man ordered Anton to keep speaking. The branch manager froze, choosing his words carefully. He couldn't afford to say anything foolish in front of this figure. This was no ordinary man. He was one of the most powerful forces within their organization, a member of the Hawkeye. His name was Pichot, the entertainer. Anton quickly presented a stack of papers. He explained that their branch had been struggling to eliminate Helmut and asked Pichot to review the boy's information. As Pichot flipped through the papers, he frowned. Something wasn't right. According to the records, Helmut was a rank 2 mercenary, a member of the Face Mercenary Corps, and a second-year student at Greta Academy. Pichot questioned whether the academy even had an instructor capable of training someone like Helmut. Anton replied that Helmut didn't need the academy at all. He believed Helmut was simply using the school as a cover. He added that Eden Kudrow, a powerful noble of Badan, seemed to be backing Helmut. Pichot asked about Helmut's history as a mercenary. Anton admitted he had found nothing. The only record began when Helmut suddenly joined the Face Mercenary Corps by coincidence. That explanation only deepened Pashot's suspicion. He tapped the paper with his nail, then slowly shredded it to pieces. A boy with no past, yet skilled enough to be a rank 2 mercenary while posing as a student. Pashot muttered that he had never encountered someone with such a suspicious identity. Anton's heart sank. He nervously asked whether their branch had tangled with the wrong person. Pashot stabbed the paper with his finger. Calmly, he assured Anton that the Black Hawk had never once crossed a target above their reach. The dead cannot speak, he added coldly. And if a corpse vanishes, it means that person never existed at all. He declared that Helmet would be erased. Anton was stunned, but Pashot was already planning his hunt. The scene shifted. Students were gathered, preparing their horses for the journey. Amidst the bustle, Instructor Allen held up a bottle of wine. He blinked in surprise. It was a 32-year-old Marine vintage, a rarity nearly impossible to obtain. Smiling faintly, Allen told the student he had taken it from that he would be sure to savor it with the right meal. The boy pleaded with Instructor Allen not to drink the wine. He explained that he had saved his pocket money just to buy it. But Allen shook his head. He reminded the student they were heading out for training, not a picnic. He had already warned them not to bring useless items on the trip. In desperation, the boy pointed at Aska, claiming Aska looked more like he was going on a picnic than anyone else. The mad dog scowled at being exposed. He snapped back that everything he carried was essential. Unmoved, Allen gave Aska 10 minutes to decide what he truly needed. He explained that carrying too much weight would only slow down his horse. Aska was stunned. He argued that every single item in his pack was necessary. But Allen cut him off. Light luggage, he said, was the key to proper camping. Annoyed but with no choice, Aska finally agreed to obey. Once everyone had finished repacking, the group mounted up and began their journey. As they passed through the city gates, Helmet looked around quietly. It had been a long time since he'd stepped outside of Badan. The air beyond the walls felt different to him. Lighter, freer. Aska soon noticed Helmet's horse. He immediately pointed out that it looked far superior to the others. No doubt, because a noble was backing him. Curious, he asked Helmet what breed it was. But Helmet admitted he didn't know. He simply added that Aska's horse also looked good. The mad dog narrowed his eyes, sensing that Helmet wasn't being serious. He reminded him there was a clear difference between the two horses. Then he asked a question that caught Helmet off guard. What was his horse's name? Helmet tilted his head. Did a horse even need a name? Aska was taken aback. He called him a heartless rascal and explained that for a swordsman, a horse wasn't just an animal. It was a partner that stayed by their side for years. That was why most swordsmen named their horses. He urged Helmet to name his on the spot. After a moment of thought, Helmet noticed the horse's bluish mane. Calmly, he decided to name it Aska. The mad dog's jaw dropped. He demanded Helmet change the name immediately. Helmet simply asked why it mattered. Aska gritted his teeth and said if Helmet insisted on giving a human name, he should at least call it Araya. Helmet shook his head. Araya, he said, didn't resemble a horse at all. Aska exploded with frustration, shouting back, "Then do I look like a horse to you?" After traveling the whole day, the group finally reached their campsite. Instructor Patricia stepped forward, instructing the students to take a rest. She ordered them to unload their luggage and remove the saddles. Patricia told the students that once they finished unloading, she would share the schedule with them. Aska dropped onto the ground, exhausted. He couldn't believe it had taken an entire day just to reach the campsite. Muttering to himself, he wondered how far they had actually traveled from the city. Before leaving, Helmet had already been briefed about the plan. On the first day, they would rest and enjoy a barbecue. On the second day, a hunting competition would take place. And on the third day, they would carry out a group activity. Helmet was relieved. Nothing unusual had happened on the way to the camp. He hoped it meant the Black Hawks weren't nearby. Still, he knew the most dangerous time would likely be during the group activity. That would be the perfect chance to target him. Determined, he reminded himself to stay alert through the entire trip. While Helmet was lost in thought, Aska suddenly called out to him. Confused, Helmet looked down and froze. He was holding only a rope. His horse was gone. Shock rippled through him. He was certain he'd been holding the reins the entire time. But the rope in his hand had been sliced cleanly by something sharp. Helmet's thoughts raced. What had it been cut? And by whom? He scanned the area, but nothing made sense. Someone had managed to sever the reins without him noticing. Aska, however, didn't seem as concerned. He tapped Helmet on the shoulder and told him to stop overthinking. Pointing into the forest, Aska showed him where the horse stood waiting. With a grin, he teased Helmet, calling him clumsy and reminding him to look after his horse properly. Helmet's eyes narrowed. Something about the situation was off. Still, he asked Aska to lend him his sword. The mad dog blinked in surprise. He demanded to know why Helmet needed it, but Helmet only said it was for something important. Reluctantly, Aska handed it over. Sword in hand, Helmet approached his horse cautiously. Every few steps, he checked his surroundings, though he already knew it was useless. If someone was there, he wouldn't be able to sense them. He called out softly to his horse, urging it to come closer. Then, just as he prepared to take a step forward, his instinct screamed. Looking down, he spotted it, buried beneath the grass, right next to his foot. A hunting trap. Helmet's chest tightened. The trap was so carefully concealed, it was practically invisible to the naked eye. He had almost stepped straight into it. The sight jolted his memory. He had once heard. Helmet remembered clearly that poaching was forbidden on the campgrounds. That meant the hunting trap wasn't an accident. It was a warning. Someone had marked him as prey. The thought made him laugh. To be treated like a hunted game. It was almost amusing. If his hunter couldn't be stopped, then he might as well enjoy the chase. Deciding it was finally time, Helmet named his horse White after its color. He called out the name, urging the horse to come closer. But White ignored him, happily munching away at the grass. Helmet wasn't surprised. He had only just named it. obedience wouldn't come so quickly. Walking forward, he stroked the horse's mane, speaking softly to himself. He promised that anyone standing in his way would be removed. Strangely, the danger around him only seemed to thrill him more. Deep down, Helmet hoped that whoever set the trap would be strong enough to make the fight worth it. The scene shifted. All the students gathered before Instructor Allen as he prepared to deliver instructions. He explained that all activities for the camp would be carried out in pre-assigned groups. The same structure would continue from the first day until the last. Allen warned the students to avoid unnecessary distractions. Then he produced a marble, explaining that each group leader would receive a communication marble. With it, they could contact the instructors at any time to report emergencies. Helmet was chosen as the leader of his group and handed the marble. As he studied the strange object, Asuka nudged him, telling him to meet the rest of the team. Helmet glanced at their faces and muttered to Asuka that he didn't recognize most of them. The boys who heard him were irritated. They reminded him that he had seen their faces already when picking members. Before things escalated, Andros stepped in, asking everyone to calm down. He suggested they use this chance to introduce themselves properly. He began by introducing himself, followed by the 4 new boys, Mitchell, Basil, Wesley, and Dino. Helmet then turned to the red-haired boy and asked his name. The boy frowned. It was James, someone Helmet had already met several times. Shocked, James demanded Helmet remember it next time. Helmet nodded and assured him that he would. Satisfied for the moment, James pressed Helmet and Asuka to introduce themselves as well. But the Mad Dog refused, pointing out that everyone already knew who they were. James clearly didn't like his dismissive attitude, but he knew Asuka wasn't wrong. Helmet then told the boys to begin preparing dinner. He made it clear that teamwork would matter more than anything else. Helmet told the group that he needed to report something to their instructor. Asuka frowned, confused why Helmet would have anything to say so soon after camp had begun. He asked what it was about. Helmet explained quietly that he had discovered a trap in the forest when retrieving his horse. Asuka's eyes widened. He reminded Helmet that setting traps was strictly forbidden on campgrounds. Then he guessed that Helmet's sour mood earlier had been because of this. Determined, Asuka insisted on accompanying him to check it out. Dino and Wesley, however, weren't pleased. Watching the two walk away, they grumbled that Helmet and Asuka were just trying to dodge dinner preparations. The scene shifted. Helmet led Patricia and Asuka to the site of the trap. But when they arrived, the ground was clear. The trap was gone. Patricia raised an eyebrow and asked if there had really been one. Helmet confirmed that he had nearly stepped on it. That startled her, but without any proof, there was little she could do. She simply said she would warn the other students to be cautious. Asuka, unconvinced, asked Helmet if he was sure about the spot. Helmet crouched down. The grass was pressed flat. There was no mistake. The trap had been there. That meant only one thing. His opponent had erased the evidence before Helmet brought Patricia back. It was deliberate. A message. Whoever set wanted Helmet to know they were watching him. Helmet recalled what Alaga had once taught him during his time in the Forest of Roots. Persistence was the greatest weapon when facing stronger prey. The ability to endure, to pressure a target until exhaustion left it defenseless. That was the hunter's edge. His unseen opponent was cautious and skilled, but ultimately, he didn't understand Helmet. To Helmet, these small games were hardly worth worrying about. When Helmet and Asuka returned to camp, Mitchell immediately complained that they were late. He said the group had already started grilling and eating. But when Helmet and Asuka looked at what Mitchell had cooked, their faces stiffened. The meat looked like burnt coals. Shaking his head, Asuka took over. He grilled the rest of the meat himself, and then showed the boys what properly cooked meat was supposed to look like. Basil and Mitchell stared in disbelief. And when they tasted Asuka's food, their eyes lit up. It was juicy, flavorful, nothing like the charred mess they'd been chewing. Mitchell finally realized he'd been feeding everyone charcoals instead of real food. Asuka shook his head in disbelief. How could they not even know how to grill meat? To him, it was obvious. These boys had been pampered their whole lives. Basil and Dino only smiled at him. Dino leaned in, remarking that commoners truly were different. The Mad Dog's irritation spiked. He snapped back, asking if they preferred chewing on coal instead. Before things could escalate, Wesley spoke up, telling Asuka not to be so grumpy. He said he'd brought something special. With a grin, he pulled out a bottle. James's eyes went wide. Hennessy Spirit. He asked in shock how Wesley had managed to sneak such a thing into camp. Wesley smirked, saying there was always a way. He slipped the bottle back into his bag, revealing that the bag itself was enchanted with storage magic. No instructor would ever suspect he'd go so far just to sneak in alcohol. James shook his head in disbelief, but Wesley insisted. What was a camp barbecue without a drink? Basil eagerly asked if he'd brought more than one bottle. Wesley chided him, saying he should be grateful and not greedy. Then, remembering Patricia's habit of surprise inspections, he urged the group to start drinking quickly. But before a single cup could be poured, Patricia appeared beside their campfire like a silent ghost. In her hands were several bottles of confiscated alcohol. Her eyes scanned the group. So, she asked coldly, you mean to tell me none of you brought drinks? Wesley and Dino immediately denied it. They insisted they had nothing. Patricia's gaze lingered, skeptical. It was strange, she said, for Helmet's group, not to have even one drink. Dino's jaw dropped at the sheer number of bottles she carried. Meanwhile, Wesley quickly covered, claiming that their group hadn't dared to bring any because Helmet and Asuka were with them. He explained that those two had placed the group in the spotlight, making it too risky to sneak things in. Patricia turned to Helmet directly. Is it true? She asked. Not a single drink in your group? Helmet answered simply. His team didn't have any. That surprised her. But after a moment, she nodded and stepped back. Before leaving, she reminded Helmet that as team leader, he would be held responsible for all mistakes. She told him to manage his group properly, then walked away, casually telling them to enjoy dinner. Wesley and Dino lowered their heads respectfully until she was gone. But as soon as she turned, the two exchanged sly smiles. They had slipped through the inspection unscathed. With their spirits high, the boys raised their cups together in a quiet cheer. James took the first sip of Hennessy and nearly choked on its strength. Wesley laughed and told him to keep drinking. Wesley laughed and told James the drink wouldn't kill him. The boys passed the bottle around, enjoying their stolen treat. But Andros soon noticed Helmut sitting quietly, his expression sour. He asked if the drink wasn't to his liking. Helmut replied that the taste was fine. Aska glanced at him and understood immediately. Helmut was still thinking about the trap. He knew his friend was the type to brood over such things. Basil chimed in, suggesting that some hunter must have secretly set it up. Mitchell raised a brow, surprised that Helmut was actually worried. He said if he had skills like Helmut's, nothing would bother him. Dino agreed, adding that if he were at Helmut's level, he'd fear nothing at all. James smiled knowingly. He told the others that Helmut was far more remarkable than he appeared. He had seen glimpses of Helmut's skills firsthand. Aska scowled, not understanding why James was singing Helmut's praises. Mitchell disagreed too, saying there was no need for proof. Just surpassing Aska in ability was already impressive enough. Curious, he asked Helmut where he had learned swordsmanship. Helmut answered simply. He had grown up in a forest, learning under his master. Mitchell was stunned. The thought of a master living deep in the wilderness amazed him. Basil leaned in, asking if Helmut could introduce them to this teacher. Helmut shook his head. His master was no longer alive. The group fell silent at the revelation. Basil quickly apologized, but James spoke gently, saying Helmut's master would surely be proud to see him now, standing as the Academy's top swordsmanship student. Helmut smiled faintly at those words. Sensing the heavy mood, Wesley quickly raised the bottle. He urged them to stop dwelling on depressing topics and focus on drinking instead. They had to finish and clean up before anyone caught them. Helmut appreciated the gesture. Watching the laughter return, he realized something. Humans bonded over drinks. And that, too, was a kind of strength. Later, when the group finally drifted into sleep, Helmut rose quietly. Aska, clearly drunk, cracked one eye open and asked where he was going. Helmut replied that he needed to throw up. With a groggy laugh, the mad dog told him to walk as far away as possible. Helmut slipped into the forest. But unlike the others, he wasn't drunk at all. He had discovered a way to neutralize alcohol completely. Alone among the trees, he knew his opponent was still watching. He wondered if this would be the moment they struck, or if they would remain hidden. Carefully, Helmut spread his senses outward. The silence pressed in. His unseen enemy was cautious. Helmut was impressed by how cautious his unseen opponent was. As he scanned the area, his eyes caught sight of a small cottage tucked away in the forest. He quickly realized this must be where the campsite manager lived. Curious, Helmut approached the cottage and knocked on the door. At once, a lamp flickered inside. Moments later, an old man opened the door. One look at Helmut's clothes, and the man correctly guessed he was a student of Greta Academy. Helmut nodded and explained that he needed a favor. He told the manager that he had discovered a hunting trap in the forest. Concerned for the safety of the students, he asked if the patrols could be increased. The old man's expression stiffened. He seemed surprised, even uneasy, at the mention of a trap. He told Helmut that anyone who dared set a trap in Petica Forest would face a heavy fine. Helmut, however, was firm. He insisted he wasn't mistaken. As a swordsman, his eyes and senses were sharp enough to detect such things. Realizing the seriousness of the claim, the manager nodded slowly. He said he would begin increasing patrols starting the next day. Then, with a casual smile, he added that it had been a long time since he last used his long pole. Such a tool, he explained, was necessary for safely removing a bear trap, since those could never be spotted by the naked eye. The man began closing the door, but Helmut suddenly blocked it with his foot. His eyes hardened as he told the old man he had never mentioned what type of trap it was. The man's smile widened, but his gaze sharpened. He asked if Helmut had perhaps misidentified the trap, or maybe he had seen a different kind. After all, most who set traps in the forest usually lay bear traps. He leaned forward, pressing Helmut to say what kind of trap he had actually seen. Something about the man's behavior set off alarms. Helmut noticed the way he smiled while one hand stayed braced on the door. He decided not to confront him directly. Instead, he kept calm, saying the manager's assumption was correct. He explained that he was only surprised at how quickly the man had guessed it without hearing details. Helmut urged him to be cautious when searching for it. The old man thanked him for the advice and moved to shut the door again. But once more, Helmut stopped him. This time, he asked about the swordsmanship department's annual events. Specifically, he wanted to know where the hunting competitions and group activities usually took place. The old man finally revealed that the hunting competition would take place in a mountainous region north of the campsite. As for the group activities, they would be spread across the 12 peaks of the same area. He assured Helmut that the events had always been held there, unless, of course, something unusual disrupted them. Helmut thanked him and stepped away. The door shut behind him, but as he walked on, his eyes lingered on the cottage. Something about it gnawed at him. He couldn't sense any buys from the old man, which meant he wasn't a martial artist. Yet Helmut's instincts were still screaming. For a brief moment, Helmut considered turning back, breaking the old man's neck, and forcing the truth out of him. His hand even tightened on his sword, but he stopped himself. Acting recklessly now wasn't smart. Not when he wasn't alone in the forest. As he returned toward camp, Helmut reminded himself that he didn't need to overthink it. The hunter stalking him would eventually make a move, and when that happened, he would be ready. But the moment he stepped back into camp, his eyes widened in horror. Instructor Patricia was there, gripping the bottle of Hennessy in one hand and Wesley in the other. Wesley looked beaten and half-conscious. Patricia's eyes burned as she turned her glare on Helmet. The next morning, all the students were gathered outside. The instructors sat inside a tent, watching as Instructor Allen addressed the crowd. The heat in the forest was almost unbearable, leaving both students and instructors visibly uncomfortable. Even Patricia and Professor Dwayne muttered complaints under their breath. Allen, however, kept his composure. He explained the rules of the hunting competition. Above all, safety came first. He reminded the students to identify their targets carefully and begged them not to accidentally shoot one another. Each pair of students would work together so they could respond quickly to injuries. If one partner was hurt, the other was to immediately contact Professor Dwayne using their communication marble. Before departure, every student would receive a bow, arrows, a map, and rations. Those who already owned a bow were free to use their own. Allen added that rankings would be determined by their catches, and the top performers would be rewarded with prizes. The announcement sparked excitement among the students. Cheers rippled through the group. That was when Basil raised his hand and asked Allen. The rule was simple. Whoever caught the most targets would win the competition. But when one of the students asked about it, Allen shook his head. He said the question was good, but the answer wasn't that simple. Victory wouldn't be decided by numbers alone. This stunned Basil and the rest of the students. Allen explained that the ranking depended on the value of each animal. A fox, for example, was worth more than a rabbit, and a bear was rarer than a fox. Rarity was what truly mattered. After clearing up their doubts, Allen gave the final instructions. The hunt would last until 5 in the evening, no later. The forest darkened quickly, and he warned them to stay on schedule. Aska stepped forward, resting a hand on our boy's shoulder, his confidence on full display. He declared to the others that he and Helmet had no chance of losing. Wesley's temper flared. He couldn't stand the idea of the two strongest students teaming up. He asked if they even had a shred of conscience left. Basil raised his hand, questioning whether such a pair should even be allowed. Allen admitted it was unusual, but he didn't object. Teams were free to form however they wanted. The answer didn't sit well with Wesley or Basil. Helmet and Aska started walking into the forest. Aska turned back for a moment, warning the others not to follow them if all they wanted was an easy hunt. His words only fueled Wesley and Basil's frustration. The scene shifted. Deep in the forest, Helmet and Aska moved with bows and arrows in hand. Aska reminded Helmet that the two of them were the strongest. If they gave it their all, first and second place were practically guaranteed. He even asked if Helmet wanted to compete with him, but Helmet wasn't paying attention to his partner's boasting. His thoughts were elsewhere. He had noticed that no one had followed them. That meant he could fight freely if his hunter appeared. It also meant it was time to separate from Aska. Aska, on the other hand, knew Helmet's hunting skills. He asked if Helmet knew of any good hunting grounds, but Helmet had no intention of revealing his tactics. Then, an idea struck him. If he could help Aska catch a target, he could send him back to camp and get rid of him. So, Helmet told Aska to follow him. The so-called Mad Dog was thrilled by this. The two crouched behind a bush near the river. Helmet explained that every animal needed water, so the simplest way to catch prey was to wait by the riverbank. Aska nodded, convinced that Helmet's strategy would work. Aska wasn't impressed with Helmet's plan. Waiting by the river felt too slow. He argued that searching for animals would be faster. But Helmet disagreed. He calmly explained that if they moved around too much, their prey would spot them first and run away. Hunting wasn't about speed, it was about patience. He urged Aska to take this chance to practice. The response only irritated the Mad Dog. On their way to the river, Helmet noticed fresh claw marks etched into the trees. He stopped and warned Aska that a large predator might be nearby. And just as he said that, the two of them froze at the sight ahead. A massive bear had appeared at the river, pulling out a fish with its claws. Both Helmet and Aska lit up at the sight of their new target. Aska grinned and told Helmet they should shoot together. The two readied their bows, arrows drawn. But just before releasing his shot, a troubling thought crossed Helmet's mind. Would killing an animal awaken his seed of darkness? He was tempted to find out, but this wasn't the time to test it. Their arrows flew at the same moment. Aska's struck the bear, while Helmet's buried itself into the ground. The bear roared in pain and bolted. Aska couldn't believe what just happened. Not only was the beast running away, but Helmet had actually missed. Frustrated, Aska leapt from the bushes, firing 2 more arrows, but both failed to land. Desperate, he drew another arrow, covering it with boughs, and fired with tremendous force. This time, it struck the bear in the stomach. The beast let out one final scream before collapsing. Aska's face lit up with triumph. He had landed the kill. But his celebration was cut short by a chilling sound echoing from the forest. A scream unlike anything they'd heard before. Both Aska and Helmet froze. Aska, unsettled, asked whether bears could even make such a noise. The moment he spoke, the sound came again, louder, stranger. Helmet's eyes narrowed. He knew immediately. That wasn't an animal. He told Aska to stay behind and deal with the bear, while he went to investigate. Without waiting for a reply, Helmet sprinted into the forest, pushing his speed to the limit. Leaping through the branches, Helmet soon spotted movement below. In the clearing, 2 students stood out. One was still on his feet, the other collapsed on the ground. The one standing was Wesley, and he was panicking. Wesley was trembling. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't activate his communication marble. Just then, Helmet landed behind him. Startled by the sudden footsteps, Wesley screamed. When he turned and saw Helmet, his shock only deepened. He demanded to know how Helmet had managed to find them. On the ground nearby was Basil, his body shaking uncontrollably, his legs caught in a bear trap. Helmet froze for a moment, stunned by the sight. Wesley rushed forward, pleading for help, begging Helmet to assist in prying open the trap. But Helmet remained calm. He warned Wesley not to act recklessly. If they pulled it open without a plan, Basil would bleed out faster. He promised he would handle it himself. Helmet slipped into the forest, carefully searching the undergrowth. Soon he spotted a plant, pulled it from the soil, and tore off a leaf with his teeth. He chewed it, testing its properties. Still unsatisfied, he searched further, tasting more leaves until he finally found the right one. Returning with both plants and a few rocks, Helmet dropped them before Wesley. The boy stared, confused, and asked what the leaves were for, but Helmet gave no answer. He simply poured water from his flask over the rocks, then stretched his hand out to Wesley. Without explanation, he asked him to hold the bottle. Wesley, bewildered, did as he was told. Helmet placed the chosen leaves on one rock and crushed them with another, grinding them into a paste. Wesley could only watch in shock. While working, Helmet suddenly asked him, was he close to Basil? Wesley quickly answered that he was. The moment the words left his mouth, Helmet ripped a strip from his own coat. Wesley yelped in disbelief. He couldn't believe Helmet had just torn his clothes without hesitation. But Helmet ignored the protest. He wrapped the cloth tightly around Basil's injured leg. Then he picked up an arrow and warned Wesley to hold Basil steady. He explained that he was going to break the trap's locking mechanism. Raising his hand, he infused energy into the arrow and struck the metal with force. Sparks flew, and the trap gave way. Helmet immediately noticed something strange about it as he pried it off. But before he could dwell on it, Basil cried out in agony, finally freed. Helmet tossed the trap aside, then scooped up the herbal paste he had prepared. He gently smeared it over Basil's wound. Wesley's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched. Helmet calmly explained that the herb would stop the bleeding, and that Basil's life was no longer at risk. Helmet told Wesley they needed to call Professor Dwayne immediately. Wesley didn't hesitate. He pulled out the communication marble at once, while Basil continued trembling on the ground. Helmet's eyes fell back on the trap. He had prepared for the worst, but what he discovered shocked him. The joints of the mechanism had been left loose on purpose. If it had been secured properly, Basil would have already lost his ankle. This wasn't an accident. Someone had set the trap as a prank. And not just on anyone, a prank on nobles. Helmet clenched his thoughts. His hunter wasn't simply dangerous. He was reckless enough to toy with lives. This was a far bigger problem than he first imagined. But then another realization hit him. Aska was still alone. Helmet turned quickly, ready to head back. Just then, Aska appeared, panting, right in front of him. The mad dog glared, annoyed. He demanded to know why Helmet had left him behind, reminding him they were supposed to be partners. He pressed for an explanation before storming off again. Helmet sighed heavily, relieved despite Aska's anger. At least the mad dog was safe. But Aska misunderstood the sigh, thinking Helmet was blaming him for being too slow. Then Aska's attention shifted. His eyes widened at the sight of Basil trembling on the ground. Meanwhile, Wesley stepped closer to Helmet and told him that Professor Dwayne was on the way. He praised Helmet for keeping calm in such a tense situation, admitting that he himself couldn't think clearly. But Helmet dismissed the compliment. To him, nothing he did was impressive. He explained that this wasn't his first time dealing with injuries like this. Wesley lowered his head, bowing in gratitude. He promised never to forget the favor and swore on his honor as a noble. Helmet froze for a moment. It had been a long time since anyone had thanked him. Still, he insisted that it would be Professor Dwayne who saved Basil's life. He instructed Wesley to watch the wound carefully and guard against infection. Then he stood up and stepped back, silently processing the weight of Wesley's words. The scene shifted. Professor Dwayne knelt beside Basil, healing him with magic. When the treatment was complete, he turned to Helmet and commended him. Thanks to the first aid, the professor explained, he didn't need to use much magic. Instructor Patricia also approached, offering her thanks. She was alarmed to discover that there had truly been a trap in the area. That meant a hunter was nearby. She assured Helmet she would file a formal complaint with the management office. Turning to Wesley, Patricia asked him to explain exactly how Basil had stepped into the trap. Wesley explained what had happened. Basil had spotted something in the forest and sprinted toward it. But before he could reach it, he triggered the trap and cried out in pain. Wesley admitted he still had no idea what Basil had seen that made him dash off like that. Patricia listened carefully, then gave her verdict. Basil would no longer be able to finish the camping exercise. She instructed Wesley to help her carry him back to the base. Turning to Helmet and Aska, she allowed them to continue their hunt, but warned them to stay alert for traps. With a proud grin, Aska told her that he and Helmet already had a good catch. Patricia raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and replied that she looked forward to seeing it. Aska smirked, boasting that she would be very surprised. Once Patricia moved ahead, Aska turned to Helmet. He declared that since he was the one who struck the bear, the catch belonged to him. Helmet waved it off, assuring him not to worry. He had no interest in claiming the bear. Instead, he promised to catch something else soon and suggested Aska return to the river. The mad dog frowned, uneasy. He warned Helmet that he might stumble into another trap, but Helmet reassured him. He explained that someone could steal the bear if Aska left it unattended for too long. The realization struck Aska Helmet was right. He quickly agreed and told Helmet to take care of himself before heading back. As soon as Aska disappeared, Helmet sprinted deeper into the forest. Finally, he had his chance. If his hunter had been watching, then he had to be close. Helmet decided the only way to flush him out was to sharpen his senses. He closed his eyes and channeled his bis, extending his awareness in every direction. Mid-run, Helmet caught it, a faint disturbance in the air. When he opened his eyes, a thin wire glinted before him. Reacting instantly, he coated his bow in energy and slashed the wire. It snapped cleanly, and Helmet landed on the forest floor. Looking up, he studied the wire swaying overhead. It wasn't ordinary, it was steel. If Basil had encountered this trap, he would have been killed instantly. Helmut inspected the area, searching carefully for more traps. Thankfully, there were none nearby. But just as he finished scanning, movement flickered in the distance. Something was there. Helmut's focus locked in. He decided to find out exactly what it was. Helmut approached cautiously. Up close, he saw what it was, a deer bound tightly. He understood immediately. The deer wasn't a lucky find. It was bait, deliberately left by his hunter. That explained everything. Basil must have spotted the deer, chased after it, and fallen right into the trap. Helmut drew his bow. Without hesitation, he released an arrow and claimed the deer. The scene shifted. The students had returned to base, laying down their catches on a mat. Among them was the massive body of a bear. The sight left both students and instructors stunned. Aska leaned proudly against his prize, wearing a smug smile. The other students scowled, irritated by his arrogance. None of them had even believed a bear existed in the forest. James finally asked if Helmut had helped him bring it down. Aska bristled at the question, snapping back that Helmut had his own pride. He reminded James that Helmut had made a catch of his own. When James turned, he spotted Helmut standing quietly beside a deer. Instructor Allen's face brightened. He praised the catch, pointing out that deer meat was delicious. After examining all the animals, Allen gathered the group and announced it was time to reveal the prizes. 5th place would receive 10 Academy meal tickets. 4th place would be awarded a high-quality quill and an ink set. 3rd place, 10 Academy bookstore gift certificates. 2nd place, a pass granting access to a private training ground. Smiles spread across the group as the rewards grew more enticing. Then Allen revealed the grand prize. 1st place would claim all the rewards from every position. Aska rested his hand on Helmut's shoulder, grinning confidently. He was certain Helmut would take the top spot. With a laugh, he told Helmut he had no need for the quill or ink, then asked what prize Helmut wanted from him. The students cheered in excitement as Allen prepared to announce the final results. The scene changed again. Helmut and his teammates sat gathered around a campfire. Flames flickered as James leaned in, remarking on the incredible privilege of having a private room. Only someone like Araya had ever been granted one before. Even then, the privilege lasted only a week. Still, for a simple hunting competition, it was extraordinary. James smirked, turning to Aska. With mock formality, he congratulated him on 2nd place and told him to enjoy his room. Aska's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe it. 2nd place? It didn't make sense. He had caught a bear. Frustration boiled over, and he began to complain loudly, insisting that such a prize made no sense for him. Aska slammed his hand down, demanding an answer. Was there anything more impressive than catching a bear? Andrew spoke up. He reminded Aska that Bruce had brought back a fox with silver fur, something none of the instructors had ever seen before. Both Alan and Patricia had been astonished. Dino chimed in, admitting he too was shocked. The moment he saw it, he assumed Bruce had managed to capture a mythical creature. Helmut decided to ease Aska's frustration. He reminded the mad dog that he had always wanted a private training room. Wasn't that better than a quill? Aska knew Helmut was right. The private room was a reward worth celebrating. But still, deep down, he couldn't let go of the desire for 1st place. With a grunt, he turned to Helmut and asked what prize he had received. Helmut replied simply, 10 Academy meal tickets awarded for 5th place. The others, ignoring the tension, thanked Aska for catching the bear. They were eager to try bear meat. Aska smirked, declaring that anyone who hadn't managed to bring back a catch would handle the cooking. Since he had done the hard work, it was only fair. The boys fell silent at his words, their eyes drifting to the campfire. As they stared into the flames, Andrew broke the silence. He admitted that it felt lonely without their 3 teammates. The others didn't speak, but they felt the same. Basil was gone after his accident. Wesley and Mitchell had also been taken out earlier that day. On their way back to camp, Wesley had fallen when a bridge collapsed beneath him. And while hunting, Mitchell had plunged into a pit trap, his leg fractured so badly that he had to be rushed back to the academy. Only 5 boys remained. Dino shook his head, calling them the unluckiest group of all. He couldn't believe 3 separate accidents had happened to their team in just one day. Andrew revealed that Patricia had even asked if they wanted to reassemble. The others might have believed it was just bad luck, but Helmut knew better. None of it was coincidence. His hunter was moving in the shadows, targeting his companions one by one. What troubled him most was that his hunter preferred such tricks instead of facing him head-on. Helmut considered telling the others the truth, but kept quiet for the moment, breaking the silence. Dino whispered that he hoped their injured teammates were all right. Aska scoffed. To him, it was a foolish question. The 3 had already returned to the academy. They were probably resting comfortably in their beds. What mattered now was themselves. He reminded the group that they were the ones who had to spend the night outside, lying on the cold ground with nothing but a thin piece of clothing. The next day, Dino and James were left stunned by Aska's blunt words. James shook his head, muttering that Aska could be such a heartless bastard. Andrew, meanwhile, was troubled by something else. Starting today, the teams would be camping separately, away from their instructors. He voiced his concern, asking if that meant they might stumble into traps again. James sighed, hoping aloud that their group could return safely without needing instructor intervention. Listening to their worries, Helmut decided to stay quiet. Telling them about his hunter would only create panic. Besides, the remaining days would be filled mostly with group activities. As long as he stayed close, he believed he could protect them. The scene shifted. The students left the base, heading toward their designated camping spots. Helmut studied the map carefully, showing his teammates their route. He explained that with horses, they could reach their destination within 4 hours. After folding the map, He led the group forward. Hours later, the group arrived. James quickly pulled Helmet aside, eager to show him something. He guided him to a spring nearby. With excitement, James explained that the flat ground made it perfect for resting, and the spring meant they wouldn't have to worry about searching for water. To him, it felt like a stroke of luck to find such a spot in the mountains. Helmet dismounted, stepped to the spring, and scooped water with his hand. He tasted it carefully. Relief washed over him. It wasn't poisoned. He couldn't help but remember the troubles he'd once faced while traveling with the noble lady. Just then, Aska approached. He raised an eyebrow, surprised that Helmet had rushed to the water immediately. With a smirk, he asked if Helmet had been that thirsty. Helmet didn't bother to answer. Meanwhile, Dino suggested they unload and rest. They had arrived earlier than expected, so there was no need to hurry. James agreed, pointing out they still had plenty of food from the day before. He promised to fetch firewood later. As the others began unpacking, Helmet wandered his gaze across the area, assessing it carefully. By evening, the group had settled in. The camp was ready, and a fire burned steadily. The boys sat around it, their eyes fixed on the flames. The mood was heavy, the air thick with a quiet sadness. Helmet sat with them, watching. As Helmet glanced around, he could see it clearly. His teammates were weighed down. Their silence wasn't without reason. 3 of their members had been injured and sent back to the academy. The thought alone was enough to leave the group uneasy. Breaking the heavy atmosphere, Helmet stood up. Dino glanced over and asked if he needed anything. Helmet replied that their firewood supply was running low, so he planned to gather more. Immediately, Aska stood as well. He refused to stay in that gloomy mood with the others. He insisted on going with Helmet. Helmet wasn't pleased. Aska had a habit of trailing him everywhere, and tonight was no different. The forest grew darker as the two searched for wood. After collecting a bundle, Aska asked if it was enough. Helmet thanked him for the help, but explained that the wood he gathered was unusable. It was wet. Aska frowned in surprise. Couldn't they just use any wood? Helmet shook his head. Wet wood wouldn't catch fire. The darkness annoyed Aska even more. He grumbled that it was so hard to see. Then, half joking, he complained that when they returned to the city of Badan, his eyes would be blinded by all the bright lights. Helmet didn't answer, scanning the area instead. Aska grew frustrated. He stood up, demanding that Helmet at least say something. But Helmet brushed him off, telling him to stay focused on collecting dry wood. That stunned Aska. He muttered that Helmet was nothing but a cold-hearted bastard. When silence lingered again, Aska decided to sing to himself. Then, to his surprise, Helmet finally called his name. Aska lit up at the sound, only to quip that if Helmet spoke, then he should be allowed to sing. Helmet ignored the remark and handed him the wood he had gathered. Helmet instructed Aska to take the bundle back to camp. Aska blinked in surprise. He asked if something was wrong. Helmet answered calmly. He had something urgent to take care of. The mad dog quickly caught on. He asked if it was something serious. Then, turning back with a smirk, he told Helmet to handle his business far from camp so it wouldn't stink. To Aska, it made perfect sense. Helmet had been disappearing suspiciously often since they started gathering wood. Once Aska left, Helmet slipped deeper into the forest. There, in the shadows, was a man sharpening a stake. Helmet stepped out to greet him. His voice was steady as he asked the man if he was satisfied with his preparations. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. Helmet gripped his sword and stepped forward toward his hunter. The figure revealed himself. It was Pichot, the entertainer. Pichot smiled, thanking Helmet for accepting his invitation. He said the little pre-work had been enjoyable thanks to him. With a playful tone, he added that Helmet must have questions, then motioned for him to sit on a log so they could chat. While sharpening his stake, Pichot admitted he was in high spirits. At last, he could meet Helmet face to face. He confessed he had grown tired of watching from the shadows. Leaning closer, he asked Helmet how it felt to finally come face to face with his hunter. Helmet's eyes narrowed. He remarked on Pichot's strange taste in masks, pointing out that he was still hiding his face. That alone made him certain this man was shady. Pichot only laughed. He told Helmet he was unlike any other prey he had stalked. Most people, when they realized they were being hunted, ran for their lives. But Helmet had done the opposite. He kept chasing after his hunter. Pichot admitted he almost couldn't believe it. Helmet acted like he was the predator instead. Helmet stayed silent. Pichot's tone shifted. He said he had revealed himself not just to talk, but to give Helmet one final chance. He claimed they had much in common. Then he slipped a hand into his pocket and pulled something out. With a flick, he tossed it toward Helmet. Helmet's hand shot to his sword, ready to strike. But what landed before him wasn't a weapon. It was a worm. As Helmet stared, Pichot formally introduced himself. He revealed that he was an entertainer of the Dark of Hawkeye, an elite unit directly under the command of the Blackhawks leader. With that title came the power to recruit valuable members. Pichot told Helmet that he was too talented to waste away here. He offered him a place in the Blackhawk, on one condition. To join, Helmet had to swallow the worm. The entertainer explained calmly. The worm would burrow into his heart and consume it unless he was given a special medicine. Other than that, it carried no side effects. Then Pichot raised the stakes. If Helmet refused, his men, already lying in wait, would slaughter his teammates. He urged him to think carefully. Helmet's glare hardened. He accused Pichot of lying. In his eyes, this man wasn't the type who could command loyal subordinates. Pichot shrugged. He told Helmet to believe whatever he wanted, but Helmet pressed further. He pointed out something strange. If Pichot killed nobles, wouldn't that bring him trouble? Could he really get away with that? Pichot smirked. He replied coldly, "Not all nobles are equal." Pichot told him he had already sent the keen nobles away. Right then, Helmet realized he was talking about his 3 teammates. The entertainer casually placed a hand on his head, telling Helmet not to think too much. From the start, he never had a choice. The only way to survive, Pashot claimed, was to accept his offer. Hearing this, Helmet's eyes drifted to the worm on the ground. He stared at it for a moment before shutting his eyes, disappointed. Pashot dared to say they had much in common, but Helmet crushed the worm under his foot and raised his blade. He told the entertainer that he clearly hadn't done his homework on him. Without another word, Helmet charged. Pashot quickly hurled his stake at a hidden switch. Instantly, steel wires shot out from the ground, whipping toward Helmet to shred him apart. But that kind of trick wasn't enough. Helmet's sword lit up with buys, slicing through the wires with ease as he closed the distance. Standing over his enemy, Helmet declared that everything would end if he cut him down right here. He swung his blade to finish it, but his strike meant nothing. Pashot's body dissolved into crimson smoke and vanished, only to reappear beside him. Helmet couldn't understand what just happened. Pashot pulled out a knife, pressing it against another wire. With a smirk, he told Helmet he had wasted his chance and wouldn't leave this forest alive. The moment the wire was cut, a rain of projectiles came crashing toward Helmet. Shocked, Helmet barely had time to react. At that same moment, back at the camp, a deafening sound echoed through the woods. The ground trembled lightly beneath them. James turned to his teammates, asking if it was a landslide. Aska looked at him surprised. Impossible, he said. There hadn't been any rain. As Aska tended to the fire, Andro wondered aloud why Helmet hadn't come back yet. He found it strange he'd been gone so long. The mad dog just laughed it off, joking that maybe Helmet was battling constipation. Aska, on the other hand, couldn't see the point in Andro's concern. To him, nothing could possibly happen to Helmet. While they argued, Dino returned carrying a huge bundle of hay. James noticed right away. He remembered Dino had taken hay earlier to feed the horses, so why was he bringing more back? Dino dropped the hay in front of them and asked James if he had moved the horses. James shook his head, surprised. He hadn't touched them since leaving them by the pond. That's when Dino revealed the shocking part. The horses were gone. The group rushed to check, and sure enough, the ropes had been cleanly cut. 5 horses vanished without a sound, without a trace. The boys stood frozen, stunned by what they were seeing. James couldn't make sense of it. None of them had moved the horses, so who could have done it? Aska found it unbelievable. How could someone take 5 full-grown horses and not make a single noise? Before they could piece it together, the bushes rustled. Every boy turned stiff. Aska and James carefully looked over their shoulders, and from the shadows, a dark figure emerged. Their breath caught as the shape stepped closer, until the light revealed it was Helmet. Panting hard, our boys stumbled into camp. Aska let out a sharp yell, scolding Helmet for startling them. He started to ask him to check on the horses, but quickly noticed something was off. Helmet looked pale, exhausted. Aska demanded to know what had happened. Helmet ignored the question and instead turned to James, asking if anyone was missing. James blinked, stunned, asking what he meant. The worried looks spreading across his teammates' faces told Helmet it was time. He called them in closer around the fire. Once everyone was seated, Helmet told them everything. The words hit like thunder. The Black Hawk had sent an assassin, not only after him, but after all of them. James froze, trembling as the realization sank in. Andro asked the obvious question, were the 3 injured students victims of that same assassin? Helmet didn't answer fast enough before James snapped. Anger erupted out of him as he accused Helmet of dragging them into danger. None of them had provoked the Black Hawk, so why should they die for Helmet's mistake? Before he could say more, Aska smacked him on the head, shutting him up. We're not going to die, Aska said firmly. Aska then turned to Helmet, asking if Savitt was behind all this. After all, Savitt still had reasons to hold a grudge. But Helmet shook his head. Savitt wasn't involved. He then revealed something none of them expected. Before joining the academy, he had worked as a mercenary. Helmet confessed that during his mercenary days, he had killed several members of the Black Hawk. That was the reason they wanted revenge. The boys sat stunned, hardly able to process what they were hearing. James broke the silence, asking how many men Helmet had killed. He reasoned the fight must have been brutal, considering those were grown men with plenty of combat experience. But Helmet downplayed it. They weren't particularly strong, about the level of rank 3 mercenaries. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted them. He should never have admitted it. Glancing at his teammates' faces, he expected horror, maybe even disgust. Instead, he saw admiration. Andro leaned forward, impressed that Helmet had so much real combat experience. Dino agreed, saying it explained why Helmet was so much stronger than the average student. For a moment, Helmet was taken aback. They weren't afraid of him. They were impressed. Then it hit him. They were swordsmen, after all. To them, such things were badges of strength. Even so, Helmet knew James had been right. It wasn't fair for them to suffer because of his past. He promised that he would take responsibility for everything. But Andro objected. Facing an assassin alone wasn't the answer. Instead, they should contact their instructors. James immediately turned to the Mad Dog, demanding the communication marble. But when Aska reached into his pocket, it was empty. His face went pale. He told the others it was gone. James and Dino exploded, yelling at him. Dino even called him an idiot for losing something so important. Aska scratched his head, insisting he didn't understand what happened. Maybe the assassin had stolen it. Aska sighed, pointing out that if the assassin could steal 5 horses, taking a marble was nothing. Andro then turned to Helmet, asking what their next move should be. Should they run immediately? Helmet shook his head. Pashot had likely littered the mountain with traps. Traveling blindly at night, with their vision cut, would be reckless. After a long pause, Helmet finally made the call. They would leave at dawn. Without horses, the journey to base would take 12 hours, but it was their safest option. He explained that Pashot was avoiding him on purpose. The assassin knew he couldn't win in a direct fight. That's why Helmet would stay at the rear, watching over his teammates. With steady determination, he told them one last thing. If Peugeot dared to appear again, he would take him down. The boys were stunned when Helmet declared he'd face Peugeot himself. After laying out the plan, he stood and told everyone to get some rest. Running for 12 hours while staying on guard would be no joke. They also needed to ration their food carefully. Once the meeting ended, the group retreated to the tent, leaving Helmet outside to stand watch. As he kept guard, Dino and James suddenly stepped back out. Helmet raised a brow, asking why they weren't asleep. James explained that they had decided to keep watch in pairs. It would be more efficient than leaving him alone. Helmet dismissed it as foolish, telling them to conserve their strength. But James shook his head. They were swordsmen too, and their pride wouldn't allow them to sit back while someone else shouldered everything. Then he asked Helmet if he planned to stay awake all night. Helmet answered calmly. He could go days without sleep if he had to. James gave a small smile, realizing just how inhuman Helmet really was. He muttered that no wonder Peugeot hadn't shown himself. He must be terrified. But Helmet cut in sharply, warning James never to lower his guard. Peugeot wasn't the type to abandon his prey. James nodded, but before he could say more, his eyes caught something strange. Helmet quickly signaled for silence. All three of them focused on a rustling bush nearby. Hands went to sword hilts as they crept closer. At Helmet's signal, they readied themselves, only to find a horse standing there. James immediately recognized it as his own, but before they could process it, Helmet's instinct screamed. He spun around and shouted for James and Dino to move. It was too late. From above, Peugeot dropped down, landing right over Dino. His hand clamped onto the boy before anyone could react. Helmet and James froze in shock. With his free hand, Peugeot hurled several small spheres at them. Smoke bombs burst apart, flooding the area in a thick haze. Choking in the smoke, James shouted Dino's name. The noise carried into the tent, where Aska and Andro jumped to their feet. Rushing outside, they were met with a wall of smoke rolling through the camp. Their eyes widened, realizing something had gone terribly wrong. James began to scream in panic, but Helmet cut him off, telling him to calm down. It was just smoke surrounding them. The real danger hadn't struck yet. He reminded James to stay sharp. Peugeot could strike again at any moment. Still trembling, James blurted out that Peugeot had taken Dino. Helmet explained that Dino was dragged away alive. If Peugeot had intended to kill him, he would have done it on the spot. That meant there was still a chance. He told James to think clearly. He had warned him before. Never place your life in someone else's hands. Focus on yourself first. Slowly, James began to steady his breathing. As the smoke thinned, Aska and Andro rushed over, demanding to know what was happening. Helmet could see the fear all over them. Peugeot was playing on their nerves, turning their own emotions into weapons. His experience made him a dangerous opponent. Aska, his voice shaky, asked James where the assassin had taken Dino. James muttered that Peugeot could still be nearby. He was desperate, insisting they couldn't just leave Dino behind. Andro tried to be the voice of reason, pointing out they didn't even know what move to make. That only set James off. He snapped at Andro, accusing him of wanting to abandon Dino and run. Then he turned on Helmet, demanding to know if he was thinking the same thing. Helmet stood firm. He hadn't given up on Dino, but if they all rushed blindly at Peugeot, they'd fall right into his trap. At the same time, leaving camp undefended was just as reckless. The situation was a no-win. Hearing this, James collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed. He clenched his fists, furious, and suddenly grabbed Helmet by the shirt. He shouted that all of this was Helmet's fault, that none of them would be in this nightmare if not for him. Helmet didn't flinch. Andro quickly pulled James back, telling him there was no point blaming Helmet. He urged him to let go and cool his head. With an icy calm, Helmet laid out. He wasn't abandoning Dino, but he couldn't gamble the lives of 3 for the sake of 1. His responsibility was to save as many as possible. James froze, stunned. For the first time, he saw Helmet's resolve for what it truly was. James's rage boiled over. He raised his fist, ready to swing at Helmet. But Andro held him back, gripping tightly and urging him to calm down. He reminded James he was letting his emotions take control. With effort, Andro managed to drag him away into the tent. Once James was gone, Andro turned to Helmet, asking if he was all right. Helmet admitted that James wasn't wrong. Andro nodded. He understood Helmet's reasoning, but abandoning Dino wasn't something he could accept. He told Helmet they could think of a plan once James cooled off. Together, they could figure out a way. Helmet agreed to follow his friend's advice. Later, Helmet sat alone by the fire. The crackling flames lit his face when James slowly approached. This time, his tone was different. He apologized for his earlier outburst, admitting he hadn't been thinking straight. Helmet rose to his feet and addressed all of them. He told the group the harsh truth. They had no way of knowing where Dino was, and if they all fought together, he couldn't guarantee anyone's safety. The odds were stacked against them. Still, leaving Dino behind wasn't an option. James stepped forward, his voice steady. He couldn't abandon Dino. They had been together since childhood. Andro added that it would be a disgrace to leave a comrade in danger. Then Aska, the mad dog, spoke bluntly. He didn't care about loyalty or bonds, but he hated the thought of backing down like cowards. Their words struck deep. Helmet made his choice. From this moment, none of them would sleep. They had to come up with a way to save Dino. Just as he finished speaking, a strange sensation prickled at the edge of his senses. Helmet's sword flashed instantly, intercepting something flying toward him. It clattered to the ground in front of the group. The boys crowded around in shock. It was an arrow. Aska noticed something tied to it, a small bag. Helmet picked it up and opened it. Inside was something that froze them all. A severed finger. Andro recoiled in horror. Helmet's face darkened as he turned to James, asking him to take a closer look. Did it belong to Dino? James's expression fell. He said the finger most likely was Dino's. His voice cracked as he asked Helmet if that meant Dino was already dead. Helmet studied it carefully. The cut was fresh. Blood was still circulating when it was severed. Helmet set the finger down and told James not to lose hope. Dino was still alive. Peugeot wasn't planning to kill them. At least, not yet. As he examined the bag further, Andrew noticed something tucked inside. He urged Helmet to check again. Pulling it out, Helmet unfolded a map. A red mark stood out. Peugeot had chosen a location and left clear instructions. If Helmet wanted Dino back, he had to come alone. Neither Helmet nor Dino recognized the place, but Aska quickly asked to see the map. He remembered passing by that area on their way to camp. When James leaned over, he immediately recognized it too, a rocky hill, not far from here. Aska frowned, noting how distant it was. He asked Helmet how long it would take to reach the spot. Helmet answered without hesitation, 15 minutes at full speed. Aska stared at him in disbelief, thinking he was joking. But Helmet's tone was dead serious. Andrew then asked if anyone had an idea what the assassin's real plan was. Aska scoffed at the question, calling it obvious. The goal was simple, isolate Helmet. James protested, saying Helmet didn't need to go alone. They could all go together and finish Peugeot off. Andrew quickly shot him down. Charging as a group would only risk Dino's life. The assassin wanted control, and right now, the safest path was to play along. Their best option was to let Helmet go while they waited. Helmet didn't object. He was ready to move alone. But he warned them, once he left, Peugeot would definitely target the camp. That drew irritation from Aska. He accused Helmet of being too arrogant, then smirked. He and the others could stall Peugeot for 30 minutes if needed. The Mad Dog's eyes lit up with excitement. At last, a chance to clash with the assassin. Grinning, he told the group he had come up with a plan. The others looked at him in surprise. The scene shifted. Helmet was now tearing through the forest, feet pounding the earth as he followed the marked path. Minutes later, he found Dino lying on the ground. Without hesitation, he sprinted to his side. Helmet's eyes swept the area, scanning the shadows. But the assassin was nowhere to be sensed. Exactly as he expected. Peugeot wouldn't reveal himself so easily. Helmet knew it. Peugeot must have gone after the others the moment he left camp. That meant he had to get Dino back fast. Kneeling down, he pressed a hand against Dino's body, bracing himself for the worst. But to his shock, there were no injuries. He shook Dino lightly, urging him to wake up. They had to return immediately. But as Dino's eyes opened, Helmet froze. The color of his eyes had changed. Veins bulged across Dino's face as he let out a guttural scream. His body convulsed, muscles swelling unnaturally, clothes tearing apart as he grew. Helmet staggered back, stunned at what he was witnessing. Then it clicked. This was demonic energy. Peugeot had forced raw demonic power into Dino. Helmet's expression hardened. Demonic energy was pure berserk force. In an ordinary human, it clashed violently with natural energy, devouring each other until nothing remained. The body would inevitably collapse once drained dry. By the time the transformation finished, Dino no longer looked like himself. His body was massive, monstrous, like a hulking beast. Helmet's hand slipped to his sword, his instincts telling him to be ready. Dino's eyes locked onto him, empty and terrifying. Without a word, the boy lunged. Helmet drew his blade, just in time to intercept the crushing punch. Even so, the force sent him flying backward. Before he could recover, Dino charged again. His hand slammed down where Helmet had been standing, shattering the ground. Helmet leapt aside, landing lightly and sizing him up. The transformation was clear. Dino was now a humanoid monster. Helmet knew he could cut him down if he had to, but that was the problem. He didn't want to kill his teammate. As he hesitated, Dino let out a roar. A surge of demonic energy exploded outward in waves. Helmet's eyes widened as his own seed of darkness responded, vibrating in resonance. The energy inside him stirred uncontrollably. What is happening? He muttered under his breath. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the resonance ceased. The waves faded, and the seed inside him went quiet once more. Helmet pressed a hand against his chest, shaken by the realization. His seed of darkness was... Helmet realized it. His seed of darkness was reacting to the pure, demonic energy filling the air. As he steadied himself, his eyes shifted between Dino and his own chest. A thought sparked in his mind, an idea born from that resonance. But Dino didn't give him time to dwell on it. The hulking figure charged, fists swinging like boulders. Helmet braced himself, blocking each strike one after another. Dino's attacks grew wilder, faster, more ferocious, but Helmet matched him blow for blow. Frustrated, Dino roared and tightened his fists, throwing a punch at terrifying speed. The strike cut through the air, inches from Helmet's face. But this was Helmet. With ease, he slipped aside, letting the fist smash into the cliff wall behind him. The cliff split apart under the impact, rocks rumbling above. Dino's eyes flicked upward instinctively, distracted by the shadow of falling stone. That was the opening Helmet needed. His eyes flared, and his sword slashed through Dino's leg. Dino collapsed with a cry of pain. Helmet stood over him, his voice steady. He told Dino to endure, that he would take him out later. For now, he should meditate beneath the weight of the stones. The cliff gave way, crashing down over Dino. The ground shook, dust rising thick in the air. As the rumbling settled, Helmet dropped to his knees and pushed through the rubble. He placed a hand gently on Dino's head, closed his eyes, and summoned the power within. His seed of darkness awakened, reaching into Dino's body. Slowly, it began to draw out the demonic energy. The idea had been clear. If the seed resonated with demonic energy, then it could also absorb it. The energy inside Dino was immense, but nowhere near as terrifying as what Helmet had faced in the Forest of Roots. Relief washed over him. With his eyes burning steadily, he could purify it. Bit by bit, the monstrous frame shrank, muscles easing, the twisted veins fading. Dino's body slowly returned to its normal form. Helmet stayed focused until every trace of the corruption was pulled away. When it was done, Helmet's eyes opened. Dino was back, his teammate, no longer the raging beast. But inside Helmet, a heavy storm of demonic energy still lingered. He immediately set his eyes ablaze, burning through as much as he could. Yet, even after the effort, plenty remained. Still, it was weak, manageable. He could burn away with time. For now, the important part was clear. Dino was safe. Helmet let out a quiet breath of relief. If Pichot had shown up during this, the fight would have been near impossible. But with Dino recovered, there was no reason to linger. He had to bring him back to camp. Helmet tugged at the rubble, urging Dino to pull himself together. They had no time to waste. Camp was vulnerable, and they had to return quickly. But before he could get him out, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Cracks split across the surface, spreading fast. Helmet's eyes widened. The battlefield's impact had weakened the terrain. Before he could react, the earth gave way, collapsing beneath them. The scene cut back to the camp. Aska, Andro, and James stood shoulder to shoulder, weapons drawn. James broke the silence, nervously asking the mad dog how long Helmet had been gone. Aska cut him off, eyes locked forward. Forget Helmet, he said. The fight was about to begin. And Aska was right. From the shadows, Pichot stepped out, his figure sliding into view like a predator. James's head snapped toward him. He shouted that this was the man who had kidnapped Dino. But Aska didn't even glance his way. Eyes front, he warned sharply. Stay focused. Don't ruin the plan. Before Helmet had left to rescue Dino, he had drilled them on how to fight Pichot. His stealth skills were too refined for human senses to track. Catching him head-on was impossible. The only counter was discipline. Helmet had told them to stand side by side, covering each other's blind spots. 3 directions watched at once, ready to strike at the first opening. And if things went south, Aska was to unleash his own plan. Back in the present, Pichot lifted a hand, pointing at them one by one as though counting prey. A twisted smile tugged at his lips. He noted that even without Helmet, there were still 4 left. James stiffened at his words, blurting out if that meant Dino was already dead. Aska's patience snapped. He barked at him for believing whatever their enemies said. Pichot's eyes glimmered as he watched them closely. The mad dog's boldness gave him away. That one was Aska, which meant the other 2, James and Andro, were the nobles. With a mock bow, the assassin introduced himself, Pichot, the entertainer. He explained that they were his targets only because of their poor choice in friends. He admitted plainly, while killing Helmet was his goal, taking on 2 nobles at once was a risk he didn't like. He preferred clean hunts, not messy gambles. Then, fixing his gaze on James and Andro, Pichot made his proposal. Pichot turned to the 2 boys and urged them to deal with the commoner among them. If they did, he promised to let them go free. His words left the boys stunned. With a sly grin, Pichot told them this was their chance to finally get rid of the troublemaker in the swordsmanship department. All they had to do was claim that Aska had fallen while fighting the assassin alone. He even promised to leave them with believable injuries, enough to silence any suspicion. James and Andro fell silent, and Aska's heart sank. Their quietness made him uneasy. Could they really be swayed by Pichot's lies? The mad dog barked at them, warning not to fall for the trick. His frustration grew as the boys stayed silent, forcing him to demand an answer with a sharp glare. Finally, James spoke. He declared that his mind had never been clearer. Aska was caught off guard, while Andro broke into a smile at his friend's words. Lifting his sword, James told Pichot that no swordsman would ever abandon his comrade. He vowed they would defeat the assassin together and all return alive. Annoyed, Pichot cursed himself for even trying to reason with what he called the blockheads of the swordsmanship department. He crouched into position, warning them that he'd bury them all. Aska quickly called out, telling the boys to stay sharp. Pichot was preparing to strike. In the blink of an eye, the assassin vanished before their eyes. Shock ran through Aska and James, but Aska reminded him firmly. Pichot wasn't invisible, only concealing his presence. As long as they held their positions, they had a chance. The boys scanned the surroundings with tense focus. Time dragged, their breaths grew heavy, and their blades quivered in their hands. James grew restless, wondering why Pichot hadn't attacked yet. Aska explained that Pichot was toying with them, waiting for their focus to break. He told James to stay vigilant no matter what. James clenched his teeth, hating how the assassin was playing with them. Just then, Pichot reappeared right in front of him, launching an attack. James reacted in time, blocking the strike with his sword. Pichot flipped back, creating distance as Andro called out to check on his friend. James reassured him he was fine. From above, Pichot sneered, calling James the weakest link in the group. Andro spun toward James and urged him to hold fast. The instant he turned, Pichot materialized in front of him. Andro barely brought his sword up in time and still took a blow. The assassin stepped back after that strike. James heard the clash and shouted to Andro. Aska watched, irritated by how Pichot toyed with them. When the assassin landed, he sneered that their skill was disappointing for students of the swordsmanship department. The hunt, he said, was losing its fun. He lifted his blade and warned them he was about to accelerate the fight. Don't break easily. No sooner had he spoken than Pichot sliced Aska across the shoulder with insane speed. Aska couldn't react in time. The assassin's attacks came faster and faster, raking the boys' bodies with multiple cuts. They tried to parry and counter, but their responses fell short. By the time sunlight crept back into view, the boys were bloodied and battered. From a tree above, Pashot watched and laughed, saying they finally looked like praise. Exhausted and wounded, the boys couldn't answer. Asuka forced himself up and told Pashot he wasn't getting his full enjoyment yet. He offered the assassin a different prospect. Let Andro and James go, and he would give Pashot the real thrill. Asuka argued that carrying 2 deadweights would keep Pashot from using his full strength. Andro called out when he heard Asuka's proposal. Pashot balked. He couldn't believe Asuka wanted him to spare James and Andro. He saw no reason to grant the favor. Asuka countered that he wanted to fight Pashot alone so he could swing his sword freely. Pashot remained unconvinced. He told Asuka he didn't look capable enough. Asuka bristled and asked if Pashot had been lied to his whole life, insisting the assassin didn't understand his skills. He repeated that he had no problem with the terms and was ready to prove it. Asuka told Pashot he was done watching him bully weaklings. If Pashot couldn't defeat him, he would never stand a chance against Helmet. The remark struck a nerve, and Pashot leapt down from the tree. He sneered that Asuka's attempt at provocation was pathetic, but even so, it managed to anger him. Resting his blade on his shoulder, Pashot admitted he enjoyed watching prey struggle. He didn't care if Asuka had a plan or was simply arrogant. All he wanted was the thrill of the fight. He demanded that Andro and James be removed. Asuka turned to the boys and ordered them to retreat. James, barely on his feet, tried to protest, but Andro quickly cut him off. He warned James that without stopping the bleeding, he'd be in grave danger. Andro told him to let Asuka take over while they sought treatment. Supporting each other, the two slowly dragged themselves out of the battlefield. Now left alone, Asuka stretched his body, loosening up before gripping his sword firmly. He declared he was ready. Instantly, Pashot appeared behind him, blade slicing toward his neck. Asuka sensed it at the last second, spun around, and narrowly dodged. Still, the assassin's strike slashed his back. Asuka retaliated with a swing, but Pashot's speed carried him away. The assassin vanished again before reappearing midair, descending on Asuka with blinding speed. Asuka tried to block, but Pashot's strike cut into his shoulder. The assassin landed, only to have Asuka charge him without hesitation. Pashot slipped away with ease, retreating backward before leaping high into the air. From above, he watched as Asuka shifted into a new stance, hand pressed against his back, sword poised in a style unfamiliar to Pashot. To Pashot's surprise, a cut now marked his mask. Landing lightly, he eyed Asuka carefully. This stance, it was the very one Charlotte used. Yet, he had never heard anything about Asuka wielding another style. For the first time, Pashot wondered if the Mad Dog had a plan. Shaking off the thought, he ignored his instincts and lunged into attack. Pashot's blade carved another cut across Asuka's body. Gritting his teeth, the Mad Dog endured the pain, forcing himself to stay calm as he focused his buys. He sharpened his nerves with it, preparing himself to strike the moment an opening appeared. He could feel Pashot's sword closing in again, realizing that only someone like Charlotte could perfectly execute this technique. Pashot closed the distance with ease and landed yet another blow. Asuka had no choice but to take the hit. From a distance, James and Andro watched, wide-eyed, as they recognized the technique Asuka was using, Charlotte's own style. When Pashot lunged again, Asuka sensed the attack just in time. Throwing his hand up, he barely stopped the blade from reaching his neck. The assassin pulled back, displeased that his strike had been blocked. Asuka staggered, gasping for breath, while Pashot suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Asuka demanded to know what was so funny. Pashot grinned, declaring that he was thoroughly enjoying the fight. He admitted he was impressed. Cornered as he was, Asuka's senses had sharpened. He praised the Mad Dog, saying he had risen to the level of prey worthy of Helmet. With a chilling tone, Pashot confessed he wanted to keep fighting. But, since his main dish would soon arrive, he needed to finish things now. The assassin readied himself, saying the fun was over and promising Asuka he'd let him rest in peace. Annoyed, Asuka lifted his sword, retorting that he wouldn't die just because Pashot wished it so. In a flash, Pashot appeared before him, his blade slicing toward Asuka's neck. James and Andro froze, horrified as the strike landed. For a moment, they thought their comrade was finished. But to Pashot's shock, his blade didn't sever Asuka's neck, it stopped. The Mad Dog had covered his hand in buys and placed it at his throat, trapping the assassin's sword between his reinforced fingers. With a confident smile, Asuka called Pashot a highly esteemed assassin and asked if he was trained in holding his breath. Pashot blinked in surprise at the strange question. The scene then shifted. Asuka had explained his plan to the team earlier. He revealed a vacuum magic scroll he had purchased while shopping, a scroll that would activate the moment it was torn or damaged. Asuka had wrapped the scroll tightly around his arm, fully aware that Pashot would try to finish the fight if he played along. His plan was simple: lure the assassin into striking that arm and let the scroll activate, creating the opening he needed. Back in the present, the scroll tore under Pashot's blade, unleashing a barrier around them. Instantly, the assassin began to struggle for breath inside the confined space. Seizing the chance, Asuka lunged forward and drove his sword at Pashot. The assassin caught the strike with his blade, then braced his hand against it. Asuka's sword pierced through, but Pashot stopped the full force of the attack by coating his hand in energy. Asuka's frustration spiked. Pashot had used the very same trick Asuka had employed earlier. Gritting his teeth, Asuka tried to force the cut deeper, but Pashot kicked him back, breaking the clash. As Asuka was flung across the ground, the barrier collapsed, and he rolled hard into the dirt. Meanwhile, blood poured from Pashot's hand, his body trembling with rage. "Arrogant monkey," he spat, glaring at Asuka. His eyes suddenly caught something glinting nearby, a marble. Asuka, too, noticed it and froze. The communication marble. Confusion flashed across Pashot's face. He was certain the boys had lost it. He even recalled Asuka checking his pocket earlier and finding nothing. But then his gaze locked on Asuka's vest, and realization struck. The marble had been hidden in his back pocket. Asuka snatched it up before the assassin could act. Holding the marble, he called out to his instructors, urgently reporting that an assassin was trying to kill his team. Enraged, Pashot hurled his blade at him, shattering the marble into fragments. But before the assassin could gloat, a voice rang out from the broken marble, an instructor demanding to know what was happening. Asuka laughed through his exhaustion. He taunted Pashot, saying he didn't have time to rest. Their instructors would soon pinpoint their location with Professor Dwayne's teleportation magic. Pashot clenched his fist, his fury boiling over. He charged at Asuka, vowing to end him before help arrived. Yet as he sprinted forward, something in the forest stopped him cold. A suffocating, terrifying aura swept over the battlefield. Pashot instantly recognized it. Helmet had returned from the cliff. Before Pashot could reach Asuka, a figure crashed down in front of him. He leapt back instantly, avoiding the impact as the ground exploded in dust. When the haze cleared, someone stood glaring at him. It was Helmet, holding Dino in his arms. The sight made Pashot recoil. At that moment, he judged the mission a failure. Staying any longer meant certain death. Without hesitation, the assassin vanished. Andro gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Pashot had actually run away. James, on the other hand, lit up at the sight of Dino. Helmet looked over the battered group and remarked that they were in terrible shape. Asuka, irritated, snapped back, reminding him that he'd said he'd only be 30 minutes. The mad dog accused Helmet of nearly getting them killed by showing up late. Helmet apologized, explaining he had been delayed by an unexpected complication. He gently laid Dino on the ground, praising Asuka for managing to hold out until the end. James and Andro laughed faintly at the comment, while Asuka let out a grunt of annoyance. Andro then revealed that they had found the communication marble and successfully contacted their instructors. Help would arrive soon. Helmet rose to his feet, his expression dark. He told them to return to camp and wait, while he went to tie up a loose end. The scene shifted to Pashot racing through the forest. Bloodied and furious, he cursed that he had only managed to retrieve one of his blades. Still, he knew Helmet wouldn't let him escape. In fact, he was certain the boy was already chasing him. To Pashot, this was reckless. After all, he had littered the forest with traps. Though bitter about returning to base and failure, the assassin reassured himself that Helmet would be eliminated here. But as he ran, something suddenly sliced through the air toward him. Pashot sensed it in time, turning to block with his blade. The impact rattled his body. The object had been infused with buys. His guard held, but the strike left him damaged. Looking up, he spotted the attacker perched high in a tree. Helmet stood there with a bow in hand, staring him down. The shot had knocked Pashot into a tree, dropping him hard to the ground. Struggling to rise, he heard Helmet's cold voice congratulating him. The boy told the assassin that he was the... Helmet told Pashot he was the first person in Blackhawk to survive his attack. Spitting blood onto the ground, the assassin demanded to know how Helmet had avoided his traps. With a cold stare, Helmet asked if Pashot himself had ever fallen for any of his own traps. The question stunned him. Looking back at the forest, Pashot realized Helmet had simply charged straight through, breaking every trap with raw strength. The idea seemed impossible, yet there it was. Before Pashot could recover, another shot came whistling toward him. He dodged, watching as the projectile embedded into the ground. Glancing at it, his eyes widened. It wasn't an arrow, but a tree branch. This was the same brutal method Helmet had used to slaughter members of his organization. As his body blurred, vanishing into the shadows, Pashot admitted Helmet had forced him into a corner. But, he warned, such tricks wouldn't work again. Helmet only smirked darkly, saying it was amusing to watch prey struggle when cornered. His tone shifted as he apologized. Not because of mercy, but because he had no intention of hunting like Pashot. Landing on the ground, Helmet advanced. Pashot darted into the forest, convinced his opponent had made a fatal mistake. The assassin believed Helmet couldn't possibly endure his style of fighting in the pitch-black woods. Circling around, Pashot spotted what he thought was a blind spot behind Helmet. He lunged in for the kill, but before his blade could strike, Helmet turned sharply. His sword, coated in buys, slashed toward Pashot with terrifying precision. The assassin barely rolled away, hitting the dirt to avoid the strike. He rose quickly, rattled. How had Helmet sensed him? Helmet's presence loomed with a suffocating aura, his glare sharp enough to pierce the shadows. Pashot tried to brush it off, telling himself it was just luck. To end things, he decided to unleash his full power. Bounding into the trees at breakneck speed, he hacked through branches as he moved. Leaves rained down in waves, designed to mask his presence. With darkness swallowing the forest, he was confident Helmet's eyes and ears would fail him. At such speed, no one should have been able to track him. And as the leaves closed in around Helmet, Pashot rushed from behind. But before his blade could strike, Helmet spun and slashed. The assassin froze in shock. He couldn't understand how Helmet had sensed him. Barely dodging, he retreated deeper into the forest. From a distance, he looked back and realized something strange. Helmet's eyes were closed. The revelation left Pashot stunned. To test it, he lunged again. This time, Helmet's buys-coated sword intercepted him perfectly, forcing him back once more. It became clear, no stealth technique could completely erase the killing intent released during an attack. Pashot understood at last. Helmet was instantly detecting that murderous aura, locking onto his position and countering without hesitation. The sight was unbelievable. The assassin had expected Helmet to be exhausted after battling a berserk human and enduring countless traps. Yet here he was, performing feats beyond human limits. Helmet calmly asked why he wasn't attacking anymore. Had he already run out of tricks? Before Peugeot could respond, Helmet declared it was his turn to strike. His blade flared as he wrapped it in an immense embodiment of Bai's. The sight shook Peugeot to his core. Helmet had mastered something only rank 1 mercenaries were said to achieve. Worse, the assassin himself had lost too much blood. His own Bai's reserves were dwindling. He knew stealth was no longer an option. Still, he convinced himself that Helmet couldn't maintain such an embodiment for long. Slipping behind a tree, Peugeot decided to wait it out. But Helmet didn't give him the chance. With a swift swing, his sword cleaved through the trunk. Peugeot narrowly escaped, but the tree collapsed in two. Before the assassin could recover, Helmet closed the gap and delivered a crushing blow. The strike sent Peugeot flying, his body slamming into the ground. A thunderous explosion rippled across the forest floor as he struggled to rise, coughing blood. Before Peugeot could even take a step, Helmet appeared before him, glaring down with a menacing stare. He asked if the assassin had anything left to show now that his weapon was gone. Peugeot suddenly laughed. He admitted there was only one thing left for him to do. Raising his hand, he declared that he wanted to surrender. Helmet was taken aback for a moment, but then drove his boot into the assassin's chest, knocking him to the ground. Peugeot laughed again, mocking him. He asked if a student of the swordsmanship department was really allowed to treat a surrender man like this. Helmet reminded him coldly that this wasn't a duel. He lifted his leg and stomped down, snapping one of Peugeot's legs. The assassin screamed in agony. Helmet told him not to even think of running away. Through gritted teeth, Peugeot raised his head and begged for mercy. If Helmet spared his life, he swore he would stop chasing him and promised the Black Hawk organization would call off the hunt. Helmet dismissed the words. Killing his immediate pursuer was the greater advantage. It meant no more chase. Peugeot pressed harder, warning him to think carefully. He reminded Helmet that he was just one member of Black Hawk. If he died, others would come, and they would not come alone. Could Helmet protect his friends when that time came? Helmet stepped closer. Without hesitation, he stomped down again, shattering the assassin's hand before driving his blade through it. Peugeot shrieked in pain. Helmet's voice dropped into something terrifying as he warned him not to be mistaken. He assured Peugeot that he would die here in this forest, and every Black Hawk who followed would meet the same fate. He told him to accept his end. Fear finally overtook the assassin. He knew this was it. Helmet raised his sword, ready to deliver the final strike. But before the blade could fall, a hooded figure appeared behind him. The newcomer called him the boy from the swordsmanship department and ordered him not to kill Peugeot. Helmet froze at the voice, spinning around in shock. The hooded man smiled faintly, explaining that killing Peugeot would cause problems for the organization. Helmet's eyes narrowed in confusion. Who exactly was this man? Helmet studied the hooded man, unsettled. His presence was even harder to detect than Peugeot's. Standing right in front of him, Helmet couldn't tell if the man was alive or a corpse. Peugeot's voice shook as he whispered the man's name, Talon. Watching the assassin tremble, Helmet instantly realized this was the leader of Black Hawk. Talon spoke evenly, offering to pay if Helmet would spare Peugeot's life. Helmet's reply was cold. No price could outweigh Peugeot's death. He had to answer for his actions. The words caught Talon off guard. His organization was already short on manpower, and Peugeot was too skilled to discard. He offered money and valuable information, asking Helmet to overlook the situation. Helmet's gaze sharpened. He could tell Talon was powerful. In his current state, he saw no openings to strike him. On top of that, Helmet knew killing Peugeot would trigger recoil from the Seed of Darkness. Talon, meanwhile, didn't seem eager to fight either. It would be reckless to risk himself here. So Talon shifted, promising to call off the pursuit. He swore to refuse any future contracts involving Helmet. It was, he said, a favorable offer. Helmet looked down at Peugeot, then back at Talon. The deal didn't sit right with him. He countered, saying he wanted both the money and the information. Talon accepted. He tossed a bag at Helmet. Inside was 300,000 marks. Helmet sliced it open with his sword, confirming the amount. Talon added that he would also grant him a piece of information for free. But Helmet wasn't satisfied. He leveled his blade at Peugeot and demanded at least 5 pieces of information, one set from Talon and another from Peugeot. Talon glared at him, though he wasn't surprised. With decades of buying and selling secrets, he had met countless people and could always tell when someone carried heavy intent. Talon noticed the puzzled look on Helmet's face and remarked that he was making quite a curious expression. Helmet was caught off guard by the comment. Raising his hand, Talon made things clear. He and Peugeot together would only give him 5 pieces of information in total. He warned Helmet that he couldn't push for more than that. The deal had limits, and Talon wasn't about to suffer further losses. After considering, Helmet accepted the terms. Without hesitation, he pointed his sword toward Peugeot and demanded to know where the horses were hidden. Peugeot quickly answered. He revealed that the animals were tied up inside a large cave. All Helmet had to do was head east from their current position to find them. But Helmet wasn't done. He pressed further, asking if the Hawkeyes would come after him for killing Peugeot. The entertainer explained that the Hawkeyes didn't work like a true team. Most members operated solo, only teaming up occasionally for specific jobs. In fact, some would probably be glad to see Peugeot gone, as his death would mean less competition. Teamwork, he said, wasn't something the Hawkeyes valued. That revelation left Helmet taken aback. Wanting to confirm something, Helmet shifted his sword closer to Peugeot's mask and began to lift it away. Peugeot pleaded with him not to remove it, but Helmet ignored his words. When the mask finally came off, Helmet was confronted with a shocking sight, a disfigured face scarred on one side, paired with jagged, crooked teeth. The assassin's true face was ugly beyond expectation. Stunned, Helmet quickly told him to put the mask back on. Turning back to Talon, Helmet announced that he didn't want the last piece of information he'd received. He still had 3 questions left, and he wanted to know what Talon could offer. Without hesitation, Talon reached inside his hood and produced a small orb, a communication marble. He explained that it was no ordinary marble. This one granted direct contact with the leader of the Black Hawk. Whenever Helmet was ready, he could use it to request 3 pieces of information. Anything he wanted, even secrets on the level of a nation's top classified intelligence. However, there was a condition. The marble's power would only last for 10 years. After that, it would be useless, and Talon would no longer be bound to provide answers. Noticing both money and the marble emerging from Talon's hood, Helmet realized something surprising. The man's hood itself was embedded with storage magic. Helmet demanded the hood from Talon, pointing out that walking out of the forest with a sack of money and a communication marble would instantly raise suspicion. Without protest, Talon removed the hood and tossed it toward him. As the hood drifted closer, it briefly blocked Helmet's vision. Seizing the chance, Helmet looked up, only to be stunned. The leader of the Black Hawk was an elderly man. Certain he recognized him as the camp manager. Helmet asked how he managed to conceal his energy. Talon placed a hand over his face and replied that disguise was his specialty, though it was not something easily explained. He told Helmet that revealing his true face was his way of earning trust. The moment those words left his mouth, Talon pulled his hand away. What stood before Helmet was no old man. The leader's real face was that of a striking young man with deep red eyes and 2 cross-shaped markings etched onto his features. Seeing him, Helmet reacted instantly. He lifted Pichot and hurled him straight at Talon. With ease, Talon caught his subordinate, his expression hardening. Helmet warned him that if Pichot ever crossed his path again, he would kill him without hesitation. Talon, however, only smiled and thanked him for sparing the entertainer's life this time. But when he noticed how badly Pichot was injured, his mood shifted. He knew he had to get him treated quickly. Helmet slid his sword back into its sheath and turned to leave. But before he could take another step, Talon called out to him. He told Helmet that he had a question of his own. From what he had observed, it was clear Helmet had no issue taking a life. Yet, every time before he struck, there was hesitation. Was it an act of innocence? Or was his mind burdened with too much? Talon explained that there were moments when a swordsman must strike without the slightest pause. His words caught Helmet off guard. Helmet asked if he was giving him advice. The realization dawned on Talon. He had, in fact, spoken like a mentor without intending to. He quickly apologized for overstepping. Helmet, however, assured him that the words were true. He explained that it wasn't hesitation but circumstance. He could not act freely because he was still a student of Greta Academy. Talon couldn't help but laugh. To him, it was absurd that Helmet would hold back just because of his status as a student. With a grin, he called Helmet amusing. And with that, both Talon and Pichot's bodies slowly began to fade from sight until they vanished completely. As Talon and Pichot faded from sight, Talon's voice lingered. He would be waiting for Helmet to reach out. The scene then shifted. Talon and Pichot rode together on horseback, leaving the forest behind. On the ride, Pichot spoke, his voice heavy with shame. He couldn't believe his leader had given away money, his hood, and even 3 pieces of valuable information just to save him. Talon calmly asked if Pichot thought the price had been too high. Pichot immediately shook his head. He swore he would remember this debt for the rest of his life, and one day, he would repay it. He vowed to kill Helmet himself and reclaim everything Talon had sacrificed. Hearing this, Talon smiled. Then, looking straight ahead, he asked if Pichot truly believed he had come close to completing his mission. He made it clear, Pichot had not even scratched the surface. From now on, Talon declared, the Black Hawk would cut all ties with anything involving Helmet. The statement shocked Pichot. He argued back, insisting they could gather more fighters, combine their strength, and crush Helmet before he grew into a greater threat. Talon laughed. He knew the outburst came not from strategy, but from anger. Anger that Helmet had torn off Pichot's mask. Talon explained that yes, the organization could kill Helmet if they threw everything they had at him. But the cost in men and resources would be far too great. Helmet wasn't worth that sacrifice. Instead, Talon reminded his subordinate that Helmet had shown mercy earlier. A man who could spare an enemy, Talon said, was not the type to betray his allies. There was far more to gain in forging ties with him than in starting a war. With a small smile, Talon told Pichot to focus on his recovery. He added that Helmet was more like a wild beast than a man. Dangerous, untamed, but not without reason. The scene shifted again, this time back to the camp. Helmet had returned. As soon as he appeared, Instructor Allen and Instructor Patricia rushed to meet him. Allen, clearly concerned, asked if he was hurt, if he was all right. Helmet assured him that he was fine. As he spoke, Helmet's eyes swept across the camp. He spotted Andro and James lounging under a tree, while Aska stretched nearby. Not far off, Professor Dwayne was tending to Dino's injuries. Just as Helmet took in the scene, Allen's tone suddenly shifted. He began to scold him. Allen immediately scolded Helmet for chasing after Pichot. He demanded to know why Helmet had acted so recklessly. Helmet calmly replied that nothing had happened. He explained that Pichot was too fast, and he couldn't catch him even if he tried. Allen's tone grew sharper. He reminded Helmet that something terrible could have happened. But Helmet simply answered that as long as nothing did, there was no problem. Allen clearly disliked the response, but in the end, He had no choice but to let it go. Once Professor Dwayne finished tending to Dino, Helmet stepped forward and asked about his condition. The professor was startled to see him back. He explained that Dino's finger had been reattached, and most of his external wounds had been healed. However, traces of demonic energy still lingered inside his body, energy the professor couldn't remove. Remembering that Helmet had saved Dino, the professor pressed him for details. Helmet told him that Dino had suddenly transformed into a monster and gone on a rampage before collapsing from exhaustion. The mention of demonic energy shocked Alan. Professor Dwayne was equally stunned. He explained that normally, when demonic energy enters a human body, the veins are destroyed and the host dies. The only explanation was that Dino's body had managed to leak most of it out, leaving only a small amount inside. The professor couldn't believe Dino had been so lucky. He assured Helmet that Dino could make a full recovery if he was sent to the temple for purification. Nearby, Instructor Patricia clenched her head in frustration. She couldn't believe an assassin had managed to slip into the area. She admitted that she should have been guarding the location where the first trap was found. Turning to Helmet, she apologized, blaming herself for becoming complacent. But Helmet knew the truth. The danger was tied to him, and by chasing after it, he had endangered everyone else. At first, he had felt excitement at facing such a strong enemy. But when the blades targeted those around him, that thrill vanished. Seeing his teammates wounded after he saved Dino and returned to camp, Helmet felt something unfamiliar stirring inside him. Anger. He couldn't help but wonder if the academy was slowly changing him. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Professor Dwayne waved toward someone. Helmet turned, curious who he was calling to. His eyes widened when he saw who approached. Araya. Alan also reacted with surprise, recognizing her as a student from the magic department. He immediately asked why she had come to the camp. Araya explained to Instructor Alan that Professor Dwayne had summoned her urgently to the camp. She asked what needed to be done. Alan scanned the area and noticed Helmet standing nearby. He asked Araya to tend to him, since he hadn't received any treatment yet. She walked over and guided Helmet to sit against a tree. Looking at his arm, she told him she needed to examine it. As she began to heal him, she casually asked if things had been chaotic. After all, for someone as skilled as Helmet to end up injured, the situation must have been severe. While she worked, Helmet brought up something from the past. He reminded her of the time she had taught him about ethics, about how saving someone in danger was a virtue. Looking at her, he asked why people would willingly put themselves through hardship to save others. Wouldn't they only be inviting a life of suffering if they failed? The question caught Araya off guard. She glanced at Asuka and the other boys nearby, realizing how intense the situation must have been. Softly, she told Helmet that he didn't need to carry such heavy thoughts. His teammates were still alive. But Helmet wasn't convinced. He confessed that they had nearly died because of him. He admitted he wasn't related to any of them, and he doubted whether he could save everyone next time. Staring down at his hand, he whispered that he wasn't strong enough. Araya was startled by his words. She asked if he thought saving others was some kind of charity. She explained that people don't help purely out of virtue. They help because they expect help in return. Humans, she said, survive by relying on one another, since no one can shoulder everything alone. She reminded him that, even if it didn't seem obvious now, his teammates had contributed to their survival. And though Helmet had carried most of the burden today, she assured him that one day, in the future, those same boys would be there to help him. Still troubled, Helmet asked if they would hate him for nearly losing their lives because of his actions. Araya finished her healing and released his hand. She told him she was done and advised him to ask his teammates directly if he wanted to know their true feelings. With that, she excused herself, saying she needed to speak with Professor Dwayne. Helmet stood and turned his steps toward his teammates. Helmet walked up to his teammates and apologized for putting them in danger. Andro was caught off guard. He never expected Helmet to apologize. He quickly told him there was no need to blame himself, reminding him that in the end, they had all survived. Andro went on to say that the battle opened his eyes. It made him realize how powerless he and the others truly were in the real world. But as swordsmen, he explained they would inevitably face such trials again and again. He admitted they were lucky Helmet had been there to save him this time. With newfound determination, Andro told Helmet that his goals had become clearer than ever. Smiling, he thanked Helmet for showing him a new path forward. The words left Helmet stunned. He had never expected such a response. Before he could fully process it, Asuka barged in, interrupting the moment. The mad dog bluntly asked whether Helmet had managed to catch Pashot. Helmet calmly told him he hadn't, but assured him that Pashot would never appear before him again. Satisfied, Asuka smirked. He added that he only managed to fight Pashot because Helmet had already crippled the man's arm, which had made things easier. Helmet didn't know how to reply. In truth, he didn't really care about what Asuka had done. Then James stepped forward. He stretched out his hand, surprising Helmet. Slowly, Helmet reached out and shook it. James admitted he had heard about Dino losing control. He confessed that during that moment, he genuinely thought he was going to die. He also remembered how Helmet had insisted on saving as many people as possible, while he himself had told Helmet to bring Dino along, which had led them into this mess. James admitted he regretted that decision. Even so, he told Helmet he was amazed. Despite everything, Helmet had managed to save them all. Smiling, James promised he would never forget the debt he owed. If the day ever came when Helmet needed help, he asked him to come to him without hesitation, because he would gladly return the favor. The words unsettled Helmet. He insisted they had survived not because of him alone, but because of what they had done together. Yet as he spoke, memories flooded back. He remembered Wesley thanking him for saving Basil's life. He recalled Araya's words, that saving others was not charity, and he thought of Alan, who once told him that both the weak and the strong are still human, and that he would one day find his answers if he remembered that truth. At that moment, Helmut realized he had found something new within himself. Helmut had discovered a new kind of strength, not one meant to crush others, but a strength that connected hearts and hands, a strength built on support and unity. For the first time, he understood what it meant to have the strength of humans. As he quietly marveled at this realization, James spoke up. He admitted that he felt stronger after surviving such a complicated ordeal. Compared to this, the spars at school seemed nothing more than child's play. Aska didn't share the sentiment. He scoffed and reminded James that he had been beaten badly by Pichot. James bristled at the comment, unable to believe the mad dog could be so blunt after they had just gone through life and death together. But before things escalated, Andro cut in, saying simply that it felt good to be alive. His words brought a smile to everyone's faces. While the others laughed and talked, Helmut glanced down at his hand, lost in thought. The next day, Helmut sat on a rock in quiet reflection. Araya approached him and told him she was leaving the camp with Professor Duane, using teleportation magic. She asked if he wanted to join them, explaining that he had every reason to return early as a direct witness to the incident. Helmut smiled. He told her he would stay and leave with his team. Araya was caught off guard. It was the first time she had ever seen him smile so openly. Turning away quickly, she told him she'd see him back at the academy. As she walked off, her face flushed red. When Helmut rejoined his teammates, Aska immediately pressed him about what Araya wanted. Helmut explained that she had offered him a chance to leave with her. Hearing this, Aska grew annoyed. He couldn't believe Araya had given Helmut such an offer and accused her of showing him favoritism because they were roommates. Helmut shrugged it off, telling him he had refused. Aska smirked and told him he had made the right choice. Together, the boys smiled as beams of sunlight poured through the Petica forest, filling them with a sense of calm and renewal. Yet none of them could have imagined how fleeting that peace truly was. Soon, they would come to despise the very sight of sunlight. The scene shifted. In a distant desert kingdom, a hooded figure approached the gates. Pulling the hood back, he revealed white hair and piercing green eyes. His face lit with excitement. He had finally arrived at the Basor Kingdom, the place where his grandfather had once lived. Back at the academy, a week slipped by without notice. At the training ground, the students were taken aback by the sight before them. Dino had returned. Smiling brightly, he thanked everyone for the warm welcome. Almost immediately, questions poured in. They asked if it was true he had been kidnapped by an assassin. One student scoffed, saying it was embarrassing for a member of the swordsmanship department to be captured so easily. Another chimed in, claiming he had heard how much his group had struggled to save him. The words made Dino visibly uncomfortable. Then one student bluntly declared that Dino owed his life to his group and should remain grateful to them forever. Before Dino could respond, a sharp smack landed on the student's head. Everyone turned. The culprit was Aska. With his usual rough edge, he called them all bastards and told them to shut their mouths. He demanded to know if they thought they'd fare any better if they were kidnapped. The smacked student was stunned. He turned to his friend, asking if Aska had really just taken Dino's side. His friend stared in disbelief, wondering if this was some kind of comrade's love. The remark only fueled Aska's anger. He shouted that he wasn't defending Dino. He just couldn't stand their stupidity. At that moment, James spoke up, reminding everyone that Helmut was the one who had driven the assassin away. But that struck a nerve with Aska. He snapped back, insisting it was he who had pushed the assassin to the brink of death. Why, he demanded, was Helmut getting all the credit? The other students pushed back immediately. They told Aska that everyone knew the assassin had fled because he feared Helmut. To them, Helmut deserved all the recognition. They even told Aska he should be grateful to Helmut for the rest of his life. That was the last straw. Fuming, Aska cursed him out. Meanwhile, Andro quietly asked Wesley if he knew where Helmut was. Wesley explained that Helmut had retreated to his personal training ground. He admitted that Helmut had always trained diligently, but ever since returning from the camp, he had taken his training even more seriously. The scene shifted. Helmut was alone, circulating his bise throughout his body. He noticed something alarming. His seed of darkness had grown. He suspected it was because he had absorbed a large amount of demonic energy. Yet along with the darkness, his bise had also grown stronger. His overall capacity had increased. As he focused, he reflected on the past week. He had fought a powerful human opponent. His energy had been drained and replenished. He had faced new emotions, ones he had never experienced before. It had been a complicated cycle, one that was reshaping him from within. All the experiences he had gone through had made him stronger. Drawing his sword, Helmut channeled his power into it, watching as the blade became enveloped. He still didn't know the full extent of his strength, but he hoped that soon an opportunity would come to test it. As he examined the weapon, a knock sounded at the door. Helmut opened it and found Instructor Patricia standing there. Curious, he asked why she had come. Patricia explained that she already expected to find him here. She informed him that Eden was looking for him and asked him to head to his office. Helmut found it strange that Eden would suddenly call for him, but he went nonetheless. The scene shifted. Eden welcomed him into his office with a calm smile and gestured for him to sit. Once Helmut was settled, he asked how he was feeling. Helmut answered that he was fine, that his injuries hadn't been that serious to begin with. Eden shook his head. He pointed out that Helmut was probably the only person in the academy who could walk away with such light injuries after clashing with a rank 1 assassin. He even added that Darien would surely be proud if he heard of this. Helmut quietly disagreed in his heart. He knew Darien would never praise him simply for winning. Instead, he would have scolded him for the risk he took and for failing to handle things perfectly. Eden, however, moved on to the real reason for their meeting. He reminded Helmet that the school break would arrive after the final exams and asked if he had any plans. Helmet revealed that he intended to travel, taking on mercenary work along the way. Eden pressed further. Did he already have a destination in mind? Helmet replied that he did. Eden studied him carefully before asking if he was planning to leave Greta Academy. He made it clear that he wouldn't try to stop him if that was his decision. But at his age, he believed Helmet still had much more to learn here. Helmet agreed. He reassured Eden that if he ever decided to leave, he would inform him ahead of time. There was no need for concern. Eden looked relieved at the response and told him to reach out if he encountered difficulties during training. He admitted that he wasn't sure if anyone in the academy could truly teach Helmet's swordsmanship at this point. Hearing that, Helmet recognized the opportunity. He revealed that after the recent incident, he had advanced to the next level. Now, he wanted to find out just how much he had improved. Eden's face lit up with genuine happiness. He praised the news and stood. Then, turning to Helmet, he said he had another question. Helmet nodded, asking him to continue. Eden asked Helmet if he had ever heard of the Basor Kingdom. Helmet shook his head. The name meant nothing to him. Eden explained that Basor was where Darien Depert had been born and raised. Handing Helmet a paper with details, he revealed that a major fighting competition would be held there during the upcoming school break. He told Helmet that Basor was filled with outstanding swordsmen, and the tournament would be the perfect place to measure how much stronger he had become. Helmet hesitated. He pointed out that things could become complicated if anyone recognized the sword techniques of the divine swordsman. Eden agreed. He reminded Helmet of the very first time they had spoken, when Helmet insisted that the world must never know he was Darien's disciple. Eden explained further. Darien wasn't just any swordsman in Basor. He was their pillar, their pride, their very symbol. The moment Helmet used Darien's techniques, people would know. Even if the crowd didn't notice, the Palma Knights, Darien's own unit, certainly would. This was the first time Helmet had even heard of the Palma Knights. Eden advised him that if he joined the competition, he should rely only on public sword techniques. Even those were strong enough, and it wouldn't be difficult for him to adapt. Helmet nodded thoughtfully. He told Eden he would think about it, but if he did join, he would need a way to conceal his identity. The last thing he wanted was another incident like the one with the Black Hawk. Eden fully understood. He remembered how much trouble that pursuit had already caused Helmet. Still, he asked if the situation with the Black Hawk was truly resolved. He admitted he trusted Helmet's word, but he worried the organization might not honor its promise. Helmet reassured him. He said he had good reason to believe they would keep their word. Even so, Eden urged him to be cautious and to take his time deciding whether to compete. Then he asked if Helmet was heading back to training. Helmet shook his head. He explained that there had been an announcement about a practical exam for the finals, and he was going to class. Eden wished him luck, though a nervous look crossed his face. He added that Helmet shouldn't resent the instructors too much for deciding on such a test. Helmet wondered silently why Eden would say such a thing. The scene shifted. Instructor Alan announced that the practical exam would be none other than the Antimon Combat Ability Assessment. The room went silent. No one expected this. Helmet, in particular, didn't even understand what Alan meant at first. Alan clarified. The test had 10 stages, and each student would enter alone. They could stop at any point if things got too difficult, but the higher they climbed, the more points they'd earn. He reminded them of Dino's incident, stressing that everyone should have learned something important from it. Demonic energy wasn't some distant threat. It was right here, closer than they thought. The forest was full of monsters that often clashed with humans. As swordsmen, they would face these creatures sooner or later. Normally, this exam was reserved for senior students. But after what happened during the camp, the instructors agreed that it was better to make everyone aware of the danger earlier. Andro raised his hand, asking if they'd really be fighting monsters. Alan smiled and said the type of monster would remain a secret. But he assured them not to worry. The opponents weren't real. Instead, they'd be facing illusionary monsters conjured with magic, which meant no one would be seriously hurt. Hearing this, Andro let out a breath of relief. For a moment, he thought the academy had brought in actual beasts. Aska, however, grinned. Since they were just illusions, he said they could beat them down without hesitation. Alan chuckled at that confidence. He reminded them that the seniors who had taken the same test once felt the exact same way, overconfident before the fight began. His advice was simple. Don't get cocky, just give it everything you've got. Those words, though, only made the students more nervous. As Helmet thought about monsters, his mind drifted to Alaga and Naho. There was no way the academy would throw something that powerful at them. He was curious, though, about what kind of creatures he'd be up against. After all, he was already used to fighting monsters. Aska turned to him and casually asked how he did on the written test. Helmet replied that he'd probably score about the same as last time. Aska immediately realized what that meant. There was no way he'd beat Helmet there, which meant the practical exam would weigh heavily on their grades. He reminded Helmet that he once told him to go all out during the finals so they could have a proper match. Now, Aska declared he intended to reach the final stage, and he demanded Helmet not to quit halfway. Helmet tilted his head, unsure why Aska was saying this. In fact, those were the exact words he'd planned to tell Aska. When he pointed that out, Aska clicked his tongue in frustration. Aska clicked his tongue and muttered that Helmet was starting to sound more and more like Araya. Still, he grinned, saying he wanted to see just how far they could both go, and whether anyone could actually clear stage 10. The scene then shifted. Examinee number 15, Aska the Mad Dog, staggered forward, drenched in sweat and breathing hard. He had pushed himself all the way to stage 7, the farthest anyone had reached. But instead of triumph, there was frustration written all over him. "I can't believe this," he growled. "Not even stage 10. How can a test be this hard?" He shook his head, saying that even priests rarely encountered monsters like the ones he faced. Pointing toward the other examinees, he noted that no one else had even broken past stage 5. Around him, the students were battered, exhausted, and clearly shaken. Turning to Helmet, Asuka demanded to know if the exam was even fair. But Helmet calmly reminded him that the point wasn't to clear all 10 stages. It was about facing the challenge head-on. "You're fine," he said simply. Asuka scowled. "That's not the problem," he snapped. Before Helmet could respond, his name was called. It was his turn to enter the test area. Asuka leaned in, lowering his voice. "Forget what I said earlier. Just go and see for yourself. When you reach stage 8, you'll understand why I ran out. Don't stop before then." Helmet paused, wondering what Asuka had encountered that left him so shaken. With that thought lingering in his mind, he stepped into the hall. The moment he entered, a voice called out to him. Helmet looked up and immediately recognized the man standing there. "Long time no see. Since the camping incident," the man said. Helmet narrowed his eyes. "Professor Dwayne." The professor smiled faintly, surprised that Helmet remembered him. He explained that he rarely interacted with swordsmanship students, but Helmet stood out. During the midterms, his answer on magic had caught Dwayne's attention. A refreshing perspective compared to the typical responses of the magic department. "I have high expectations for you in this test," Dwayne said, raising a small glowing orb. "Show me your determination against the power of darkness once again." Light swirled as his magic activated. Helmet drew his blade without hesitation. "I'll do the same as always," he replied. A green flash filled the air, and from it a creature emerged. The stage 1 monster, the rabbit beast. The creature lunged forward in a blur of motion. With a swift, clean strike, Helmet cut it down instantly, the beast vanishing into nothingness. Professor Dwayne's eyes widened in shock at the sheer ease of the kill. Helmet calmly sheathed his sword and said, "All right now, I understand." Helmet finally understood what the illusions were like. Professor Dwayne, watching closely, noticed something important. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation in Helmet's strikes. This wasn't just natural talent. It was the result of relentless training and hardened experience. Curiosity stirred within the professor. Just how far could this boy's abilities go? The test pressed on. The second monster appeared, and Helmet cut it down with a single swing. The third came a massive frog, and it too fell instantly. Next was a giant snake, then a hulking wolf. With the same effortless precision, Helmet carved through each one. A massive bee was shredded apart, and a giant grasshopper of stage 7 followed. And then stage 8, the very stage where Asuka had given up. Helmet braced himself, eager to see what had driven the mad dog away. The circle blazed with light, and from it emerged a monster that towered over him, an enormous centipede stretching endlessly across the floor. Even Helmet paused, taken aback. He understood immediately. For anyone seeing it for the first time, the sheer size alone was enough to break their will. He now realized exactly why Asuka had run. But for Helmet, it wasn't nearly as terrifying as the monsters he'd already faced, like Naho. The beast lunged, slamming its massive head into the ground. Helmet slipped past the strike, leapt onto its body, and sprinted across its endless frame. With every step, his blade tore deep into its armored hide until the monster's body split apart. Professor Dwayne was stunned, watching silently as Helmet landed gracefully back on the ground. The test didn't end there. Scene by scene, stage by stage, Helmet pushed through, until finally, he stood before the last trial. Stage 10. With one decisive strike, he destroyed the final monster. Helmet stood still, a strange unease churning inside him. Though it was only an illusion, the monster of stage 10 had carried something darker, a presence that felt like the examiner's malice given form. Professor Dwayne descended, clapping slowly. "Congratulations. Only a handful have ever cleared all 10 stages. And you, Helmet, you're the first second year to do it. Take pride in that." But Helmet simply nodded, unmoved. Dwayne went on, explaining that students who conquered stage 10 were granted a special reward. They could request any artifact of their choosing. Surprised, Helmet admitted he hadn't known about this. "That's because I'm the one who makes them," Dwayne revealed. "Whatever you want, tell me. I'll craft it for you." Helmet fell into thought. The professor reassured him there was no need to decide now. He could come to the research lab later with his request. Then, an idea sparked in Helmet's mind. Looking up, he asked, "Can you create something that can change a person's appearance?" Dwayne tilted his head, intrigued. "That's possible. Is that all you want?" Helmet nodded. "I don't want to get involved in something complicated." Helmet explained that he simply wanted to avoid complicated situations whenever he left the academy. Professor Dwayne understood immediately. He remembered the dangerous incident Helmet had been through and promised to let him know once the artifact was complete. Helmet nodded and thanked him. But before the moment could settle, the entire building shook violently. A thunderous explosion rocked the walls. Dwayne's eyes narrowed. He instantly recognized where the tremors came from, the magic department's testing ground right next door. The scene shifted, revealing chaos inside the testing hall. Flames spread wildly as everything was reduced to ash. Hovering in the air, unleashing destruction with her magic, was none other than Araya. Her face burned with anger as she incinerated the room around her. Moments later, Dwayne and Helmet stepped into the testing ground. The professor's annoyance was clear as he shouted at her, demanding to know why she was destroying the facility when he had explicitly told her not to. With fire still flickering around her, Araya shot back. She called his test foolish and his request absurd. Dwayne's irritation deepened, but before he could respond, Araya noticed Helmet standing beside him. Her expression faltered. Surprise flickered across her face. Silently, she floated down to the ground. Without meeting Helmet's eyes, she brushed past him and addressed the professor instead. I've cleared all 10 stages. I'll think about what artifact I want and let you know tomorrow. Dwayne scowled, muttering that she was a little rascal, and that if she weren't the Academy's top student, things would be different. Helmet silently watched as she left the hall. The scene shifted again. Helmet now stood with Asuka, who was stunned when he learned his friend had cleared all 10 stages. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it and instead urged Helmet to claim the top student spot. Curious, Asuka asked about the monster on stage 10. Helmet answered calmly, saying Asuka could probably beat it too. The real point of the test wasn't defeating the monster. It was overcoming fear. That reply caught Asuka off guard. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of nightmare Helmet had faced to speak like that. Helmet revealed it plainly, hundreds of giant cockroaches. Asuka froze, staring at him. Is your mind even okay? He asked. Helmet admitted he only felt a bit queasy, nothing more. Sion, sitting nearby, quietly sipped his drink and set his cup down. For once, he was just glad he hadn't suggested any reckless bet this time. The scene shifted once more. Helmet and Asuka were walking together when Charlotte approached. With a bright tone, she congratulated Helmet for becoming the first second year to ever clear stage 10. Helmet blinked in surprise. News really does spread fast, he muttered. Charlotte smiled knowingly. That's because you're not very self-aware. Charlotte explained that everyone in the swordsmanship department had their eyes on Helmet now. She then turned to Asuka, congratulating him for reaching the 8th stage. The Mad Dog frowned. Are you mocking me? He snapped. But Charlotte shook her head. I'm serious. The average record is only stage 4. Reaching stage 8 is remarkable. Her words did nothing to soothe him. Instead, Asuka remembered the time he had used her technique against Basho, embarrassment flashing across his face. Scowling, he told her that it wasn't thanks to her at all. He was simply a genius at adapting. Charlotte blinked, not understanding what he meant. She only replied with a simple, okay. Annoyed, Asuka stormed off. Charlotte turned back to Helmet and asked what his friend had been talking about. Helmet just shrugged, saying he had no idea. As they walked together, she asked where he was headed. Helmet told her he was on his way back to the dormitory. Then Charlotte asked if he would be going home during the school break. Helmet replied that he would be traveling for a while. Envy filled her voice as she admitted she wanted to travel too. Staying home all the time felt suffocating to her. Helmet glanced at her, remembering that this girl might have some connection to him. He mentioned that she treated him more warmly than the other second years. Charlotte's eyes widened slightly, and she quickly apologized if she had offended him. But Helmet shook his head. I'm not offended. Charlotte softened, explaining that she always felt at ease after talking to him, as if she were experiencing a strange nostalgia. Helmet wasn't sure how to respond. Realizing she had kept him too long, Charlotte apologized again for taking up his time when he should be resting. She turned to leave. Before she could go, Helmet told her that after the school break, if she felt stronger than she was now, she should come find him. He promised to face her anytime. Charlotte smiled at that, asking him not to forget his promise. Helmet watched her walk away, thinking to himself that Araya would definitely be upset if she ever found out about this exchange. Later, when he returned to his dormitory, Araya was waiting. She handed him a bracelet. Helmet looked at it curiously, asking what it was. Araya explained that it was a bracelet imbued with communication magic. It worked like a crystal ball. This was the artifact she had received for clearing stage 10 the day before. She told him that if he infused his energy into it, the bracelet would send a signal to... The bracelet she wore lit up as soon as Helmet infused his energy into his. He looked at Araya and asked why she was giving him her reward. She admitted that she had requested the artifact with the intention of handing it to him all along. You're always attracting trouble, she said. Use this to contact me anytime you're in danger. Helmet slipped the bracelet onto his wrist. With a half smile, he reminded her, didn't you once say you hate being disturbed by others? Araya's expression softened. Do you have a problem with it? Helmet chuckled. I'll only use it when it's absolutely necessary. Her cheeks flushed slightly at his words. Breaking the silence, Helmet asked if she would be going home during the school break. Araya sighed and admitted she had no choice, even if she didn't want to. Seems like no one in the academy actually likes going home, Helmet remarked. Araya tilted her head. Someone else said that too? Helmet nodded. Asuka, as they talked, Helmet realized something. Half a year had already passed since he left the Forest of Roots. In that time, he had made many friends and acquaintances. Now, for the first time, the academy was preparing to go on break. The scene shifted. Somewhere else, a man wrote with a faint smile on his face. Speaking through Crystal Ball, he said, Helmet, I never thought I'd see you again so soon. The man was Talon, leader of the Blackhawk. He asked Helmet if he had decided on what favor he wanted from him. Helmet replied that a fighting competition would be held in the Basor Kingdom in 1 week. He wanted everything. Information on the powerful figures in the kingdom, especially the nobles and organizers of the event, as well as details about the king, the royal family, and recent major events. Talon narrowed his eyes. So, you're planning to attend this competition? Helmet cut him off coldly. I'm the one asking the questions. The leader quickly apologized, then pressed for clarification. When you say information, do you also mean public opinion? The nobles' reputations, their personalities, even family ties? Helmet told him to decide for himself. It doesn't matter if your investigation is half-hearted. That would just make me think the Blackhawk's intelligence gathering is weak. Talon froze for a moment, realizing Helmet's game. The boy had been precise in what he wanted, yet vague in scope. By doing so, he exploited their weakness, forcing them to push their efforts further while making it harder for anyone else to know what he was truly after. Talon leaned back, studying him. He used to think Helmet was only as fierce as a tiger, but now he realized the boy was also as sly as a fox. "I'll prepare the information exactly as you've instructed," Talon said. "How would you like to receive the documents?" Helmet told him to leave them at the mercenary guild in Basor. He would pick them up himself. "Understood," Talon replied. "I'll reach out once everything is ready." The code will be, "An eagle's claws never let go of their prey." Before Helmet could cut the connection, Talon smirked. "Best of luck in the competition. I'll be cheering for you." Helmet ended the call and sighed. He already knew that dealing with Talon would be taxing, but he hadn't expected it to drain him on this level. He needed to stay guarded around that man at all times. Still, he hoped the Basor Kingdom would at least be a decent place to stay. The scene shifted. A vast desert stretched under the blazing sun. A young man with blonde hair trudged toward the gates of the kingdom, sweat glistening on his skin. It was Helmet. The heat was overwhelming. He hadn't even entered the kingdom yet and already felt drained. Then again, with a third of Basor being desert, he should have expected this. Having grown used to the forest of roots, where the cold lingered year-round, the scorching sun felt unbearable. At least he was fortunate not to have a weak constitution. Otherwise, heatstroke would have been inevitable. Beyond the heat, another adjustment nagged at him: his disguise. Thanks to Araya's communication bracelet and the artifact he earned for clearing Stage 10, traveling had become far easier. The artifact allowed him to alter his appearance without issue, though he still wished he looked a bit more like a swordsman. Right now, he feels more like Sion. But since the artifact had been free, he had no real reason to complain. Helmet pressed on, finally entering Basor. The Desert Kingdom was beautiful in its own way, bustling with people and vibrant with houses of unique design. Needing a moment to rest, he stepped into a bar. Immediately, every pair of eyes turned toward him. Helmet ignored the stares, handed the attendant a coin, and asked for a cold drink. Anything but liquor. Exhaustion weighed on him, surprising even himself. He still had many places to visit, yet here he was already tired. Before he could sit down, someone suddenly kicked the chair he was about to take. Helmet looked up to see a blonde man standing there, smiling at him. The blonde man smirked at Helmet and called him Young Miss. He asked if Helmet had come to a place like this alone, and guessed that, judging by the sword on his hip, he must be a young master from some great swordsman's household. His friend tugged at him, telling him to stop pestering. But the man ignored him, pulled out Helmet's chair, and sat down instead. He waved to the owner, ordering the same drink Helmet had requested. Helmet's patience snapped. He kicked the chair out from under the man, sending him crashing to the ground. In the same motion, he drew his blade at blinding speed, slicing off a lock of the man's hair. The bar went silent. The man froze, staring wide-eyed at the edge of Helmet's sword. Helmet's voice cut through the silence, low and sharp. "This kingdom is already unbearably hot. The last thing I need is some irritating mosquito buzzing around me." The entire bar stopped drinking, stunned. The man, Colt, stared at Helmet in shock. Then, from across the room, someone burst out laughing. They slapped their knees and told Colt that he'd been put in his place. Admitting Helmet looked delicate, but clearly had skill. Colt climbed to his feet, but instead of lashing out, he suddenly grabbed Helmet in a rough embrace. "I like you," he declared, grinning. He turned to the owner and shouted that he would pay for Helmet's drink. Helmet frowned, pushing him away. "Get off me. It's too hot for this." Confused, he sat back down, wondering if this was just how people in Basor behaved. Their personalities were completely different from the mercenaries of Badan. Being around them already felt exhausting. Could he really endure until the end of the competition? The scene shifted. Helmet now stood in another shop, where a woman greeted him with a bright smile. He explained that he wanted a cold energy spell cast onto his space expansion cape. The woman assured him it was possible and asked him to return in 3 hours. Adjusting his bracelet as he stepped out, Helmet thought over what he had accomplished so far. He had secured a place to stay and found a way to deal with the suffocating heat. Registration for the competition would take place tomorrow, so he decided to rest and recover his strength today. As he walked through the streets, a statue caught his eye. Helmet stopped, staring at its face in recognition. "So that's where Darien got his fiery personality," he muttered. "Anyone who grows up in a place this hot would be sharp-tempered." Looking up at the statue, he silently addressed his master. "Watch over me. I'll achieve results worthy of your name." The scene shifted again. Helmet finally arrived at his lodging, visibly worn out. As he stepped into the building, someone pointed at him and referred to him as a customer. A man dressed like a butler turned toward him, approaching with calm precision. Helmet narrowed his eyes, wondering who exactly this man was. The butler stepped closer and asked if Helmet was the one who had paid for the emerald room on the 5th floor. Helmet confirmed it, then narrowed his eyes. "Why are you asking?" The butler explained that the person he served didn't have a place to stay. He asked if Helmet could move to another room. Already in a foul mood, Helmet's glare sharpened. "Say that again." Unfazed, the butler slipped a hand into his jacket. He offered compensation, insisting that a slightly smaller room should be enough since Helmet was alone. Helmet's eyes darkened. The attendant suddenly grew uneasy and looked away. Helmet knew better. Guest information wasn't something attendants could casually share. This man had clearly underestimated him because of his appearance. Turning coldly, Helmet replied, "I paid the proper price for the emerald room. I've no reason to yield to it. Find another one." But the butler suddenly grabbed his shoulder, leaning close with a hard expression. "I told you, I'll compensate you." Helmet's hand slid to his sword. His voice dropped like ice. "Remove your hand. If you touch me again, I'll cut off your arm." The man froze, fear creeping into his eyes. At that moment, a voice called from the stairs. "Wait." Helmet looked up to see a blonde boy with sharp blue eyes approaching. He ordered the butler, Robert, to stop. The boy smiled politely at Helmet and bowed slightly. I apologize. My knight was acting like a typical Basarian. Robert lowered his head in shame, greeting his master, Mikhail. Mikhail turned back to Helmet with an apologetic expression. He explained that his health was poor and finding a comfortable room was important. Helmet, still cold, turned away. Find another room. I need a rest. But Mikhail quickly begged him to wait. He asked Helmet to hear him out, explaining that this was their last option. Looking around the hall, he proposed a solution. We're in similar circumstances, he said calmly. So let me make you an offer. I'll cover all expenses during our stay. In return, share the room with me. Robert's head snapped up in shock. Master, this is unacceptable. Sharing a room with someone of unclear origins is far too dangerous. But Mikhail's expression hardened, a cold edge in his eyes. Then tell me, Robert, will you take full responsibility for the dangers that come from chasing uncertain possibilities? Or will you accept the certainty of a solution that ensures our survival? Mikhail's gaze turned cold. I don't need a dog that acts ahead of its master. Robert stiffened, instantly silenced. He lowered his head, unsure of how to respond. Don't worry, Mikhail continued smoothly. Helmet isn't the type to attack without reason. And you know I have a good eye for people. Reluctantly, Robert bowed. I'll follow your will, master. Helmet noted how quickly Robert had calmed down. It was clear Mikhail was used to giving orders and having them obeyed. He carried himself with the natural authority of someone accustomed to command, something Helmet hadn't expected at first glance. Is all of this really necessary? Helmet asked. Mikhail reassured him. I'll do my best not to intrude on your privacy. We'll bring in another bed. I don't have any habits that will disturb you. His lips curved into a faint smile. Or, are you afraid of someone as weak-looking as me? At that, Helmet frowned. Now that he thought about it, he had never seen anyone with so little energy before. You look like you'd crumble if I bumped into you, he said bluntly. I didn't even know people like you existed. Then you're starting to open up to the idea? Mikhail asked lightly. Helmet crossed his arms. Tell me the most special thing you can offer besides money. Mikhail tilted his head. Are you testing me? His smile brightened. You're entering the Basor martial arts tournament, aren't you? There's no other reason for a foreign swordsman to be here at this time. Then, with cheerful certainty, he added, I came here to watch the tournament. And I'll cheer for you. You'll grow stronger with someone rooting for you. Helmet blinked, caught off guard. He hadn't expected that. Are you serious? Isn't that enough? Mikhail replied. My support isn't something just anyone gets. Helmet didn't know how to respond to that. After a pause, he finally muttered, do as you like. Mikhail smiled in satisfaction and instructed the staff to bring another bed to Helmet's room. But before the attendant could move, Helmet stepped forward and drove a heavy punch in the man's face. The attendant crashed to the ground. Both Mikhail and Robert froze in shock. Helmet stared down at the man, voice hard. Be more careful with what you tell others next time. The attendant, trembling, quickly apologized. Without another word, Helmet turned and walked away. He hadn't enjoyed doing it, but in this country, strength and assertiveness were the only language people understood. The scene shifted. They arrived at Helmet's room on the top floor. Mikhail sat on the bed and turned to him, saying they hadn't even introduced themselves properly yet. He gave his own name first, then asked for Helmet's. Helmet replied, Hyde. Mikhail tilted his head. Hey, no. Helmet corrected quickly, Hyde. It was almost a slip. He still wasn't used to the fake name. Mikhail leaned closer, asking his age, noting that they looked about the same. Helmet answered 16. He added that he had plenty of questions to ask. That caught Mikhail off guard. He admitted he was only 14, surprised that Helmet was older. Then he asked if Helmet came from a noble family. Helmet brushed it off, telling him to think whatever he liked. Still, Mikhail found it strange. What was a noble swordsman doing in Basor? He pressed further, asking if Helmet was a student at Bedan Academy. Helmet's eyes narrowed at the question. Don't be surprised, Mikhail said calmly. He pointed to the object in Helmet's hand, noting how it looked like a magic artifact. And since Bedan Academy was famous for magic, it wasn't unusual for nobles around his age to be studying there. Helmet asked sharply, Are you digging into my past? But Mikhail shook his head. No, I'm just curious about you. Honestly, I feel this strange sense of familiarity with you, though I can't explain why. He studied Helmet's face. Is it because we look alike? No, it's something else. You have what I don't. A body that's strong and sturdy. Helmet ignored the remark and opened the window. He asked if it was fine to use the open space outside. Mikhail nodded, telling him he could use it whenever he wasn't around. He quickly realized Helmet wanted to train there. Go ahead, he said. I won't be using it anyway. But would it be alright if I sometimes watched while you train? He lightly touched Helmet's arm. The way swordsmen move, it gives energy to my frail body. That's why I went to the martial arts tournament. Watching them is a small personal joy of mine. But if it makes you uncomfortable, I won't insist. Helmet simply replied, Do as you like. Mikhail laughed softly at that. You're kinder than you seem. But Helmet could tell, this boy never showed his true heart. He couldn't figure out if Mikhail's words were honest or just another act. One thing was certain, Mikhail was a very peculiar person. That night, Mikhail was fast asleep. Helmet sat quietly and pulled out the crystal ball. Talon's voice came through, informing him that the documents had been delivered. He then asked if Helmet's preparations for the martial arts tournament were going well. Helmet cut him off coldly. That's none of your concern. Talon chuckled. I don't trust you, not one bit. He leaned back in his chair and added, But you might find this interesting. Among this year's participants, one stands out. He entered the Royal Knight Order at the youngest age in history, manifested his aura at just 18. Helmet wasn't impressed. He himself had accomplished that at a much younger age. Talon noticed his lack of reaction and smiled faintly. Then perhaps this will catch your attention. The boy comes from the bloodline of the missing divine swordsman. Helmet froze. What? Yes, Talon confirmed. He's Darien's grandson. Darien's son left Basor years ago and was presumed dead, but he survived elsewhere and left behind a descendant. Helmet's mind raced. He remembered his master once mentioning that he had a son late in life, though he claimed that son had died with no heirs. But here Talon was saying otherwise. This information, Talon went on, isn't public. Even in Basor, only high-ranking officials know. They've been hiding the truth. Helmet frowned. Darien's son left Basor long ago. How did they even prove this boy is his grandson? Talon smiled slyly. Are you interested now? Helmet replied firmly. I only want to know what kind of opponent I'll be facing. Very well, Talon said, amusement in his tone. The boy looks exactly like Darien in his youth. He carries his father's ID plate and other items. But most of all, it's his swordsmanship. That's what's truly astonishing. Darien vanished years ago, and his techniques were thought lost forever. Yet somehow, this boy has inherited them perfectly. Helmet's eyes widened slightly. He had known Darien was believed to have disappeared. His master had never told him how he ended up in the Forest of Roots. Why did the human world think he had vanished? It was as if someone had erased every trace of his existence. Suppressing his thoughts, Helmet acted as though he knew nothing. What do you mean, disappeared? Talon raised a brow, surprised by the question. Don't you know? It's common knowledge. Darien disappeared while fighting one of the magical beasts that ruled the Basor Desert, a baby scorpion. Talon explained that this was the official story. Helmet pressed him further. Then what about the unofficial version? Talon's tone grew sharper. There's a rumor the temple intervened and had him eliminated. Honestly, it makes more sense. Basor lies outside the temple's influence, and Darien was practically a god within this kingdom. If the temple wanted to expand their reach, he would have been their greatest obstacle. Helmet hadn't expected to hear that. Talon smirked. So, are you interested? I could dig deeper for you, if you're willing to use another favor. But Helmet shook his head. No, I'm not that curious. I'll check the records myself. Talon sighed, sounding disappointed. Pity. I rather enjoyed this conversation. Just remember, you still have 2 favors left. Use them wisely. With that, he cut the connection. Helmet tucked the crystal ball away, his thoughts heavy. He had known Darien's disappearance was tied to Basor itself. If the temple truly had moved against him, his master would have known. And someone like Darien would never lower his guards so easily. That could only mean one thing. A traitor. Someone from within Basor. Perhaps even among the Palma Knights. The very order Darien had led. Helmet clenched his fists. Should he avenge his master? He thought of all he had inherited. His swordsmanship, his very way of life. Everything he carried now came from Darien. Revenge wasn't just his master's. It was his own. He swore to himself. The imposter would learn how foolish it was to think a coward could live peacefully forever. Still, doubt lingered. Could this boy truly be Darien's grandson? Helmet didn't believe there could be another who inherited that swordsmanship besides himself. Maybe Darien's son had been too weak to endure the brutal training and fled. But perhaps those techniques had been passed down to the grandson instead. Curiosity burned within him. He needed to see for himself how skilled this boy really was. The scene shifted to the grand arena. Long lines of people stretched outside, while inside, thousands of spectators filled the seats. In a special section, Mikhail sat with Robert at his side. The announcer's voice boomed across the stadium, welcoming all to the Royal Martial Arts Tournament of Basor. He greeted both the participants and the crowd before declaring that the preliminaries were about to begin. He instructed the participants to head to their designated tents and wait for their turn. And in that moment, the focus shifted to Helmet's tent. Inside the tent, a bald participant sneered, nudging his friend. Can someone like him even enter a martial arts tournament? This tent's for participants, not spectators. His friend burst out laughing at the remark. But the laughter didn't last long. Moments later, an official stepped into the tent. Mr. Hyde, he called, you're up first. Please head to the arena. As he looked up, the man froze. Helmet stood calmly, surrounded by the unconscious bodies of the 2 mockers. I'll go right away, Helmet said, brushing past him. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, those 2 signs of heat stroke. Adjust the sequence of their match. The official's eyes widened at the sight of the collapsed men, stunned into silence. Meanwhile, the arena roared with excitement. The announcer welcomed their youngest contestant, Helmet, who stepped into the ring after removing his cloak and donning the armor. His opponent, the undefeated back-alley swordsman of Basor, a thug known as Jackal. In a special section, Robert leaned toward Mikhail. That's Jackal, the captain of the Mola gang. He calls himself undefeated, but in truth, he just bullies the weak. Mikhail scoffed. Hardly impressive. Down in the arena, Jackal sized Helmet up with clear irritation. I joined this tournament to fight real opponents. And they give me this? What a joke. The announcer reminded the crowd of the rules. The match would not end until one surrendered or could no longer fight. Any injuries short of fatal were permitted. Boys, he cautioned, fight wisely. Jackal laughed darkly. Even if I break your arm or leg, the tournament takes no responsibility. This place isn't for pampered nobles looking to buy a thrill. It's where warriors who've danced with death spill blood. Helmet replied flatly, everywhere's hot. Jackal blinked in confusion. What? Helmet continued, unfazed. I paid 3,000 marks to have a cold spell placed in my cape, so I'll need to finish this quickly and get it back. The words infuriated Jackal. He lunged forward, shouting, then I'll send you home fast. As his blade came down, Helmet moved effortlessly, dodging without even breaking stride. In the same motion, he slipped past Jackal and unleashed his own strike. Jackal crashed to the ground. His right hand lay severed beside him as he let out a blood-curdling scream. The arena went silent. Shock rippled through the crowd. No one had expected such a ruthless display. Up in the stands, Mikhail's eyes lit up with excitement. The announcer finally broke the silence, declaring, with an overwhelming display of skill, Helmet advances to the next round. The scene shifted back to the residence. Helmet entered his room to find Mikhail waiting with a bright smile. The table before him was piled high with food. "Welcome back, Hyde." Mikhail cheered. "That was incredible. You were amazing out there. And cheering for you. It felt great." Helmet eyed the feast, uneasy. "This is too much food." Mikhail shook his head. "A swordsman needs plenty of strength. And strength comes from eating well. Don't forget, I promise to cover all your expenses. Eat without worrying." Helmet narrowed his eyes. "You're not planning to use this as leverage later, are you?" "That won't work." Mikhail laughed at the suspicion. "Relax. Spending this much barely makes a dent in my wallet. I'm not trying to put you in my debt. Think of it as an investment." "An investment?" Helmet echoed, puzzled. Mikhail lifted a spoonful of soup. "Debt means expecting repayment. Investment assumes you might lose everything, but with the possibility of an even greater return. High risk, high return." Helmet frowned. "And if I can't give you anything in return, then I'll just lose my investment." Mikhail sipped his soup calmly, then added, "But I feel you'll be of great help to me someday." Helmet grew wary. Sensing it, Mikhail waved it off. "Don't worry. I won't ask for anything unreasonable." Helmet removed his coat and sat down. He knew he needed to eat, whether or not he liked Mikhail's reasoning. Later that night, Helmet entered the room again while Mikhail was fast asleep. The boy was so deeply out that he wouldn't even notice if someone carried him away. Helmet quietly placed a stack of documents on the bed and removed his hood. They were the reports he had received from the Black Hawk. He had asked them to dig thoroughly, but even he hadn't expected this much information. He realized he would need to read through all of it while the tournament continued. Helmet picked up the stack of documents and began reading carefully. One name immediately stood out: Ludus Kikuro, captain of the Palma Knights. According to the reports, Ludus had taken over as captain after Darien's disappearance. Despite the crushing weight of succeeding the Divine Swordsman, he had managed to lead annual desert monster subjugations without fail. Because of this, he was now considered the man most suited to command the Palma Knights. Helmet frowned. It was strange. Other than Eden, Ludus seemed to be the only person who had known Darien personally. Yet his master had never once spoken of the Knights. What kind of relationship had Darien truly shared with Ludus? Helmet resolved to meet the man in person if he got the chance. But the thought sparked another question. Why had Darien sent him to Eden instead of Ludus? Back when Darien led the Palma Knights, Ludus had been his vice-captain, surely the closest to him. By all logic, it should have been Ludus, not Eden. Maybe, Helmet wondered, his master wanted him to attend the academy. But no, that couldn't be it. Darien was far too meticulous. If that had been the case, he would have mentioned Ludus outright. He wouldn't have overlooked something so critical. Helmet's mind drifted back to his master's words. Darien had once told him, "Tragedy always strikes without warning. Even if you're cautious, pain can still find you. Even if you try to avoid it, you might not escape. No matter what happens, never lose yourself." The weight of those words hit him differently now. His master had known. He had been betrayed and abandoned in the Forest of Roots. Trapping someone like Darien was impossible, even for a high priest. Unless it was done by the one person he trusted completely. Someone close. Someone who stood to gain everything from his disappearance. The answer became clear. Ludus was the traitor. Helmet's anger burned at the realization. Of course, it was only speculation. But if it proved true, he swore he would not leave Basor until Ludus paid for his betrayal. As these murderous thoughts ran through his mind, Mikhail stirred in bed. He rolled to the other side, revealing that he had actually been awake all along. The scene shifted to the arena. The match to decide the finalists had begun. Helmet stepped into the ring and, with a single strike, cut down his opponent, earning his place among the finalists. From his special section, Mikhail watched with sharp eyes as Helmet left the stage. Our boy stepped down, realizing just how easy it would be to win the entire tournament if the participants were all at this level. An attendant handed him his hood. The final round will be held in 2 days. At the same time, the man informed him. Helmet nodded, slipped on his coat, and left the stage. Since his fight had been the first of the day, he had plenty of time to himself. He decided to return to his quarters and continue reading through the Blackhawks reports. But before he could leave the arena, someone approached him. The next moment, Robert was leading Helmet toward the special section where his master waited. "Not in a rush, are you?" Mikhail teased. "Why don't you stay? Watch the rest of the matches with me. Your bout ended so quickly, it'd be a shame not to enjoy the show." Helmet asked calmly, "Is it even allowed for participants to spectate?" Mikhail smirked. "There's no rule against it. Though, in Basor, people see it as unmanly, like you're trying to size up your opponents in advance. But someone like you doesn't need to analyze anyone. Still, it'll be fun." Helmet thought for a moment, then agreed to stay. The second round began. A towering man stepped onto the stage, the head of the renowned Basor Kendo Hall, Kyle. The announcer introduced him with pride, and the crowd roared. But then came his opponent. Helmet's eyes narrowed as the announcer declared the name, Luke Jagar, the youngest to ever join the Palma Knights. A genius, a rising star. Helmet was certain he had seen this boy's face before. Kyle himself looked surprised. "A Palma Knight? This is an honor." Luke smiled politely. "The honor is mine." To face someone as respected as the head of Base or Kendo Hall, it's a privilege. Please go easy on me. Helmet studied him carefully. That face, it was exactly how Darien would have looked at that age. He wondered just how skilled this boy truly was. The two squared off, drawing their swords. The audience fell silent, every eye locked on the ring. Kyle gauged the boy's stance. No openings. Not a single flaw. He could tell Luke was dead serious. Luke glanced at the restless crowd. If we keep testing each other, this match will never end. I can already hear the booing. He raised his blade and added, "As your junior, I'll make the first move." With that, he launched forward, charging straight at Kyle. Luke charged low, aiming for a clean strike to end the fight quickly. Kyle smirked. "You're underestimating me." With brute force, he swung his sword down at the boy. But Luke's speed exploded. In an instant, he slipped past the attack, his blade flashing. A cut opened across Kyle's body as Luke appeared behind him. Kyle froze, stunned. Before he could even turn, blood gushed from the wound. Helmet's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected that. Kyle collapsed, unconscious, and the audience erupted in gasps of disbelief. To them, it looked like Luke had simply vanished and reappeared behind his opponent. No one had even seen the strike. Luke lowered his sword and bowed slightly. "Forgive me, but I must win this tournament, no matter what." The announcer's voice boomed. Luke Jagar advances to the main tournament. In the stands, Mikhail noticed Helmet staring intently at the boy. "What's this? Is Luke bothering you?" Helmet didn't look away. He's strong, a serious contender for the championship. That surprised Mikhail. He hadn't expected such praise. Helmet added firmly, "If I weren't in this tournament, he'd already be the winner." Mikhail grinned. "So this is your rival declaration? I like it. The tension. It's exciting." Helmet thought to himself. Darien's son hadn't trained in vain. Luke's skill far exceeded his expectations. And if this boy had truly been taught directly by Darien, how terrifyingly strong would he be? Helmet stood suddenly and turned to Mikhail. "Go back to the quarters without me. I have something to do. I'll be late." Mikhail blinked. "Can I help?" "No." Helmet's reply was curt, colder than usual. Mikhail watched him leave in haste, puzzled by the boy's urgency. Helmet's thoughts raced. Since leaving the Forest of Roots and attending the academy, he built plenty of social connections, but never once felt real kinship. Yet Luke was different. The two of them shared something no one else could, Darien's swordsmanship. They had both inherited it. Helmet knew they would eventually face each other in the arena. But before that, he wanted to see who Luke really was. He pushed through to the participants area and barged straight into Luke's room. Inside, Luke was speaking casually. "This tournament isn't that big of a deal." A blue-haired man grabbed Luke's cheek harshly, sneering. "Greenhorn, you got a lot of nerve. Don't say things like that." The blue-haired man scolded Luke. "Don't ever say things like that out loud, especially not in Basor." Luke quickly apologized. "Relax, it's just us here. No one's listening." The man's eyes narrowed. "We're not alone." Luke spun around. Helmet was standing in the doorway. Helmet noted silently that Luke hadn't even sensed his presence. Luke studied him for a moment. "You look familiar." Then he remembered. "Hyde, I saw your match. You're the only one who left an impression on me." His tone shifted, confidence rising. "What is it? Did you come to challenge me for the crowd's attention? Or maybe my skills impressed you so much you come to be my fan? If so, bad news. Only women can be my fans." Helmet cut through the bravado. "Are you Darien's grandson?" Luke froze. "Yeah, He stopped mid-sentence, realizing what he'd just admitted. His eyes went wide. He lunged forward, clapping a hand over Helmet's mouth. Panic laced his voice. "How do you know that?" The knight inside the room raised a brow. "Is something wrong?" Luke forced a smile, wrapping his arm around Helmet. "Nothing at all. Just something I need to discuss with him. We'll step outside." Dragging Helmet with him, Luke pushed him against the wall the moment they were alone. "I've never had to corner a guy like this before. Now tell me, who are you?" Helmet didn't flinch. "Why don't you use Darien's surname?" That struck a nerve. Luke scowled. "I'm the one asking questions. Stop bringing up the divine swordsman. It's dangerous if anyone hears you." "Relax," Helmet replied evenly. "No one else knows. I'm just curious after hearing that Darien had a descendant." Luke narrowed his eyes. "And how exactly did you find out?" Helmet answered calmly. "I'm good at gathering information." Then his gaze hardened. "But what I want to know is, why hide that you're Darien's grandson?" Luke hesitated, realizing how serious this stranger was. Finally, he answered, "Because my father cut ties with him. He left the house for good. It'd be ridiculous for me to suddenly claim the Depert name." Helmet's voice cut and sharp. "And yet, you inherited the divine swordsman's techniques." That stunned Luke. "What did you just say? How do you know that?" His voice dropped. "My father never even told me those were Darien's techniques." Luke lowered his voice. "Yes, I'm his heir. I plan to make it official only after I won this tournament. My swordsmanship might have come from my grandfather, but it was my own strength that allowed me to master it and earn my place in the Knights." He clenched his fist. "I want to be acknowledged for my skills, not just my bloodline." Helmet was caught off guard by the conviction in his words. Luke looked away, ashamed. "I don't know why I'm even saying this to someone I just met. Just promise me you won't tell anyone. Only the Knight Captain and Vice Captain know the truth." Helmet's thoughts darkened. Ludus knows? That didn't add up. If Ludus was the one who betrayed Darien and sided with the temple, then why would he accept Darien's grandson into the order? His mind raced, until the sound of approaching footsteps cut his thoughts short. Both he and Luke turned. An old man in golden armor stood before them. "I was just coming to see you," the man said. Luke straightened immediately, placing his hand over his chest in salute. "Captain." Helmet's eyes widened. "Ludus Kikero, is this your friend?" Ludus asked. "Yes," Luke replied. "This is Hyde." one of the tournament's participants, and one of the finalists. Ludus raised his brows, surprised. A finalist? At your age? Impressive. He inclined his head. Forgive me. I haven't had time to watch the matches. Duties as knight captain leave me little room for leisure. Then he turned his gaze directly on Helmet. Tell me, are you using magic to conceal your identity? The question struck Helmet like a blade. Ludus smiled faintly and placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't be so tense. I'm not here to pry. You're not the only contestant in the finals hiding who they really are. He looked back to Luke. I only stopped by to give you a bit of encouragement. I'll take my leave now. Luke quickly asked, Captain, won't you come in and rest? But Ludus shook his head. I'll be there for the final match. With that, he turned and walked away. Luke's expression tightened as he watched him go. Helmet glanced at him. Your captain seems to care for you. Luke nodded slowly. I should be thanking him. He was the first to recognize me here in Basor, and he's the one who advised me to earn recognition through this tournament. Helmet's thoughts churned. Then was Ludus truly a traitor, or not? Luke was trying to make amends with Darien's grandson. He turned to our boy and revealed that his real face was hidden under magic. But Luke didn't care about appearances. What mattered to him was the person inside. He wished Helmet good luck in the upcoming matches and asked him not to go around talking about him. Helmet replied that he'd have to hold back until next year. Then, with full confidence, he declared that he would win the tournament. Hearing this, Luke smiled. To him, it wasn't just a statement, it was a challenge. He told Helmet he looked forward to it, then walked into the arena. Helmet turned away, heading into town. Deep down, he swore he wouldn't let Luke get dragged into whatever Ludus was scheming. Later, Helmet returned to his room. The moment he stepped in, Mikhail casually asked if he had a good talk with Luke. Helmet was caught off guard. Suspicious. He asked if Mikhail had someone secretly tailing him. Mikhail only laughed, saying it was just a guess. But Helmet's reaction confirmed it, and Mikhail instantly knew he was right. Helmet grew uneasy and brushed past him. Mikhail then pressed further, asking what the two had talked about. Helmet shut him down, saying he wasn't obliged to share anything. Mikhail wasn't surprised. He expected that answer. Instead, he asked a different question. If the Palma Knights offered Helmet a position, would he accept? The question stunned Helmet. He asked why the Knights would even want him. Mikhail explained that the martial arts tournament drew huge attention, even from the Knights themselves. Many of them competed in it. If Helmet came out on top, the Knights would surely want him in their ranks. Helmet dismissed the idea immediately, saying he could never join because Basor was far too hot. Mikhail let out a relieved laugh, saying where he lived wasn't hot at all. That made Helmet turn his head. Then Mikhail asked if, after the tournament, Helmet would join him instead. Helmet raised a brow, asking if Mikhail wanted him as a knight. But Mikhail clarified he didn't want someone bound by titles. He wanted someone strong to stand by his side. Helmet admitted he had no plans to join anyone. Mikhail respected that, telling him there was no need to decide right away. For now, he just wanted Helmet to accept his goodwill and think about it later. Helmet couldn't help but wonder what Mikhail was really planning. Then an idea struck him. He asked if Mikhail could help him gather information. Mikhail's answer was cautious. It would depend on what kind of information he wanted. Helmet finally revealed what he needed. He wanted Mikhail to dig up information on the Palma Knights, their captains, their members, and the missions they usually undertook. Mikhail tilted his head, asking if Helmet was trying to learn about the Knights' working conditions. Helmet explained that he simply needed a comparison, something that would help him see which side was truly better. Hearing that, Mikhail agreed. He promised to deliver an honest report, even if it meant comparing himself to the Knights. Then, with a smile, he asked if they could eat. Helmet silently hoped that, with this information, he'd gain some insight into Ludus's true intentions. The scene then shifted back to the arena. Helmet had just finished his match, sliding his sword back into its sheath. His opponent had fallen, his hand severed. This was the opening match of the finals, and Helmet had secured his place in the next round. The announcer's voice echoed across the arena, giving him a nickname, Blonde Hide. Helmet frowned. He hated it. The name didn't suit him at all. As he walked back toward his tent, Luke called out, teasing him for being so dull. He said Helmet hadn't even waved to the crowd once. Helmet shot back, asking if being carefree was really such a good thing. Luke just laughed, telling him there was no point in being tense all the time. He added that Helmet was a heartthrob in Basor now, and he should at least enjoy it a little, because once the two of them fought, he wouldn't have the luxury anymore. Helmet didn't bother replying. He ignored Luke and kept walking. He removed his breastplate, slipped on his coat, and thought about how strange it was. Luke was the only reason he felt this uneasy. Part of him wanted to smack the boy on the back of the head. Leaving the arena, Helmet wondered if Mikhail had already gathered the information he'd asked for. But before he could go far, he heard voices calling out to him. Turning his head, he saw a crowd of girls rushing toward him, calling his name, each of them inviting him for tea. Helmet froze, stunned by the sight. The scene shifted again, this time to the lodge. Mikhail was staring in disbelief at Helmet, who stood there covered in lipstick marks. He asked what on earth had happened. Helmet groaned, saying the women of Basor were after him. He was convinced someone had hired them to sabotage his tournament run. Mikhail couldn't help but laugh, telling Helmet he had a wild imagination. He explained that it was only natural for everyone's attention to be a tournament finalist. Then he added that the real reason Helmet was so popular with the ladies was his face. That caught Helmet off guard. His mind instantly went back to the men in his tent, the ones who had asked him if he... Helmet remembered the men in his tent, the ones who mocked him and asked if he even knew how to swing a sword. Turning to Mikhail, he muttered that people in Basor didn't really like his face that much. Mikhail could only stare at him in disbelief. He felt almost sorry for Helmet. How could someone be so oblivious? To him, our boy was a fool for not realizing how much women liked him. Changing the subject, Helmet asked about the request he'd made earlier. Mikhail raised the book with a knowing grin and said he had expected that question. Helmut accepted it, impressed by how fast Mikhail worked. Does this earn me a little more of your trust? Mikhail asked. Helmut didn't answer. Instead, he immediately opened the book and started reading. Inside, he learned that the Palma Knights operated on a seniority system. Members were treated like barons, complete with private residences. But none of that interested him. He skimmed past it until something caught his eye. The Knights captain typically stayed away from politics. Yet, according to the records, Ludus openly supported the first prince. The Blackhawk's intelligence went even deeper. The prince was the son of a foreign-born queen and a devout follower of the Lumen faith. He was pushing for the Lumen temple to be established in Basor. Helmut frowned. Why would Ludus back someone like that? As he turned the pages, his eyes fell on another detail. Monsters that roamed the desert. They were scorpions. Mikhail explained further. Those scorpions were infamous across Basor. The monster queen had been slain long ago by the divine swordsman, but her offspring still remained. People occasionally encountered them. Once a year, the Palma Knights led a monster subjugation campaign to keep the scorpion population under control. And this year, the campaign would take place right after the tournament. That revelation stunned Helmut. It all made sense now. Ludus hadn't accepted Luke into the order to protect him. Instead, he wanted to keep a future rival under his control. During the subjugation, he could stage an accident and kill Luke, wrapping it up as a heroic tale. Helmut's jaw tightened. He was glad he'd come to Basor at this exact time. He vowed not to let Darien's grandson suffer such a fate. He swore to crush Ludus's vile plan, no matter what it cost him. But a heavy truth weighed on him. When he had faced Ludus before, he realized just how powerful the man was. Even if Helmut fought with everything he had, victory wasn't certain. That left him with only one option. If things grew dire, he might have to reveal the truth to Luke and ask for his cooperation. As those thoughts swirled in his head, Mikhail silently watched Helmut, carefully studying the decisions he was making. The scene shifted to the arena once again. Helmut stepped onto the stage for his first semifinal match. Across from him stood a man with a massive scar running across his face. Robert leaned over and told Mikhail that this was Hutton, a first-class mercenary. Though ranked lower, Hutton had shocked the crowd by defeating a Palma Knight in an hour-long duel. Mikhail dismissed the concern, reminding his knight that Helmut had already beaten opponents far stronger than the man Hutton faced. But Robert wasn't as quick to brush it off. He warned that battles were unpredictable. Whether it turned into a quick victory or a drawn-out struggle didn't matter. The important thing was that Hutton had made it to the semifinals at all. Helmut placed his hand on his sword and glanced toward the stands. There, he saw Ludus standing beside two seated figures. His eyes narrowed. It was the first prince, the second prince, and the captain of the knights. He assumed they had only come to make an appearance since the semifinals were beginning. Before he could think further, Hutton's voice cut through his thoughts. Don't lose focus when your opponent is standing right in front of you, the mercenary warned. Overconfidence is the fastest way to lose. Helmut drew his sword and shook his head. I wasn't distracted. My mistake if it seemed that way. As he sized the man up, Helmut guessed that Hutton was on par with Peugeot's level. For a first-class mercenary, his energy didn't feel particularly strong. Still, Helmut was curious about his fighting style. He decided to test him. In a flash, he charged forward. The moment Helmut closed the distance, Hutton angled his blade toward the sunlight, catching it in just the right way to blind him. Seizing the opening, Hutton slipped into Helmut's blind spot and swung. But Helmut's instincts kicked in. He sensed the attack and blocked it just in time. Both men leapt back, resetting their stances. Helmut didn't hesitate. He rushed in again. This time, Hutton dragged his sword across the stage floor, splintering the stone. Shards of rock shot up into the air, which he flung toward Helmut like projectiles. Helmut cut through them with ease, but as he raised his head, Hutton was already upon him. Steel clashed as the mercenary swung, his strikes coming faster and faster. Helmut blocked each blow, his blade moving effortlessly in defense. With one forceful push, he shoved Hutton back, forcing the man to skid across the stage. The audience gasped at the display, clearly impressed. Even Mikhail leaned forward with interest, watching the duel unfold. Helmut wiped the sweat from his forehead. This wasn't as simple as he thought. Hutton was trickier than expected. Then he noticed it. Hutton was deliberately delaying his attacks, holding back half a beat in ways that threw off his timing. Helmut pierced through an opening with a sharp, precise counter. At once, he understood. Hutton hadn't neglected his fundamentals. This wasn't a man relying on luck. Hutton exhaled heavily. He admitted that he had trained hard for his swordsmanship, but against Helmut's reflexes, it wasn't enough. Even if they were the same age, he said, he could never match that kind of speed. Then Hutton's energy flared. He declared that if this were a mercenary mission, he would have waited for the perfect moment to strike. But here in the arena, he couldn't afford to lose face. He lunged at Helmut, blade raised. But it was a bluff. Hutton's real weapon was hidden in the mechanism built into his sword, which extended his attack range. He was betting that someone like Helmut, so cautious about rhythms and delayed attacks, wouldn't be able to handle a strike that came just half a beat faster. Unfortunately for him, Helmut shattered his sword with a single blow. Stunned, Hutton froze. In that instant, Helmut's blade was already at his neck. I'm sorry, Helmut told him. I was ordered not to kill you. Relieved, Hutton smiled. The announcer quickly declared the fight over. With Hutton's weapon destroyed, Helmut was named the victor and advanced to the finals. Helmut offered his hand, pulling Hutton up. He told him he had ended the fight quickly because he hated the heat. Hutton laughed at that. He confessed that his final strike had been aimed at cutting off Helmut's wrist. Helmut shrugged. It would have been fine. The rules allow anything short of killing. Hutton shook his head. Ruthless. He stared at the remains of his broken sword. Geniuses really do exist. I can't believe someone this young is already at your level. You'll go down in history, Helmet replied calmly, telling him he could have grown stronger if he'd put more effort into training instead of relying on tricks. Hutton burst out laughing. He explained that as a mercenary, versatility was everything. In real battles, having extra cards to play was often the difference between life and death. For someone like him, with only average talent, strategy was the weapon that let him stand toe-to-toe with stronger opponents. But after crossing swords with Helmet, he realized something painful. When faced with overwhelming skill, all of his clever tactics crumbled. As the two spoke, the first and second princes silently watched from their seats, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. The first prince's gaze followed Helmet as he stepped down from the stage. He turned to Ludus, remarking on how skilled the young fighter was for his age, and asked for his opinion. Ludus replied that ever since his first encounter with Helmet, he had sensed something unusual about him. He admitted that it would be ideal if they could recruit him into the Night Order. The second prince also kept his eyes on Helmet, his interest clear as he watched him leave. Meanwhile, Mikhail sat deep in thought. He couldn't shake the feeling that Helmet's true purpose had nothing to do with something as small as winning the martial arts tournament. He remembered how Helmet often wandered at night, scanning his surroundings, always searching for something unseen. What was it that he was really after? As Mikhail pondered, his attention was drawn to a commotion nearby. Someone was being stopped from entering his section. Curious, Mikhail asked an attendant to explain. The attendant reported that a man was insisting on meeting him, but the guards wouldn't allow it. The man turned out to be bald, with a fiery red beard. He struggled against the attendants, calling out to Mikhail and begging for an audience. One of the guards scoffed, calling him a disrespectful thug. Mikhail silenced them and addressed the man directly. Who are you, and where do you come from? The man quickly apologized for his behavior. He introduced himself as a blacksmith from Baysor, revealing that all the swords supplied to the Palmanites were forged in his workshop. Intrigued, Mikhail asked why he had come. The blacksmith explained that he had heard rumors of Mikhail being close to Helmet. He asked if he could meet the young fighter, insisting that he only wanted to confirm a suspicion. Mikhail narrowed his eyes and asked what suspicion he meant. The blacksmith lowered his voice and said it was about Helmet's sword, its origin, to be precise. Before anything more could unfold, the second round of the semifinals began. Luke stepped into the arena and secured an easy victory, ensuring the tournament finals would be between him and Helmet. The scene then shifted to Helmet's room. He was startled when Luke walked in, his expression heavy with concern. Luke revealed that the second prince was coming. Officially, it was to encourage the tournament finalists, but Luke was certain he was the true target. Helmet asked why the second prince would want to see him specifically. Luke explained that the prince must already know his identity. He was the grandson of a divine swordsman. By recruiting him, the second prince would gain the Palma Knights' backing. And in Baysor, their support was as good as a direct claim to royal succession. Helmet now understood the gravity of the situation. Right now, the captain of the Palma Knights stood firmly in support of the first prince. If the second prince tried to recruit Luke, it would directly challenge that position. Helmet pointed this out, and Luke admitted he was right. That was exactly why the meeting felt so awkward. He owed the captain a great deal. But then Luke froze. A thought struck him. He turned to Helmet and asked how he knew so much about the political situation. Helmet reminded him that he'd once said he was good at gathering information. Luke sighed, realizing he couldn't dodge the meeting. He asked Helmet if he could think of some excuse to get him out of it. Before Helmet could answer, a voice came from behind. The second prince had arrived. He told Luke that if he was busy, he could always return later. Luke stiffened, instantly realizing he'd made a mistake. Spinning around, he tried to cover it up, insisting it was just a misunderstanding. The prince waved it off with a smile, saying he understood completely. He simply enjoyed teasing him. He commented that Darien, the man he remembered, had always been stern and unshakable. At times, it was hard to believe Luke was his descendant. That caught Helmet's attention. He asked the prince what kind of man the divine swordsman truly was. The prince looked at him curiously, then praised his performance in the tournament, calling his swordsmanship remarkable. He admitted he'd only met Darien a handful of times in his youth, but the impression remained vivid. Darien had been loyal, dependable, and the strength in his eyes reflected the very spirit of Baysor. Helmet was surprised to hear this perspective. The prince then asked if Helmet's interest in Darien's grandson came from the same curiosity. Luke immediately cut in, demanding to know how much of their conversation the prince had overheard. The prince chuckled, assuring him he hadn't meant to interrupt. He said he only stayed quiet because their discussion seemed important. Turning to Helmet, he asked if there was anything else he was curious about. Luke grew defensive, warning the prince not to reveal too much to Helmet. He claimed that Helmet was practically a divine swordsman stalker. The prince laughed again, but shook his head. He said Helmet didn't give off the impression of someone with malicious intent. A swordsman's heart, he explained, is reflected in their blade. Helmet's sword pursued nothing but pure strength. That alone made his fascination with Darien unsurprising. Helmet, without hesitation, told the prince that he was better than Luke. The prince burst out laughing, amused by the bluntness. Then he asked if Helmet would consider working with him. But Helmet rejected the offer immediately. The second prince hadn't expected Helmet to be so blunt toward royalty. Still, he smiled, shook Helmet's hand, and wished him a great match in the finals. He encouraged him to learn more about the divine swordsman's character, saying it would serve him well. Then he turned to Luke, shaking his hand too. He told him that after the finals, he would summon him for a proper discussion. Luke froze. His face tightened with worry as he asked if the prince truly intended to call for him. Is that a problem? The prince asked calmly. Luke hesitated, caught off guard. He reminded the prince that he had said he understood his situation. If he appeared alongside the prince in public, both he and the captain would be placed in an awkward position. But the prince's expression turned serious. He told Luke that this matter concerned his safety. That surprised both Luke and Helmet. The prince turned to leave, telling Luke that this was all he needed to know for now. He promised to send for him discreetly and urged him not to worry about prying eyes. Before walking out, he told Luke to take care. As the door closed, Luke let out a deep sigh. Helmet looked at him and remarked that, despite all his worries, he and the prince seemed rather close. Luke admitted that the prince was far more approachable than one might expect from someone of his rank. He respected him as a great man, but the circumstances made it impossible to get too close. Helmet advised him to accept the second prince's invitation. Luke blinked, surprised. Did you not hear what I just said? Helmet told him plainly that no one else would take responsibility for his life. If he kept letting the situation drag him along, he would eventually lose himself once the situation abandoned him. As Helmet spoke, Luke felt something stir inside him, the faint presence of his grandfather's aura. A sharp unease struck him. He asked Helmet if he knew what was happening. He demanded to know what this life-threatening danger was. Helmet didn't give him the answer he wanted. Instead, he told him to simply do what he could. As for himself, he would do the same. Still anxious, Luke couldn't shake the heaviness pressing on him. Helmet headed for the door, throwing one last remark over his shoulder. He told Luke to flirt with a few girls to ease the pressure before the finals. Luke frowned, clearly annoyed. "I'm not that kind of person," he snapped. Helmet could only think to himself how badly he wished Luke understood the danger surrounding him. The scene then shifted to the lodge. Helmet stepped into his room, and Mikhail greeted him with a smile, asking if he had enjoyed his chat with the second prince. Helmet, however, couldn't believe what he was. Helmet couldn't believe what he was hearing. How had Mikhail managed to find out? Then again, at this point, nothing surprised him anymore. Mikhail explained casually that with someone as prominent as the second prince, he couldn't help but learn of his movements, whether he wanted to or not. Helmet removed his coat and sat on the bed. That's when Mikhail leaned forward, saying he had come across something interesting today. He asked Helmet if he wanted to hear it. "Have you ever heard of someone called Leighton?" Helmet shook his head. "First time I'm hearing the name." Mikhail smiled. Leighton was the greatest blacksmith in the West several decades ago. Not only the greatest, but also the most particular. He refused to forge a blade unless he personally acknowledged the person who would wield it. Helmet remarked that Leighton sounded quite eccentric. Mikhail then revealed he had met a blacksmith named Kevin earlier that day, Leighton's apprentice. According to Kevin, his master had once created 3 swords he considered his life's masterpieces. Strangely enough, they were all forged in a single day, one after another, almost as if he'd been possessed. The 3 blades were nearly identical, forged from Bassor's materials, and presented to the royal family. Yet only one was ever given away for personal use. Whoever received it kept it for life. Then Mikhail's tone shifted. He told Helmet that Kevin had said his sword looked strikingly similar to one of those masterpieces. Helmet stayed silent. Mikhail pressed on. He said the blade resembled the only one that ever left the royal family's hands, Darien de Pert's sword. In an instant, Helmet drew his weapon and shoved Mikhail down, the blade at his throat. His eyes carried a deadly warning. He told Mikhail to choose his next words very carefully. Fear gripped Mikhail. His voice trembled as he begged Helmet to let him go so they could talk. The pressure on his chest made it hard to breathe. Finally, Helmet eased up. Catching his breath, Mikhail asked why he was so desperate to keep this hidden. He promised he had no intention of spreading the secret. Then he revealed something else. Kevin, the blacksmith, was already being dealt with by his own trusted men. That meant only the 2 of them now carried this knowledge. Helmet narrowed his eyes and asked if this was Mikhail's way of trying to put him in debt. Mikhail shook his head. He reminded him that he hated debts. This wasn't something he dug up himself. Kevin had come forward with it willingly. He asked Helmet to take this as a gesture of goodwill. He promised that the secret would remain just that, a secret. Helmet glared at Mikhail, then finally decided to place his trust in him. He turned away and warned him to make absolutely sure the secret never leaked out. Mikhail chuckled nervously, admitting he had been genuinely terrified just now. He said the pressure that radiated from a tournament finalist was on an entirely different level. Since the truth had already come out, Mikhail pressed further. He asked Helmet about his connection to the divine swordsman. Helmet revealed it plainly. He was Darien's disciple. Mikhail froze, stunned. The thought that the legendary swordsman had taken on a disciple was beyond belief. Then his face lit up with excitement. To think he had been sharing a room with Darien's successor, it thrilled him. Helmet sighed inwardly, realizing that Mikhail would be noisy about this for quite some time. With a grin, Mikhail asked if he had trained under Darien before or after the swordsman vanished. He was about to pry further, asking why Helmet had come to Basor, but Helmet cut him off. He told him to start thinking about how he was going to pretend not to know him. That quickly silenced Mikhail. He asked cautiously if something was about to happen. Helmet slid his sword back into its sheath, offering no answer. Mikhail, deciding not to push further, said he had no interest in getting more involved. He would start packing in advance. If something forced him to leave in a hurry, his stamina wouldn't hold up. Helmet stared at his blade. He confessed that he never knew it was considered famous. To him, it had always been nothing more than a sharp sword. He then asked why. If it was so well known, no one else had recognized it. Mikhail explained that it made perfect sense. The sword had originally belonged to the royal family. Outside of them, almost no one had ever seen it. And besides, its outward appearance was ordinary. Without an expert's eye, its true nature couldn't be understood. That was why he warned Helmet not to flaunt it before the king or any of the princes. He then shifted the topic, asking how Helmet was preparing for the finals. From his perspective, Helmet seemed unusually cautious when it came to Luke. Helmet shook his head. He told him that he wasn't wary of Luke at all. But as he said it, a thought struck him. Tomorrow was the day he would finally cross swords with Luke. He only hoped the match wouldn't end in a disappointing, anticlimactic way. The scene then shifted, carrying us far from the city, into the desert. There, a man dressed in a priest's robes knelt down and scooped up a handful of sand. He let it spill through his fingers back onto the ground. The earth before him began to sink, as if something massive was pulling it down. Moments later, a monstrous shape emerged. A giant scorpion rose from the sand, an orb gleaming on its head. The priest slowly reached into his robes, and the priest pulled out an orb. It lit up with a brilliant glow. In response, the orb on the monster's head shined just as brightly. Slowly, the massive creature stepped closer to him. The priest called it good boy, relieved that the monster still recognized its master. With a calm voice, he told the scorpion it was time to rise. The scene shifts to the roaring arena. The crowd is alive, cheering for the long-awaited final match. The announcer's voice booms, welcoming everyone to the grand finale. He introduces the duel. On one side, the young prodigy of the Palma Knights, the one said to carry the future of Basor. On the other, a mysterious genius whose origins remain unknown. Helmet sighed, feeling like he was being painted as the villain in this story. Luke brushed it off, telling him not to worry. It was just for the show. But Helmet frowned, asking if Luke didn't think it was a bit much. With all the hype, if he lost, the backlash would be brutal. Luke rolled his eyes, clearly annoyed, and snapped back that Helmet really had a way of getting under people's skin. He warned him not to come begging for prize money when he won. The two young men gripped their swords, the match about to begin. At the signal, Luke shifted into his stance. Helmet's eyes widened. Luke's form was identical to his master's. A rush of excitement filled him. Facing that sword technique again brought back memories of the Forest of Roots. High above, a bird circled the arena skies. Mikhail noticed it right away. As the bird glided over the arena, it dropped something. Neither Luke nor Helmet realized what had just fallen as they charged forward. Right before their blades could collide, both sensed danger. They stopped, glanced upward, and leaped back. Something crashed into the center of the stage. Gasps erupted from the audience. All eyes locked on the object that had fallen. To their horror, it was the upper half of a human body. Silence swept across the arena before shock spread like wildfire. Helmet immediately looked skyward. A terrified scream cut through the air as someone shouted. It was a monster! The bird swooped closer, and Luke froze at the sight. Just as the monster descended, Helmet shouted his name. He rushed toward Luke, startling him. Luke asked what he was thinking in a moment like this, but Helmet only pointed upward. Luke's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly raised his sword, and Helmet launched himself, using Luke's blade as a foothold to propel higher into the air, aiming directly at the monster. Helmet closed in on the monster. His blade shimmered with power as he struck. With a single slash, he ripped through the creature's body, tearing it apart with ease. Luke stood frozen, stunned by the skill and precision on display. Not long after, Ludus arrived on the stage with his knights. They quickly covered the corpse that had been dropped. One of the knights stepped forward, reporting to the captain. The identification tag on the body belonged to a resident of the southern Oasis village. Ludus's expression hardened. He ordered the knight to summon the emergency squad at once. The expedition schedule would need to be moved forward immediately. What baffled him most was why a monster would carry a corpse all the way into the kingdom. A knight beside him muttered that it felt like a declaration of war. Luke glanced at Helmet after hearing those words, then lowered his gaze to the monster's severed head lying on the ground. His thoughts swirled. Was this truly a monster? Was this really what he'd be forced to face as a knight? He turned to Helmet, asking if he had ever fought a monster before. To Luke, it seemed like Helmet had adapted far too quickly, almost unnaturally so. Helmet replied calmly that he had fought more monsters than Luke ever had. Luke wasn't expecting that answer. He scowled, asking if Helmet was really trying to start a fight in the middle of all this. The more time he spent with him, the less his actions seemed to fit the image he gave off. Luke then asked if all monsters looked like this. Helmet raised an eyebrow. Was Luke seriously saying he'd never seen a monster before? Luke reminded him sharply that until recently, he was just an ordinary civilian. Most people never got the chance to encounter one. Helmet explained that monsters were nothing more than savage beasts without reason, and because of that, they were easier to deal with than humans. He assured Luke that there was nothing to be afraid of. Luke frowned at that. He snapped that he wasn't scared. Still, Helmet's words didn't sit right with him. Deep down, Luke knew things wouldn't be so simple if they were up against an intelligent monster like Alaga. The announcer's voice echoed across the arena, apologizing to the crowd for the shocking incident. The grand finale would be temporarily suspended due to the unforeseen events. The participants were asked to gather in the waiting room. Luke couldn't understand why they were being sent there. When he and Helmet entered, they found Ludus and his subordinate already waiting. The captain welcomed them, stating that everyone had now arrived. Luke, confused, asked why he was there. Ludus's tone turned serious. There was no time to waste. He revealed to the boys that the remains brought by the monster belonged to a resident of the southern. The remains were confirmed to belong to a resident of the southern border region. Clear proof that monsters had attacked the area. Because of this sudden crisis, the Palmade Order had no choice but to move the monster subjugation expedition ahead of schedule. Ludus turned to Luke first, reminding him of his duty as a knight. He ordered him to prepare and stand by for deployment. Luke placed a hand over his chest and accepted without hesitation. Then Ludus faced Helmet. He admitted it was unfortunate that such an incident had interrupted the final match. For now, the duel would be suspended until the expedition was complete. He asked Helmet if he could wait patiently until then. Helmet instantly understood. This was a negotiation. Calmly, he asked what would happen if he refused. Ludus explained that in that case, the tournament would be declared a draw, and the prize money would have to be split between him and Luke. It wasn't the outcome anyone wanted, but under the circumstances, there was no other option. After a moment of thought, Helmet offered another path. He suggested joining Luke on a monster subjugation expedition. Whoever defeated more monsters would be declared the champion of the tournament. Both Ludus and Luke were caught off guard by the proposal. Ludus frowned, warning that monster subjugation was not a sightseeing trip. But Helmet stood firm. He reminded the captain of how he had already proven himself by striking down the flying monster that had disrupted the stage earlier. Ludus paused. He couldn't deny the truth. Helmet was not only a tournament finalist, but also a proven warrior. Regretting his earlier tone, he admitted he had not shown Helmet enough respect. Finally, he agreed and ordered both of them to finish their preparations by 3 o'clock sharp and assemble at the plaza. Luke responded with another salute, acknowledging the order. As the two walked out of the arena, Luke turned to Helmet, frowning. Was he really serious about joining the expedition? It irritated him that Helmet wanted to decide the tournament by counting how many monsters they killed. To Luke, it felt like Helmet was steering things into his own area of expertise. Helmet disagreed. He explained that encounters with monsters came down to chance. Luck, nothing more. He wasn't doing this just to win. He revealed his true reason, concern for Luke's safety. Luke still didn't understand why Helmet was so worried. He asked bluntly if Helmet thought he'd be killed by a monster. Helmet's reply was simple. It was better to assume that possibility. Luke scoffed, saying he was only joking. Then his expression hardened. This was about something else, something the second prince had mentioned. Luke admitted that he had been thinking about it as well. In fact, it had been keeping him awake at night. Late into the night, Luke finally voiced the question weighing on his mind. He asked Helmet if he could tell him who was after his life. Helmet studied him carefully. He knew that if he revealed his suspicions, Luke might start doubting even his own captain, and that could create serious problems. Choosing his words carefully, Helmet told him he wasn't sure yet, but he warned him not to place his trust in anyone from his squad, not even his captain. Luke's eyes widened in surprise. Just then, someone called out to them. Helmet turned and saw Mikhail approaching with his knight, Robert, who was holding a red umbrella above him. Mikhail greeted Luke warmly. Luke immediately glanced at Helmet, asking if Mikhail was his brother. Helmet calmly replied that he was simply someone he knew. Mikhail offered an apology for the interruption. He explained that he wanted to borrow Helmet for a moment. Luke shrugged, saying Helmet wasn't his to control, and if Mikhail wanted something, he should ask him directly. Before leaving, Luke reminded Helmet to meet him at the plaza with his gear. Helmet nodded in acknowledgement. Once Luke was gone, Mikhail turned to Helmet. With a curious look, he asked if he'd gotten closer to the boy. Helmet ignored the question and asked directly what he wanted to talk about. Mikhail revealed that he was leaving Baysor tonight. This would be their final conversation, at least for now. With a smile, he added that they would meet again someday. Then, almost casually, he asked if Helmet was planning to accompany Luke on the monster subjugation expedition. He admitted he knew because he'd been watching Luke closely. He pressed further, asking if Helmet's reason for coming to Baysor was tied to Luke and what kind of person Luke really was. Helmet cut him off, asking if that was really the point of this meeting. Mikhail smiled again. He then shared something startling. A figure dressed as a priest of Lumen had been spotted in the southern desert of Baysor. Helmet was taken aback by this information. Mikhail explained he only wanted him to be aware, then turned away, saying he'd remember this moment. The scene shifted. Knights in full armor marched out of Bassor's base. Luke took a deep breath. The reality of his first expedition settling in, nerves weighed on him. He hadn't expected it to begin so suddenly. As he stood in thought, someone tapped his armor. Looking down, Luke saw a man cloaked in a heavy hood that hid his face. Without a word, the stranger pressed something into Luke's hand. By the time Luke tried to speak, the man had already slipped back into the crowd and disappeared. Luke glanced at his hand and saw a tightly wrapped piece of paper. Helmet, walking nearby, also noticed it. At that moment, Ludus gave the order. The knights set out at once, their horses charging beyond the kingdom's borders. Under the relentless desert sun, an expedition began, one that would forever alter the fate of Baysor. As night fell, the squad set up camp amidst the dunes. Inside one of the tents, Ludus gathered his men. He explained that the place attacked by monsters was an oasis village called Ulder, further south than Desert. He told them they had already received a full damage report through the communication orb. According to the report, the knights stationed in Desert had detected the threat early and rushed to help the villagers. But the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Forced to retreat, they managed to save only one survivor. A knight slammed his fist down, calling it a disgrace to the honor of the Palma Knights. But Ludus silenced him gently, reminding everyone that the enemy was far too many, and worse, the familiar creature had appeared. The entire tent went still. They all knew what he meant. The Crimson Scorpion. Ludus revealed the unthinkable. The beast had matured into its adult form without their knowledge. The knights erupted in disbelief. A blonde knight demanded to know where all their efforts had gone. Another defended their investigations, insisting they hadn't been careless. At that moment, Helmet realized they were speaking of the same monster Darien once faced. Gorderic suggested that something must have happened during that battle with the Scorpion, but before he could continue, Ludus cut him short. Enough. Fear won't serve us here, he declared. He reminded them that unlike Darien, who had fought the beast alone, they would stand together. Ludus admitted he wasn't as dependable as Darien, but with his knights beside him, their strength was unmatched. His words struck them deeply. The knights sat stunned until Ludus rallied them once more. Draw your blades with courage for the squad. One by one, the men smiled, their spirits reignited. Finally, Ludus laid out the plan. Their first stop would be Désert, where they would regroup with the station knights and reorganize their forces. From there, the army would divide, each unit led by a captain. The reconnaissance squad would sweep across southern Désert, hunting down stray monsters. Meanwhile, Ludus's main force would march straight to Older to crush the horde and aid the people. Ludus ordered the reconnaissance unit to regroup at Older and join the elimination once their scouting was complete. He then announced the names of those chosen for the main unit. Horton Kikero, Romero Haas, Caroso Lona, and Luke Jagar. Luke's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected his name to be called. With no objections raised, Ludus told his men to rest, until Helmet suddenly raised his hand. I object. I want to be in the main unit as well. The tent fell silent. Ludus and the knights looked at him in shock. The captain reminded Helmet that he'd be marching with Vice Captain Alvis. The main unit, he explained, carried the greatest burden of the mission. He assured Helmet that his skills were acknowledged, but said he couldn't entrust such a critical role to an outsider. Helmet pushed back. He reminded Ludus of the agreement they had made before leaving Baysor. Their martial arts tournament would be settled by counting the monsters they slew during this expedition. To make that match fair, both needed the same opportunities. If he was left wandering the desert while the main unit fought the bulk of the horde, the contest would mean nothing. He demanded Luke be placed in the same squad as him. Horton's patience snapped. Insolent brat, do you think this mission can be bent for your petty rivalry? But Ludus raised a hand. Calm yourself, Horton. He admitted that Helmet had a point, yet he reminded him that operations couldn't be rewritten for personal reasons. His compromise, the monster count, would begin once all squads regrouped at Older. Helmet refused. That, he argued, would already put Luke at a disadvantage. He asked if Ludus truly intended to keep Palmanites waiting idly while others fought ahead. Ludus's tone hardened. He ordered Helmet to move with Alvis. Helmet stood firm. I don't take orders from you. I'm not a Palmanite. The air grew heavy. All eyes turned to him. Luke froze in disbelief, unable to grasp how boldly Helmet defied the captain. Ludus exhaled, then let out a laugh. He turned to Luke. What do you think? Caught off guard, Luke hesitated before answering. I also think the competition should be fair. Ludus smiled faintly, then looked toward Horton. Very well. Helmet will be reassigned to the main unit. Horton scowled, clearly displeased. Horton's frustration boiled over. Captain, are you really going to bend to a child's whims so easily? Ludus remained calm. He reminded Horton that Helmet was no ordinary outsider. He was a finalist in their martial arts tournament. Adding him to the squad wasn't the real problem. The issue was balance. With 13 members instead of 12, the formation would be uneven. Turning to Helmet, Ludus said, you'll be placed at the rear. It will be harder to protect you there if monsters strike. Is that acceptable? Helmet nodded without hesitation. I can handle myself. Satisfied, Ludus ended the meeting. Then rest well. We will depart soon. As the knights dispersed, Helmet caught Gorderic glaring at him. He was surprised Ludus hadn't resisted more fiercely. Perhaps the captain already saw him as a variable he could control once surrounded by Palmanites. Helmet quickly understood the bond in this squad. Their loyalty to Ludus was absolute. If he ever clashed with the captain, every knight here could turn against him. He knew he'd need complete focus moving forward. Luke, meanwhile, watched Helmet quietly, a trace of worry in his eyes. The scene shifted to Désert, where Ludus and his men joined with the station knights. Once the plan was shared, they set out again, heading straight for Older. But as the desert village came into view, something felt wrong. This should be Older, Ludus muttered, scanning the horizon. All he saw was devastation. The village lay in ruins. Not a monster in sight. One knight wondered if the creatures had moved elsewhere. Ludus shook his head. Monsters rarely abandon their territory without reason. Still, the attack on Older and their reach toward Baysor suggested movement was possible. Another knight warned that the Crimson Scorpion might be hiding beneath the sands. Ludus agreed and ordered his men to maintain formation as they advanced into the ruined town. Inside, they were met with silence. Bloodstains and deep claw marks scarred the walls and ground. Luke's eyes darted nervously from one shadow to another. It's too quiet, one knight whispered. No villagers. No monsters. Nothing. His unease deepened. He urged Ludus to withdraw from the town before anything happened. Just then, a small rock struck one of the knights from behind. He turned sharply. Quit fooling around. But his comrade shook his head. I didn't touch you. The words had barely left the knight's mouth when the ground erupted. From the sand rose a massive scorpion, its claws snapping as it loomed over them. The scorpion. It's here. The knight shouted in horror. Helmet and the others spun around instantly. Ludus gave a sharp command. Down! In one motion, he unsheathed his blade, channeling energy into its edge. With a swift slash, he unleashed a wave of force that tore the creature apart. Get yourselves together, he barked. We're pulling out. But before they could escape, more monsters burst from hiding, surrounding them on all sides. The knights charged forward, fighting through the chaos. Then, without warning, the ground caved in. A pit opened, swallowing one of the knights and his horse. A scorpion closed in fast. Ludus's eyes widened when he realized it was Horton in danger. Horton, he shouted. Helmet turned sharply, calculating his chances. If he leapt in now, he could save him, but hesitation froze him in place. Before he could act, Luke wheeled his horse around and dove into the pit. "Get down, Horton," he shouted. His sword flared with energy as he struck, piercing the scorpion's head. But the beast didn't fall. Its armored body was far tougher than expected. Luke's eyes widened in disbelief. His attack hadn't been enough. Without wasting another second, he ordered Horton onto his horse. "We'll follow the vanguard." Horton obeyed, and together they rode out of the pit. Helmet watched silently as Luke led Horton to safety, conflicted by the choice he hadn't made. Once the knights regrouped outside the ruins, Luke called out, "Everyone's out." Ludus raised his blade high. "Form ranks. We purge this place." The battalion wheeled around and charged back in, clashing with massive snakes and scorpions that had taken over the town. Helmet's thoughts drifted as he fought. Horton, he knew, was loyal to Ludus, his henchman through and through. That made him a potential enemy, one he might have to face in the future. His hesitation had come from that very thought. But Luke had hesitated at nothing. Even knowing there was a traitor in their midst, he'd acted without fear. Was he too naive? Or was he simply that kind-hearted? When the dust settled, the ground was littered with the corpses of slain monsters. Ludus surveyed the battlefield. "It's over, but I didn't expect them to be lying in wait." A knight at his side frowned, and there were too many scorpions. Far too many. This could be bigger than we imagined. Meanwhile, Helmet and Luke rested against a large rock, catching their breath. Luke sighed heavily, exhaustion in his voice. Helmet handed him his water skin. Luke accepted the bottle and took a long drink. Helmet remarked that he looked exhausted, but Luke shook his head. Not tired, just disappointed. It was too easy. Helmet frowned. "Then why save them?" Luke looked puzzled. "What do you mean? You pulled Horton out of danger. Him and the others you saved, they might one day raise their blades against me." Luke's gaze shifted toward Horton and the knights. Then, calmly, he said, "I didn't take up a sword to stand by and watch when people are in need." Helmet had no reply. With a faint smile, Luke added, "Besides, Horton isn't really a threat to you." Elsewhere, Ludus studied the bright sky overhead. "We still have some time before regrouping," he noted. The knight beside him asked, "Should we contact the other squad?" Ludus shook his head. "If nothing's coming through, it means they're fine. A unit led by Dasim and Romero can handle stray monsters easily." Just then, another knight rushed over, holding out a communication orb. "Captain, you need to take this call." Ludus accepted it. "Is this from Dasim?" The knight shook his head. "No, sir." Bringing the orb close, Ludus announced, "This is the knight captain." A voice responded, "This is Heinz, garrison knight of Desert. I have a report. First, is everything under control on your end?" Ludus narrowed his eyes. Did something happen? Heinz looked down from the fortress wall as he spoke. Below him stretched a horde of monsters, gathering in numbers too great to count. The enemy is massing beneath Desert's walls. Most of our forces are out on expeditions. Defending the city will be difficult. The revelation struck Ludus. The ambush they just faced hadn't been the only threat. More monsters were on the move. "Is there a crimson scorpion among them?" he demanded. "No," Heinz answered firmly. "Nothing like that here." "Understood," Ludus replied. "Hold your ground. I'll send reinforcements." Gorderic, hearing the exchange, stepped forward. "Captain, what's happening?" "The Crimson Scorpion isn't a Desert," Ludus explained. "This may be a tactic to force us to withdraw or divide our strength." Gorderic frowned. "Can monsters really plan that far ahead?" Ludus glanced back at him. "They just ambushed us, didn't they? It's not impossible." Ludus made his stance clear. "If the monsters think diversion tactics will break us, they're wrong. We won't back down that easily." He ordered a small force to remain behind for scouting, while the rest would ride to Desert as reinforcements. Helmet froze. This move meant Ludus could send nearly everyone back, except for his closest henchmen. If that happened, he and Luke would be completely isolated. A chill ran through him. Had the captain planned this all along? But Helmet wasn't about to let things unfold so easily. Ludus laid out his orders. Only he and 5 knights would stay. The rest would march back to Desert. Then he turned to Luke and Helmet. "You two are going with them." The boys were stunned. Helmet could hardly believe what he'd heard. Luke opened his mouth to argue, but Ludus cut him short. "Follow my command," he said firmly, placing a hand on Luke's shoulder. "I'm not sending you back because I doubt your strength. I'm sending you because I trust you." His tone softened. "Once the work here is done, we'll regroup. Together, we'll crush the Crimson Scorpion. And Luke," Ludus leaned closer, lowering his voice. "You'll have your chance. You'll take revenge on your grandfather's greatest enemy." Luke's eyes widened at the words. Ludus straightened, his command voice returning. "Make your preparations. We move out at once." The scene shifted. Helmet and Luke rode with the returning unit, the desert winds whipping around them. Helmet's mind churned. Why send him away? Ludus had the perfect chance to trap him and Luke, yet chose not to. Did this mean Ludus was the traitor? Or was it just suspicion twisting his thoughts? The captain had never acted out of line. Maybe he was following orders from the First Prince, but no. Helmet shook the idea from his head. Overthinking would only blind him. Tragedy, he knew, always struck without warning. He couldn't afford to lower his guard. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Luke called out, breaking the silence. "Helmet, do you respect the Divine Swordsman? Do you feel the urge to destroy the Crimson Scorpion, to avenge him?" Helmet blinked, caught off guard. Why would Luke ask that? Luke looked ahead, his voice steady. "Even though I carry his blood, even though I inherited his swordsmanship, I don't feel that drive. I never knew him. There was no connection between us." Luke admitted he'd been disappointed when Ludus spoke of avenging the Divine Swordsman. To him, it felt like his captain still saw only the legacy of his ancestor, not Luke himself. The same man who had once told him to prove his strength on his own. Does that sound strange to you? Luke asked quietly. Helmet shrugged. "Sounds a little spoiled. You inherited everything from the Divine Swordsman. Complaining about it makes you sound ungrateful. Luke blinked, taken aback. Then he laughed softly. Whenever I talk to you, my worries seem so small. Helmet cut him off bluntly. Forget about that for now. Focus on how you'll survive. Don't forget, someone gave you something before we left Basor. Luke's eyes widened as he remembered. That's right. I never even checked it. He opened his pack and pulled out a folded paper. Helmet leaned closer, surprised. A note. Luke nodded. I already know who it's from. Unfolding it, he saw the signature. The second prince. Helmet urged him, read it. The letter began with the prince hoping Luke wasn't too late in finding it. He wanted to give Luke instructions, should he find himself in Desert. But before Luke could finish, a knight's voice cut through the moment. Stay in formation. Helmet stiffened. Darkness stirred within him, spreading like a whisper across his body. His instinct screamed. Something was coming. In one motion, he drew his sword. Stop! Everyone halt! The knights reined in, but it was too late. The earth split open as a massive snake erupted, clamping down on a knight in its jaws. All around them, monsters burst from the sand, closing in from every side. Prepare for battle. Gorderic roared. Then the ground trembled, and a massive shadow swallowed the desert light. From beneath the sand, it emerged, the crimson scorpion itself. Luke's breath caught. He could hardly believe his eyes. As the other monsters rushed them, Gorderic shouted, Signal the captain! But the knight beside him shook his head frantically. No good. The signal won't go through. While panic spread, Helmet and Luke surged forward past Gorderic, blades flashing. Together, they cut a scorpion clean apart. That one's mine, Helmet declared. First strike counts. Luke stared at him shocked. You're keeping score now? Helmet smirked. Relax. I'm keeping score for you too. Luke groaned. Thanks, I guess. No sooner had he spoken than another giant snake lunged straight at them. The two split instantly, each charging in opposite directions. Helmet locked onto the beast. It was coming straight for him. The snake slammed Helmet into the ground, finning him beneath its weight. Helmet, Luke shouted, panic in his voice. But our boy didn't hesitate. His blade flashed, ripping through the serpent's skull. He cut it apart without a flinch. Luke exhaled in disbelief. You're reckless. Gorderic, watching both of them, muttered, Reckless, both of you. The knights regrouped quickly, rallying against the wave of monsters. Helmet hauled himself out of the pit, scanning the battlefield. The Crimson Scorpion hadn't moved once. It wasn't fighting, it was watching. Something else was wrong. The monsters weren't charging with their usual fury. Their movements felt searching. That's when Helmet saw it. The glowing orb embedded in one of the beast's heads. His memory sparked. Mikhail had once mentioned a report. A man dressed like a Lumen priest spotted in the southern desert, just before the final match. The scene shifted. Ludus stood apart, gazing at the sky. Captain, Alvis asked, did you forget something? Ludus's lips curled into a strange smile. No, it's just about time for something to arrive. Back on the battlefield, Helmet spun suddenly. Luke, he shouted. Luke turned, startled, just as a massive snake burst from the sand, coiling its tail around him. He cried out as it tightened and dragged him downward. Helmet rushed forward, sword drawn, slashing at the creature. But the monster slipped aside, pulling Luke into the earth. No! Helmet's voice rang out in disbelief. Then, a figure appeared, his voice cold. Target secured. Kill the rest. The monster's ferocity doubled, surging with violence. The sky darkened, shifting into a blood-red haze. From the shadows stepped a man robed like a Lumen priest. He stood beside the towering Crimson Scorpion, his presence chilling. You're the last one, he sneered. The unlucky lamb who somehow survived. Helmet stood alone, surrounded by corpses, fallen knights, and shattered beasts. His eyes burned with fury as he fixed them on the priest. At first, he thought the sickening energy stabbing into his heart was demonic. Perhaps his seed of darkness reacting to something. But no, the crystal embedded in the scorpion's forehead pulsed with the same power radiating from the priest. It wasn't demonic. It was divine. The priest studied him with interest. You possess strength beyond reason. To cut down almost all of my summon monsters and still have energy to spare. For one so young, your power is far greater than I imagined. The priest studied Helmet closely. I can sense it. A faint, ominous energy clinging to you. Tell me, boy, what are you? Helmet ignored the question. His voice was sharp, demanding only one thing. What did you take, Luke? The priest sighed. Pointless questions. There's no need for you to know. No need for me to answer. All that matters is this. The Desert reinforcements must meet a tragic end today. Every last one of them will be erased. Helmet's eyes widened. He hadn't expected such callousness. To sacrifice so many knights, mere pawns, just to capture Luke Jagar? His words cut like steel. So that's it. Ludus is terrified of the divine swordsman's heir. The priest narrowed his gaze, startled by the accusation. Are you truly an outsider? Helmet shifted into his stance, his blade steady. Things won't unfold the way they did against the divine swordsman. I'll carve the truth out of you, and I'll find Luke. I'll stop Ludus. For a moment, silence. Then the priest broke into laughter, sharp and unhinged. Are you certain about that? Perhaps you should rethink your place in the chain of command. He pulled back his hood, revealing his face. Did the second prince not warn you? Ludus is nothing more than another piece on the chessboard. This entire mission was ordained by High Priest Nardalos himself. The goal, bury the divine swordsman's legacy and eliminate his grandson. Helmet's grip on his sword tightened. The priest's words struck him like lightning. Talon's rumor resurfaced in his mind. The temple itself had once moved to eliminate the divine swordsman. Their hunger for influence saw Basor's champion as a thorn to be plucked. Rage burned within him. I've changed my mind, Helmet growled. In a blink, he appeared before the priest, blade slashing. The priest raised a shield of energy, catching the strike with a flash. His eyes glared with menace. Helmet pressed forward, his words like a vow. One way or another, I'll break you apart. I'll find Luke, even if I have to tear you to pieces. The priest sneered, laughter spilling again. Reckless bastard. The second prince clearly misjudged you. The scene shifted. Elsewhere in the desert, the serpent that had dragged Luke suddenly rose, its massive tail thrusting above the sand. With brutal force, it hurled him down. Luke slammed hard against the earth, coughing violently as pain surged through his body. Luke slowly raised his head. Standing before him was Ludus, his eyes cold and unreadable. "Welcome, Luke," the captain said. Luke froze. "Captain, where are the others?" Instead of answering, Ludus asked calmly, "Can you stand? Walk with me." Luke forced himself to his feet. Without a word, he followed. The silence between them grew heavy, each step pulling him deeper into unease. Before Luke could speak, Ludus broke the silence. "Your grandfather, Darien, he was the man I respected more than anyone. For over 10 years, I worked, climbed ranks, became vice captain, all to earn his recognition." His voice hardened. "And yet, Luke, I once told you, strength alone is not enough. Only a fool believes he can reach his ideal self with effort alone." Luke's chest tightened. "Captain, I need to ask you something. I don't want to believe it, but someone once warned me, told me never to be alone with you. Please, tell me that it's not true. Tell me all the trust one placed in you wasn't a lie." Ludus stopped at the entrance of a dark cave. He turned to Luke, his expression sharp. "This is where your grandfather was last seen before he vanished." Luke's breath caught. Drawing his sword, Ludus revealed the truth. "I lured Darien here, stripped him of everything, buried him deep within the forest of roots. And you, Luke, you will share his fate." His blade rose high. That's where we'll leave it for now. If you want to catch the next part, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss it.